In the depths of the vast universe, the Galaxy Federation rules half of the universe with absolute power. In this era of highly developed science and technology, the Mecha Master, the most dazzling profession of this era, is the core pillar of the Federation's power. They drive extraordinary mechas, fight and explore in the boundless sea of stars, and are the heroes admired by countless people. Every qualified Mecha Master has a strong physique, extraordinary willpower, and super high spiritual resonance. But these harsh conditions make most people far beyond their reach. Lu Yun, an ordinary young man who traveled to this world 3 years ago, is stuck at the starting stage of becoming a Mecha Master. He once confidently believed that with his identity as a time traveler, there would always be a golden finger that would allow him to soar to the sky. However, 3 years was enough to shatter his fantasy. Whether it was physical training, tempering of will, or testing of spiritual resonance, he was far behind others. His physical fitness level remained at level 5, and he could not even break through the most basic level 10 threshold. This meant that his dream of becoming a Mecha Master was still far away. Countless efforts and countless failures. It was as if an invisible lock tightly sealed his body genes, making his 3 years of hard training make no progress. This not only made Lu Yun feel deeply frustrated, but also that if he could not become a Mecha Master, the future he longed for would be shattered. Those exotic beauties, whether they were the smart animal-eared girls or the mecha girls full of mechanical beauty, all seemed to be waving goodbye to him. However, one day when he almost lost hope, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The obsidian bracelet he had been wearing on his wrist since he traveled to this world became extremely hot during a mecha test. A faint electronic voice sounded in his mind. Biological gene coding recognition passed. Life signal strength reaches the standard of an adult male. Assisted awakening begins. Lu Yun was stunned and even suspected that he was hallucinating. But what shocked him even more was that the next second, the voice turned into a soft and cute female voice, which sounded slightly awkward but extremely clear in his ears. "Master, what do you want?" At this moment, Lu Yun woke up from his confusion, and what immediately surged into his heart was an uncontrollable ecstasy. 3 years. 3 whole years. The golden finger he had been waiting for finally awakened. Thinking of the future, Lu Yun's eyes were full of longing. He seemed to have seen the path to the rise of his own mecha, as if he had touched those unattainable dreams. Mecha girls, beast-eared girls. Those adventures in the starry sea will no longer be dreams. From this moment on, Lu Yun's fate will be completely rewritten. His journey is no longer a struggle of failure, but a vigorous interstellar adventure. Hey, what on earth is this resonance test for? I don't have any idea what it is. Lu Yun must be the weakest among us. Will he be electrocuted to death this time? The coach wouldn't be so cruel, right? Who can say for sure? We have seen the coach's careless personality before. Should keep your voice down? A group of young people gathered together, talking quietly. Yin Yunlong stood not far away, staring at Lu Yun with gritted teeth, his face full of dissatisfaction. "Are you ready?" A slightly hoarse voice came from the communicator. Lu Yun sat in the cockpit of the mecha with his hands on the control panel, feeling surprisingly calm. He knew that his physical condition was the worst among everyone, but at this moment he felt calm. "Ready," Lu Yun replied. The next second, a sharp sound of electricity was heard in the cockpit, and Lu Yun felt a weak electric current running through his body, causing a slight tingling and numbness. Is this the resonance test? It's not that difficult. Lu Yun closed his eyes, feeling the electric current carefully, and had some doubts in his heart about the rumors about the test screams. Just as he was immersed in this strange feeling, a soft and cute voice suddenly sounded in his mind. "Master, overclocked bioelectric current has been detected. The system will start the body strengthening development. Please be prepared." Enhanced development? Before Lu Yun had time to think about it, the originally weak electric current suddenly increased 100 times, and a huge amount of energy instantly ran through his whole body. Lu Yun's heartbeat accelerated rapidly. His breathing became hot, and his body surged with tremendous power like a conductor. He could even clearly feel the energy rushing back and forth in his body. However, before he could adapt to this unfamiliar power, his consciousness was stripped away and he fell into a coma. In his dream, Lu Yun was in a warm space and heard vague whispers in his ears. He subconsciously wanted to get closer to those voices, but he could not hear them clearly. At the same time, on the testing ground outside, A student who had just finished a test crawled out of the mecha in a panic, with black smoke coming out of his body. His steps were unsteady, and he didn't even dare to look his coach in the face. "Coach, how about it? Did I pass?" he asked expectantly. The old man glanced at him and waved his hand casually. "You haven't reached the standard. Stop talking nonsense and get out of the way." The young man's smile froze, and he walked away with a frustrated look on his face. He couldn't help but look back at the mecha where Lu Yun was, and found that the hatch was still closed. "Coach, why hasn't Lu Yun come out yet?" he asked tentatively. "Shut up!" The old man growled impatiently, but his eyes were fixed on the tablet in his hands with an extremely complicated expression. On the screen, Lu Yun's vital signs were red. His heart rate exceeded 300, and his blood pressure was as high as 270. Logically, this data would be enough to cause any normal person to explode and die instantly. But Lu Yun's condition showed stable. This was completely beyond the old man's cognition. Just as he was hesitating whether to terminate the test, the system sounded an alarm. The pressure has exceeded the limit, and the system has automatically shut down. The old man looked down and saw that the pressure value of the testing equipment had reached its limit. This kid, what kind of monster is this? The old man looked serious, staring at the hatch of Lu Yun's mecha. Creaky. The hatch of the mecha finally opened, and Lu Yun walked out slowly. He looked calm. His whole body was clean. Not even a strand of his hair was out of place. The crowd watching was immediately in an uproar. "He's actually fine? The data just now. Could it be that the instrument is broken? But why do I feel like he's become a different person? Stop talking nonsense and listen to what the coach says." The old man rushed to Lu Yun and stared at him with his eyes. "Boy, are you cheating?" Lu Yun was stunned for a moment, then asked calmly, "Coach, I just fainted. Is there something wrong? Problem?" "Ah." The old man sneered. "Your physical indicators are 3 or 4 times that of a normal person. I'm ready to carry a ball of meat paste out of the cabin." Lu Yun's face darkened when he heard this. "Coach, can't you just hope for me to be better?" The old man stared at him for a long time, then suddenly waved his hand and pointed at Yin Yunlong and the other 3 students. "You 4 go and fight Lu Yun." Yin Yunlong was immediately delighted. "Haha, the coach should have let me teach this kid a lesson a long time ago." The other 3 looked at each other, obviously hesitant. "Don't just stand there, the 3 of you. Come together," the old man glared. Everyone was shocked and gathered around to watch the fun. "How long do you think Lu Yun can last?" "I bet for half a minute that he did look a little different just now." "Half a minute? You think too highly of him. Mintu is a power type, and Lu Yun can only take 2 moves at most." While everyone was discussing, Yin Yunlong had already rushed towards Lu Yun impatiently with a grim smile on his face. However, Lu Yun frowned unexpectedly. He clearly saw where Yin Yunlong's every step landed. So slow. Lu Yun felt a strange feeling in his heart. He gently turned sideways and stretched out his leg. Plop! Yin Yunlong fell flat on his face, leaving a small dent in his big belly, and he lay on the ground covered in dust. The students watching burst into laughter. "Yin Yunlong, are you using seismic waves to attack Lu Yun?" Lu Yun stood there with a calm expression, but the old man stared at him intently, with a hint of deep meaning in his eyes. Among the students watching, someone noticed something unusual, looked suspiciously at Yin Yunlong, who was lying on the ground, and then turned his gaze to Lu Yun. At this time, Mintu, the most muscular young man among the remaining 3, looked at Lu Yun with a serious expression and whispered to his teammates, "Be careful, Lu Yun seems to be a little abnormal." The 2 nodded slightly, and the 3 of them launched the attack side by side. This time, they were much more cautious, and although their momentum was not reduced, their sprint speed slowed down. Lu Yun looked at the man in front, took a step forward, approached like the wind, and gently nudged him with his shoulder. The young man's face suddenly turned red, and his clothes began to ripple. He was thrown out and fell heavily to the ground, sliding 3 or 4 meters away. Seeing this, Minda paused, and a trace of fear flashed in his eyes. But Lu Yun took the opportunity to counterattack, quickly dealt with another opponent, and finally turned his attention to Mintu. "Go ahead." Lu Yun looked at the other party calmly. Mintu was not willing to be outdone and rushed forward with a loud shout. However, when Lu Yun punched his arms, there was a dull bang sound. Mintu frowned in pain, and his huge body involuntarily retreated several steps. The students watching from all sides were suddenly in an uproar and gasped. What kind of medicine did this guy take? How could he be so strong? Even if you take stimulants, you can't improve so quickly. This is a mutation. My, the Mecha Man is online? The old man stood aside with a serious look in his eyes. He didn't pay attention to the comments of the crowd, but stared at Lu Yun. His expression suddenly became complicated and relieved, and he murmured, awakened. This kid actually really awakened. Minna still wanted to move forward, but was interrupted by the old man coldly. Okay, stop it. Coach, I underestimated my opponent just now. Let me try again, Minta said, gritting his teeth. The old man glanced at him and said calmly, it's useless to try 10 more times. Lu Yun has awakened. He is no match for you now, even if you join forces. This sentence made the students explode instantly. Awakening? Is it true? I've been training for 3 months but haven't awakened yet, but this guy became an awakener with just one electric shock. So the secret to awakening is to play badly. When Lu Yun heard these discussions, he was slightly stunned. He was excited and quickly asked Xiao AI in his mind, am I really awakened? Of course, Master. Your gene development has reached 10, which meets the standards of an awakener. Xiao AI's soft and cute voice was filled with joy. Lu Yun clenched his fists, feeling the power in his body, and excitedly wanted to test it again, but was quickly stopped by the old man. After the test, there was a wailing sound in the air above the venue. Only 8 people passed in the end, and the remaining students left in disappointment. In the afternoon, the old man gathered everyone together, announced the end of the test, and arranged for the results to be collected. Afterwards, he took Lu Yun back to the courtyard, obviously having something to say. The old man stood with his hands behind his back, looking at Lu Yun with complicated eyes. 3 years ago, I rescued you from the snow and brought you here. I have seen your efforts in the past 3 years. Today you have awakened, and all the hard work you put in over the years has paid off. Lu Yun listened carefully, his eyes full of gratitude. Thank you, coach. The old man sighed softly. But for a mecha master, awakening is only the beginning. I want to give you a gift, but you need to think carefully. This gift may bring danger. Danger? Lu Yun frowned and asked, are you leaving? The old man nodded slightly. Yes, I have stayed here long enough. It's time to leave. Lu Yun was silent for a while, with reluctance in his eyes. Then, can you tell me your name? Name? The old man smiled. Accept my gift, and I will tell you. I accept, Lu Yun said without hesitation. The old man smiled with satisfaction and turned away. Jun Qingshan, remember this name. Have a good rest tonight. Starting tomorrow, I will teach you some real mecha knowledge as a parting gift. Looking at the old man's receding back, Lu Yun asked in a low voice, Xiao AI, do you have any information about him? Sorry, Master. I can't connect to the internet at the moment. I can only help you more after changing to a new carrier. Xiao AI replied apologetically. Lu Yun smiled softly. It's okay. Let's take it slow. The next morning, Lu Yun got up early, picked up the axe skillfully, and prepared to start chopping wood, boiling water, and making breakfast. However, today seemed a little different. Jun Qingshan's voice came from outside the yard. No need to do these chores. Come and have dinner. Lu Yun walked to the dining table and was stunned by the scene in front of him. The table was full of sumptuous dishes, various meats, and some vegetables he couldn't name, which made him very hungry. Eat. Eat more. The training later will be very hard. You will have strength only if you are full. Jun Qingshan said casually. Lu Yun was not polite and ate heartily. He found that the food tasted very good, and after eating it, a warm current gradually appeared in his body, as if the blood in his body was boiling. He couldn't help but ask, is this food a little special? Of course. Jun Qingshan took a sip of porridge and said calmly, these are high-quality crops with optimized genes. They can quickly replenish the energy needed by the body. Since you are my student, Jun Qingshan, I naturally have to use the best. After dinner, Jun Qingshan took Lu Yun to the warehouse in the backyard. Lu Yun thought that he should teach him how to drive those Hunter No. 1 mechas. However, to his surprise, Jun Qingshan bypassed the mecha and stopped in front of 2 silver-white hibernation capsules deep in the warehouse. Lie down in. There will be instructions inside to teach you what to do. Jun Qingshan was the first to get into one of the machines. Lu Yun touched the hibernation capsule and was secretly amazed by the cool metal texture and smooth surface. He pressed it hard, but there was no mark left, which showed how strong it was. This thing is not cheap. Who is this old man? With doubts, Lu Yun also lay down and put on the helmet. His vision fell into darkness, and then a white light suddenly appeared, enveloping him as if the world was created. After a few seconds, He found himself in a pure white space with a mirror in front of him. Please customize your appearance and body shape. A mechanical prompt sounded. Lu Yun looked at himself in the mirror and found that he looked 70% similar to himself. He waved his hand casually, and the mirror image followed suit. This device is too high-end. He sighed and simply did not change his appearance and directly used the system default image. The next step was to set a nickname. Lu Yun thought for a while and then typed in Sleepy 123. After confirmation, the scene suddenly changed, and a city landscape with high-rise buildings emerged all around, as if entering another world. User Qingshan Weishang adds you as a friend. Do you agree? A prompt pops up. After Lu Yun confirmed, a tall and majestic figure appeared in front of him. The other person was about 1.9 meters tall, with solid muscles and an imposing manner. Lu Yun looked up and saw the name above his head. Qingshan Weishang. Teacher? Lu Yun asked tentatively. It's me. A deep voice came. Jun Qingshan's image was very different from his usual appearance. Lu Yun couldn't help but secretly complain. The old man's aesthetic taste is quite stuffy. Jun Qingshan continued, for better training, I got these two virtual devices. Although they can't connect to the internet, they are enough for us to use. They can simulate your real body data, and you won't get hurt, so you can fight to your heart's content. Lu Yun nodded. Jun Qingshan then announced 2 training plans. The first week is about fighting skills. I will teach you all the fighting skills. It's up to you how much you can learn. The second week is about mecha control. No matter how well you learn fighting skills, you will have to start the next stage of training. Do you understand? Jun Qingshan's eyes were sharp. Understood. Lu Yun agreed, but he was a little confused about the old man's sense of urgency. How much could he learn in just 2 weeks? However, he decided to go all out. Jun Qingshan took a step back, and a long metal stick appeared out of thin air in his hand. You are a newcomer. Attack first and get familiar with the feeling of the virtual battle network. His tone was calm and nonchalant, but his posture revealed the confidence of a master. Lu Yun was slightly stunned, then grinned. Then I won't be polite. He raised his hand and summoned a long stick and rushed towards Jun Qingshan. Although he had never formally learned martial arts, Lu Yun had watched a lot of action movies, so he imitated a set of attack moves. He concentrated all his strength, raised his long stick high, and rushed towards Jun Qingshan with the momentum of splitting mountains and splitting the earth. However, the next moment his vision suddenly went black and he returned to where he was. What's going on? Lu Yun was stunned. It's simple. You just died. Jun Qingshan's voice was full of sarcasm. He remained motionless, and the long stick in his hand didn't seem to be swung out at all. Lu Yun recalled the scene just now, and it seemed that he did see a shadow of a stick, but it was so fast that he could not react at all. I will die now. He pursed his lips in self-mockery, but his fighting spirit was burning in his heart. Come again. Lu Yun clenched his long stick and rushed forward again. This time, he wanted to see how strong the old man was. Come again. Lu Yun shouted and rushed towards Jun Qingshan again. Oh! In an instant, the light particles exploded and Lu Yun's body condensed again. He raised his hand to cover his shoulder, his face twisted in pain. Jun Qingshan's stick just now slashed directly from the left shoulder to the right waist, cutting him in half. This power made Lu Yun feel a chill in his heart. How could someone cause such damage with a round stick? Jun Qingshan stood calmly not far away, looking at Lu Yun on the ground, and said casually, if you can't bear it, turn down the pain. It's 80% now, you can try 60%. As he said this, he changed the subject and said, but that's something only weak people do. Lu Yun didn't buy it. He tried to adjust it immediately after hearing it, and then showed a relaxed smile. Hey, you can really lower it. It's much better now. Thank you, old man. Jun Qingshan choked on his words, his forehead darkened. He snorted coldly. A normal person would burn his boats and raise the number to 90% to show his determination. What do you mean by that? I'm not stupid. Lu Yun rolled his eyes, propped himself up with a stick, and stood up, grinning. Everything should be done step by step. Using drastic measures right away may work quickly, but the side effects are huge. Let's get used to it first. You kid, you're good at making excuses. Jun Qingshan clenched the stick and said coldly. Okay, then continue. Lu Yun swung his stick and rushed forward again. This time, he was much calmer than before, and his movements were somewhat methodical. Sure enough, he finally blocked Jun Qingshan's move and almost jumped up with excitement. However, his pride only lasted for a few seconds. The next moment, a stick pierced through his head. After a few seconds, Lu Yun's body condensed again. He covered his head helplessly. Old man, what level of awakener are you? How can you be so fast? I can't see it clearly. Level is not important. Jun Qingshan turned the stick and said contemptuously, I only use the same strength as you. And this is your level? Beginner? I don't believe you. Lu Yun did not hide his doubts. I'm also a beginner. I can never achieve your speed and explosive power. Hee, what good will it do me to lie to you? Jun Qingshan raised his eyebrows. Lu Yun blurted out, what else can it be good for? Just pretend to be a pig and eat the tiger, and then wait for the pretense to be slapped in the face. This is the routine of online novels. Jun Qingshan's face darkened when he heard this. The next moment, he appeared behind Lu Yun, with a metal rod piercing through his chest. Lu Yun looked down at his chest in horror, his voice trembling. How did you do that? A few seconds later, Lu Yun resurrected again. This time he rolled away alertly, staring at Jun Qingshan. The other party just held the long stick and said coldly, that was half of my strength just now. Hearing this, Lu Yun fell completely silent. He began to believe that Jun Qingshan had indeed only used the same level of strength as himself before, but Jun Qingshan's speed and strength were far beyond his understanding of awakeners of the same level. Jun Qingshan explained calmly, the essence of strength is skill, not brute force. You don't know how to exert strength right now, so it would be a waste if you use all your strength. Lu Yun seemed to be thinking about something, and asked tentatively, Xiao AI, can you record these? Of course, master, Xiao AI replied excitedly. Xiao AI will record the whole process. Lu Yun nodded and looked up at Jun Qingshan. Old man, go on. Jun Qingshan said no more and began to teach the force-generating techniques, how to control muscles, adjust movement trajectories, and maximize strength. Lu Yun listened attentively, remembering every detail. During the whole day of training, Lu Yun only left the virtual warehouse briefly to eat a meal and spent the rest of the time immersed in the ocean of knowledge. When he climbed out of the virtual warehouse again, it was already dark. Jun Qingshan walked out of another virtual warehouse and returned to his usual inconspicuous old man appearance. He patted Lu Yun on the shoulder and said, don't overtrain. That's all for today. Eat, rest, and continue tomorrow. Lu Yun nodded and pinched his brows to relieve his fatigue. At this time, Xiao AI's voice came to his ears. Master, all the content has been recorded. Well done. Lu Yun praised Xiao AI with a smile. While eating, Lu Yun suddenly said, Old man, I want to go to the city. Jun Qingshan glanced at him and asked, What are you going to do? Buy a smart computer. The intelligent brain is a federal technology device the size of a watch that can realize functions such as networking, communication, and recording. Lu Yun wanted to use it to find a more advanced carrier for Xiao AI, so that she could completely get rid of the restrictions of the obsidian bracelet. After hearing his reasons, Jun Qingshan sneered. Intelligent brain? 30 or 40,000 points for one. Do you have the money? Lu Yun was stunned and cried out in his heart, Wang Defa, so expensive. It was late at night, and Lu Yun was sitting on the bed with a pile of blue-gray banknotes spread out in front of him. The number 10 was printed on the upper right corner of each banknote. This is the common currency of the Federation points, which have a purchasing power similar to the RMB in his previous life. However, this pile of banknotes only adds up to more than 3,000 points. Although it seems a lot, it is still far from the 30,000 or 40,000 points required to buy the intelligent brain. He sighed helplessly. Xiao AI, it seems you may have to wait a little longer. It's okay, master. Xiao AI's voice was soft and warm. Even if you can never change the carrier, Xiao AI will always be with you. Lu Yun looked at the obsidian bracelet on his wrist, rubbed it gently, and felt warm in his heart. Don't worry, since I promised you, I will definitely do it. He carefully put away the points, adjusted his mood, and continued training. He could feel Jun Qingshan's sense of urgency. Although the old man didn't say much, Lu Yun understood that there must be danger approaching quietly. Instead of asking for clarification, it is better to seize the time to improve your strength and prepare for the coming storm. Xiao AI, put out the daytime training video. Got it. The obsidian bracelet heated up slightly, and a virtual projection appeared in front of Lu Yun's vision. In the picture, Jun Qingshan is explaining the force-generating techniques and how to maximize strength through muscle fine-tuning. Lu Yun studied attentively, imitating the movements in the picture and correcting his posture bit by bit. As the night deepened, Jun Qingshan walked out of the room to go to the toilet. When he passed by Lu Yun's door, he found that the light inside was still on. He raised his hand to knock on the door to remind him, but after a pause, he slowly withdrew his hand. Through the door, he heard the sound of Lu Yun's continuous training, shook his head with mixed feelings, and turned back to the house. Standing in front of the window, he looked up at the two dazzling star rings in the night sky and sighed. It's all a bad fate. He was silent for a moment, took out the special satellite phone, and installed the signal transmitter again. After the call was connected, a cold female voice came from the other end. If you want to fart again, just fart. Jun Qingshan coughed twice, with a hint of flattery in his tone. Qin, this is really troublesome. I want to ask you for a favor. Where's the courage you showed when you hung up on me last time? Qin said sarcastically. I was wrong last time. Jun Qingshan scratched his head and tried to organize his words. But I really don't have time to talk nonsense now. This is really the last time. There was silence for a moment. Then the voice softened. Tell me, what do you want to do this time? I want a book on A-level breathing techniques. Jun Qingshan lowered his voice. Did a mecha smash your fucking brain? A-level breathing method? You might as well take my life. Qin's voice suddenly became sharp, and the curses continued. Jun Qingshan reluctantly moved the phone further away. After the other party had scolded him for a full minute, he moved the phone closer and said softly, It shouldn't be that serious, right? At least for the sake of our previous friendship. At most I can give you a B-level one, and it's a non-core one. Do you want it? Qin asked, gritting her teeth. Okay, Class B can be used. Jun Qingshan hung up the phone and watched with satisfaction as a piece of encrypted data was transmitted through a special channel. After he decoded it and converted the data into electronic signals, a smug smile appeared on his face. Thanks, Qin. On the other side, in a meteorite belt 6 light years away from the star Karen, a pitch-black starship nearly a kilometer long was remaining silent. In the cockpit, a woman with long, wavy wine-red hair hung up the communicator and looked out the porthole into the deep universe. Boss, our communication frequency band has been locked by the federal fleet again. The radar operator reported loudly. These damn federal dogs are really haunting us. The woman's tone was filled with impatience, but her expression remained calm. There was silence in the cab, and everyone lowered their heads in tacit agreement. But they couldn't help but complain in their hearts. You just cursed so hard that even the neighboring galaxy could hear you. How could the Federation not chase after you? Boss, what should we do now? The deputy asked cautiously. Remove silence, target Karen, prepare for space jump. Karen planet? Why go there? To pick someone up? Qin replied indifferently. At the same time, 2 Federation battleships arrived at the asteroid belt, and the young officer on the bridge stared coldly at the radar report. The target has completed the jump and cannot be tracked. The deputy reported in a low voice. However, we have successfully analyzed the source of the signal. Where is the source? The young officer asked in a deep voice. Gallon Star Region. The officer raised a sneer on his face. Contact the Jalon Star Region Legion and coordinate on the ground. This time, we must not let Jun Qingshan escape. The atmosphere at the dinner table in the morning was a little different from usual. Lu Yun buried his head in the food and exclaimed from time to time, Oh, this chicken leg is so delicious, it melts in your mouth. He took a bite of the fish fillet and nodded repeatedly. Old man, is this shark fin or bird's nest? It's smooth and chewy. It's simply a delicacy. Picking up another piece of ribs, he exclaimed in amazement. The cooking time of these ribs is perfect, a little more fat and a little less dry wood. Old man, this is not something you made, is it? Jun Qingshan glanced at him, having already seen through Lu Yun's tricks. He snorted coldly. If you have something to say, just say it directly. Don't beat around the bush. Just eat your food. Why are you talking so much nonsense? No, I just want to express my admiration for the deliciousness of the food. Lu Yun looked innocent and continued to eat with great pleasure. Jun Qingshan's eyelids twitched, veins popped on his forehead, and he finally couldn't stand it anymore. He grabbed a chicken leg and started to chew it. Okay, are you satisfied? Lu Yun grinned. How is it? I didn't lie to you. Jun Qingshan snorted, his eyes slightly shifted, but he did not forget to add, Don't think that relying on this little favor will make me go easy on you during training. It's absolutely impossible. Lu Yun did not comment, but smiled with a relaxed look. He knew in his heart that this old man was actually soft-hearted and arrogant. Sharing food was the best way to get closer. After dinner, Lu Yun walked into the virtual warehouse again, and the familiar virtual world unfolded before his eyes. As soon as he entered the scene, Jun Qingshan threw a book to him. Don't train today, finish reading this book, Zimu Breathing Method. Lu Yin took the book and opened the cover. Xiao AI immediately explained in his mind. Master, according to the information, breathing method is a basic practice for awakeners. A good breathing method can not only improve overall strength, but also strengthen certain specific abilities. Hearing Xiao AI's interpretation, Lu Yun was very excited. He looked up and said gratefully to Jun Qingshan, "Thank you, teacher." Jun Qingshan glanced at him and said in a bad tone, "Oh, you call me teacher when there is a benefit. What about other times? Then I'll call you teacher every day from now on." Lu Yun replied with a smile. No, I'm tired of it." Jun Qingshan waved his hands impatiently. "Hurry up and watch, and then train after you learn it." Lu Yun nodded and carefully read the contents of the breathing method. Although this book was a virtual data projection, it was of great significance to him. He doesn't even need to rely on the virtual warehouse. Xiao AI has already stored the entire book content and can call it up at any time. An hour later, Jun Qingshan asked, "How was the viewing?" "I basically understand the first chapter." "Very good. Next, try to apply it in training." Lu Yin closed the book, put it back into the system storage, and started new training. On the training ground, the battle began again. Lu Yin kept trying to incorporate breathing techniques into every movement. Although he was a little unfamiliar with it, he could feel that his strength and endurance were improving at an astonishing rate. Jun Qingshan fended off Lu Yun's attacks while observing his performance. He was surprised to find that Lu Yun not only gradually mastered the essence of the breathing method, but also showed amazing combat intuition. It used to take a day to block a stick, but now Lu Yun can easily deal with it after fighting with him more than a dozen times. Moreover, his judgment of Jun Qingshan's attack rhythm became more and more accurate, forcing Jun Qingshan to change his tactics. "Boy, you are really a monster." Jun Qingshan sighed in a low voice, with a hint of relief and fanaticism in his eyes. Time flies. The training continued until late at night. Lu Yun fell down again and stood up again and again. Every time he died and resurrected, his movements were more precise and his reactions were faster. Finally, Jun Qingshan raised his hand to call a halt. "That's enough for today. Go back and rest and consolidate what you learned today." Lu Yun wiped the sweat off his head and exited the virtual warehouse. He looked at his soaked clothes and asked in surprise, "Why am I sweating so much?" Xiao AI smiled and said, "It shows that the master's training today has achieved remarkable results." Lu Yun nodded, a hint of satisfaction on his face. "Tomorrow, I will definitely be able to fight with the old man." On the other side, Jun Qingshan came out of the virtual warehouse, rubbed his red wrist, and returned to the room cursing. "This brat is getting more and more ruthless, and he doesn't take me, an old man, seriously at all. Humph, I have to use a little more strength and training next time, and I can't let this brat get too proud." He muttered to himself, but couldn't hide a smug smile on his face. In the square, from mechas stand tall, each with a different shape, smooth lines, and full of power. Especially the tallest mecha, which was 100 meters high. Just standing next to its toes, Lu Yun felt insignificant. "From today on, your mission is to repair these 4 mechas." Jun Qingshan pointed at the mecha and said leisurely, "The causes of their failures are all recorded in the core processor. Check it yourself. If you don't understand, just ask." Lu Yun stared at the huge monster in front of him with wide eyes and swallowed his saliva. "Old man, I haven't even touched a mecha before. Isn't it a bit too much to repair a mecha? What are you afraid of? This is a virtual world. I won't feel bad if it breaks down." Jun Qingshan waved his hand lazily and yawned again. "Okay, you figure it out, I'll take a nap first." After saying that, he lay down on the recliner summoned from the virtual warehouse without saying anything and closed his eyes comfortably. Lu Yun looked at him speechlessly, then sighed. "Just fix it, it's virtual anyway. If you can't do it, ask the old man." On the first day, Lu Yun tried to disassemble the outer shell of the mecha and find the entrance to the core module. After a busy day, he became slightly familiar with the structure of the mecha. The next day, Jun Qingshan couldn't bear to watch it anymore, so he personally taught him how to disassemble more complicated parts. "Look, press here, turn it clockwise 3 times, and then pull it to the left." Jun Qingshan dismantled it completely in just a few moves, leaving Lu Yun dumbfounded. He exclaimed, "Old man, you're not only a pilot, but also a top mechanic, right?" Jun Qingshan replied casually, "What do you care about me? Learn more and talk less nonsense." From the 3rd to the 6th day, Lu Yun gradually got the hang of it and repaired the first two mechas. The problems with these mechas were not complicated. Most of them were caused by loose or aging circuits in the core components. But each fault point is hidden in the core position, and it takes a lot of energy to disassemble it. Fortunately, the virtual space is not afraid of tossing, and you can start over if it is broken. Day 7, Lu Yun stood next to the tallest mecha, looking up at the mountain-like body with mixed feelings. Boy, you fix it first, I'm gonna go purge the water. Jun Qingshan yawned, then disconnected and left the virtual warehouse. In reality, Jun Qingshan walked out of the warehouse, facing the cool autumn breeze, and stretched his stiff shoulders. He walked to the back of the house alone, took care of his urgent need, and was about to return to the virtual warehouse when his footsteps suddenly stopped. He stood in front of Lu Yun's virtual warehouse, operated the control panel, and then breathed a sigh of relief. Just as I was about to turn around, I found a tall figure in a windbreaker standing at the door of the warehouse. The other person's body was even more muscular than the image Jun Qingshan created in the virtual world, like an iron tower. Jun Qingshan curled his lips. When did you come? Exactly 1 minute ago. The man in the windbreaker had no expression on his face. Doesn't that mean you saw me draining my fluids? You're capable of doing something like peeping. Aren't you afraid of getting sty? Jun Qingshan looked disgusted. The man in the windbreaker was unmoved and asked, "Is the one in the warehouse your new student?" "None of your business. You will kill him," the man in the windbreaker said coldly. Bang! Jun Qingshan's feet shook, and the ground cracked instantly. He sneered, "Let's see who hurts who?" The man in the windbreaker glanced down at the ground and said calmly, "Whether to try or not is not up to me. They do." As he spoke, he looked up and pointed to the sky. Jun Qingshan looked up, his eyes becoming gloomy. "Since when did you, the commander-in-chief of the Jialan Star region, become a dog of those nobles on the capital star?" The man in the windbreaker was unmoved and said calmly, "I am one." After a pause, he added, "You and I are both." Jun Qingshan sneered, ignored him, and walked out of the yard. "If you want to catch me, you can't do it alone." Before he finished his words, 3 huge shadows suddenly fell from the sky, covering the entire warehouse and courtyard. Jun Qingshan looked up and saw 3 huge mechas being lifted up by fighter jets. They finally fell heavily to the ground, shaking the earth. Commander-class mecha. Jun Qingshan looked at the 3 giant mechas painted in silver and black, exuding an oppressive aura, with a complex expression on his face. A self-deprecating smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. "Using 3 domination-class mechas to capture an old man like me, this is really a big deal." The man in the windbreaker looked indifferent and said calmly, "You know you can't run away." Jun Qingshan sneered. "Whether I can run away or not is not up to you." The smell of gunpowder from battle gradually spread around the silent warehouse. 3 mechas were arranged in a triangle formation. The white mechas were slender and elegant, and the cannons mounted on their backs flashed with a cold light. The black mecha is heavy and majestic, twice as wide as the white mecha, and the huge hammer behind it looks extremely terrifying. The dark brown mecha is in the middle, the engines on its fists glow dazzlingly, full of destructive power. They stood 100 meters away, all locked on a Jun Qingshan, and the broadcast voice echoed over the courtyard like thunder. "Jun Qingshan, you are a wanted criminal and a defector. Disarm immediately and follow us back to the federal court to await sentencing. If you resist arrest, you will be shot on the spot." Jun Qingshan scratched his ears, looking impatient. "Why are you yelling so loudly? I'm not deaf." However, his casual action of picking his ears did not relieve the tension of the 3 mechas. The 3 mechas instantly raised their standard ray rifles, with white light converging from the muzzles, aiming directly at Jun Qingshan. Second warning. Target Jun Qingshan, stop all actions, and wait for arrest. Jun Qingshan seemed not to hear it. He casually looked at Chen Jinxiong, who was standing behind him, and said provocatively, "Chen Jinxiong, it's only been 10 years since we last met. How come your soldiers have become so cowardly? If one soldier is cowardly, the whole army will be cowardly. With a cowardly commander like you, it is natural that your subordinates are not good people either." Chen Jinxiong did not respond, but the pilot in the white mecha was furious. "Asshole! Insulting the Legion commander. I will kill you on the spot." The white mecha raised its rifle and instantly fired out a beam of white light. However, just as the ray was about to hit Jun Qingshan, a transparent barrier appeared silently and swallowed up the ray without a trace. Deflector shield? The white mecha pilot exclaimed, and quickly put away his rifle, instead ejecting the armor blade. At the same time, the other two mechas also put away their guns, replaced them with giant hammers and heavy fists, and assumed a close combat stance. Wait! Chun Jinxiong shouted. The three mechas immediately stopped and waited for instructions. Chun Jinxiong said in a deep voice, Jun Qingshan, come back to the court with us. You still have a chance of survival. If you continue to resist, you will only die. Jun Qingshan sneered at the words. Go back? That's a dead end. You bunch of dog officials can't be trusted. Chun Jinxiong's eyes turned cold. He raised his hand and took a step back, signaling to attack. The white mecha pilot understood and raised the blade to slash at Jun Qingshan. Jun Qingshan shook his head with an exaggerated expression. How unethical. The Federation Army actually drove a mecha to bully an old man like me. As he spoke, he slammed his hands on the ground. In that case, don't blame me for bullying you young people. Thunder God, start. Bang! With a loud noise, the ground suddenly split open, and countless half-meter-wide cracks spread rapidly like a spider web. The ground beneath the three mechas was shaking violently, and they lost their balance. The drivers quickly used their weapons to support the ground and barely managed to stabilize the mechas. What's going on? Where does the vibration come from? A huge energy reaction has been detected. This is wrong. Damn, who is this old man? Exclamations were heard one after another in the communication channel. Chun Jinxiong's face suddenly changed, and he quickly retreated several hundred meters. His intuition told him that this time, things were out of control. The next second, terrifying lightning burst out from the crack and turned into electric snakes flying in the air. The sky was covered with dark clouds, strong winds blew, thunder roared, and the whole space was shrouded in a depressing atmosphere. The alarms in the three mechas rang wildly, and the driver's breathing became rapid. Chun Jinxiong looked up at the doomsday-like sky and said in a deep voice, Jun Qingshan, is this the reason you are resisting so stubbornly? Jun Qingshan sneered, standing in the lightning like a god descending to the earth. His voice was low, but carried unrivaled pressure. Today, I will let you know what it means to be an old horse in the stable. The thunder god descended upon the world. Thunderclouds rolled in the sky, and the doomsday-like scene was so overwhelming that it was hard to breathe. Chun Jinxiong frowned as he looked at the dark blue mecha, feeling a strong sense of uneasiness in his heart. The pilots of the three command-class mechas looked at the skyrocketing energy values on the dashboard in horror, sweat dripping down their cheeks. King-level mecha? How is that possible? And it's the Thunder God that has disappeared for 15 years. Wasn't this mecha scrapped by the Federation a long time ago? The energy feedback of the ancient engine is as high as 30 million energy levels. We have no chance of fighting it at all. Chaotic exclamations rang out in the communication channels of the three mechas. The levels of federal mechas are divided from low to high: industrial level, exploration level, pioneering level, command level, king level, and the top level emperor level. Although the domination class mecha is the main force on the battlefield, there is a huge difference between it and the king class, especially for mechas above the king level. Each one is unique, equipped with special technology or ancient relics, and possesses powerful capabilities that cannot be replicated. The Thunder God is the best among them. The ancient engine it carries is considered to be a miracle that cannot be replicated by current technology. Chun Jinxiong took a deep breath and said slowly, the Thunder God that disappeared for 15 years is one of the strongest king-level mechas, second only to the 12 constellations. Jun Qingshan, you hit it well enough. His tone was mixed with shock, jealousy, and a hint of murderous intent. However, with your old body, how much of its power can you exert? Chun Jinxiong calmed down and gave the order. Bai Xian, Hu Qi, and He Jiao, listen to my orders. The Ben Lei Shun is a close combat mecha with its speed. You should delay it and don't fight it head-on. The old man's body can't hold out for long. Hold him back. The three mechas immediately began to retreat, but they obviously underestimated Jun Qingshan's combat effectiveness. Delay. Jun Qingshan sneered. Killing you is enough. His voice was calm, but it revealed absolute confidence. He pulled out a 60-meter-long lightning stick from behind the Thunder God. Blue-purple lightning flowed along the stick, and the sound of wind and thunder shook the heaven and earth. Let's do it. Jun Qingshan stepped on the ground, and it shattered. His figure turned into a blue-purple lightning, and he instantly crossed 100 meters and approached the white mecha by Xian in the front. "Retreat quickly!" Driver by Xian shouted in horror, but it was too late. The lightning stick came down with amazing power and speed, carrying endless thunder. Bai Xian tried to resist. The pilot immediately deployed an energy shield and crossed his arms in front of him. However, under the bombardment of the lightning stick, the energy shield instantly shattered like paper. Boom! The earth-shaking explosion echoed between heaven and earth. A 1,000-meter-long air wave exploded parallel to the ground, and the shock wave stirred up waves of dust. The Baishian mecha was like being hit by a violent beast, and dense cracks instantly appeared on its surface. The armor was shattered into pieces by the huge impact, and countless fragments flew out, setting off the sky full of thunder and lightning, like a metal storm. Bah! With a dull sound, the Baishian mecha was knocked away by the lightning stick and crashed into the distance like a kite with a broken string. The entire body collapsed to the ground and could no longer get up. The scene was dead silent. The remaining two mechas, Tiger Tooth and Black Shark, looked at the wreckage of Bai Xian, and the pilots were filled with fear. Is this really the power that old man can control? The fighting power of Ben Lei Shun is simply beyond our ability to contend with. Continue to retreat, disperse the battle, and look for opportunities. Chun Jinxiong ordered hastily, while clenching his fists. He knew that the outcome of today's battle was unpredictable. However, Jun Qingshan sneered and swung the lightning stick. The lightning moved in the air like a snake, making crackling sounds. His voice was low and full of disdain. "Your hopes will only be crushed into powder by thunder. Come on, try to see how long you can delay it." Chapter 12, The Land Behind Us, Not Giving Up an Inch. Boom boom. Bai Xian fell to the ground and slid several hundred meters on the ground before he stopped retreating. Corps Commander Chun Jinxiong looked extremely ugly. Bai Xian is one of the only 3 command-level mechas under his command, which has helped him gain countless military exploits. It is an absolute killer in his hands. However, facing the Thunder God, he fell into disadvantage with just one move. Tiger Tooth and Black Shark engage in close combat, giving Bai Xian a chance to attack from a distance. Don't resist head-on. He won't be able to withstand this level of attack for long. Drag it out until he is exhausted. Receive. The 2 melee heavy mechas that received the order pounced on the Thunder God. Stop Ben Lei Shun from continuing to chase Bai Xian. Bai Xian got a chance to catch his breath, rolled on the ground a few times to relieve the force on his body, and then half-crouched on the ground regardless of the broken armor. "You old man, I want you to die." The pilot of Bai Xian roared with gritted teeth. The huge cannon mounted on his back was turned in front of him and placed on his knees. When the lock is opened, the 2 fit together to form a hole. Then, the foot armor opened and several huge nails were hammered into the ground. The Bai Xian suddenly turned into a fixed giant cannon. Engine energy source is fully powered. Launch countdown 3. The entire body is connected to the giant cannon as one. The surging energy gathered at the muzzle, locking onto the Thunder God, who was in battle. 2. Inside the cockpit of Ben Lei Shun, Jun Qingshan stood in the omnidirectional gyroscope, wearing a neural resonance control device. But his condition was not good now, and his face was abnormally flushed. Chun Jinxiong's guess was correct. He is too old, and his hidden injuries have not yet healed. Forcibly driving the Thunder God will not be able to unleash its full power. The pressure from the stick just now was already a bit overwhelming for him. "I'm sorry to have to let you, a big guy, follow me. I'm Rond," Jun Qingshan said in a low voice. He looked towards the warehouse behind him, and his tone became firm again. "But no matter what, please fight with me again." Buzz! A surge of pulsed energy rushed through that huge engine. Engine limit lifted 30. "Stop it, please!" Jun Qingshan roared. Ben Lei Shun stood up suddenly, spun the long stick in his hand around, and then slammed it heavily in front of him. 10,000 heavenly thunder. Sizzle. A flash of lightning suddenly broke through the gloomy sky. Countless lightning bolts burst out from the long stick, instantly forming a huge net in front of the Thunder God. At the same time, the countdown 4 by Xian also ended. A blinding light instantly flashed across the space between the 2 of them. It crashed into the power grid. The air smelled of burning. Following closely behind the energy beam, a giant hammer and a pair of iron fists attacked from the left and right at the same time. Bang! Bang! Ben Lei Shun raised his head and stared indifferently at the 2 mechas in front of him, refusing to give an inch. "So, What if I'm at the king level? Today I'm going to kill a king. A sinister laugh came from the black mecha. Then, ripples suddenly appeared on the giant hammer. It was like a huge hammer weighing 10,000 tons. With Ben Lei Shun as the center, the ground within a radius of 100 meters suddenly exploded and sank half a meter. Puff! Jun Qingshan suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Half kneeling on the ground, he could feel the anger flowing within the body of the Thunder God. That's the frustration of a tiger being bullied by a dog in plain land. However, he couldn't release this anger because he has students behind him. Chapter 13. Uneasy. Hold on a little longer, hold on a little longer. Jun Qingshan muttered while gritting his teeth. He rolled violently backwards. Ben Lei Shun immediately made synchronized movements. Dust and grass clippings covered the fuselage. Let this former god of war fall down to earth. However, Jun Qingshan no longer cares about these things. After dealing with the attacks from the three men, he immediately opened the jet port behind him. The blazing flames gave him extremely powerful kinetic energy. He wants to move the battlefield. He's trying to run. Stop him. Chun Jinxiong immediately saw Jun Qingshan's intention. The black mecha swung its giant hammer and smashed it to the ground. The shock wave tore through the earth and rushed towards the Thunder God, who had already leaped into the air. At the same time, Bai Xian in the distance opened fire again. Heavy artillery suppressed the space above his head. Ben Lei Shun had no choice but to descend again and fight again with the two oncoming mechas of the enemy. The sound of the collision was like thunder, exploding above the ruins. In virtual space, Lu Yun, who was repairing the core of the mecha, felt inexplicably irritated. He dropped his repair tools and looked down at the square. Strange, how long has the old man been gone? Why hasn't he come back yet? Master, your teacher has been gone for 17 minutes and 23 seconds. Does it take so long to drain the water? Lu Yun's uneasiness became more and more serious. Suddenly, he jumped directly off the mecha. At this height, he fell directly into a puddle, but he soon came back to life alive and kicking. Disconnect. Lu Yun left the virtual world and appeared in the virtual cabin. But when he pushed the cabin door, he found that the virtual cabin was locked. Can't open from the inside. Xiao AI. Open the virtual cabin. Yes. With Xiao AI, an intelligent life, around, the password lock of the virtual cabin could not stop Lu Yun at all. The hatch had just opened. Deafening noises came from outside the warehouse. His worries came true, and an accident really happened. Master, strong energy radiation has been detected. It is recommended that you do not approach. At this moment, Xiao AI's voice suddenly sounded, her voice full of tension. Strong energy radiation? Lu Yun frowned and looked at Hunter number 1 not far away. He immediately got into one of them and started the engine. He pushed the handle and Hunter 1 took a step forward. However, this small mecha was modified beyond all recognition by the old man and was only used for testing. When it moved, all the joints made a crunching sound. But it is an extra layer of protection after all. Lu Yun took a deep breath and controlled Hunter number 1 to move slowly. Old man, are you rubbing a nuclear bomb? Why is there radiation? Lu Yun thought Jun Qingshan was modifying the machine again. As soon as he reached the door of the warehouse, a huge figure fell on his head. Lu Yun stepped back immediately. Boom. The ground shook violently. Stir up large amounts of soil. The fallen figure rolled twice on the ground, stretched out his hands and dug them into the ground, plowing 10 grooves on the ground before finally stopping before hitting the warehouse. He tried to stand up, but only got halfway up before falling to the ground, as if he had lost his strength. Jun Qingshan, prepare to die. There was a roar in the distance. Afterwards, Lu Yun only felt the ground shaking wildly. It was as if a huge monster was running. Jun Qingshan? Lu Yun looked at the huge mecha in front of him and suddenly understood. This huge mecha is actually driven by Jun Qingshan? How much did this old man hide? A thought flashed through Lu Yun's mind. Looking at the motionless mecha in front of him, Lu Yun shouted, "Old man, wake up! The enemy is in your face." Hey, why do I seem to hear that boy's voice? In the cockpit of the Thunder God, Jun Qingshan leaned weakly on the gyroscope, not even having the strength to open his eyes. What a pity, we still failed to lure the enemy away. But after getting my body, they shouldn't make things difficult for that kid. In a daze, another shout. Old man, stand up. It's not an auditory hallucination. Jun Qingshan shuddered and weakly opened his eyes to look at the surveillance screen. Then he saw a tiny figure standing behind him, waving his hands at him. Damn, how did this kid get out? Jun Qingshan gritted his teeth, suddenly propped himself up, supported himself with his hands, and half-knelt in front of the warehouse to block the incoming attack. Boom! A terrifying shock wave exploded on the back of Thunder God. Then it extends along the body of the machine towards the earth. Bang! Hunter number 1 standing behind Ben Lei Shun was like an ant encountering a tornado. He was blown away without any resistance. Lu Yun. Chapter 14 Threats. Master, are you okay? Master, wake up! Hunter 1 lay twisted on the ground, with electric sparks flashing in the cockpit. Xiao AI called out to Lu Yun again and again. But Lu Yun did not react at all. Outside world. Jun Qingshan fell heavily to the ground, and the alloy armor on his back broke. Even the Thunder God could not withstand the attack from 3 command-class mechas. The situation of the driver Jun Qingshan was even worse. Panting like convulsions, large mouthfuls of blood kept gushing out of his mouth and nose. That's the downside of the neural resonance connection. Part of the damage sustained by the mecha will be transferred to the driver. Therefore, any mecha that requires a sense of resonance can only be driven by awakened ones. Because only the body of an awakened person can withstand the repeated impacts in constant battles. Chun Jinxiong, who had been watching from a distance, breathed a sigh of relief. Then a strong look of joy welled up in his eyes. Even a strong man like Ben Lei Shun was defeated by him. Although this is because Jun Qingshan did not exert the full power of Thunder God, so what? Who cares? In this world, the winner is the king and the loser is the villain. The answer is always written by the winner. He only knew that he would use Jun Qingshan's life in exchange for an infinitely bright future. Looking at Hunter number 1 in the distance, Chun Jinxiong's eyes flickered. Jun Qingshan's attention to that student was somewhat beyond his expectations. If we can catch him together, maybe there will be an unexpected surprise? Think of this. Chun Jinxiong immediately ran towards Lu Yun. At the same time, he shouted, Jun Qingshan, give up resistance and leave Ben Lei Shun. Otherwise I will kill you, my student. Jun Qingshan's eyes were red with anger. Mr. Chun, do you still have any shame? As the commander of the Jialan Star Army, you actually want to attack a child? Chun Jinxiong sneered. As the commander of a corps, I am nothing in front of those noble lords. Jun Qingshan, I'll give you 3 seconds to think about it. 3. Jun Qingshan gritted his teeth and tried to stand up. However, immediately, the black shark swung its huge hammer and smashed it on the back. Bai Xian also came over, aiming the rifle in his hand at the engine of Ben Lei Shun. You old bastard, if you try to move again, I'll blow your head off. Bai Xian stomped on the huge head of Ben Lei Shun again and again. It seemed as if he wanted to pay back the humiliation of the previous blow. So what about the king-level mecha? It's not like a dead dog yet. From now on, I'm also a man who has defeated the king mecha. Fanaticism filled the eyes of the 3 pilots. 2. Chun Jinxiong has come to Hunter number 1 and is looking at Ben Lei Shun coldly. Jun Qingshan was extremely angry, extremely upset. If I hadn't been tempted by the moment, I would have accepted Lu Yun as my student. If he had left earlier, he wouldn't have encountered such a disaster. I had made it through 3 years, but I couldn't hold it in at the last moment. Jun Qingshan, you are a sinner. The biggest sinner. Jun Qingshan shouted hoarsely. This matter has nothing to do with him. Let him leave, and I will come out. Tisk, boring. The 3 pilots snorted disdainfully. A smile appeared on Chun Jinxiong's lips. Sure enough, it was right to use students to control Jun Qingshan. However, at this moment, something strange happened. The suppressed Thunder God suddenly raised his head. A faint light appeared in the dim eyes, flickering continuously as if breathing. However, the movement was so small that the 3 mechas did not notice it at all. Only Chun Jinxiong felt a sense of fear in his heart when he saw the Thunder God suddenly looking up. Chapter 15 Ants. When that feeling of panic appears, Chun Jinxiong turned to the side almost without hesitation. Almost in sync with him, a beam of blue-purple electric light shot out from the eyes of the Thunder God and flew past Chun Jinxiong's body. Chun Jinxiong roared in pain, and his right arm was burned to charcoal by the electric light without being able to avoid it. The majestic body fell heavily to the ground. The 3 mechas were stunned by this scene. Not only them, Jun Qingshan was also stunned, because he had removed the neural resonance device. It is impossible for Ben Lei Shun to make any movements. However, it launched an attack autonomously. Lu Yun felt like he was dreaming. In a dream, he is a giant, conquering the starry sky. But later, he was besieged and defeated. All his glory is buried deep in the starry sky. He felt unimaginable anger and unwillingness. He wants to fight. He wants to tear apart all enemies in front of him. Buzz! Lu Yun suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were cold. The blood color is as black as ink, staining the entire pupil. Far away, the engine inside the Thunder God roared, and terrifying pulse energy burst out from its body. The three mechas controlling him were shaken away. Thunder God stood up under Jun Qingshan's incredulous gaze. He reached out and gently crushed Hunt number 1. Jun Qingshan's eyes twitched. He was afraid that Ben Lei Shun would crush Lu Yun to death if he wasn't paying attention. Fortunately, his worries did not come true. Ben Lei Shun emitted a gravitational beam from his palm, which bound Lu Yun, then lifted Lu Yun and brought him to his chest. The chest armor opens. The transition cabin caught Lu Yun and then sent him to the cockpit. Jun Qingshan was just about to go over to check on Lu Yun's condition. Then, metal pipes extended out by themselves and surrounded Lu Yun. Then, under Jun Qingshan's nervous gaze, tubes were inserted one by one into the back of Lu Yun's neck, back, arms, legs, and feet. Lu Yun was suspended in the air by the metal pipes. At the same time, a series of mechanical voices sounded. Supersensory connection is activated. Current synchronization rate is 98. Neural signal docking successful. Engine limit unlocked. Power output increased to 50. At this moment, Lu Yun felt like he had turned into a giant, standing tall on the earth. Thunder God start. Laugh. Countless covers opened up on the huge surface of the Thunder God fuselage, and the hot air pressure was released. The hot air flow turned into mist when it encountered cold air. In an instant, the entire open space was covered by white mist. What happened? Damn it, Commander, are you okay? That damn old man dares to resist. Kill him on the spot. The pilot's roars of shock and anger were heard over the communicator. Give me some time. I'm going to smash that old man's head into pieces. The driver of Bai Xian had a ferocious look on his face. Bai Xian changed its form again and turned into a giant cannon. Bai Xian, be careful. There is a high-intensity energy source heading towards you. Me? The pilot of the Bai Xian looked up in surprise. All I saw was the white fog tearing apart. A godly figure appeared in front of him, as if by teleportation, standing sideways. The right hand, wrapped in surging lightning, grasped the muzzle of the giant cannon that was accumulating energy. So fast. The pilot of the Baishuan's eyes shrank, but immediately turned fierce. Idiot! You dare to grab my cannon with your bare hands. Give it to me. Smash him to pieces. The surging light instantly filled the 13-meter-long gun barrel and hit the open giant hand. Light shot out from between the fingers. However, Ben Lei Shun seemed unaware. With eyes blazing with lightning, he stared quietly at the enemy in front of him. Ants! Lu Yun spoke indifferently. He raised his right hand and clenched it suddenly. Ben Lei Shun moved synchronously, closed his giant hands, and directly squeezed the gun barrel into a ball. Bang! The energy beam, which had nowhere to go, rebounded and went straight through the breach, piercing out from the chest of the Bai Xian and shooting out 1,000 meters. Chapter 16, Total Annihilation. The beam of light penetrates a kilometer. It was as if the world was created, splitting the white fog world into two. Bai Shuang, can you hear me? Bai Xian? Why the hell are you replying? Fuck! Communications within. Tiger Tooth and Black Shark kept roaring. However, the only response they received was deathly silence. Damn it, sir. Bai Xian has lost contact and is presumed dead. Tiger Tooth, there are only 2 of us left now. Reunite immediately. The driver of the Black Shark is a bald man. At this moment, the bald man's shiny forehead was covered with sweat. He didn't know why the Thunder God, who was vulnerable half a minute ago, suddenly burst out with such strong power. But he knew that only if he joined forces with Tiger Tooth would the 2 of them have the strength to fight. The other party is still standing there without moving. Come here quickly, the bald man urged again. However, what he didn't know was, 50 meters away from him, he kept muttering Tiger Teeth. At this moment, Ben Lei Shun was holding his head in his hand. The powerful electric current on Ben Lei Shun cut off all communication signals from Tiger Tooth. At this moment, he is just a mute who can only listen but not speak. As for the original place mentioned by Black Shark, there was only a long stick flashing with lightning standing on the ground. Then Lei Shun slowly raised his hand, lifted Tiger Tooth, and brought it to the level of his eyes. The auxiliary power on Tiger Tooth, as fist was activated, and he swung his huge fist towards Thunder God. Then Lei Shun raised his hand and easily stopped it. Then he grabbed his fist and pulled it. Tiger Tooth's right arm was torn off completely. Ah! The pilot of the Tiger Tooth roared in pain as he lost feeling in his right arm. That fleshy face was filled with fear. He frantically sent a distress signal to his teammates. However, all of them fell on deaf ears. He could only listen in vain to the battle plan sent by Black Shark. A miserable smile hung on his face. "Who are you?" But he didn't get any answer. Lu Yun directly broke his neck and crushed his cockpit. The Tiger Tooth pilot and his mecha are completely integrated into one. Tiger Tooth, do you understand? You're talking to me, damn it. After a long period of no response, the pilot of the Black Shark finally realized that something was wrong. Without thinking, he turned around and ran. Lu Yun raised his hand, and the long stick in the distance flew back into his hand. He was ready to continue the pursuit. However, just as he took a step, he stumbled and half-knelt on the ground. 2 streams of blood flowed out of his nose and covered his mouth. The sweet and fishy taste of rust fills the mouth. Then, he fainted. The neuron sync device disconnected itself. Jun Qingshan reacted quickly. He pushed himself up and rolled under Lu Yun, turning into a cushion to catch the falling Lu Yun. "Ouch, my old bones." Jun Qingshan pushed Lu Yun down with a grin. He wiped the blood off Lu Yun's chin and laid it flat. Jun Qingshan stood up with difficulty, grabbing the control device. He connected to the control system of Ben Lei Shun again. There is still one enemy left to deal with. It's not time to rest yet. "Boy, you've had enough of showing off. Let the teacher take care of your last enemy." Ben Lei Shun started again. The huge pressure came like a tsunami. Jun Qingshan's consciousness was almost crushed. Only at this moment did he understand what Lu Yun had endured in the past minute or so. Watching the fleeing enemy, Jun Qingshan took a deep breath and put his hands together in front of him. He gathered all the energy he could mobilize into his arms. This moment, the arms of Ben Lei Shun turned into guide rails for the electromagnetic gun. And that long metal stick is ammunition. I feel like my energy has accumulated to its limit. Jun Qingshan gritted his teeth and pushed the long stick forward. In a flash, the metal stick caught up with the fleeing Black Shark in an instant at a terrifying speed of 10 times the speed of sound. The defenseless back was directly penetrated by the extreme kinetic energy. It flew dozens of meters before falling heavily to the ground. Throw this blow. Witness the death of the last enemy. Jun Qingshan breathed a sigh of relief. His body could no longer hold on, and he fell to the ground. Damn it, a teacher is outdone by his own student at the most critical moment. Jun Qingshan choked on a mouthful of blood and laughed miserably. It's really embarrassing. I must be the most embarrassing teacher in history. Fortunately, my students are not. Jun Qingshan turned his head with difficulty and looked at Lu Yun with pride in his eyes. The thick fog gradually dissipated. The dark clouds that had been accumulating for a long time finally couldn't bear it anymore, and the rain poured down in torrents, cleansing the earth. I don't know how much time passed. In the darkness, Chun Jinxiong staggered to his feet from the ruins. He covered his disappeared right arm, and his originally majestic face now looked as ferocious as a beast. At this moment, he no longer looked like the commander-in-chief of the powerful Jialan Star region, more like a madman who has lost his mind. Jun Qingshan. Chun Jinxiong's eyes were bloodshot as he walked towards the Thunder God step by step. He bypassed the pierced by Xian. He passed through the tiger teeth, whose head and cockpit were crushed. He looked at the Black Shark nailed to the ground in the distance. The glory and authority that once belonged to him. At this moment, they're all like scrap metal piled up randomly on the ground. Finally, he came to the extinguished Thunder God. A twisted smile appeared on his face. Jun Qingshan, I'm the one who laughs last. I am the final winner. Ha! Bang! The head that was laughing crazily suddenly exploded into a ball of bloody mist. A thin figure appeared in the distance, the gun in his hand still steaming. The man put away his gun and quickly walked to the front of the Thunder God. Looking at the big guy, half kneeling on the ground, the man took out a strangely shaped mobile phone. Miss Chin, I'm here. However, the scene was rather tragic. Elder Jun's condition was unknown, and the Thunder God fell into a deep sleep. The 3 mechas, Tiger Tooth, White Mystery and Black Shark have been scrapped, the pilots are dead, and Chen Jinxiong was killed by my sneak attack. There was silence on the other end of the phone for a few seconds, and then Qin's voice came out. Save old man June first. We'll come right after we get rid of those 2 pieces of dogskin plasters. Clear. The man put away his phone, kicked Chen Jinxiong's body away, and climbed onto the back of Ben Lei Shun. As a mecha, it will have a device to open the cockpit from the outside. Soon, the man found the switch and opened the cockpit. Seeing the old man and the young man lying on the ground, the man's face changed and he rushed to the 2 of them. Master June, Master June. The man gently pushed June Qingshan. A few seconds passed. June Qingshan coughed suddenly and opened his eyes weakly. Don't push me anymore. If you push me again, my old bones will not be able to bear it. The man breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile, Mr. June, I'm glad you're okay. Please hold on a little longer. Miss Qin and the others will be here soon. Don't worry, you won't die. Chapter 17, Ascension Again. After a while, a small landing ship was parked outside. Wearing a tight leather jacket and looking very capable, Qin arrived with several of her men. TSK, it seems like you were quite lucky, old man June. You are still breathing like this. Qin teased. Then he asked his men to get busy. After a short rest, June Qingshan looked a little better. He glared at Qin unhappily. Don't worry, I will never walk ahead of you. Qin rolled her eyes, and her gaze fell on Lu Yun beside her. Is this the little apprentice you accepted? He's quite handsome. It would be nice to keep him on board the ship. Qin crossed her arms across her chest, creating a majestic silhouette. Don't bother me, your student. June Qingshan stood up on his knees, patted his butt, and said, I'm not going to let him go with us. Why? This kid has a secret. It's not a good idea for him to follow me. He should go his own way. Even now, when June Qingshan recalls the scene of Lu Yun driving the Thunder God, he still feels a little shocked. Where else can he go if he doesn't follow us? Are you going to leave him here alone? I have my own arrangements. 10 minutes later, the landing ship flew away with the Ben Lei Shun hanging in its ditch. The only ones left were the middle-aged man who arrived first and Lu Yun, who was still in a coma. Thinking back to what Master June had told me, the middle-aged man couldn't help but feel a headache. The next afternoon, Lu Yun woke up. Hey, you're awake. Do you want something to eat? Cheng Jun looked at Lu Yun, who had just woken up, and asked with a smile. Lu Yun looked confused. Who are you? My name is Cheng Jun, a friend of Mr. June. Master Yu? By the way, the old man is in danger. Lu Yun suddenly recalled some memories. Cheng Jun, Uncle Cheng, how is the old man? Master June is gone. Gone? Lu Yun's body trembled, and his eyes dimmed rapidly. Seeing him like this, Cheng Jun immediately realized that this guy had misunderstood. He didn't die. He just left Karen Star. Why do all of you think that Master June must die? Cheng Jun was speechless. Mr. June is fine. He just exhausted himself. But with Ms. Qin's ability, he will be full of life after half a month of rest. Don't worry. There is so much information revealed in this sentence. Who is Ms. Qin? Where did the old man go again? Besides, why did I stay here? Do you want to eat something? You've been sleeping all day. Cheng Jin asked at this time. Lu Yun's stomach cooperated very well and growled twice. Cheng Jun didn't wait for Lu Yun to answer and went straight to get some warm porridge. You eat first, and I'll tell you about the situation. When the porridge is finished, Lu Yun also roughly understood the situation. So, the old man thought I was useless and was afraid that I would hold him back, so he left me behind and ran away. Lu Yun widened his eyes in disbelief. Is the old man so heartless? After all, I have shed blood for him. At least you can wait for him to wake up and say goodbye. How old are you? Why are you still leaving without saying goodbye? Cheng Jin coughed twice and looked away guiltily. That's right. But Master Jun also said that you should practice well during this period of time. When he feels that you will not be a burden anymore, he will come to pick you up. Lu Yun had a strange look on his face, and his head felt like a mess. Cheng Jun left at the right time. If he stayed any longer, he was afraid he would not be able to hold back his laughter. After Cheng Jun left, Lu Yun immediately called out Xiao AI. Ask her to project the situation at that time. No matter how hard Jun Qingshan racked his brains, he would never have figured out that Lu Yun had a sky eye that was always monitoring him. Thus, the lie that took him 10 minutes to come up with was completely exposed. I watched the whole process. Lu Yun immediately pinched his eyebrows with a headache. Why bother? It's not like I don't understand. Why do you have to do this? And at this time, Chung Jun has also contacted Jun Qingshan. Master Jun, I told him everything you told me to do. Well, he seemed to believe it, and he felt a little disappointed. Don't worry, I will do a good job of convincing him. After talking for a while, Chung Jun hung up the phone. As soon as I turned around, I saw Lu Yun coming out. He quickly hid his phone behind his back. Why did you come out? You are very weak now. You need to rest well. Lu Yun glanced. He really wanted to tell the other person that he already knew everything and asked him to stop hiding it. But in order to save the other party's face, he chose to pretend not to see it. He nodded. It's okay. I feel better than ever before. Besides, my strength seems to have improved again. Uncle Chung, do you have a place for testing? Has your strength improved again? Chung Jun didn't care about anything else at this time and quickly said, yes, come with me. After a while, he took Lu Yun to a training room. There is a machine in the corner of the room. Go and try it. Lu Yun walked to the instrument, feeling the power surging in his body, and punched the instrument with his hand. Bah! The instrument made a beeping sound, and then a string of numbers continued to soar. Chung Jun didn't dare to blink and just stared at him. Finally, after soaring for nearly 3 seconds, the numbers stopped. 756. After confirming again and again that he was not mistaken, Chung Jun took a deep breath. 756. Lu Yun, are you cheating? Chung Jun couldn't believe it. This has reached the standard of a level 12 awakener. If you remember correctly, Master Jun seemed to have said that this kid had just awakened half a month ago. Moreover, in the 3 years before that, he had hardly practiced at all and was just an ordinary person. In other words, in half a month, he went from being an ordinary person to an awakened one, and then jumped 2 levels. What kind of monstrous talent is this? For the first time, Chung Jun felt that the world was so diverse. Lu Yun coughed lightly. Although he is indeed a wallflower. But I swear to God, this promotion has nothing to do with Xiao AI. According to Xiao AI's guess, it was probably because he was stimulated by the tremendous force when he was driving the Thunder God. It has something to do with his physique. Although he doesn't know what his physique is. Lu Yun shook his head and said, this time it was just luck. We can't look at it with common sense. Luck is also part of strength. Chung Jun sighed. Then his expression became serious, and he asked seriously, now that you have recovered, have you considered where to go next? Lu Yun glanced at Chung Jun and asked, Uncle Chung, do you have any good ideas? Ahem, I don't dare to say I have a good idea, but I do have a little suggestion. I'd like to hear more about it. If you want to improve your strength as quickly as possible, joining one of the 3 major colleges is the best choice. Silver Star College is very good, and I teach there. It will be more convenient for you to come, so you can consider it. I agree. Lu Yunshin nodded in agreement. Boy, don't be so quick to refuse. You, do you agree? Chung Jun said a few words subconsciously, but he reacted immediately and stared at Lu Yun suspiciously. Why don't you think about it carefully? He asked tentatively. He had prepared so many arguments. Why did he just agree to it? Lu Yun chuckled. No, I think Uncle Cheng's suggestion is very good. No, it's very good. It suits me perfectly. Ahem, actually it's not that good. Chapter 18 Class Assessment. Early the next morning, Chung Jun found Lu Yun. Today is the freshman placement test. I have secured a spot for you. We will set off after dinner. Good. Lu Yun was brief and to the point. After breakfast, Chung Jun hailed a floating car and took Lu Yun to Silver Star College. Star Ring City is the capital of Karen Star, accommodating nearly 30 million people and is extremely prosperous. The towering building reaches deep into the clouds. The alternating red and blue light and shadows were projected onto the buildings, obscuring the original appearance of the sky. Flying vehicles shuttled through the streets. In the middle of the city, there are 2 huge semicircles floating in the air. No matter where you are in the city, you can see the huge sign. This is the origin of the name of the Star Ring City, Karen Star Ring. In the middle of the 2 semicircles is the space elevator tower that goes directly to the planet's orbit. That is the basis of urban prosperity. The 3 major colleges are scattered under the Star Ring. Sitting in the hover car, Lu Yun took a good look at this future city for the first time, which was beyond his imagination. It's very prosperous, right? Chung Jun said with a hint of self-mockery. But even such a prosperous city is still a rural area in the eyes of the federal capital star. He smiled with emotion and patted Lu Yun's shoulder gently. So young man, work hard. You still have a long way to go in the future. Lu Yun laughed. The road is not long. How can I carry my dream? The smile on Cheng Zhen's lips suddenly froze, and he looked at Lu Yun stupidly. Was this kid like this before? He said this obviously to make him humble and motivated to move forward. Why do I feel like Lu Yun has misunderstood something? Just at this moment, there was a sudden roar in the sky. 3 transport planes roared past, and below them, there were 3 huge mechas, each about 50 or 60 meters long. What is this? Lu Yun was puzzled. It's a team from Xuanwu College. They're probably out of the city on a mission. Task. Of course, a qualified pilot cannot be trained just by giving lectures. Cheng Zhen explained casually, and then said, "This time I spent a lot of effort and overcame many objections to get you a place. Just do your best and don't try any tricks to hide your shortcomings. You have to know that resources are limited, and you can only get enough resources if you show enough talent. With your talent, it won't be too difficult to pass the test. The only thing you need to be careful of is the malicious intent from others." Cheng Zhen reminded. Lu Yun nodded without asking any more questions. As one of the 3 major colleges on Karen Star, Silver Star College must have fierce competition within it. In particular, Silver Star Academy itself also strongly encourages competition between students and teachers. So there will definitely be someone who will use this incident to cause trouble for Cheng Zhen. As for whether the trouble is big or small, it depends on Lu Yun's performance. To perform well, that means being eclectic, recruiting talented people, and having a unique vision. If the performance is poor, it is abusing power for personal gain and abusing authority. Anyway, there is an explanation. While we were chatting, we arrived at Silver Star Academy. Then I saw a silver-white mecha about 100 meters tall standing at the school gate with a long sword in hand. The words Silver Star are engraved on the sword. Un parallèle majesté. However, Lu Yun discovered that at this time, many people were standing in front of the mecha with their hands clasped together, bowing and saluting continuously. Some of them even had fruits in front of them. Uncle Cheng, what are they doing? Lu Yun had a strange look on his face, as if he had guessed something. Cheng Zhen's face turned dark, and he left with Lu Yun. Don't learn from them. If you don't work hard in normal times, you will end up using mechas in battle. It's already the year 2333, and there are still people who believe in this, and even set up the Mechanicus. It's ridiculous. A few harsh criticisms. Cheng Zhen brought Lu Yun to a spacious venue. This is where the assessment will be held. Someone in charge will be here soon. Just wait here for the assessment. After giving these instructions, Cheng Zhen turned and left. There were already quite a few people in the venue at this moment. At this time, everyone was looking at Lu Yun curiously from a distance. Who is he? I don't think I saw him during the written test. Isn't the person who brought him here a tutor at the academy? Is it possible for someone to cut in temporarily? No way, isn't this a backdoor? This written test is extremely difficult. This kid is really lucky to be able to get in without taking the written test. Lu Yun listened to the discussions, but didn't take them to heart at all. At this time, a deep voice came from the door. Quiet. A middle-aged male instructor walked into the venue with a young assistant. He first glanced at Lu Yun, then said, "The assessment will begin in 10 minutes. Now let me tell you the content and rules of the assessment. There is only one item in this assessment: resonance. There are 10 mechas of various models on site. Each of you has a chance to resonate with a mecha. The one who resonates the shortest time will get the highest score, and so on. You can start preparing now." After saying, the middle-aged mentor came to the side with his assistant. At the front of the venue, a huge curtain opened, revealing 10 mechas behind it. The tallest one is no more than 20 meters in height. This shows that they are all mechas below the exploration level. It will be much easier to resonate. Resonating with the mecha? Lu Yun was a little surprised. He thought it was an assessment of the students' fighting ability. At this moment, Lu Yun noticed that the students were behaving strangely. A fat man was squatting on the ground, not knowing what he was doing, with an uncertain expression on his face. Just when Lu Yun was curious, the fat man suddenly punched him in the eye. Lu Yun's heart skipped a beat. "I'll go. What is this doing? Why are you self-harming?" The fat man's punch was quite powerful, and he covered his eye sockets and gasped. At this time, suddenly, there were bursts of shashasha sounds behind me. Lu Yun stared dumbfoundedly at the girl behind him, whose mouth was filled with red peppers. His face is as red as a monkey's butt. "Not sisters. Can I interview you? What do you think about bringing a bunch of chili peppers to the assessment?" Lu Yun was almost bored, seemed to notice Lu Yun's gaze. The girl was stunned for a moment, looked at the peppers in her hand hesitantly, slowly stretched out her hand and handed a few to Lu Yun. Lu Yun immediately declined. It's not just these two. Others basically have similar behaviors of hurting themselves. Lu Yun stood in the middle, and for a moment he seemed a little different. 10 minutes passed quickly, and the test began. The assistant came over with a list in his hand. Those who have registered their names will enter the designated area for assessment. Pass. A young man stood up and strode to the marked area in the center of the venue. Lu Yun felt that his walking posture was a little strange. Take a closer look. Only then did they discover that there were several thumbtacks embedded in the buttocks of this young man named Guanko. Lu Yun had the expression of an old man on the subway looking at his phone. So what? Chapter 19, he deserves to die. This guy is a ruthless person. I only dared to take one, but he actually took 5. How perverted and inhumane. It's all about grades. Amid the discussions, the assessment at the checkpoint quietly began. All eyes were focused on Guanko. Guanko crouched slightly, holding his breath and concentrating. The entire venue was silent. Half a minute later, the defensive mecha on the leftmost of the 10 mechas lit up and took a step forward. The test is over. It took 32 seconds. Guanko immediately cheered, but immediately he gasped, covered his butt, and limped away. Next one. Another person stood up. This time, it took him even less time, only 30 seconds, to successfully resonate with a mecha. That's great. I'm just a little bit away from the 30-second mark. I heard that if I can break 30 seconds, I'll definitely be admitted to the special class. If he had been more ruthless, he might have really rushed in. The candidate was also very upset. Just 0 seconds left. However, sometimes missed is missed. A few minutes later, Lu Yun saw the girl who swallowed the chili pepper raw go up. 28 seconds. When the results come out, the whole place was filled with shaking sounds. This is the first person to break into the 30-second range. The girl obviously didn't expect it. She was stunned. After a long while, she couldn't help crying with excitement and kept wiping her tears with her little hands. But she seemed to have overlooked something. Doctor, come quickly, doctor, my eyes. Looking at the girl rolling on the ground, Lu Yun covered his face silently. Seeing this now, he finally understood why these people did those strange things. All of this is to increase one's mental activity in order to improve one's performance a little bit. Those who can come here are all geniuses from all over the world. The gap won't be too big. Sometimes, what determines victory or defeat may be that extremely tiny 0 seconds. Next one, Nan Liyue. The assistant called out a name again. A young man dressed in fancy clothes, with his hair tied up in clumps, walked out with one hand in his pocket. Lu Yun noticed that Nan Liyue's ears were a little pointy. It should have some alien genes. Moreover, he was one of the few people present who had no preparation at all. He's such a cocky ass. If you got first place in the written test, you could be so cocky. He not only ranked first in the written test, but I heard that his written test scores were among the best in history. I just don't know how many seconds it takes for resonance. It's very likely to break 25 seconds. It feels unlikely. After 25 seconds, it's simply not an area that humans can enter. 25 seconds is too difficult. After 30 seconds, every second of difference becomes a huge gap. But if you succeed, you will be able to rank among the top 3 colleges. Amidst the discussion, Nan Liyue is already in position. With a start sound, time passes by little. The halo of first in the written test attracted countless eyes to Nan Liyue. Even the girl whose eyes were stung by the burning sensation endured the pain and opened her eyes a little to watch. Suddenly, the 2 mechas trembled a step. The assistant's voice followed and spread throughout the venue. The test is over. Nan Liyue, 20 seconds. Wow, it's fake, 20 seconds? Not only is the time short, did you just see that he resonated with 2 mechas? Holy shit, the 3 major colleges are going crazy now. It's over. We're going to live in this guy's shadow for the rest of our lives. I seem to hear my mother scolding. 20 seconds, no chance of survival. Nan Liyue raised his hands high with a gentle smile on his face. Thank you, everyone. Don't envy me. I believe you can also achieve good results. Keep going. Also, if there are any young ladies who want to communicate with me in depth, you can add me on battle.net. The most handsome man on Karen Star. The assistant said with a dark face. Nan Liyue, return to the team after the test and don't affect others. Understood. Nan Liyue was surrounded by a group of girls. His mouth almost stretched to his ears. A young man gnashed his teeth, his face filled with grief and indignation. Damn it, he deserves to die. Brother, take it easy. Although he is surrounded by so many girls and looks very beautiful now, his kidneys will suffer at night. At this time, a faint voice came from the side. He is from Z star. The natives of this planet all have 4 kidneys. Several people were silent for a moment. After a few seconds, they said in unison, "Damn it, he deserves to die." Room on the second floor of the venue. Principal Luo Xingwen and several faculty mentors were watching the assessment below. Chungjin was also among them. Luo Xingwen, who had gained some weight and looked kind, laughed and said, "I didn't expect that Nan Liyue really gave us a big surprise." Someone nodded in agreement. After all, he is a descendant of the Nanli family. Although his family has declined now, he still came from Jialan Star. With him, we will be much more confident in competing with Xuanwu and Sangqiong Academy this time. As expected of Mr. Tulu, he has so much power that he can even bring in geniuses from the neighboring planet. The middle-aged man standing 2 meters away from Luo Xingwen smiled flatteringly, and then glanced at Chungjin casually. In contrast, I don't know how the unknown guy who came in from outside without paying attention to the rules will perform. The atmosphere in the room was somewhat subtle. Several teachers seemed to be enjoying a good show, their eyes flickering between Chungjun and the hermaphrodite. Teacher Su doesn't need to worry about this. Chungjun said calmly. "I'm not worried. I just feel it's unfair for other students." Su Wei shook his head with compassion. "We all passed the exam together to get in, but suddenly an unknown guy came and was sent in by the teacher using his power without taking the exam. Principal, this really damages the reputation of our mentors. I don't know how to face the students behind me now." Chungjin snorted. "That's enough, Mr. Su. Just say whatever you want to say. I saw everyone was looking at me." Su Wei coughed lightly and smiled faintly. "Actually, all I want is justice. Even a genius like Nan Liyue came in through normal procedures. So, as a candidate who is given privileges, he must be even better than Nan Liyue to be valued so much by Teacher Chung, right? So as long as that student can surpass Nan Liyue's result, even if the lead is only 0 seconds, I, Su Wei, will shut my mouth immediately. And if he can't do that, it only means that Teacher Chung is abusing his power for personal gain. It's probably not appropriate for such a person to continue to teach and educate people in the academy, right? Chapter 20U, just wash Lu Yun's underwear for a month. Hearing Su Wei's words, everyone's expression changed slightly. Su Wei is trying to force Chungjin to leave. It seems that he said that as long as he was 0 seconds faster than Nan Liyue, he would accept it. However, 30 seconds is a big threshold for the resonant speed, and those who can reach 30 seconds are geniuses picked from thousands. And there are only a handful of people who can make it under 25 seconds. Nan Liyue came from a declining aristocratic family, and he is a noble of Galan Star. That is the core of the entire Galan Star region. In other words, Karen is just one of dozens of life-bearing planets within the jurisdiction of the Galan Star region. So even though he was a declining noble, relying on his family inheritance, Nan Liyue had access to educational resources far beyond that of others since childhood. His ability to achieve a time of 20 seconds is entirely the result of a combination of talent and family training. Where is Lu Yun? No one present had ever heard of this name. There is no family with the surname Lu in the entire Jialan Star region. Now Su Wei directly compared him with Nan Liyue, which was really too bullying. If this requirement is followed, the number of people qualified to stay in the 3 major academies of Karen Star can probably be counted on one hand. However, there was nothing wrong with what Su Wei said. After all, Lu Yun did rely on Cheng Zhen's authority to skip the preliminary assessment and come in directly. You mean fair? That's certainly not fair. But is there anything fair in the world? If it were really fair, there wouldn't be this class division assessment today. Someone shook his head. He secretly thought that Cheng Zhen would fall into Su Wei's hands this time. Puff! In the silence, Cheng Zhen suddenly couldn't help laughing. He quickly said, "I'm sorry, I couldn't control it. Well, what Teacher Su said makes a lot of sense, and I agree with it. How about this? Let's make a bet. What are you betting on?" Su Wei was puzzled. "Let's bet on Lu Yun's results. If he is not as good as Nan Liyue, I will take him out of Yinxing immediately. But if his grades surpass Nan Liyue's, I won't make it difficult for Teacher Su. You can just wash my and Lu Yun's underwear for a month." "How?" Su Wei suddenly became angry. "Mr. Chung, what do you mean?" "It's nothing. It's just that Teacher Su is so aggressive. It shouldn't be too much for me to charge a little interest, right?" Chung Jun made an exaggerated expression. I'm at a big disadvantage in this bet. After all, if I lose, I will be kicked out of the academy, but if you lose, you will just have to wash underwear for a month. Su Wei's forehead was throbbing with anger. He would rather get out of the college. If the news got out that he was washing students' underwear, how would he have the face to continue being a tutor? However, seeing the mocking looks from the instructors around him, Su Wei swallowed his breath and smiled stiffly. Okay, then it's settled. Just in time. At this time, the assessment was nearing its end. The test is over, Rue, in 29 seconds. Yeah, a young girl jumped up excitedly. The classmates around came forward to congratulate him. It's finally over. I was lucky this time. 30 seconds put me in 20th place, right at the tail end of the special class. Don't be too happy too soon, brother. There is still someone who was temporarily arranged by the instructor and has not taken the exam yet. Someone nearby reminded the guy who took 30 seconds. The man glanced at Lu Yun and smiled confidently. So what if the instructor brought it? I can't believe my luck is so bad that I could be squeezed out by him. Lu Yun, go to the designated area and take your position. The assistant shouted. Under the gaze of everyone, Lu Yun came to his position and stood still. How many seconds do you think he can score? The instructor brought it, so it must be something. 25 seconds should be no problem. What are you thinking about? Do you know how many students from the 3 colleges combined scored within 25 seconds in last year's assessment? Only 76. Most of the so-called top talents are hovering around 27 or 28 seconds. This year's Nan Liyue is already abnormal enough. It's unlikely that there will be another one. I also think that such an achievement is simply not something a human can achieve. Nan Liyue is from Z Star. Their brain structure is different from ours, so they can resonate so quickly. Quiet, quiet, look, he's about to start. The discussion gradually died down. Everyone stared at Lu Yun closely, including the tutors on the second floor. At this moment, everyone is paying attention to the student who came in through the back door. Lu Yun closed his eyes slightly and relaxed his nerves. Others feel that stimulating themselves and increasing their mental activity can speed up resonance. But Lu Yun had experience in controlling the Thunder God. Even though it was only half a minute. But in that half minute, his thinking was absolutely rational, almost machine-like. So he felt that what was needed to achieve better resonance was not excitement. But, calm down. Lu Yun opened his eyes calmly. At the same time, he signaled his assistant to start. The assistant started the mecha power supply, and 10 mechas began to capture neural signals. The built-in timer starts counting. Click. In the dark, it seemed as if the sound of a needle ticking was echoing in everyone's ears. Then a thrilling scene occurred. Almost synchronous. When the light representing energy surged within the fuselage, the 10 mechas took a step forward at the same time without any particular order. Tread! The ground shook violently. The finger that activated the switch has not even left the switch. The timer has stopped. 0. Look at the bright red number. The assistant didn't react for a moment. I thought I pressed the wrong button because my hands were shaking. But the next second, the assistant suddenly realized what had happened. The assistant stood up suddenly and stared at the timer. He didn't even notice the scoreboard in his hand fell to the ground. Swallowed. The assistant looked at Lu Yun as if he had seen a ghost, and then slowly said, Student Lu Yun, there may be a problem with the equipment. Please wait a moment. As he said this, he was about to run out to call for help. But he didn't take many steps. A loud voice came from the second floor of the venue. The timer may have failed, but it is impossible for all 10 mechas to fail at the same time. The results are valid. Announce them now. Principal Luo Xingwen tightly grasped the handrail of the stands. The metal handrail was almost twisted into a knot by him. The students haven't realized what happened yet. Some even thought it hadn't started yet. As for the movement of the mecha, they just thought it was adjusting its position. It is the behavior of the backstage staff. He didn't realize at all that all this was caused by the figure standing in the middle of the field. After getting the principal's confirmation, the assistant nodded vigorously, his hands shaking as he gripped the scoreboard. He confirmed the dreamlike number again and again, then moistened his throat and shouted loudly. The test is over, Lu Yun, 0 seconds. Chapter 21 Fierce Competition. 0 seconds. Listen to the time announced by the assistant. Lu Yun himself was a little surprised. Xiao AI, did you do this? The first person he thought of was Xiao AI. Master, you misunderstood. Xiao AI doesn't have the ability to remotely control these 10 big machines now. It's just that Master's own talent is very powerful. Although Xiao AI is very flattering, she will never deceive him. But Lu Yun didn't expect that his talent was so strong. And at this moment, the entire venue has fallen into silence. Did I just hear something? I also had auditory hallucinations. Someone actually succeeded in resonating in 0 seconds. That's right. How is that possible? This kind of thing is simply impossible. A fat man spread his hands and laughed. Then he started crying and turned and ran away. Some people couldn't help but say that the machine was malfunctioning. But they also heard what the principal said just now. No glitches, the results are valid. But is this really possible? It takes more than 0 seconds to blink. Nan Liu stood among the flowers, looking at Lu Yun with a strange look in his eyes. The assessment is now complete. The results will be displayed on the big screen later, and the top 20 will be included in the special class. The scores of all the candidates in this assessment appeared on the big screen. Lu Yun 0 seconds undoubtedly ranked first. Looking at the time that seemed like a fairy tale, everyone looked at Lu Yun as if they were looking at a monster. A monster in every sense of the word. But the waves caused by this number go far beyond this. After receiving their results, the candidates left the venue and went to their respective classes. Lu Yun followed the crowd and prepared to go to the special class to take a look. At this time, Cheng Jin appeared and stopped him. Looking at the young man in front of him, who was highly expected by Master Jun, Cheng Jin couldn't help but feel emotional. Although it has long been known that since Lu Yun is valued so highly by Master Jun, his talent must be good. But when that result really appeared, not to mention him, even Master Jun would be shocked. Lu Yun, there is good news. Do you want to hear it? Cheng Jun asked with a smile. What good news? From now on, for the next month, your underwear will be washed by someone special. What? Lu Yun thought he had heard wrongly. Is this considered good news? Silver Star Academy has this kind of service? Lu Yun looked puzzled. He felt that he had to reevaluate Silver Star Academy. What are you thinking? The Academy won't care about these things for students. Of course, there is someone else who will wash the underwear. Cheng Jun turned his head and saw Su Wei hiding at the door, reluctant to come out. He immediately said in a loud voice, Teacher Su, don't forget our bet. It's 1 month. I will have someone bring my and Lu Yun's underwear to you on time every day. Teacher Su, please don't be lazy. The students around looked at him sideways. Smell the scent of melon. Su Wei's face darkened instantly. He didn't hide anymore, walked out, pointed at Cheng Jun, trembling and unable to speak. Finally, he snorted angrily and walked away. 1 month, not even an hour less. Cheng Jun added. Su Wei staggered and visibly increased his speed. Finally, he just ran. Cheng Jun laughed out loud, feeling extremely relieved. Lu Yun poked him in the waist and said, Uncle Cheng, did you make a bet with this teacher? It's not that I wanted to gamble, but he insisted on coming up, so I had no choice but to take it. Fortunately, you're doing well, haha. No, I mean, didn't you guys bet on anything else? Like some point or something? Lu Yun rubbed his fingers. He is now worried about how to earn money to buy an intelligent computer. Cheng Jun's smile gradually faded, and he patted Lu Yun's shoulder earnestly. Lu Yun, you can't gamble. Lu Yun came to the special classroom. All 20 people from this session have arrived. Lu Yun met Nan Liu and also saw the girl who swallowed the chili pepper. Seeing Lu Yun looking at her, the girl tilted her head and smiled sweetly. It's those eyes that can't be opened that somewhat destroy the beauty. He nodded slightly and greeted her. Lu Yun found a seat and sat down. About 10 minutes passed. A female teacher walked in, wearing a black training suit and her hair tied in a high ponytail. His face was stern and heroic. Hello, students. From today on, I will be your class instructor, Xiang Xiao. Xiang Xiao wrote his name on the light screen with a photosensitive pen. Every stroke is as vigorous and powerful as an iron hook or silver stroke. Turn around. Xiang Xiao's cold eyes swept across the 20 people and finally lingered on Lu Yun for a few more seconds. Xiang Xiao looked at the whole class and said, First of all, congratulations to you for passing the assessment and being successfully included in the special class. Students in the special class enjoy 4th class treatment from the moment they enter the hospital. Lu Yun noticed that several classmates were visibly excited. Obviously, this treatment is very generous. Xiang Xiao continued. However, every month, the treatment level will be adjusted once, and students with lower treatment can challenge higher treatment. Once you lose, your qualifications will be replaced. So, don't think you can relax just because you've entered the special class. What awaits you is the targeting of the 5th class students in the entire academy. Xiang Xiao raised his lips in a meaningful arc. There are 5,381 5th-level students in Silver Star Academy. Suddenly, someone raised his hand and asked, "Teacher Xiang, I remember there weren't so many candidates this year. Who told you that only students from this class can challenge?" Doesn't that mean we should not only be on guard against our peers, but also be careful of old students? Yes. Xiang Xiao affirmed it, and then said, "But don't worry too much. As freshmen, you have half a year of exemption. Within half a year, you can reject any challenge from senior students at will. But if you still refuse to challenge after the 6-month period, it will be regarded as automatic surrender." Some people couldn't help but frown. Half a year may seem like a long time, but considering the slow progress of cultivation, it is really not long. Lu Yun finally understood why Silver Star College was considered the most competitive college. This kind of educational method, which is like raising insects, encourages everyone to fight. If you don't want to be stepped on, you must train hard. Otherwise, you will be stepped on and replaced at any time. It is easy to go from frugality to extravagance, but it is difficult to go from extravagance to frugality. After enjoying higher-level resources, who would be willing to go down and eat bran and wild vegetables? However, this would be a disadvantage for the freshmen. Lu Yun thought about it carefully and denied his idea. Being a student in the special class means that one has a higher level of talent than other geniuses, plus more resource benefits. If you can't catch up with the senior students in half a year, you will still be the senior students who have stayed for a year and are still 5th class students. Then don't waste so many resources. Because in this competitive model, there will always be better people emerging. But there are only so many people who can enjoy high treatment. For the college, it doesn't matter who uses it, nor will it be wasted. However, it is quite cruel for the students. Lu Yun sighed. It seems that life in the academy will not be too boring. Chapter 22. Intelligent Brain, Xiao AI Upgrades. The official class date is tomorrow. Now, I'll take you to the dormitory. On the way, Xiang Xiao added. Dormitories are also an important part of the resources. Dormitories of different levels have very different facilities. If your level drops, the dormitory will be occupied by others. On Silver Star, only the strong are qualified to enjoy everything. After saying, they have arrived at the dormitory area. The dormitory for students in the special class is a small single apartment with 2 floors, an open space in the middle, and a very transparent layout. The living facilities are very complete, and the decoration is luxurious, so you can move in right away. Lu Yun even saw leisure facilities such as sauna rooms and screening rooms. It's more than 100 times better than the one he lived with the old man. Lu Yun couldn't help but sigh at the academy's sinister intentions. It is obvious that they want to corrupt students with these sugar-coated bullets. If anyone can't resist the temptation and relaxes, it will be too late to cry. Xiang Xiao left. Lu Yun toured his new home and prepared to go to the logistics department. All expenses within the college are paid with credits. Credits are hard-earned and can only be obtained by completing the assignments and tasks assigned by the college. According to Xiang Xiao, as students in the special class, they will be rewarded with 500 credits. He was going to see what he could buy. It is also good for making arrangements for your own cultivation plan. When he arrived at the logistics department, Lu Yun found it unexpectedly large. It is no exaggeration to call it a shopping mall. All kinds of things can be bought, and the merchandise range is extremely complete. The flow of people is not low either. Lu Yun walked around, and his eyes lit up when he discovered the intelligent brain sales area. And the price is not expensive. The cheapest is only a little over 100 credits. He had been thinking about it for a long time, wondering how to make money to buy an intelligent computer. I didn't expect it to be so easy. Lu Yun directly took a medium-priced one for 230 credits. There is no checkout window. Just as Lu Yun put the intelligent computer on it, he heard a scream from behind him. Wow, classmate Lu Yun? Are you crazy? Why did you buy this? Lu Yun turned his head and saw that it was the little girl who ate raw peppers. Lu Yun remembered that her name seemed to be Guan Xin. Is there any problem? Lu Yun was puzzled. Of course, it's a big problem. Guan Xin puffed up her cheeks, took the smart computer back distressfully, and said earnestly, Student Lu Yun, these 500 credits are an important resource for us to get ahead of others. You should use them to buy some training resources. For example, the Tranquility Potion, which can speed up our practice of breathing techniques, only costs 5 credits per bottle. There are also Spirit Leaves. These can help us clear our minds and improve our memory. 1 leaf only costs 3 credits. It's a complete waste for you to buy this intelligent computer. Lu Yun smiled and didn't explain further. After all, the other party was just giving a kind reminder. However, the importance of the intelligent brain to him far exceeds those cultivation resources. This is for Xiao AI. As for credits, you can earn them again if you lose them. Seeing that Lu Yun was not moved, Guan Xian couldn't help but sigh. I have warned you, don't regret it later. Lu Yun put the intelligent computer back on the unmanned checkout counter. After a few seconds, the price comes out. He entered his identity information, and the system automatically completed the settlement. However, after the settlement was completed, Lu Yun was stunned when he looked at his account balance. 4,770 points. After confirming again and again, he was indeed not mistaken. Student Guan, how many credits did the college award us? Lu Yun asked without turning his head. 500 what? Do you feel bad now? It's still not too late to put it back now. If you buy it, you can't return it without any faults. Guan Xian's voice came from behind. The little girl leaned her body, poked her head out from the side, and looked at Lu Yun with satisfaction. Then, she saw Lu Yun's information on the display screen. Credit balance, 4770. The smile on the girl's face froze instantly. 4770? Guan Xian counted carefully and cautiously. That's right for digits. Her mouth gradually opened into shape, as if an egg was stuffed in it. She looked at Lu Yun, then at the screen, as if she had seen a ghost. Lu Yun, why are your credits? Seeing all the eyes coming at him, Lu Yun quickly settled the matter, took his things, and left. Behind, Guan Xian stood in front of the cashier counter, still doubting her life. It was not until someone urged her that she hurriedly settled her things, and then ran out to find Lu Yun. However, there was no sign of Lu Yun. Back to the dormitory. Lu Yun closed the door. He was also very surprised why he had 5,000 credits, 10 times more than others. Could this be the reward for first place? Suppressing the doubts in his heart, Lu Yun thought of the important matter and took out his intelligent brain. Xiao AI, I bought the smart brain. What should I do with the rest? Thank you, master. You are so kind, Wu. Just put the bracelet and the intelligent brain together, and then Xiao AI will transfer her consciousness on her own. After this, master, you will be able to see a brand new Xiao AI. Master, see you in 10 minutes. The sound in my ears disappeared. Then, the surface of the obsidian bracelet emitted a crack-like light. In the light, the obsidian began to melt and then merged into the intelligent computer through the gaps. Until finally, only a string was left. All the obsidian above has disappeared. Lu Yun kept the rope, then put on the smart computer and waited quietly for Xiao AI's upgrade to be completed. 10 minutes later, the intelligent brain started up on its own, emitting a blue light. Then, a curtain of light was projected. Host: Lu Yun, human. Age: 18 years old. Gene sequence development progress: 12. Condition: very healthy. Lu Yun looked at the change in surprise. He called softly, Xiao AI. The intelligent computer screen lit up, and then a familiar voice appeared. It's me, master. How are you? Lu Yun asked. At present, Xiao AI has completed 80% of her self-awareness upgrade. She has also successfully entered the Federation's interstellar network. From now on, Xiao AI will use the computing power of the Federation network to continuously upgrade and improve itself. As her self-awareness grows, Xiao AI's abilities will become stronger and stronger. From now on, Xiao AI can enter the physical body and help the master conquer the starry sea. To the end, a stick emoji appears on the screen. Lu Yun didn't fully understand what Xiao AI meant. However, looking at that row of emoticons, he truly felt that Xiao AI had indeed been upgraded. If nothing else, at least the emoticons are really smooth to use. Chapter 23, Playing Hay Games with the Beautiful Teacher. Then, Lu Yun briefly tried out Xiao AI's upgraded abilities. He directly asked Xiao AI to list all the goods needed for the college's logistics. Sort by price in ascending order. In addition, the focus is on marking out the resources that are suitable for his current auxiliary cultivation. Flipping the light screen in front of me, all the information is clearly and thoroughly listed on it. For example, the tranquilizer mentioned by classmate Guan Xian costs 5 credits per bottle. The effect is that it can help calm the mind and improve the efficiency of practicing breathing techniques. There is another kind of grass called Anshenko, which costs 10 credits per plant. Its effect is similar to that of the tranquilizer, but its effect is 5 times stronger. The price is twice as high, but the effect is only 5 times stronger. If someone who is not aware of this goes there, he will definitely have to suffer a few setbacks before he can react. And now, Xiao AI has sorted everything out. He took a fancy to 10 tranquilizers and some drugs that stimulated the development of gene sequences. A total of 130 credits were spent. If it were anyone else, 1/3 would have been gone. No wonder people say credits are precious. This is too much to spend. This is because students in the special class are awarded 500 credits upon admission. Other students do not have this benefit at all. If they want to buy it, they can only work hard to earn credits from scratch. The focus in the early stages cannot be placed on cultivation. Invisibly, the gap between them and the students in the special class widened quietly. But this has nothing to do with Lu Yun, because he has a full 5,000 credits. A full 5,000. Xiao AI, please make a note of the things I just picked out and remind me next time we go to the store. Clear. Lu Yun packed up and prepared to practice. At this time, Xiao AI reminded that Chengjin called. Lu Yun answered the call. Lu Yun, you are a student in the special class. The college should have awarded you 500 credits, right? Remember, don't waste these 500 credits. They are an important resource for you to widen the gap with others in the early stages. I will make a list of items for you later. Prioritize purchasing the items on the list. Lu Yun felt a little warm in his heart. Uncle Cheng is so thoughtful. He couldn't let Uncle Cheng worry so much, so he said, Uncle Cheng, the college gave me 5,000 credits. 5,000 is not even possible. How much? 5,000? Cheng Zhen's voice suddenly rose 10 octaves. There was silence on the other end of the line. Half a minute later, beep, beep. Master, Cheng Zhen hung up the phone. I know. Later, Cheng Zhen called again, and Lu Yun could clearly feel that Uncle Cheng's tone had changed. Deep, melancholy, and weathered. Even though you have 5,000, you can't spend it carelessly. Also, don't spread the news to prevent people from getting jealous. Don't worry, Uncle Cheng, I understand. He did not tell Cheng Zhen that someone else already knew about the large amount of credits. To him, these are all small matters. As for Cheng Zhen's worry about someone being jealous, Lu Yun was not worried. If you are not envied by others, you are a mediocre person. However, he would not deliberately publicize this matter. The next day, Lu Yun's first class at Silver Star Academy officially began. Arrived at the classroom, Guan Xin immediately appeared in front of him, looking at Lu Yun with sparkling eyes. Student Lu Yun, good morning, classmate Guan. Lu Yun greeted him and sat down at his seat. Guan Xin also followed. Seeing this, Lu Yun understood. What's the matter, classmate Guan? Guan Xin blushed and felt shy. She whispered, It's nothing, I just want to ask classmate Lu, you have so many credits, can you sell some to me? You want to buy credits? I remember that the academy prohibits such transactions. If discovered, there will be a heavy fine. Don't worry, I won't reveal a single word. Guan sin so solemni. Besides, I won't let you suffer any loss. The exchange rate between credits and points is about 1. Taking into account that some cultivation materials are cheaper than outside, so calculated at 300, I will add another 200. I bought Mr. Lu's for 1 point. Can I? Guan Xin held her chin with both hands and looked at Lu Yun pitifully. Guan Xion's face is a little chubby, white and tender, and coupled with her bright eyes, she is extremely lethal. Lu Yun shook his head. Sorry, no sales. Guan Xion was stunned and said quickly, You are not satisfied with the price. I can add more. However, Lu Yun was determined. Seeing that Lu Yun refused to give in, Guan Xin sighed and reluctantly returned to her seat. Lu Yun was not surprised at all. Now that he has the intelligent brain, points are no longer a necessity for him. So even if the exchange rate was shocking, he was not interested in exchanging it and risking being discovered. Not long after, Xiang Xiao came over with his long legs. Today she wore a black tight outfit, revealing her beautiful figure. Coupled with her cold and beautiful face, many innocent boys in the class blushed and looked away. But I would steal a glance from time to time. Lu Yun was very disdainful of such sneaky behavior. He watched it openly. He looked at teacher Xiang carefully from bottom to top. There must be a purpose for suddenly changing into this outfit. Before class, I'm going to play a game with you all. Xiang Xiao raised a faint smile. The name of the game is Guess Whether I Will Hit You or Not. Is there anyone who wants to be the first to come up and play? When the students heard the name of the game, they looked at each other in confusion. But immediately, several little boys bravely raised their hands. So, what if the name is wrong? Being beaten by a beautiful teacher is also a kind of happiness. This kind of game is the most exciting. Xiang Xiao chose one. The rules of the game are simple. Next, I will make a move, and you need to guess whether I will attack you and take precautions in advance. You have 3 chances. If you guess correctly once, you will be awarded 5 credits. If you guess correctly 3 times in a row, you will be awarded an additional 10 credits. And if you guess wrong 3 times in a row, there will be a penalty. Do you understand? Xiang Xiao asked. The little boy nodded repeatedly. After all, he is a genius who can enter the special class. He quickly got into the state, took up his stance, and was on guard at all times. I forgot to ask, what is your strength? Xiang Xiao suddenly asked. Level 8 warrior. I will use the strength of a level 8 warrior. Be prepared. Xiang Xiao curled his red lips and raised his right hand. The little boy was startled and immediately put his arms together in front of him. I have to say, the response was quick. The defensive posture is also very standard. However, Xiang Xiao just raised his hand and hooked his drooping hair. Guess wrong once? The others laughed. The boy blushed and said unconvincedly, come again. Xiang Xiao raised his hand again. This time the boy obviously waited for half a second deliberately. I want to leave more time for judgment. However, in just half a second, the raised hand had already reached in front of him and pressed on his forehead. The little boy immediately took several steps back and managed to steady himself. Wrong guess again. You have one last chance. Xiang Xiao withdrew his hand and smiled faintly. If you guess correctly, you'll be rewarded with 5 credits. If you guess wrong, you'll be punished. Chapter 24, No Solution. Lu Yin shook his head slightly. This person's mind is already confused, and the last time will definitely be wrong. As expected, the third time he still guessed wrong and stood there in frustration. Teacher, what is the punishment? Someone below asked with a gloating look. Xiang Xiao smiled faintly. It's very simple. Hang on for a while. Hang for a moment? Before the man could react, Xiang Xiao had already grabbed him by the collar and hung him on the door frame. Puff! Looking at the classmates hanging on the door frame, swaying back and forth. The others couldn't hold back any longer and burst into laughter, slapping their hands on the table. Too bad, this is the punishment. Ha 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 ha, this is so funny. Luckily I wasn't chosen, otherwise I would be the one who died. There are people passing by outside. This is so embarrassing. The boy blushed and a heat came out of his head. He gave up struggling, covered his face, and hung straight on the door frame like a drowned salted fish. It's funny no matter how you look at it. Lu Yin suddenly realized. He had long been curious about what the hook on the door frame was used for. Now I understand, it was to hang someone. Xiang Xiao looked at the others. Anyone else wants to try? This time, everyone shrank their heads like quails. Although the reward credits are very tempting, it is still very embarrassing to hang up the credits. It's simply social death. Nanli Yue, I heard you were the second in this class. Would you like to give it a try? Xiang Xiao looked towards Nanli Yue. Nanli Yue's handsome face suddenly froze. He immediately put his head on the table and pointed to the side. Teacher, I am just the worthless second, and that person is the first. The person he was referring to was Lu Yun. A moment. The whole class looked at Lu Yun. Yes, teacher. Lu Yun is the first, and his result is too terrifying. It would be a shame not to let him go up and try. Yes, yes, yes. Lu Yun, Lu Yun. After a while, the shouts, which were originally a little chaotic, became neat and harmonious. The corners of Lu Yun's mouth twitched slightly. These are a bunch of idiots. Then come up and give it a try, Mr. Lu Yun. Things have come to this point. Lu Yun had no choice but to take action. He stopped 1 meter in front of Xiang Xiao, and a faint fragrance wafted towards him. Cool and pure like a lotus. Student Lu Yun seems very confident. Xiang Xiao looked at Lu Yun expectantly. Nowadays, a legend of 0-second resonance has spread throughout the academy, and the young man in front of him is the real person in the legend. Lu Yun smiled faintly. Of course he is confident. After all, it wasn't in vain that I practiced with the old man. Later, he was able to block several attacks from the old man. So was he afraid that he wouldn't be able to block this mentor's attacks? What is the strength of classmate Lu Yun? Level 12. Have you awakened? Xiang Xiao looked at Lu Yun in surprise, and then nodded as a matter of course. With such a strong talent for resonance, his talent for cultivation can't be too bad. This is how God works. When he opens a door for you, he will also open a window for you, and even a skylight. Others couldn't help but exclaim, "What a pervert! I'm only level 9, and I'm still a long way from awakening." No comparison, no comparison. I'm afraid even some old students are not as good as him. Xiang Zhao's red lips curled and he smiled. No wonder you are so confident. Get ready. I'm starting. Xiang Xiao paused for a moment and raised his hand. Lu Yun watched quietly without reacting. Block it, she's going to attack. There was a whisper from the audience. Lu Yun turned a blind eye. Xiang Zhao's smile became even more intense. He adjusted his hair and withdrew his hand. No way, no attack? Teacher, are you laying me down? That move just now was clearly the opening move of a chopping palm strike. Someone shouted. Xiang Xiao glanced at the classmate and didn't say anything. Lu Yun said, whether or not to attack cannot be determined by the initial movements. The last person who made this judgment is already hanging there. Lu Yun stuck out his lips at the guy in the door frame. Xiang Xiao asked with interest. Then what do you rely on to make this judgment? Leg. Lu Yun looked at Xiang Zhao's calves. To be exact, it's the teacher's legs and feet. The girls below blushed and cursed. Pervert. Lu Yun looked calm as he carefully looked at Xiang Zhao's round and straight legs. So straight. He said, power comes from the ground. Whenever you attack, you must mobilize the power of your body. Therefore, a real attack will inevitably have subtle changes in your legs and feet. Seizing this slight change will give us the opportunity to attack. I think this is why the teacher put on this tight suit, just to let us observe and judge. Xiang Xiao glanced at his clothes and asked, aren't you afraid that I won't rely on my legs and feet to attack with just my arms? No. Why? Because Mr. Xiang is an expert. The way an expert exerts force is deeply ingrained in his bones. How can he change unconsciously? Xiang Zhao's heart was slightly shaken, because, just as Lu Yun said, she had never paid attention to this little problem. The people in the audience were even more surprised. Some people fell into deep thought. Some scratched their heads and stared at Xiang Zhao's legs. Not easy. Xiang Xiao praised and said, let's continue. This time, Xiang Xiaojing took action. Lu Yun had already made a block. Then, Xiang Xiao slapped Lu Yun on the arm. Guessed it right again. Everyone was shocked. Just now I stared at the teacher's legs on purpose. Nothing changed? That's right. How did he make that judgment this time? Xiang Xiao was also surprised. This time, I deliberately only used the strength of my arms. How did you guess it? Lu Yun smiled. It's really a guess this time. I just told the teacher about the changes in your subconscious behavior, so I guess you will deliberately avoid this time. Lu Yun spread his hands. Obviously, I guessed right. Interesting. I didn't expect Cheng Zhen to give me such a big surprise this time. Xiang Xiao couldn't help but say. Then she added, but there is still a third chance. Guess what I will do this time? Lu Yun's brows twitched slightly. The people in the audience also looked like they were enjoying the show. The first time is an experience. The second time is psychological prediction. Xiang Xiao already knew about both situations, and he would definitely pay special attention to the third time. What should Lu Yun do? Xiang Xiao raised his hand again. Lu Yun did not move his troops. But no one noticed that the camera in the corner of the classroom was flickering slightly. Capture all of Xiang Zhao's movements. Master, based on the analysis of micro-movements, the probability of the opponent's feint attack this time is 88. Wait, her fingertips are deviating. This is a change of direction attack, attacking your left arm. The words fell. Lu Yun raised his hand almost instantly and moved it downwards. It just happened to collide with Xiang Zhao's hand that was coming up diagonally. There is a pop sound. Xiang Xiao was stunned. Can this be blocked? This time she deliberately controlled her body strength. Even her upper body was tense. Just rely on the strength of raising your arms and attack. But he was still stopped. Lu Yun said calmly, Teacher, I won. This? Xiang Xiao looked at his hands suspiciously. This tried and tested method actually met its match? But how did you guess the third time? Can someone really react that fast? Xiang Xiao couldn't understand it no matter how hard he tried. How could she know that she was not facing Lu Yun alone? Behind Lu Yun, there is an intelligent being with powerful analytical and processing capabilities. No matter how fast the human brain reacts, it can never be faster than electronic life. Especially since this electronic life has been upgraded and can even use emoticons proficiently. Even if a hair on her hand moves, Xiao AI can capture it instantly and make a judgment within 100,000th of a second. Chapter 25 Xiao AI has become a bad person. Amid the awe of the crowd, especially Brother Minquang's worshipful gaze, Lu Yun calmly returned to his seat. Xiang Xiao said seriously. Thank you, classmate Lu Yun, for giving us a unique practical course. What Lu Yun said is exactly what I want to teach you today. That is judgment, judgment of timing, judgment of the enemy's intentions. When you can accurately predict the enemy's psychology and actions, you can anticipate the enemy's moves and achieve victory by surprise. And the most basic point in order to develop this ability is that you need to have sufficient knowledge of some common sense. When you engage in mecha combat, you need to have some basic knowledge about mechas. A large screen opened up behind Xiang Xiao, and pictures of mechas appeared on it. These are relatively common models. Everyone's attention was immediately drawn. Since the Federation's development, there have been countless types of mechas, including the Hunter, Explorer, Wanderer, Tiger, and so on. But despite the many styles, they never stray away from four core parameters: melee, range, defense, mobility. Each parameter has 6 levels, from the highest level to the lowest level. This corresponds to the levels of various mechas in the Federation today. If any two parameters reach the same level, it means that the mecha is at that level. The most common standard mecha in the Federation is the Hunter one. Its mobility and close combat capabilities have all reached the first level, so this mecha has reached the exploration level. So, when engaging in a mecha battle, you need to understand the opponent's strengths, avoid their strengths, and attack their weaknesses. At this time, someone asked, "Teacher, is there no mecha with all 4 parameters of the same level?" Xiang Xiao looked at the classmate and said, "It may be available among the people, but it will not appear on the market. If all 4 items are balanced, it means that all 4 items are weak. Mechas are not humans. They have top-notch defense and extreme speed. The resources used to build a mecha like this are enough to build 2 or even more mechas with their own strengths." Everyone nodded thoughtfully. At this time, another person raised his hand. "Teacher, I also have a question. If mechas are divided into 4 parameters, what about pilots? Do they also have corresponding specialties? If a mecha with matching specialties is piloted, can the mecha's strength be further improved?" Good question. Xiang Xiao couldn't help but smile and said, "This has to mention the mecha's advanced operating system, neural resonance connection. As we all know, the reason why pilots need to train themselves is to withstand the tremendous pressure brought about by resonating with the mecha. And through numerous experiments, it has been proven that when a pilot has a certain specialty, such as physical fitness, he or she will be more suitable for driving a defensive mecha and will have a better tolerance for stress. If a power-type pilot is in a melee-type mecha, he is 5 times stronger than other pilots. But this data is not absolute, and we must not underestimate other pilots because of it. But since we're talking about this, I'll also leave you with an assignment. After this class, please discover your own expertise, which will be used in the afternoon class." Xiang Xiao continued his lecture. Lu Yun's mind moved, and he asked in a low voice, "Xiao AI, what is my specialty?" "Master, your specialties are agility and strength." Lu Yun rubbed his chin. "It's agility and strength? I thought it would be intelligence and physique. After all, he could even operate a mecha as powerful as the Thunder God for half a minute. This endurance is simply off the charts. Don't be a whiny freak." "Hee master. Although your intelligence and physique are both outstanding, the other 2 are more powerful in comparison. You just haven't noticed it yet." "Really? Then it seems I'm pretty good." "Of course, the master is the best pilot in the universe." Ahem, that's a bit exaggerated. Even though Lu Yun was thick-skinned, he felt that the licking was a bit too much. By the way, who is the creator of Xiao AI, and why did he come up with such a dog-licking attribute? Or is Xiao AI self-taught? Since connecting to the internet, this intelligent life has indeed become different. It won't have learned bad things, right? Lu Yun fell into deep thought. 2 hours later, the morning class was over. Guan Xin immediately trotted over and said, "Student Lu Yun, do you want to go have lunch together?" Several men around immediately looked at him in surprise. "It's only been half a day since school started, and you've already picked up a girl?" Only Lu Yun knew that Guan Xin was not after his beauty, but his wallet. He couldn't help but say, "Student Guan Xin, I can't possibly trade credits. Just give up on this idea." Guan Xin pouted. "Student Lu Yun, am I not good-looking?" Lu Yun looked at the other person strangely. "Yeah, pretty cute." "Nice. Then why do you always refuse an invitation from a beautiful woman? And I didn't say I wanted to trade credits with you. I just wanted to treat you to a meal and make friends. After all, we will live together for 3 years in the future." Classmate Guan Xin, "Do you think I'm handsome?" Suddenly, Lu Yun asked back. Guan Xin was stunned for a moment, then nodded in confusion. Handsome. Lu Yun's appearance is indeed outstanding in the class. Even Nan Liyue, who has the blessing of an alien star, is inferior to him. What's more, he is extremely talented. It just adds points. Then why do you think that as a handsome guy, I would just agree to someone's dinner invitation? Ah! Guan Xin was stunned. Her head was steaming, but she still couldn't understand what was going on. Lu Yun ignored her and got up and left. Strange man. A girl came up from behind Guan Xin, put her head on Guan Xion's shoulder, and stared at Lu Yun's back. Xiao Xian, you can't use those old-fashioned methods to deal with such a strange man. You have to be innovative and make breakthroughs. What nonsense are you talking about? I don't have that idea. Guan Xian defended with a blushing face. It's okay. I understand. He patted the shoulder of the girl he had just met with deep approval, and the girl slowly left. One side of the classroom. Nan Liyue lay on the table with his arms under his head, staring blankly ahead. But if you look closely, you will find that his two pointed ears are moving. Eyes focused. Nan Liyue's eyes lingered on the backs of Guan Xian and Lu Yun for a while, and a lewd smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Trading credits? Interesting. Nan Liyue, would you like to have lunch together? A sound like a mosquito came from the side. Nan Liyue turned his head and looked at the petite figure standing next to him. His eyes lit up, and his smile immediately became elegant and intellectual. How dare I refuse a beautiful woman's invitation? Chapter 26. Nan Liyu's shock. Canteen. Lu Yun found an empty table and sat down with his lunch. The food in the college is very cheap, almost like giving it away for free. You can buy some of the set meals for just 3 credits, which are quite filling. If you're willing to pay extra, you can also get food cooked with some rare ingredients, which are said to be good for your health. But Lu Yun hasn't tried it yet. I just took a little more meat that I had never seen before. The only way to get credits now is to answer the teacher's questions, and the number is pitifully small. He's not too extravagant. Lu Yun, how did you feel about this morning's class? Cheng Zhen sat opposite Lu Yun with a simple meal. Very good. Teacher Xiang explained it in great detail. Teacher Xiang? Xiang Xiao. Cheng Zhen was a little surprised. Uncle Cheng, do you know this teacher Xiang? Lu Yun asked casually while eating. At this moment, a pair of chopsticks stretched out in front of him and picked up a piece of steak right under his nose. Lu Yun's eyes widened slightly, and he raised his head, watching the owner of the chopsticks calmly stuff the steak into his mouth. Cheng Zhen supported himself with his hands, chewed a steak, and said seriously, "We have had some exchanges. Teacher Xiang is very qualified, much better than me. The fact that she was sent to teach you shows that the college attaches great importance to your special class. I value you, but what does it mean for you to eat my flesh?" Lu Yun moved the plate towards himself. Well, I feel much safer now. He continued to ask, is Teacher Xiang very strong? Not only is she strong, she has a high talent for mecha combat, and she has her own unique way of teaching. Lu Yun thought of the guy on the door frame who was hung up and agreed with him deeply. It's really unique. But her specialty is mecha combat courses, and I've heard from some students that it's very brutal. Be prepared, Cheng Zhen said with a smile. He reached out his chopsticks again, but this time, his hand was blocked by Lu Yun. Lu Yun looked at Cheng Zhen solemnly. Uncle Cheng, the food at the academy is not expensive. I'll just give it a try. Don't be so stingy. After all, Uncle Cheng took such a big risk to bring you in. Besides, you have so many credits. I'm just eating a piece of your meat. That makes sense. Lu Yun's face was frozen, and he slowly withdrew his hand. Cheng Zhen immediately took another piece of steak with a smile. No wonder he only ordered some vegetarian dishes. It turned out that they had been eyeing him for a long time. Lu Yun's hands under the table gradually clenched. At the same time, the other side of the cafeteria, Nan Liyue and a bald minter were also eating. At the next table, a cute girl pouted and poked the food on her plate unhappily. What kind of person is that? Can a mentor just ruin other people's dates? Snort. However, classmate Nan Liyue is so gentle. It was unknown what the girl was thinking of, but a blush appeared on her cheeks, and she tilted her head quietly to look at Nan Liyue beside her. Nanli, how did that kid perform today? The bald mentor Tulu asked in a deep voice. Nan Liyue naturally knew who the instructor was asking about, and said with a smile, very impressive. It's no wonder you're the number 1 in this session. Such a high evaluation? Tulu raised his eyebrows, very surprised. But he knew how arrogant the student he found was. Nam Liu smiled faintly and said, a level 12 awakener, 0-second resonance. He can even predict and block teacher Xiang Zhao's attack. These places alone can prove his extraordinariness. I made the right decision to come to Silver Star College. I wouldn't have met such interesting classmates on Z Star. Nam Liu showed a satisfied smile. Tulu nodded. It's a good thing that you were so motivated. Don't waste your talent. Also, his situation is somewhat special. You saw his performance during the assessment, so the higher-ups have given him a generous reward. If you treat him as your opponent, you must not let your guard down for even a moment. A generous reward? Nam Liu was a little puzzled. Suddenly, he realized something and whispered, did the academy reward him with a super breathing method? How is that possible? Tulu almost choked and he quickly said, the academy is crazy to give him a freshman-level breathing method. He only has credits like you, but a little more than you. It's fine if it's not a super breathing method. Isn't it just a few more credits? 100 or 200 more? But it's better to have more, so that the competition will be more interesting. Nam Liu didn't take this matter to heart at all. It's just a few credits. He can earn them back in 2 days. Looking at Nam Liu's disapproving expression, Tulu couldn't help but say, 5,000. 5,000. Nam Liu looked up in confusion. 5,000 what? 1 second later, his eyes suddenly widened and the tips of his ears trembled. It can't be credits? Tulu nodded. The academy is crazy? It would be better to just give him the advanced breathing method. At least I can still compete with him in cultivation speed. 5,000 credits? I can't catch up with him even if I risk my life. Nam Liu really wanted to strangle the people in the logistics department. How much can you buy with 5,000 credits? How could someone pursue you if you give so much? Everyone around was startled by Nam Liu's shout and looked over curiously. Cheng Zhen raised his head suspiciously. He seemed to hear someone talking about his students. Never mind, it's probably just an illusion. After wiping his mouth, Cheng Zhen stood up contentedly. Okay, Lu Yun, I'll go back first. You eat slowly. After walking a few steps, he turned back and said, by the way, there is a virtual battle hall in the academy. You can go and have a look when you have time. You have so many credits, don't waste them. Lu Yun nodded and watched Cheng Zhen leave. Finally, I can have a good meal. He exhaled, picked up the chopsticks, and looked at the plate. Instantly, his expression froze. Where's my meat? Teacher Cheng Zhen, what a coincidence. On the way to the teacher's building, Cheng Zhen raised his eyebrows and looked at the bald man waiting in front. I can see your shiny head from a distance. How can it be a coincidence? Teacher Tulu. Cheng Zhen greeted with a smile. You were waiting for me on purpose? Congratulations on finding such an outstanding student. Tulu said enviously. Although Lu Yun was not in Cheng Zhen's class, he was brought in by Cheng Zhen and naturally carried Cheng Zhen's label. The academy will also reward Cheng Zhen for introducing such a genius. So there is absolutely no problem in saying that you are Cheng Zhen's student. Just like Nam Liu was his Tulu's student. Ha, Professor Tulu, you were too kind. Nam Liu is no ordinary student. He is a descendant of the nobles of Z Star, and his family is prominent. My brat only has mediocre talent. The colorful sedan chair was carried by everyone. Cheng Zhen was not stingy with his praise. The two grown men looked at each other and gave each other a hypocritical smile. After laughing, Tulu's expression turned serious, and he said in a deep voice, I want to talk to you about something serious. You also know that the freshman league of the 3 major colleges is about to start. The higher-ups hope that you can persuade Lu Yun not to participate. Chapter 27 Rapid Improvement. Upon hearing Tulu's words, Cheng Zhen's face quickly turned gloomy. He stared at Tulu deeply and said in a deep voice, Why? Now the academy doesn't even take a genius like Lu Yun seriously and has started to persecute him so blatantly. You should know how important the freshman league is to a freshman. As long as you get a high enough ranking, you can get a lot of rewards. Given Lu Yun's talent, are you worried that he will steal the limelight from some other young master? Let me guess. Cheng Zhen smiled coldly. Tulu frowned and said speechlessly, What are you thinking? Are you stupid? Or do you think the college management is stupid? This is what the dean said personally. Dean? The cold expression on Cheng Zhen's face froze for a moment, then quickly softened. Why did the dean do this? Having been in Silver Star Academy for quite a few years, Cheng Zhen still trusts the old man's character. Since it was the dean's idea, there must be some inside story behind this matter. Looking at Cheng Zhen's changed expression, Tulu touched his big bald head with disgust. He said, How would I know? I'm just passing on a message. If you want to know the reason, you can go ask the dean yourself. I will. Whatever you want. Tulu waved his hand in boredom and said, there is one more thing, which is about your reward. In view of Lu Yun's special performance, the dean has decided to promote you to a third-class professor and enjoy third-class resource support. Third class. Cheng Zhen's breathing quickened slightly. So, suddenly? To be honest, I'm not ready to be a third-class professor. Then I'll tell the dean that you rejected him. Tulu turned and left. Cheng Zhen quickly pulled him back and said with a smile, Teacher 2, don't take it seriously, I just said it casually. Third-class professor. In Silver Star Academy, not only students are divided into grades, but teachers are also divided. Moreover, it is more troublesome for teachers to improve their grades than for students, because they need to teach enough outstanding students and bring enough honor to the college, or have made meritorious contributions. To accumulate contribution points, and to be promoted from 4th grade to 3rd grade, a full 10,000 contributions are required. It has been almost 5 years since Cheng Zhen was promoted to the 4th rank, and he has only accumulated more than 8,000 contributions. If nothing unexpected happens, he will have to work for at least another 2 years to earn the remaining 2,000. Although it is troublesome, Silver Star College is very generous in providing resource support to teachers. After becoming a third-class professor, you will have a free quota of 5,000 credits every month, in addition to various benefits, holiday greetings, etc. I heard that the higher-end ones will be equipped with villas and cars. Cheng Zhen didn't expect that bringing Lu Yun to Yinxing would bring such an unexpected surprise. But after calming down, he became alert again. Accepting this reward doesn't mean I must convince Lu Yun, right? If that's the case, then I'm afraid I really have to refuse the dean. Cheng Zhen sighed reluctantly. Lu Yun was entrusted to his care by Elder Jun, and he could not harm Lu Yun for his own benefit. I didn't expect that guy is so important to you. Tulu was a little surprised and then explained, but don't worry, this is a separate reward. As for Lu Yun, the dean just asked you to give it a try. Whether it can be done or not, we'll talk about it later. Then I feel relieved. Cheng Zhen smiled relaxedly, just as the two were chatting. The other side, Lu Yun also walked out from the logistics department, holding 10 tranquilizers and 4 tubes of gene-promoting drugs. The total cost is 130 credits. Although Cheng Zhen mentioned something about the virtual battle hall, he still had classes in the afternoon and didn't have enough time. Take your things back to the dormitory. On the way, he met Guan Xin again. After all, since they're all special classes, the accommodation areas are basically in the same row. You can't see it when you look up, but you can see it when you look down. Lu Yun walked over to Guan Xion's resentful gaze as if no one was around, then slammed the door shut. Humph, you stingy guy, drink some cold water. Guan Xion made an annoyed face behind him. Lu Yun had no idea that Guan Xion was cursing him out of jealousy. He took a shower and then went to the screening room wearing only his shorts. Don't get me wrong, it's certainly not for the convenience of craftsmanship, but it is for cultivation. Lu Yun sat cross-legged on a cushion, with a calming agent in his left hand and a gene-boosting potion in his right hand. There is a projection screen in front. Shall AI, let's start. Yes. The projection screen in front starts playing. In the picture, a middle-aged man is practicing breathing techniques, and clearly visible lines begin to appear on his body surface. These routes are the paths that qi and blood take when performing the breathing method. This is another powerful ability that Xiao AI gained after her promotion. Datafication. Transform the breathing method content in the form of text and pictures into a process that can be visually seen. It is several times more convenient than trying to figure it out on your own. That's not all. Xiao AI can even make slight improvements to the breathing method by analyzing the breathing data and combining it with Lu Yun's own situation. Make it more suitable for Lu Yun's body. This is the benefit of having an intelligent life. With powerful computing power, no puzzle can escape. After all, current breathing methods are all technological products based on life science research. Want to be a Riddler? Does not exist. I don't know how effective the tranquilizer and gene booster will be when used together. Lu Yun held 2 things that aided in his training in his hands and hit his arm without hesitation. The nanoneedles penetrate the skin and instantly dissolve into molecular substances, maximizing the acceleration of blood absorption. And it's painless. Lu Yun took a deep breath and then exhaled slowly. Feeling the heat gradually rising in his body, he began to practice in sync with the character in the projection without delay. 2 hours passed in a flash. Lu Yun was awakened from his cultivation by the set alarm clock. Xiao AI, how is the effect of this training? Master, the effect is very great. After using the 2 potions, the training speed increased by 10, and the chi and blood activity increased by 3. The results of your 2 hours of training have increased by 30% compared to when you didn't use the potion. It is estimated that after another 20 times, the master will be able to break through again. It's an improvement of 30, which is really good. Lu Yun clenched his fists and waved them twice, feeling the power surging through his muscles, and felt extremely satisfied. Although the cost is 130 credits, it is worth it. But he is the only one who can be so willful. Ordinary students simply do not have the financial resources to support such consumption. As for using it 20 times in a row, that is even more unthinkable. Lu Yun tidied up the screening room, put on his clothes, and then prepared to go to class. Uncle Chung speaks so highly of Teacher Xiang. This made him look forward to the upcoming practical courses. Chapter 28 Conflict. 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Lu Yun appeared in the classroom on time. Not long after, Xiang Xiao also arrived. Glancing at everyone, Xiang Xiao nodded with satisfaction. Not bad. You all came early. Now that everyone is here, let's go. Teacher, aren't we having classes here in the afternoon? Someone asked curiously. There is a mecha operation class in the afternoon. Let's go to the training ground. Mecha operation class? Great. I can finally touch a mecha. Everyone excitedly followed Xiang Xiao to a place that looked like a mecha exhibition hall. Various mechas are displayed on both sides of the venue. There is an open space in the middle. But at this time, the venue was occupied by someone. Xiang Zhao's face suddenly darkened, and he walked towards the group of people. Teacher Lu, what do you mean? Xiang Zhao's cold voice echoed in the venue. The group of people who were training on the field stopped and looked to the side, where a tall and thin teacher with a mustache and triangular eyes was standing with his hands behind his back. Lu Wen smiled brightly and came forward. Teacher Xiang, I'm sorry, I didn't finish some classes this morning, so I need to borrow the venue temporarily. I hope Teacher Xiang won't take offense. Xiang Xiao snorted and didn't give him a good look. I don't care whether you have finished your morning classes or not. I have already applied for the right to use the venue in the afternoon. Please leave. Teacher Xiang, you don't have to be so disrespectful, right? Lu Wen laughed dryly and said, How about this? We move to the side and let you use the large area in the middle. Don't worry, we will never disturb your class. Lu Wen turned to look at Lu Yun and the others, and said with emotion, I heard that Teacher Xiang is in charge of this year's special class. He is truly a genius among geniuses. Each of them has a calm aura and has the demeanor of a general. In the crowd, a few shy people couldn't help but lower their heads in shame when they heard this. Teacher Lu, don't you understand what I am saying? Xiang Zhao's eyes lowered, and he stared straight at the man in front of him. At this time, someone in the crowd murmured in confusion. What happened to Teacher Xiang? This place is quite big. It's okay to let those people use some space. Lu Wen's eyes lit up, and he pointed at the student and said, Teacher Xiang, even your own student said that. Don't be so stingy. Don't worry. Next time Teacher Xiang needs any help from me, just let me know. I will never refuse. Teacher Xiang, can you please be flexible? Nan Liu stared at the student with disgust and cursed, Idiot! The man was immediately dissatisfied and stiffened his neck. What do you mean by that? I just think this place is really big, so it doesn't matter if I give in a little. What's the problem? Nan Liu shook his head, too lazy to pay attention. Lu Yun said calmly, They're from the previous class. I'm afraid he's not staying here for the class, but specifically for us. Why are they coming towards us? Someone asked, puzzled. But after Lu Yun said this, some smart people quickly reacted. Damn, these guys are so vicious. I understand. They are waiting here to find out about our situation, so that they can prepare to replace us in half a year. What the hell is that so mean? I was saying that we all came early. Why is there someone who came early? That old man is so evil. I believed him. His class is shit. This is the competition in Silver Star Academy. Even teachers get involved. It's really cruel. Silver Star Academy encourages competition, and students' performance is linked to teachers' promotions. Therefore, it is probably normal to have such a weird operation. It was because Xiang Xiao understood the other party's thoughts that he forcefully drove the other party away from the beginning. However, Lu Wen also took advantage of the freshmen's simple minds. With what that student said, Xiang Xiao is now caught in the middle, unable to do anything. Teacher Xiang, your students are so generous. How can a teacher be so stingy? Lu Wen smiled and stroked his mustache. Before Xiang Xiao could speak, a voice suddenly came from behind. Teacher Xiang, just agree to it. It doesn't matter. The people around looked at Lu Yun in surprise. The person who spoke was Lu Yun. Lu Yun, what are you doing? Nan Liyue was also puzzled and looked at Lu Yun strangely. Lu Yun calmly faced Xiang Zhao's questioning gaze and said casually, Teacher Xiang, don't forget, we are a special class. How can we be afraid of these little tricks? In this world, strength is everything. If we lose to an opponent like this, we won't be worthy of entering the special class. Nan Liyue raised a smile and agreed. That's right, we are a noble special class. How can we be surpassed by some random people? Lu Yun raised his eyebrows slightly and looked at Nan Liyue strangely. So arrogant? Nan Liyue returned his gaze. That's how arrogant you are? Lu Yun and Nan Liyue, the first and second place, opened their mouths. All the students immediately felt more confident. That's right, Mr. Xiang. Don't worry about us. They're just some small fry. We can handle them. Half a year is enough for us to surpass them. By then, we can pinch them like dough. Everyone ate a piece of fish and a piece of dough in one bite. But Lu Yun was very angry. I even pulled out a few hairs of my beard. Lu Yun took a deep look at Lu Yun and Nan Liyue and said with a dry laugh, Okay. It really deserves to be a special class. I didn't expect that the freshmen are so arrogant nowadays. In this case, let us take a good look at the majestic appearance of the geniuses in the special class. After saying that, he turned away. He led the students back to a corner. After being disturbed by Lu Yun and the others, Lu Yun stopped pretending and asked all the students to sit down and watch Lu Yun and the others attend the class. Some people even took out their cell phones and started recording. It can be said to be blatant. However, this not only made the people in Xiang Zhao's class fearful, but instead aroused their desire to show off. Everyone can't wait to run in front of the camera and pose. But those people were very angry, shouting that he wanted to teach these freshmen a lesson. But watching is one thing, taking action is another, especially between old and new students. If one thing is not handled properly, it can easily lead to big problems. By then, you will end up losing the rice instead of the chicken. So Lu Yun immediately scolded him harshly and suppressed the displeasure of the old man. However, being mocked by a group of freshmen was also embarrassing for him as a teacher. A pair of triangular eyes were full of gloom, especially the two leaders. Lu Yun stared at Lu Yun and Nan Liyue from afar. At this time, Lu Yun suddenly turned around and his eyes met his. Lu Yun was shocked. He felt it so quickly. Immediately, the corners of his mouth twitched, revealing an ugly smile. Chapter 29 Mecha Control Lesson. Although they were both teachers at Silver Star College, Chengzhen had already reminded him. Therefore, Lu Yun did not have a natural trust in the other party just because he was a teacher. Now that he had noticed that the other party was observing him behind his back, his distrust grew even more. After thinking for a while, Lu Yun whispered, Xiao AI, mark teacher Lu as a key target and alert me immediately if there is any action that may target me. Clear. Lu Yun felt slightly relieved. With Xiao AI around, Lu Yun is like a grasshopper in the sun. No matter how he jumps, he cannot escape Xiao AI's surveillance. Unless he doesn't use the intelligent brain and doesn't walk under the surveillance camera. But how is this possible? In the information age, no one can truly escape from those electronic products. Lu Yun had no idea at the moment that he had been marked in Lu Yun's notebook just by taking a look at it. Mecha operation classes are not complicated. What everyone was driving was just the most basic industrial-grade mecha, the general-purpose Type 1. This mecha is an old model developed by the Federal Corporation. It moves slowly, has a single means of attack, and has poor strength. The 32 control keys and a pushrod handle make this mecha extremely difficult to operate. Sometimes one action may require 10 buttons to control in order to perform perfectly. If you press it too fast or too slow, the mecha may make other moves. It is a great test of the pilot's reaction and hand speed. But there are also benefits. It does not require a neural connection and is a basic mecha that can be controlled by anyone. It is generally used to train new students. However, freshmen may easily get their hands tired when they first come into contact with these things. I often have to stop and rest every half an hour of driving. Oh my god, this mechanically controlled mecha is too difficult to drive. I have to operate it 4 or 5 times just to make a jump. Yes, I feel like my hands are not my own anymore. No wonder the mechanical control system has been replaced by neural resonance. It is much more troublesome to operate and is not as convenient as resonance. Someone said with emotion, mechanical control has not been replaced and will never be replaced. Xiang Xiao walked over. looked at the student, and said seriously, "Mechanical control is the pilot's last straw. Even if the mecha only has one hand left, the mechanical control system will allow it to continue fighting with that hand. This is something that neural resonance is far from capable of. When the damage rate of the mecha reaches over 80%, the pilot must disconnect, otherwise he will die before the mecha collapses. But with mechanical control, there is no such limitation." Xiang Xiao looked very serious. "So, each of you must be proficient in using the mechanical control system. This can save your lives at the critical moment." Xiang Xiao said this so seriously. Everyone gradually stopped joking around and devoted themselves to training more seriously. The afternoon class ended quickly. Lu took the old students and left quickly. "Teacher Lu, what happened? Why do you look so bad?" In the office, Su Wei looked at Lu who was walking towards him with a grim face and asked with a smile, "Don't mention it. It's all because of those freshmen who made me angry." "Freshmen? Aren't you teaching sophomores? How come you met freshmen?" Su Wei was very curious. "Besides, the freshmen wouldn't dare to provoke a teacher like you, right?" "Oh, you don't dare?" Lu picked up the cup and took a big gulp. Then he breathed a sigh of relief. Then he snorted coldly. "They're the noble special class. Is there anything they dare not do?" "Special class." Su Wei's eyes flashed, and he fell silent. He could never forget the bet that month. When he thought of this, he wished he could kill himself. That bet has made him a laughingstock in the past 2 days. Every glance he got felt like someone was mocking him. When Lu saw Su Wei didn't say anything, he remembered that this teacher also had some conflicts with the special class. Young people nowadays are becoming more and more lawless. I think it won't be long before we are no longer worthy of being their teachers. Lu snorted. Su Wei raised his eyes and looked around. The get out of class had just ended and the teachers had not returned yet. There were only him and Lu in the office. He lowered his voice and asked, "Teacher Lu, do you want to teach those freshmen a little lesson? You are talking nonsense. They're almost giving me a heart attack." "That's easy. I have a good idea." Su Wei hooked his finger, motioning Lu to come closer. "Did you know that the people from Xuanwu College went on a mission a few days ago? I heard that something unexpected happened. They encountered a bug nest, and a level 20 pilot died. Xuanwu Academy was shocked and prepared to send an exploration team to eliminate the bug nest. Yin Xing also intends to get involved, and with Xiang Zhao's personality, she will definitely not miss such an event. She will definitely bring the freshmen to observe. By then, you'll be in the wilderness, surrounded by insect nests and ambushes. Wouldn't it be easy for you to catch a group of freshmen? These freshmen are like flowers in a greenhouse. If they are frightened a little, they may be devastated. In this way, Teacher Lu, won't you be able to feel proud and vent your anger?" Lu eyes gradually lit up. "You want to plot against me during the actual combat observation?" In the screening room, as Lu Yun listened to Xiao AI's report, a hint of cruelty appeared in his eyes. "You recorded their conversation, didn't you?" "Of course, Master. Do you need me to send it to the college management?" Xiao AI said excitedly. Lu Yun smiled faintly. "No. What's the point of sending it now? We don't have any actual evidence, but they are accusing us of fabricating the recordings to frame them. The best way is to produce evidence after the incident. That way they won't be able to defend themselves. As for the safety of students, this is something Xiang Xiao and the college should worry about." Lu Yun put this matter aside for the moment and concentrated on his cultivation. Until evening, Cheng Zhen comes to visit unexpectedly. Lu Yun opened the door and asked curiously, "Uncle Cheng, why are you here so late? It's already past 7 o'clock and it's getting dark." Cheng Zhen lives off campus, so he should have returned home by now. "Why? Can't I come to see you if I have nothing to do? Do you think of me as an outsider? Then I'll leave." Cheng Zhen pretended to leave, and from his posture he seemed to be completely careless and decisive. Lu Yun quickly stopped him and said, "Uncle Cheng, I just said it casually. At the same time, I couldn't help but wonder, who did I learn this from? It wasn't like this when we met at lunch." Making way, Cheng Zhen walked in. At this time, Lu Yun noticed that Cheng Zhen was holding something in his hand. He took it. When I opened it, it was a bag of meat. I've seen them all in the cafeteria, and they are not cheap. Lu Yun did a quick calculation and concluded that this bag contained at least 20 credits. According to Uncle Cheng's personality, if there was nothing wrong, he would never spend so much money. Immediately, he put the things on the table and waited quietly for Cheng Zhen to speak. Chapter 30 credits delivered to your door. Lu Yun, are you used to living here these days? Chung Jun looked the apartment up and down and asked casually. Very good, with all facilities available. Seeing that Chung Jun was about to talk about something irrelevant, Lu Yun quickly stopped him. Uncle Chung, just say what you want to say. There's no need to beat around the bush and build up your emotions. You are so smart. He glared at Lu Yun with dissatisfaction. Chung Jun took out the food and arranged it in an unpleasant manner. In that case, let's talk while we eat. Good, Chung Jun said. I came here today for two things. The first thing is to thank you. You may not know that tutors can also receive rewards for bringing in outstanding students to the college. And the reward for bringing you in is that I will be promoted to a third-class professor with a monthly allowance of 5,000 credits, as well as some miscellaneous benefits. So I came here today to tell you something. You can use these 5,000 credits as you like. Just tell me what you want and I'll buy it for you. Looking at Chung Jun's generous look, Lu Yun couldn't help but look at Chung Jun carefully. What are you looking at? Is there something on my face? Chung Jun touched his face. No, I just want to see if it's the same Uncle Chung from noon. Lu Yun stroked his chin, his eyes full of thought. Uncle Chung was so busy at noon that he even snatched the meat from others. Why is he so generous at night? Chung Jun immediately stood up and pretended to fight. Hey kid, you're still being ungrateful after getting an advantage, right? Do you want or not? If not, I'll take it back. Chung Jun glanced at Lu Yun. Lu Yun chuckled and skipped over the matter. What's the second thing Uncle Chung wants to talk about? Chung Jun's face turned serious. The second thing is a bit troublesome. You just need to understand that I am just mentioning it. As for how to do it, it is entirely up to you. Seeing Lu Yun nod, Chung Jun said, the second thing is about the three colleges' freshman joint competition. Lu Yun knew something about this matter. There are already rumors about this competition among students. I heard that the rewards for this competition are extremely generous, and it is an important event that newcomers must participate in. The dean asked someone to find me at noon and told me to tell you that he hopes you won't participate in this year's three-college joint freshman competition. Lu Yun was slightly stunned. Don't want to attend? What does this mean? Shouldn't we advise him to try his best and get good results for the college? It's written in so many novels that the principals are even willing to pay a price for it. Then he was cheated a lot by the protagonist. Why is it that when it comes to me, I'm the one who advises him not to go? Why? He couldn't help asking. I don't know either. I haven't asked yet. Chung Jun spread his hands, looking very lazy. I think it's better to ask. Lu Yun didn't want such a good opportunity to fly away. Okay, I'm actually curious too. In that case, let's find some time to go and ask the dean for clarification. Solve two things. Chung Jun's mind was obviously much lighter. He ate meat and drank wine with big mouthfuls. In a short while, most of the bag of meat he brought went into his stomach. Lu Yun finally reacted and quickly picked up his chopsticks. Eat and drink enough. Chung Jun patted his stomach comfortably and prepared to leave with a toothpick in his mouth. Lu Yun suddenly remembered something and asked, Uncle Chung, I want to ask you something. You say, if a teacher wants to persecute students, can the students fight back? Persecute students? Chung Jun's expression suddenly became serious, and he stared at Lu Yun closely. Did someone threaten you? Who is it? Tell me, and I'll kill him. Not really, just asking. Lu Yun said with a smile. Chung Jun glanced at Lu Yun suspiciously and said in a deep voice, the academy encourages competition, but will severely crack down on shady means. If someone wants to persecute you, once verified, you can fight back unlimitedly. Not only will the academy not blame you, it will also reward you. Infinite counterattack includes killing the opponent? Certainly. Lu Yun smiled with satisfaction. The school rules are quite humane. Seeing that Lu Yun had nothing else to do, Chung Jun got up and left. Lu Yun also began to practice again. The next day, Lu Yun came to the classroom. Today we are still conducting mecha operation courses. What no one expected was that Lu Won and the people in his class seemed to have become dependent on Lu Yun and his class. I came to observe again this time, but it really annoys the freshmen. Xiang Xiao attached great importance to the teaching of this course, so he didn't want to continue arguing with Lu Won and the others. Concentrate on teaching students. She would often ask questions, and if she found that someone was slow to answer, she would explain it again from the beginning. Make sure everyone knows it by heart. Rest time. Lu Yun was sitting next to the mecha to rest when Nan Liyue came over with a girl. After patting the girl's hand, Nan Liyue asked her to wait aside and sat next to Lu Yun. Do you know why teacher Xiang cares so much about this class? Lu Yun glanced at the noble young man from another planet and said, because Mr. Xiang once had a student who died because of this. Nan Liyue was stunned for a moment. Huh? How did you know? This is information I've been looking for a long time. Guess. Is this true? You can guess this. Just read more novels and watch more TV dramas and you'll know. Lu Yun said calmly. Choking at this answer, Nan Liyue couldn't help but laugh dryly. I didn't realize you have such a sense of humor. Lu Yun did not explain. This kind of routine appears too many times in various film and television works. You can guess it with just a guess. Lu Yun patted his butt, stood up, got into the mecha, and continued training. Teacher Xiang is right about one thing. That is, when you're on the verge of despair, the mechanical control system will be the last straw. Nan Liyue smacked his lips and returned to the girl. The girl looked at the frustrated Nan Liyue and asked in confusion, Brother Nan Li, you seem to care a lot about this Lu Yun, but I remember there were some minor frictions between you. Who told you that? It's been rumored that a teacher made a bet between you and Lu Yun and lost. Everyone thinks you and Lu Yun don't get along. Nan Liyue's mouth twitched. Who was the idiot who spread this? Someone made a bet with me and lost. What does it have to do with me? I didn't ask him to gamble. Isn't this going to ruin my reputation as the most handsome man on Karen Star? Nan Liyue was very angry. He decided to find out whoever was spreading rumors about him behind his back and give him a good beating. But weren't you outshined by Lu Yun? Aren't you jealous? A genius like you should be very proud. Nan Liyue looked at the girl as if she were a fool and began to wonder whether he should continue the relationship. He was afraid that if they stayed together for a while longer, it would affect his IQ. Xiaoro, remember one thing. Maybe some people are very proud and can't stand others being better than themselves. But that person won't be me, Nan Liyue. Nan Liyue held the girl's hand, hooked his fingertips in her palm, and said earnestly, It's fun to catch up only when he's strong. But those who can't stand others doing well and only want to destroy them will never make much progress in their life. This is called the heart of the strong. The girl's face flushed. She felt the tingling sensation in her palm. Her mind had already flown away to who knows where else. Chapter 31, Keyboard Warrior. After class, Cheng Zhun came to find Lu Yun. The two came to the dean's office. Two teachers are reporting on their work. Dean Luo Xingwen gestured to the two of them to wait. Lu Yun observed the dean of Silver Star College from the side. He originally thought that as the dean of a college where competition is very fierce, Luo Xingwen must be a big shot who is intimidating without even getting angry and has an extraordinary aura. However, after taking a closer look, he found that it was not what he thought. Luo Xingwen is about 50 years old, a little fat, with round cheeks, a gentle smile on his face, and looks kind. It is hard to imagine that such a kind old man can manage Silver Star Academy in such an orderly manner. And everyone in the academy was convinced. A few minutes later, the teacher left. Luo Xingwen put his hands on the table and asked with a smile, Are you here for the freshman competition at the third college? Cheng Zhen nodded. Yes, Dean, Lu Yun and I both want to know why you don't want Lu Yun to participate in the freshman competition. It's very simple. Because this year's competition is a little special, there will be high-level officials from Galen Star coming to watch the game. Isn't this a good thing? Cheng Zhen was puzzled. If we can get the recognition of Jialan Star, it will be of great benefit to the students. Luo Xingwen nodded. Yes, it is a good thing for students, but it is not a good thing for the college. Glancing at Lu Yun, Luo Xingwen continued. There is news that the people from Jialan Star should be here to recruit talents, so I thought of hiding Lu Yun's trump card for a while and save it for later. However, this is just my selfish idea after all. The specific decision still depends on Lu Yun's opinion. If Lu Yun wants to go, I won't stop him. Luo Xingwen looked at Lu Yun with a smile. Cheng Zhen also looked at Lu Yun. For a moment, the choice came to Lu Yun. Lu Yun pondered for a moment and asked, Dean, if I agree to you, will there be any compensation? Luo Xingwen laughed and nodded repeatedly. Of course there is. I'll tell you first, and then you can decide. The first compensation plan is to give you an additional 10,000 credits and free reading of any 3 combat strategies. The second option is to directly upgrade your salary level to the 3rd level. Both options have their own advantages and disadvantages, but compared to the first place in the competition, they are still somewhat inferior, so you don't have to rush to make a decision. You can go back and think about it, and give me an answer in a few days. Lu Yun and Cheng Zhen left. On the way back, Lu Yun wanted to see what Uncle Cheng thought. Uncle Cheng, what do you think I should choose? After all, Cheng Zhen has been teaching in this college for several years and has more experience than him. It will not be a disadvantage to listen to the old man's advice. Cheng Zhen pondered for a while, and finally sighed. To be honest, I don't know how to choose. However, the first option tends to be more about short-term gains, so you don't have to worry about cultivation in the short term. The second option is more long-term oriented. The Academy has a collection of many powerful breathing techniques and combat techniques, and even a book on advanced breathing techniques. These precious resources cannot be purchased with credits alone. You also need a corresponding level of treatment to obtain them. For example, the breathing method of this level requires second-class treatment and 50,000 credits to redeem. Participating in the freshman competition is also a good choice. With your talent, the possibility of winning is very high. Then you can be noticed by Jialan Star and enter a higher-level institution. This is something that cannot be exchanged for any number of credits. So the choice is up to you. Cheng Zhen patted Lu Yun on the shoulder. Before they knew it, they had arrived at the cafeteria. Eat first. Don't worry about these things. You can think about it slowly. Cheng Zhen took a tray and went to buy food. Lu Yun thought it made sense, so he threw this difficult problem to Xiao AI. Then I took a tray and queued up to buy my meal. He came to the table with a plate, and soon Cheng Zhen also sat down. Lu Yun inadvertently saw the plate in front of Cheng Zhen, and his heart tightened. Why are there some vegetarian dishes again? At this time, Cheng Zhen picked up some vegetarian dishes and put them on Lu Yun's plate. He said, Lu Yun, you can't eat meat all day. You should pay attention to nutritional balance. It seems that I have misunderstood Uncle Cheng. My heart couldn't help but warm up, and I smiled and said, I understand, Uncle Cheng. That's good to know. I'll help you finish off these pieces of meat. Speaking of, ignoring Lu Yun's wide-eyed look, Cheng Zhen took the meat from his plate and ate it happily. Damn, it's too early to warm up? Lu Yun clenched his fists silently. Returned to the apartment. Xiao AI also had a reply. Master, the statistical results are out. The best option is to participate in the competition, where you have a 78% chance of winning first place and a 98% chance of being selected by someone from Gallonstar. The second option is the second one. Third-class treatment provides far more benefits than fourth-class treatment and includes the right to purchase many restricted items, and ordinary goods can also enjoy discounts. In the long run, it's a great bargain. Lu Yun thought for a moment and said, so, putting aside the factor of being chosen by Jiao Lanxing, the second option given by the dean is actually the best. If you don't count Gallonstar, that's right. Lu Yun nodded slightly and had an idea in mind. Master, you don't seem to want to go to Gallon Planet? Why? The resources on Gallonstar are 150 more than those on Karen Star. The figure of the old man appeared in front of Lu Yun, and he said lightly, I will go there, but not now. He will pass by later. He would break down the gates of the Jialan Legion, step on their heads, and ask them who ordered them to arrest the old man. He will find out the old man's identity himself. Suppress the distracting thoughts in your mind. Lu Yun took out a calming agent and a gene-boosting agent and injected them into his arm. A heat surged up, and he sank into a state of cultivation. The next day, Lu Yun found the dean and told him his choice. Luo Xingwen was very happy and raised Lu Yun's salary level on the spot. The types of items that can be purchased with third-class treatment have been increased again, and there is a 10% discount. Let Xiao AI list and count the useful things. Afterwards, Lu Yun came to the training ground. Looking towards one side of the venue, as expected, he saw Lu Wan and his class of students again. That's enough. These people are just staying here and won't leave. I never thought there would be such a shameless person in the world. Everyone was speechless. Soon, Xiang Xiao arrived and started today's class. But this time, the old students didn't seem so safe. Standing in the distance and giving instructions to the freshmen. What are they learning? Operating a mecha this way will increase the energy consumption by at least 10. This movement is too slow. Who can it hit? This year's special class is not good. It's far worse than what we had before. When I drove this thing, it moved like the wind. Sudden. A clear voice interrupted the old student's instructions. Don't think about the past. Let's demonstrate it now. Lu Yun stood out from the crowd and looked at the old students quietly. Chapter 32, 8 p.m., 8:60. The chirping sound stopped. A group of old students looked at Lu Yun, who stood up with surprise. Then there was a burst of laughter. Nowadays, newcomers are already so crazy. Is this kid stupid? Is he worthy of fighting with us? Haha, maybe he really thinks the special class is invincible. I remember him. Isn't he the pretentious and naive guy from a few days ago? An old student sneered. Boy, don't blame us for not giving you a chance. Apologize and take back what you said, and we will pretend we didn't hear anything. Otherwise, you'll regret being so crazy. Lu Yun looked at the other person quietly. Without saying a word, the scene fell silent. The speechless embarrassment made the old man's face gradually turn red. He felt like a clown. Lu Yun turned his gaze past the other person and fell on a young man with a scar on his face behind him. Just now you were thinking about the past? Come out and practice. Lu Yun issued an invitation again. I realized that the new student in front of me was not joking. The old students suddenly felt embarrassed and their faces turned gloomy. It is true that they are afraid of these new students in the special class, but what they are afraid of are the new students who will come in half a year, instead of this bunch of little brats who don't even know how to operate a mecha. Later, the freshmen were also confused by Lu Yun. What is Lu Yun doing? Is he crazy? Although those old students are annoying, they entered school a year earlier than us after all, so they are definitely much stronger than us. Don't forget Lu Yun's strength. He must have been confident before he came forward. Student Lu Yun must be venting his anger for us. He is so gentle. A girl looked at Lu Yun with rosy eyes and a dazed look. Listening to the 1,000-year-old clamp, Guan Exin couldn't help but shudder and stepped aside. She didn't believe that Lu Yun would be so kind. In fact, Lu Yun did have his own purpose. He felt that he had practiced enough in the past 2 days, so he wanted to find someone to practice with and consolidate his knowledge. It just so happened that the old man kept reminiscing about the past, and he became inspired. However, it is true that some people find these old people annoying. No one likes to have keyboard warriors around to complain during training, just to shut them up. It's like killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Winning is numb. Lu Yun walked out with narrowed eyes, staring at Lu Yun gloomily. Boy, are you going to challenge us? Lu Yun remained silent. Lu Yun smiled sarcastically and looked at Xiang Xiao. Teacher Xiang, this is your student who took the initiative to challenge us. You can't blame us. After that, Lu Yun turned to his students and said, Wang Lei, since the freshman has invited you like this, don't be polite to him. The word polite was emphasized very strongly. Wang Lei naturally understood what his mentor meant. A hideous smile appeared on his face, and the scar twisted like a centipede as he smiled. Teacher, rest assured, I will take good care of this junior fellow. Just at this moment, another voice came from Lu Yun's side. 2 people is boring. Add me as 1. Nan Liu said loudly. 2 against 1? Wang Lei's facha darkened. If he was dealing with 1 person alone, he would have enough confidence. But if there were 2, that might not be the case. No, you think too highly of yourself. Nan Liu shook his finger and pointed at someone at random. It's you, come on. You. Wang Lei laughed out of anger. Okay, I want to see what you freshmen are capable of. Don't go crying to the teacher after you get beaten down. As soon as these words were spoken, the group of older students burst into laughter. The other side. Lu Yun has already entered the cockpit of the General Purpose Type 1. Hold the handle with your left hand and place your right hand on the control panel. As the start button is pressed, the 32 operating buttons light up one by one. Lu Yun operated it skillfully for a few times, and an electronic sound rang out in the cabin. Performing system self-check. Federation General Purpose Type 1 humanoid operational robot. Currently equipped weapons. Alloy long sword, Me. 27 Gatling arm-mounted machine gun. Power engine. Minor engine 1. Energy level. Current energy reserve. 86. Sufficient energy. System self-check completed. Lu Yun smiled with satisfaction, pushed the lever, and controlled the 6-meter-tall humanoid mecha to walk to the center of the venue. Amid the sound of mechanical shaft transmission, General Purpose Type 1 raised his hand and hooked his finger at Wang Lei. You've only learned for a few days, and you dare to challenge us. Boy, this time I'm going to beat you until you're left with nothing but screws. Wang Lei sneered and also got into a General Purpose Type 1 machine. Soon after, Nan Liu and another senior student, Su Jiang, also came to the field, each driving a General Purpose Type 1 mecha. The 4 mechas were in a square formation, facing each other. Lu Yun, tell me quietly what your plan is? Nan Liu's curious baby-like voice came from the communicator. Use them to practice. Lu Yun said calmly. Is it that simple? What do you think it is? Nan Liu sighed heavily. Okay, I thought you had some ulterior motive. I should have known better than to stand up. Lu Yun's eyebrows twitched. This Nan Liu's train of thought is really different from others, right? Why do I have to learn everything I see? Just at this moment, Lu Yun felt his vision darken to the right. Boy, you dare to be distracted when it has already started? Wing les nird. While Lu Yun and Nan Liyue were talking, he had already driven his mecha in front of them. The alloy sword in his hand chopped towards Nan Liyue's left arm. Damn, a sneak attack! Nan Liyue let out a strange cry and pressed the button quickly with his fingers. The general-purpose Type 1 mecha he was driving leaped forward in an extremely smooth posture, then lay flat on the ground, motionless. Wang Lei's sword naturally missed. Lu Yun seized the opportunity and fired 2 machine gun bullets directly. Since it was a teaching aircraft, it did not carry gunpowder. However, the kinetic energy generated by the blank bullet forced Wang Lei to retract his hand and control the mecha to stabilize. "What are you still standing there for? Get started!" Wang Lei yelled at Su Jiang. Su Jiang immediately controlled the machine gun and fired at Lu Yun. Bang! 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 The machine gun spewed out flames. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen bullets as thick as a baby's arm were fired at Lu Yun. Left side hit warning. Lu Yun narrowed his eyes, and the transmission shaft of the mecha made a sound of being overwhelmed. Immediately afterwards, the 6-meter-high machine body suddenly fell backwards and formed an iron bridge. The fragile waist makes people subconsciously worry that it will break. However, he dodged the bullet. Wang Lei had already arrived in front of Lu Yun in his mecha. "Idiot, you're still trying to be so fancy at a time like this. I want to see how you can dodge my sword." The silver-white blade reflected a bright light under the light. In the cockpit, Lu Yun calmly looked at Wang Lei, who was rushing towards him, and asked in a low voice, "Xiao AI, what was the required index for the move I practiced last time?" 860. The master's best score is 830. "Then give it another try." Lu Yun took a deep breath, and his muscles suddenly tensed up, pouring all his energy into his right hand. The values are increasing crazily. Buttons were constantly being pressed and popped up, and the mecha that was in crisis, under the gaze of many people, quietly made a move that no one could imagine. Chapter 33. 1 hit, 1 kill. It's over. When everyone saw Lu Yun leaning back, their hearts suddenly tightened. The power of the General Type 1 is not its strong point. The consequence of making this kind of action is that it takes more time to correct the body shape. Perhaps this more is just 1 extra second, but at this moment Wang Lei has already arrived in front of him. This 1 or 2 second difference is enough for Wang Lei to defeat Lu Yun's General Type 1. No complicated operations are required. Just 1 strike at the waist of the Universal Type 1 would cut off the energy flow to the upper and lower limbs. It doesn't even need to be cut off, as long as it has a certain impact. It was enough to render this general-purpose Type 1 immobile. Until then, we can only passively take the beating. Wang Lei obviously also understands this principle. The mecha, weighing several tons, stepped on the ground, making a heavy, muffled sound. He swung his sword at the exposed waist of the mecha. Everyone felt that Lu Yun, who had not even stood up yet, had already been defeated. But at this moment, suddenly someone discovered that the legs of the general-purpose Type 1 were still moving. Look at the legs of the mecha. Lu Yun still has to operate it. Lean your upper body parallel to the ground. In this state, the lower body is already unstable, but Lu Yun is still forcing the movements? Madman. Idiot. The old students laughed endlessly. It seems that this freshman has no idea about the Universal Type 1 mecha. This elementary mecha cannot support him to perform very delicate micro-operations. The facts are just as the old students guessed. As Lu Yun performed a movement similar to a split, the back of the entire mecha was pressed against the ground, and with the right foot as the axis, it drew a large arc to the right. The entire fuselage drifted to the right side of Wang Lei, as if close to the ground, avoided the inevitable blow. But no one present was happy. Due to the excessive load and friction with the ground, the connecting shaft of the machine gun mounted on the back of the mecha broke. The only ranged weapon is gone. Now Lu Yun only has an alloy sword in his hand. Without long-range weapons, this guy is now a chicken to be slaughtered. The old students laughed again. The freshmen became nervous. If Lu Yun fails, those old students will definitely not miss this good opportunity. It is foreseeable that they will be met with loud ridicule from the senior students. Xiang Xiao stood at the edge, watching Lu Yun's actions, and couldn't help but fall into deep thought. This action starts? No way? Xiang Xiao was suddenly a little surprised. On the first day of class, she mentioned a very cumbersome and fancy move to the freshmen. However, this action is only to arouse the freshman's interest in mechanical operation. This extremely difficult move is simply not something a freshman can accomplish. It's not something that a first-generation machine, like the general-purpose Type 1, can do. But isn't Lu Yun's current horizontal movement close to the ground the starting position of the movement she described? In the field, Nan Liyue's figure appeared beside him, firing a machine gun continuously, trying to support Lu Yun. However, Su Jiang appeared in front of him almost at the same time and cut off his attack. Nan Liyue curled his lips, immediately gave up providing support, and concentrated on dealing with the opponent in front of him. He observed Lu Yun from a distance. "You're on your own now." Seeing Lu Yun make this move, Wang Lei immediately sneered. "I thought he had some ability, but this is all?" After saying that, he made a simple upward move and continued to attack the waist of Lu Yun's mecha. And at this moment, inside the cabin, Lu Yun was fully focused on micromanipulation and did not notice that he had attracted everyone's attention. The values are still increasing. He has reached his last limit, 830, and now, he had only completed less than half of the action. His fingers were already extremely sore from the high-intensity operations. The mecha's alert system has warned of the impending attack. The beeping alarm echoed in the cockpit. But just when his movements were about to be forced to stop because of his sore and stiff muscles, an inexplicable force suddenly surged in. "Look at the blade that is close to your face." Lu Yun's hand speed soared again. Buzz! Minor Engine 1 roared angrily. Just as the blade was about to chop, the entire fuselage suddenly rolled outward. He supported his body with his left arm on the ground, then swung his left arm out naturally to block the blade. Sizzle! The left arm of the mecha was directly cut off by Wang Lei, and electric sparks flashed. But before Wang Lei could get excited, the mecha driven by Lu Yun had already rolled in the air, revealing the attack that had been prepared for a long time. The alloy, sword mounted on his right arm, rushed upward diagonally, like a hawk. Wang Lei's mecha still maintained the upward movement, with his legs wide open. This sword, coming directly from bottom to top, took advantage of the rolling momentum and instantly broke through the outer layer of armor. The 2-meter-long alloy sword penetrated halfway. Everyone present gasped and squeezed their legs together. I suddenly felt a chill in my lower body. Bah! Potential energy is exhausted. Lu Yun's mecha fell heavily to the ground. However, the alloy sword on his right arm was still deeply stuck in Wang Lei's mecha. As a result, half of his body was hanging in the air. Heat came out from the fuselage, and the connecting shafts made sounds of being overwhelmed. Obviously, the mecha has reached its limit after completing this horizontal movement close to the ground and a rotation in the air for 1.5 weeks. It is impossible to get it moving again without a major overhaul. Lu Yun exhaled heavily to relieve the dizziness and soreness in his arms caused by the sudden overload. The cockpit of this first-generation machine does not have a gimbal gyroscope, so the driver can only turn with the mecha. The final rolling and stabbing movement was like a sudden attack from behind. Lu Yun himself couldn't see it and was worried that he had stabbed it wrong. Fortunately, the mecha was big enough, and Wang Lei was close enough. Defeat the enemy with one strike and cut off the opponent's engine power supply. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Wang Lei slapped the control panel angrily. However, without energy supply, the mecha is just an iron shell, and no matter how angry he is, it will be useless. In order to taunt, Wang Lei did not turn off the external speaker function of the mecha. So at this moment his angry howl also spread out. The old students looked gloomy. No one expected that the freshmen would actually win. Moreover, it was done in a way that no one could have imagined. This feeling of being slapped in the face made the old students very unhappy. "Why are you in such a hurry? There is still Su Jiang," someone reminded. "Right? There is also Su Jiang." The old students regained hope. However, they just looked at Su Jiang. I found that at this moment Su Jiang was being pinned to the ground and beaten, although it is the same mecha, but one is on top and the other is pressed underneath. Nan Liyue's mecha is like a burly man, while Su Jiang's mecha is like a delicate woman who can scream at the top of her lungs, but no one cares. Nan Liyue held the Gatling gun of Su Jiang's mecha with one hand and pressed down the opponent's arms with his knees. The free hand pressed on the head of Su Jiang's mecha and smashed it hard. The sound became louder and louder. It makes one's heart beat fast. Having no choice, Lu Yun shouted surrender with a grim face. Otherwise, if we continue to fight like this, it will only continue to embarrass ourselves. Chapter 34, Wormhole. That's enough. Let's stop here for today. Lu Wen announced coldly. Wang Lei angrily said, Teacher, this is just an accident. I haven't used this new phone for a long time. If I change it, I will definitely beat them to death. Don't you think it's embarrassing enough? Lu Wen gave him a sidelong glance. Wang Lei fell silent immediately, but his eyes were still fixed on Lu Yun, extremely gloomy. If he loses to a newcomer, he will become a laughingstock among the old students from now on. Nan Liyue also let go of Su Jiang, took a few steps back, opened the cockpit and jumped out. She put her hands on her braids, raised her neck, and sighed, It feels so good. I thought they were so powerful, but now it seems their proficiency is even worse than ours. Tisk, no wonder Lu Yin dared to challenge. Oh my god, what's going on? Nan Liyue suddenly noticed the mechas in which Lu Yun and Wang Lei were fighting in the distance. Just now, during the battle, Nan Liyue had his back to Lu Yun and the others. Therefore, the battle between Lu Yun and Wang Lei was not discovered. At this time, the two mechas had not yet separated. Nan Liyue ran over in a few steps, and when he was still a few meters away, he slid next to the two mechas, raised his hands high, his eyes shining. This is the standard Zog's turning back blade style. A work of art. An absolute work of art. How did you come up with this execution posture? I've only seen someone accomplish this on Battle.net, and it was staged. You actually did it in real combat. It's still a teaching machine. Nan Liyue's eyes lit up as if he had discovered some treasure. He took out his smart computer and started taking pictures nonstop. No, I want to upload it to Battle.net. I want to show those losers on Z-Star what a great god is. Hearing this, Lu Wen's face became even uglier. This time, he really embarrassed himself to the point of being on alien planet. Don't get complacent too soon. Lu Wen snorted coldly and left with the old students in disgrace. Not long after they left, the freshmen burst into cheers of victory. Awesome, Lu Yun. Even the old man is no match for you. Now let's see if they dare to show off again. I guess they won't be able to come and watch anymore. Now we can have some peace and quiet. Nan Liyue, can you tell us what this Zog turnaround is? Nan Liyue is a noble, and although he is usually not particular about details, this is the first time he has lost his composure like this. So soon, everyone gathered around him and asked him questions. It's Zog turn-back blade style. Nan Liyue corrected seriously. This move is incredible. Let me explain it to you in detail. Xiang Xiao came to Lu Yun, his eyes shining, and said with a smile, I didn't expect you to give me another surprise. I just said it casually at the time, but you worked hard in secret and actually performed this move. Lu Yun smiled modestly. I didn't expect it either. In fact, if it weren't for the appearance of that inexplicable force at the end, he might still not have been able to complete this move. Now that I think about it, it must be the power that burst out of his blood when facing a crisis. This situation happened when we faced the 3 command-class mechas of the Galanstar Legion, but he couldn't find a root cause. I asked Xiao AI to search on the internet, but couldn't find anything. However, she did find some folk sayings about bloodlines. But these are all groundless rumors, and the possibility that they are fabricated is very high. But Xiang Xiao didn't know this. She praised. You are too modest, which is not a good habit. Now that you can perform this move, you can put aside the conventional operations for now. I will teach you some unique fighting techniques. Lu Yun's eyes lit up. Xiang Xiao's fighting skills were highly praised by Uncle Chung. This made him look forward to it extremely much, thanks to Lu Yun's stunning appearance. Everyone's enthusiasm for mecha operation has increased a lot, and they still insist on training even if their hands cramp. I want to replicate Lu Yun's move. However, based on the painful failure experiences of some students, it is unlikely to achieve a perfect replica in a short period of time. The morning class is over. Lu Yun went to the cafeteria to get a meal. Less than half a minute later, Chung Zhun appeared on time. Today's meet is another day of being lost. Afternoon, Xiang Xiao unexpectedly did not take them to the mecha training class. This afternoon's operations class is suspended. Xuanwu College will be carrying out a field mission tomorrow, and the higher-ups have decided to let everyone go along to observe and broaden their horizons. The destination of this mission is a wormhole. A high-ranking pilot from Xuanwu Academy has already died in it, so the knowledge in this lesson is very important. Everyone immediately became extremely alert. Xiang Xiao turned on the projection, and the screen showed a dark and deep cave. Wormhole, as the name suggests, is the nest of the Zerg. The Zerg here are different from the little bugs you imagine that you can easily step on and kill. They come from outer space, have extremely strong combat power, and a terrifying population. Each bug nest has a complete social structure. They have various occupations just like humans. There are 4 basic structures. The soldier bugs responsible for fighting, the worker bugs responsible for production and construction, the brain bugs with intelligence no less than that of humans, and the king bugs that rule over everything. Guan Xian raised her hand and asked, "Teacher, no matter what, they are just bugs, right? Can't we just use strategic weapons to easily eliminate them?" Xiang Xiao smiled faintly. If only it were that simple. The Zerg's hollow is extremely large, and its structure is more complex than you can imagine. Someone once mapped a 4th-class insect nest that had been eradicated, and the resulting image was no less large than the Star Ring City. Unless you want to destroy the planet's ecology as well, it is impossible to destroy a wormhole buried tens or even hundreds of meters underground with strategic strikes alone. What's more, some higher-level insect nests have more complex divisions, and even produce insects that are specifically designed to deal with attacks from strategic weapons. Everyone took a deep breath. Such existence far exceeds their understanding of bugs. So, when faced with a worm nest, the first thought you have to discard is they are just a bunch of bugs. They are a huge group, an immortal race that has been fighting the Federation for thousands of years. Hearing that the wormhole was so terrifying, many students became a little nervous. I even thought about quitting this event. Xiang Xiao said upon seeing this, "Don't worry, that being is still very far away from us and poses no threat to us." Let's continue talking about the small worm nest we are going to face this time. The situation of the worm nest has been preliminarily explored. This operation is mainly aimed at completely clearing out the bugs in it. Xuanwu Academy has dispatched enough combat forces, so your safety is guaranteed. What you need to pay attention to is the damage caused to you by the wormhole environment. The living environment of the Zerg is completely different from ours. Their caves are usually filled with poisonous gas, poisonous plants, and countless poisonous flying insects. The following are the most common ones. Please remember them carefully to prevent any accidents. Picture switch one by one on the projection. Everyone hurriedly took note. Next, Xiang Xiao explained some countermeasures when being poisoned or attacked by poisonous insects. No matter how big or small, the afternoon class passed quickly. Chapter 35, Alien Machine, Red Tiger. The class is over. Lu Yin went to have a meal first, and then came to the logistics department. Knowing that Lu Wen had ill intentions, he bought some equipment to deal with the enemy, such as fragmentation grenades, smoke bombs, stun guns, daggers, and other weapons and ammunition, as well as some healing medicines. It's not cheap. However, he had the status of a 3rd-class student, so he could get a discount, and it was much cheaper, costing only 58 credits. It is very affordable. The night passed quickly during the cultivation. The second day, he and his classmates gathered in the classroom, and then came to the square under the leadership of Xiang Xiao. A 4-rotor armed transport aircraft was already waiting in the square. It is more than enough to accommodate 21 people. Xiang Xiao brought his people on board the plane, but found that the plane had not taken off. "Is there anyone else coming?" Xiang Xiao asked. The driver smiled and replied, "Yes, Mr. Lu Wen's class also needs to go to Tianke Mountain, and they have already applied for it." Tianke Mountain is the destination of their trip. Xiang Xiao was a little surprised to hear that Lu Wen was also going to go, but he didn't say anything. After all, this wasn't her own plane, so it was normal for other teachers to go along with her. She opened a huge box, which contained a number of backpacks. "Come and get one. Here are some emergency medicines and weapons for self-protection in emergencies." Lu Yun received one, which contained a bulletproof vest, a gas mask, and a radio communicator, which could be used for communication in areas without a network to prevent getting lost. Then came a pistol and 2 magazines. In addition, there are some medicines which are packed in different categories. Lu Yun directly put in the equipment he had bought, such as grenades, daggers, and short sticks. Guan Xen happened to see this and couldn't help but exclaimed, "Lu Yun, we are just going to observe, not to fight. Why do you bring so many grenades?" Lu Yun said calmly, "I have paranoia." Guan Xian's forehead twitched, and she didn't believe Lu Yun's nonsense at all. "If you don't want to tell me, then don't tell me. Who cares?" Humph. About 10 minutes later, Lu Wen arrived slowly with the senior students in the class. "I'm sorry, Mr. Xiang. I'm a little late. I kept you waiting." Lu Wen pulled the corner of his mouth with a forced smile. Xiang Xiao ignored him and sat in his seat with his eyes closed. Lu Wen felt embarrassed and smiled bitterly, then found an empty seat and sat down with his friends. "Boy, we're not done yet." A very low voice came from in front of him. Lu Yun raised his head and saw Wang lay staring at him with a gloomy face and raised his hand to gesture at his neck. Lu Yun glanced at him expressionlessly, not bothering to pay attention. This made Wang Lei even angrier. Compared with hatred, Lu Yun's disregard made Wang Lei even more angry. It made him feel like a clown. Everyone is present. The transport plane takes off. The destination of this trip, Tianke Mountain, is more than 600 kilometers away from Xinhuan City. It takes about an hour and a half to fly. Lu Yun was not in a hurry to practice for a while. He sat in his seat, closed his eyes, and rested, adjusting his state. He did not forget what Lu Wen and Su Wei had planned. This trip will not be peaceful. An hour and a half later, the Tianke Mountains, stretching for hundreds of miles, appeared in sight. An open space for landing had been cleared below, and several tents were set up at the edge of the space. The transport plane landed smoothly. Lu Wen led his men off the plane first, said something, and then led them away, deep into the nearby mountains and forests. A middle-aged man walked out of the tent, followed by two young men. "Teacher Xiang, you're here quite early." The middle-aged man greeted with a smile. With Xiang Zhao's introduction, Lu Yun and others learned each other's identities. The three of them are the pioneers of Xuanwu College. The middle-aged man is Wang Hui, and the two young men behind him are his assistants. Wang Hui said, "People from our college will arrive in a while. Come sit in the tent first. I will tell you about the situation of the wormhole." Xiang Xiao nodded and led his men into the tent. Half an hour later, there was the sound of an airplane outside. Wang Hui went out to greet him. Then, two large transport planes were seen flying over from a distance, carrying two huge mechas. Xiang Zhao's eyes flashed, and he said in surprise, "Aren't these Xian Huang and Qi Hu? Xianwu Academy actually even opened these two big guys." Wang Hui sighed. "There's nothing we can do. Our booby trap is still in the insect hole. We can't just let those insects destroy it." Xiang Xiao nodded in understanding. At this time, someone pointed at the two mechas and asked, "Teacher Xiang, what level are these two mechas?" Xiang Xiao pointed at the beige humanoid mecha and said, "That's Xian Huang, a humanoid mecha, a pioneer-class mecha with both long-range and defensive capabilities." Then he pointed at the red mecha that looked like a tiger and said, "That's the Red Tiger, an alien machine, a pioneer-class mecha with both close combat and defense capabilities." The students exclaimed, "Two pioneer-class mechas? What a big deal from Xuanwu College!" It is said that the alien machine is more than 10 times more difficult to operate than the humanoid machine, but once you master it, it will be invincible at the same level. At least it can be used as two pioneers. I guess Xuanwu College has spent all its resources on it, right? Wang Hui glanced at the person who had spoken and said with a smile, "That's right, this time we emptied the college's funds. Not only these two pioneer-class mechas, but there are also 6 exploration-class raiders in the transport cabin. They are all equipped with the latest technology of Karen Star, the hot melt chainsaw, and the Brown Bear engine." Not long, under the eager gaze of the students, 2 transport planes dropped 2 mechas. The earth shook violently, raising a dust wave more than 2 meters high. Everyone quickly covered their mouths and noses and tried hard to see through their eyes. Boom! Boom! The mecha took heavy steps and stopped in front of everyone. Looking at the giant that is 30 meters tall and equipped with at least 3 types of heavy firepower, and the red monster next to it, which is 20 meters long and 8 meters high at the shoulder. Everyone was dazzled. The transport plane landed nearby. A 5-meter-high raider type came out of the cabin and formed a neat queue behind the 2 mechas. Following closely were 20 students from Xuanwu College. Students from Xuanwu College also came to observe this mission. The cockpit of the Xian Huang mecha opened, and a pilot who was about the same age as Cheng Jin walked out. "Teacher Wang, how is the situation?" the pilot asked in a deep voice. Lu Yun couldn't help but think of Uncle Cheng. Both are teachers. Why is it that one is calm and collected while the other one is eager to steal the flesh from the younger generation? Pursing his lips, Lu Yun looked at Xiang Xiao. At this time, Xiang Xiao was introducing the pilot's identity to them. This middle-aged male teacher is called Qi Yin, and he is a high-level pilot who has reached level 21. That is a strong person whose genetic sequence development has reached 21. A big guy with 3,900 power in one punch. Everyone exclaimed in surprise. With such a big boss leading the team, everyone feels extremely safe. The second person to take charge of the alien machine was a woman named Lian Xiao. He is in his early 30s, with short fiery red hair, just like Qi Hu. As soon as he showed up, he greeted everyone enthusiastically. After a while, Pilot Qi Yin understood the situation and waved his hand to signal the departure. Xian Huang strode with heavy steps towards the depths of the mountains. Along the way, the earth trembled and trees fell. Red Tiger followed closely behind. The two mechas opened up a wide enough path just by moving. Everyone immediately followed and headed towards the wormhole. Chapter 36. It is difficult to completely eliminate it, but it is easy to lift the roof. It's almost noon. The group crossed the mountains and forests and went deep into the Tianke Mountains. A thick fog barrier suddenly appeared before our eyes, crossing the mountains and forests and covering the entire area ahead. Be alert. We are about to enter the territory of the insect tribe. Qi Yan's voice came from above. The words fell. Xian Huang took a big step forward, and with a burst of mechanical sounds, he broke through the fog and stepped into it. Everyone followed immediately. The raider type was divided into two rows, and the horn formation sandwiched all the students in the middle and advanced slowly. The sky was clear and sunny in the last second, and it was like falling into the abyss in the next second. The fog was not very thick, but it made visibility extremely low. The light from a high-intensity flashlight can only illuminate about 10 meters. From time to time, faint blue lights flashed in the darkness, accompanied by bursts of shusa sounds. The students couldn't help but move closer. At this moment, a low voice suddenly came from the front. Attention, enemies spotted on the left front. A beam of light shone over, illuminating a bug lurking in the darkness. It was a half-meter-long worm, dark brown in color, with a sharp thorn-like structure on its forehead. Illuminated by the strong light, the worm dormant under a dead leaf curled up and then shot out like a slingshot. The Raider-type mecha in the front raised its hand and chopped, and the hot melt chainsaw lit up with a lava-like light. The worm was split in two easily like a hot knife cutting through butter. The worm fell to the ground and continued to wriggle and twitch, trying to get close to everyone. It was still flapping for more than 10 seconds. The vitality is very strong. It's the thrusting worm. It seems that these bugs also know we are coming. A raider walked to the side of the worm and stomped it to pieces. Everyone get ready for battle. Lu Yin recalled the information about the Zerg that Xiang Xiao had explained. The thorn worm can be up to 2 meters in length with a sharp spike-like structure on its head, and the whole thing looks like a large drill. This piercing worm has a very strong defense-breaking ability. When attacking, it can rotate itself very quickly, providing powerful drilling force. Even a Pioneer-class mecha can be drilled into a hole by it after drilling for a while. Now, the Zerg Queen has placed these insects that specifically target armor near the entrance, obviously to deal with people like them. This kind of combat awareness obviously cannot be regarded as an ordinary insect. The crowd continued to move forward, but it didn't last long. Pilot Qi Yan's voice came from above. Prepare to engage the enemy. The words fell. A searchlight shone down from above Xuan Wang's head. The darkness is dispelled. It illuminates the densely packed, thorny worms on the path ahead. They are buried under the soil, curled up on tree trunks, and their figures are everywhere wherever you look. They lurk quietly in the darkness, waiting for the mecha to get close and then deliver a fatal blow. Fire! Pilot Qi Yin issued an order. The armor on the shoulder of Xian Huang opened, revealing a black micro-missile bay. Squeak, squeak, squeak. 12 micro-missiles spewed out columns of smoke, which fell into the insect swarm and turned the area 1,000 meters ahead into a sea of fire. But there were still a large number of insects that avoided the missile bombing and rushed towards the main force. 2 Raider-type guns were lined up in a row, firing energy rifles nonstop, like the scythe of the god of death. Occasionally, a few of them rushed through the line of fire, but were chopped into pieces by the hot melt chainsaw. Everyone moved forward steadily and efficiently. These Zerg vanguards could not pose any threat to the team, but everyone's heart was still tense. After all, we haven't even entered the wormhole yet, and the attack is so fierce. What would happen if you entered the wormhole? 10 minutes later, the crowd advanced to the foot of a mountain range. In front of us was a huge cave entrance that was more than 10 meters high. It was pitch black and slanted downward for who knows how many meters. The entrance to this cave seems a bit small. How does Xian Huang get in? Someone asked curiously. Xian Huang is nearly 30 meters tall. Although the hole in front of me is not small, it definitely cannot accommodate Xian Huang. Xiang Xiao took a look and said, "Who said Xian Huang was going to go in? All of you must understand that mechas are not invincible. even if the enemies are just bugs. The wormhole is the opponent's home ground. If we rush in, we may easily encounter unexpected dangers. So we need to create an environment that is favorable to us. Like now, Xiang Xiao raised his head and motioned everyone to look to the side. Then I saw the alien machine, Red Tiger, had already walked to the front of the cave entrance. Four giant mechanical claws dug deeply into the ground, and then the armor on its abdomen opened. 2 missiles fell, spewing huge columns of smoke, and flew directly into the insect lair. Xiang Xiao smiled and said, "Although strategic weapons cannot eliminate the Zerg, it is still no problem to lift the roof." After saying, everyone only felt the ground beneath their feet shake boom, and the mountain in front of them seemed to jump. A violent gust of air swept out. Xianhuang squatted down in time and put up an energy shield to protect everyone. However, despite this, the strong tremors still made it difficult for people to stand steadily. Then, in the shocked eyes of everyone, the mountain in front of us collapsed and disintegrated, revealing a huge, deep pit with a diameter of 100 meters. The walls of the deep pit are densely packed with tunnels and caves. They are connected to each other, extending an intricate network, like an endless spider web. The faint green or purple light emitted from the creature's luminous organs, and the burning flames spread throughout the tunnel, creating a strange scene. An indescribable strange smell, mixed with the smell of sulfur, filled the air. That is the unique smell of the insect-eaten creatures. It is the burnt smell of a roasted corpse. Everyone looked at the scene in front of them in shock. In the face of such terrifying firepower, it seemed that the threat posed by the Zerg was no more than this. But immediately, Pilot Qi Yan's voice came from above. "Prepare for battle." The words fell. The ground began to vibrate with a buzzing sound. Then, there was a harsh friction sound coming from the tunnel, as if something was rolling rapidly in it. Next second, countless bullet-like balls shot out from the densely packed tunnels. They stretched their bodies in midair, revealing their huge mouths, and the serrated fangs inside were extremely cold. At a glance, half of the sky was occupied by countless spherical insects. They pounced on the 2 large mechas, Xianji and Qihu. As soon as it touches the fuselage, it will immediately open its fangs and bite the armor on the surface of the mecha. Its smashing beetle. "Turn on the oscillator pulsar," Qi Yin said quietly. Then he raised his arms and clasped them in front of his chest. Everyone covered their ears immediately. The next moment, buzz! A circle of air waves visible to the naked eye exploded with Xianhuang's arms as the center. The terrifying pressure that erupted in an instant shook the air into white fluff. The wind waves swept across 1,000 meters. Even though they covered their ears, all the students still suffered from temporary deafness and were shocked into a daze. The same is true for Lu Yun. But after a few seconds, his forehead started throbbing and his dizzy eyes suddenly became clear again. He immediately looked up into the air. The broken beetle that occupied the sky had no power to resist the powerful shock pulse and was blown away. They crashed to the ground like a meteorite shower, killing many of their own kind. Chapter 37. Deep into the wormhole. The battle became intense in a second. The number of the insect tribe seemed endless, and they kept rushing out of the cave. The broken beetle is spherical in shape with a diameter of more than 1 meter. It hits the target by rolling at high speed, causing huge impact damage. At the same time, their serrated mouths also have extremely strong cutting power. If surrounded by a large number of brake beetles, even the thick armor of the mecha will not be able to withstand the continuous attacks. But Xuanwu College was clearly well prepared this time. Faced with the overwhelming swarm of insects, pulse oscillations effectively prevented them from approaching. At this moment, Xianhuang has switched to close combat, and every punch thrown by the pulse oscillators mounted on his arms can produce the same effect as an air cannon. No matter how hard their armor was, the internal organs of the Zergs within the range of the punch would be shattered. Only a few of them occasionally escaped the threat of death. But soon, the attack of Red Tiger came. The Red Tiger was like a mechanical demon. Facing the broken beetles with a diameter of 1 meter, it went straight up and ate them one by one with a crisp sound. So strong. Everyone looked at the 2 Pioneer-class mechas displaying their power in shock. Although the aftershocks of the shock pulsar made them feel very uncomfortable, they still enjoyed it. I wish I could rush up with my pistol and fight these bugs. However, although I can't participate in it, I can still cheer and gain some sense of participation. The battle lasted half an hour. The deep pit created by the missile was more than doubled again by the aftermath of the attack by the two Pioneer-class mechas. The ground was littered with Zerg corpses. Broken shells mixed with unknown mucus formed a thick layer on the ground. Take a short break. The Raider team will be on alert. The rest of you will clean up the battlefield and recover materials. Pilot Chi Yan's slightly tired voice came from the communicator. The captain of the Raider team made a gesture and led the team into the deep pit. Finish off the Zerg that are not dead yet. Half an hour later, Wang Hui, who was guarding the periphery, arrived with a batch of supplies and ammunition. The students of Xuanwu College put on gas masks, went down into the deep pit, and rummaged through the thick pile of insect corpses. These Zerg corpses are of extremely high value, can make various potions and equipment. It can also be used for research. It is also an excellent research material. The recovery work continued until the evening. Everyone set up camp next to the deep pit and rested on the spot. Then I ate something quick and prepared to go to bed early. According to Xiang Xiao, today's offensive is just an appetizer, and the real highlight is the exploration of the Zerg tunnel. Their trip was not just for observation, they also had a mission: draw 3D images of tunnels and collect biological specimens. So the next 2 days will not be easy. Everyone seized the opportunity to enjoy this moment of leisure. The night deepens. There were only a few dim warning lights flashing in the camp. Lu Yun sat in the tent and recalled the mecha battle during the day. Compare the two pilots' fighting styles with what you have learned from them. Then adjust your sitting position and prepare to practice breathing techniques. But at this moment, a snoring sound was heard beside him. Lu Yun opened his eyes strangely and looked at Nan Liyue, who was sleeping on the other side of the tent. He was sleeping soundly at this moment. The snoring became louder and louder. Lu Yun was very puzzled. Is this guy really a noble? It took a while. Seeing that the snoring continued, Lu Yun had no choice but to wake Nan Liyue up. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to practice, let alone sleep. Standing next to Nan Liyu. At this moment, I don't know what this guy was dreaming about. His mouth was pouting, and there was a lewd smile on the corner of his mouth. The corner of Lu Yun's eyes twitched slightly, and he retracted his half-extended hand, then raised his foot and gently kicked Nan Liyue. Nan Liyue, wake up. Do you want to join too? Nan Liyue muttered, a smile spreading across his lips, and he reached out to hug Lu Yun's feet. What on earth is this guy dreaming about? Lu Yun felt a chill and quickly retracted his legs. Suddenly, he hugged nothing. Nan Liyue chuckled. Naughty. I've also learned to play hard to get, Lu Yun. Lu Yun resisted the urge to beat the guy up, opened the tent, and walked out. We can't stay in this tent anymore. The night in the mountains is very cold. The 2-star rings in the sky emit jade-like light. There was a faint burnt smell in the air. Lu Yun found an empty box to sit on and practiced his breathing technique. No words were spoken that night. Daybreak. Nan Liyue yawned as he walked out of the tent. Seeing Lu Yun sitting not far from the tent, he greeted him curiously. Lu Yun, you got up so early? Lu Yun glanced at Nan Liyue indifferently and didn't want to pay any attention to him. What's going on? Nan Liyue stroked his braid vaguely, full of confusion. At this time, Xiang Xiao gathered everyone. Start grouping. There are 5 groups in total with 4 people in each group. As luck would have it, Lu Yun was assigned to the same group as Nan Liyue again. In addition, there is Guan Xian and a boy. The boy's name is Monroe. He wears a pair of thick glasses and is rather dull in daily life. Lu Yun was not impressed by him. Their group was assigned a task to collect dream grass. Dream grass is a medium-sized herb with light green leaves that are palm-shaped and have wavy edges. The flowers are lavender or pale blue. The petals are slender and gauze-like. This is important dream science research material and also one of the raw materials for tranquilizers. Dream grass mostly grows next to insect crystal mines. Usually, there will be a large number of insects gathered there, so it is very difficult to collect. Xiang Xiao looked at Lu Yun and the other 3 and warned them earnestly. So I won't make any hard requirements for your mission. Safety is the priority. But if you can really find it and bring it back, you will be rewarded with 20 credits for each plant. 20 credits? The 3 people except Lu Yun exclaimed slightly. Since they entered school, the only way they have earned credits is by answering the teacher's questions in class. But not all questions are awarded credits. Now, as long as one finds one dream grass, they will get 20 credits, and everyone is quite excited. Lu Yun nodded to show that he understood. He took a glance at the information about the dream grass and put it away. All the information has been written down by Xiao AI. When the time comes, Xiao AI will use the intelligent brain to scan it anytime and anywhere, which is much more convenient than searching with his eyes. After arranging the tasks, everyone had breakfast. Then, they began to prepare to move deeper into the wormhole. After yesterday's round of roof lifting activities, a huge tunnel leading directly underground was exposed. It is just enough to accommodate Xian Huang to enter. Let's go. Pilot Qi Yin gave the order. The two mechas entered the tunnel first. Everyone followed closely behind. A few hundred meters away on the hillside, Wang Lei put away the telescope and whispered, "Teacher, they have already gone in." Lu Wen stroked his mustache, with a hint of hesitation in his eyes. But immediately, Xiang Zhao's indifferent expression appeared in front of him, and his eyes became fierce. He lowered his voice and said, "Remember what I told you, whether you succeed or not. You must not delay." Wang Lei laughed sinisterly. "Don't worry, teacher. I have simulated it hundreds of times in my mind." "Well, go ahead." He took out a pistol, handed it to Wang Lei, and patted him on the shoulder. Wang Lei lowered his body, rushed into the jungle quickly, and disappeared. Chapter 38 Crisis Arises, Wingley. Everyone successfully descended to the bottom of the tunnel via the cableway. An indescribable smell hit me in the face. Everyone quickly took out their gas masks and put them on, then turned on their headsets and communicated through the microphones. Pilot Qi Yan's voice rang out across all channels. "Next, Pilot Lian Xiao and I will serve as the vanguard and move along the main road toward the location of the Insect King. The Raider team will advance from the branch road and eliminate any Zergs they see along the way. The rest of you can follow us or find a safe branch road to explore on your own." After saying, Qi Yin drove the Xian Huang towards the depths of the tunnel. Lu Yin glanced at the three people in the group and gestured, "Let's go too." He randomly chose a branch road and entered first. The wormhole is deep underground, and the tunnel is filled with a dark and terrifying atmosphere. Guan Xian followed Lu Yin closely and would immediately get close to him when she heard any movement. Feeling the occasional collisions behind him, Lu Yun's face was filled with black lines. He paused and said, "Student Guan Xian, if you are particularly scared, you can follow Pilot Qi Yin and the others. I will explain this to Teacher Xiang." Guan Xian's face turned red under the mask, and she raised her neck and said forcefully, Who is scared? It's just a bunch of bugs. I'm not afraid of them." Sudden, Guan Xian felt a furry touch on her shoulder, like bugs crawling on her shoulders. Her body trembled immediately, and she screamed and jumped behind Lu Yun. Nan Liyue laughed wildly and slapped his thigh. In his other hand, he was holding a braid of hair. Guan Xian immediately realized that it was Nan Liyue who was trying to scare her. Nan Liyue. Guan Xian bared her teeth and angrily wanted to settle the score with Nan Liyue. Monroe pushed up his glasses and said, "Lu Yun has already gone far away. Shouldn't we follow him?" Guan Xian was stunned, screamed, and hurriedly followed Lu Yun. Nan Liyue nudged Monroe with his elbow and said with a smile, "Thanks, brother." Monroe coughed, lowered his head, and hurried after him without saying a word. The environment inside the insect hole forms its own ecosystem, completely different from the outside world. At the same time, it is filled with the unique biological smell of the insectoids. As we go deeper, Lu Yin discovered that a palm-sized worm began to appear on the rock wall. They lay on the rock wall of the tunnel and gnawed on it. There was no reaction to Lu Yun and the others approaching. Nan Liyue took out a dagger, picked up a bug, held it in front of his eyes, and observed it with interest. What a strange creature. This insect has no sensory organs, only a mouth. It seems to be specially created for digging tunnels. Guan Xian said in disgust, but still rubbed her arms and moved closer. She opened her eyes wide and studied the worm wriggling on the dagger. Dream grass grows near insect crystals. The more insects there are, the more likely it is to have insect crystals. Now that there are more and more insects, there is a high chance that there will be dream grass on our road. Lu Yun looked at her in surprise. Guan Xian snorted complacently. "What's that look? I'm just afraid of bugs. It doesn't mean I don't know anything." Lu Yun nodded slightly. "You are right. There is a high possibility of dream grass on this road. Xiao AI just told him that the radiation signals around him were increasing. This means that the insect crystal is likely not far away from them. Be prepared for battle." Lu Yin warned and took out his pistol. The other three also came closer. There is a corner ahead. Just then, a low gnawing sound came from the front. Lu Yun glanced at the three of them, lowered his pace, and approached them little by little. The deep dark environment makes visibility very low. But this situation changed after he turned the corner. There is a crystal on the rock wall ahead, emitting a faint blue light. A dozen reptiles with bent bodies gathered around the crystals and were gnawing on them. Every few seconds, they would gnaw off a piece of crystal and pile it aside. Lu Yun shifted his gaze and saw several lavender plants with gauze-like petals next to the crystals. Dream grass. Guan Xian, Nan Liyue, and Monroe also turned around, saw the huge crystal. Guan Xian's eyes widened instantly. But immediately, she noticed a dozen or so zergs gathered around the insect crystal. It's the corrosion shellworm, the main force of the insectoid tribe. Guan Xian said in a low voice. Lu Yun gestured and prepared to retreat. However, at this moment, a gunshot was suddenly heard behind them. The dull sound could be heard clearly even here due to the sound transmission in the tunnel. The gnawing sounds at the corner stopped. This moment, the four of them seemed to be able to hear their own heartbeats. Lu Yun's eyebrows jumped, and then without thinking, run. The four of them ran away. A few seconds later, the dozen or so reptiles rushed out at an extremely fast speed. The 6 pairs of legs under their abdomen allow them to run even on rock walls. Soon, one approached from overhead. The sharp jaws hit each other, making a knock-knock sound. Lu Yun raised his gun and shot. However, the bullet only stopped the bug from approaching for a moment, and the damage was very low. The hard exoskeleton shell covering the body of the corrosion beetle makes them completely resistant to pistol attacks. Damn it, who is this bastard who shot randomly? If I find out, I will definitely tear his head off. Nan Liyue cursed softly. Lu Yun said calmly. Contact the Mecha formation and request support. Monroe said in a muffled voice. I have sent a distress message, but there is no response. Lu Yun's heart sank. Looking at the reptiles approaching again, the 4 men kept firing to stop them from approaching. Just at this moment, suddenly, a figure running wildly appeared in front. When he got closer, Lu Yun took a look and his brows immediately frowned. Wing Lei. Looking at the gun in Wang Lei's hand, Lu Yun immediately understood that it was obviously him who had fired the gun just now. Lu Yun? Wang Lei was running wildly with his head down, as if he was avoiding something. When he saw Lu Yun and the other 3, he waved to them with great joy. However, Lu Yun had no time to care about him. Look behind him! Guan Xian suddenly shouted in horror and pointed behind Wang Lei. He saw a huge moth-like insect with a wingspan of 5 meters chasing after him. Exploding moth, damn. How could this guy provoke such a thing? Nan Liyue cursed loudly and wished he could kick Wang Lei back. The burst moth is a moth-shaped insect with great maneuverability and speed. Can release powerful bursts of energy in the air, dealing fatal blows to enemies. This is the main air combat unit of the insect tribe, but they usually stay deep in the insect caves to protect the insect king and rarely come out. Why would Wang Lei provoke one? There are explosions of moths in front and unknown crawling predators behind. Everyone was suddenly in a dilemma. Lu Yun quickly asked the teachers for help, otherwise we will all die here. Wang Lei came running over. Nan Liyue could no longer control his anger and kicked him away. Please help me. At this moment, Lu Yun suddenly noticed that there was some light blue dust on Wang Lei's hands. The dust still emits a faint glow. What is this? Lu Yun pointed at Wang Lei's hand. Wang Lei quickly hid his hands behind his back and stammered. Seeing him like this, everyone understood that it must be this thing that attracted the exploding moths. Chapter 39 derselbe Tudi. Wang Lei didn't expect that he would be so unlucky. After seeing Lu Yun and the others set off, he followed them from a distance. As a result, not long after entering the tunnel, he lost track of Lu Yun. The tunnels in the wormhole are stacked and dense like a spiderweb. He had no idea where Lu Yun had gone. We can only search based on a few traces. As a result, instead of finding Lu Yun, they found a huge piece of insect crystal mine. Moreover, he also found a bug crystal core nearby. The most important thing is that there are no Zerg guarding nearby. The value of the insect crystal core is extremely high in the market. Wang Lei was unwilling to go back empty-handed, so he started to think about it. He was very cautious and knew it was dangerous here, so he waited patiently for 10 minutes. In 10 minutes, not a single bug came. Wang Lei could no longer hold back his greed. So he rushed forward, picked up the insect crystal core, and ran away. Result: after running a few steps, an exploding moth appeared. Then, this scene appeared. Asshole, you actually dare to touch the insect crystal core. Nan Liyue was so angry that the tips of his ears turned red. I wish I could shoot this idiot in front of me. Long before they came, Xiang Xiao had repeatedly warned them that there were two things in the insect nest that must not be touched: the insect crystal core and the insect king egg. The insect crystal core is specifically used to replenish energy when the insect king lays eggs, and is an extremely important resource. The Zerg king's eggs are related to the future of the Zerg. Touching any one of them will attract the Zerg's endless pursuit. Now, there's actually an idiot who dares to steal the insect crystal core? I gave the core back to it. Wang Lei quickly explained. He had thrown away the insect crystal core halfway through being chased. He also knew that he couldn't get away with that. However, the explosion moth was still unwilling to let him go. Lu Yun stopped Nan Liyue and said, "Don't waste your energy on him. Let's get through this situation first." Now, a dozen reptiles have surrounded them from all directions. And in front of us are explosive moths flying rapidly. The target of the explosive moths is him, so they shouldn't pay attention to us. If we charge at full speed, we should be able to get past him. Speaking of, Lu Yun took out a smoke bomb and threw it forward, then rushed out quickly with his men. Wang Lei's face changed, and he pounced on Lu Yun. "You can't leave. If you want to leave, take me with you. We are classmates. You can't just stand by and watch us die." Lu Yun, I came in because of you. You can't just leave me alone." Wang Lei's eyes were bloodshot. Lu Yun paused, turned around, and asked, "Because of me coming in? Why?" Wang Lei hesitated again. Said it was to harm Lu Yun? Even if he had the courage, he wouldn't dare to say it at this time. Now Lu Yun and the other four are his only hope of escape. Otherwise, with wolves in front and tigers behind, he would have no way to survive. "Lu Yun asked you to come in and harm me, didn't he? How do you know?" Wang Lei blurted out subconsciously, but he reacted immediately and looked at Lu Yun in horror. Lu Yun smiled sarcastically, ignored him, and rushed into the smoke. Nan Liyue, Guan Xian, and Monroe glared at Wang Lei with disdain. "He deserves to die," Guan Xian said, "Pooh." Looking at the four people who abandoned him, the fear of death filled Wang Lei's face. Suddenly, he took out the pistol Lu Yun had given him and said sternly, "Lu Yun, since you won't take me away, then you should stay here and be buried with me." Wang Lei pulled the trigger. Lu Yun felt a surge of fear in his heart and dodged to the side. However, the bullet that was fired was not aimed at him. Instead, it shot towards a rock wall above their heads. Bah! The bullets exploded on the rock wall. A drop of purple liquid splashed out and quickly atomized when it met the air. In the blink of an eye, Lu Yun and the other three were enveloped. "What is this? I can't wipe it off. It's stuck to my clothes." Nan Liyue and the other two were wiping their clothes, but found that the purple gas was stuck to their clothes and could not be wiped off at all. The pungent smell could be smelled even with a gas mask on. It smelled like ammonia, with a slight fishy smell. Guan Xian sniffed it slightly, and her expression suddenly changed. "It's insect attractant liquid." Insect attractant, a kind of attractant made from animal sacs. After sticking this on, they're now like bright lights, attracting the attention of all kinds of insects and even animals. Wing Lei grinned. "Haha, wait for death, you four bastards. I told you not to take me with you. Now you all stay here to be buried with me." Wang Lei laughed wildly and ferociously, like a mad beast. Next second, Lu Yun ran out a few steps and punched Wang Lei's grinning face. Bah! Wang Lei's teeth were broken and blood spurted out of his nose. The whole person seemed to be hit head-on by a speeding car and flew backwards. It smashed heavily into the swarm of corrosive shell insects that were chasing it. Several corrosive insects were startled, but when the smell of blood spread, these reptiles pounced on it as if they had discovered some delicious food. Wingley screamed madly. After a while, the sound disappeared completely. Nan Liyue, Guan Xian, and Monroe looked at Lu Yun in awe. It was the first time they saw Lu Yun in this state. Lu Yun shook his fist as if nothing had happened and looked at the three people. "Now think about how to get out." At this time, there is smoke blocking the view and the explosive moths temporarily lose their target. The reptiles also got fresh food and temporarily stopped paying attention to them. Guan Xian sighed and said, With the insect attractant, we may not be able to run far before being surrounded by insects, so we might as well find a place to hide and wait for rescue. Monroe said in a muffled voice, I don't recommend doing this. I think it's better to try to rush out while the smoke bomb is still there. As long as we leave here, we can seek support. Nan Liyue pretended to smile and shrugged. I'll listen to Lu Yun. Guan Xin and Monroe also looked at Lu Yun. Before you know it, everyone has already regarded Lu Yun as the leader. Lu Yun looked at Wang Lei, who was now only half alive. Then he looked at the smoke that was dissipating. Xiao Ai's voice rang beside his ear. Master, if you charge directly at your speed, there is a 30% chance that you will get through, but there is also a 70% chance that you will be killed on the spot by the explosive moths when you pass by them. What if we run inside? Lu Yun suddenly asked. What did you say? Everyone looked at Lu Yun in confusion, not hearing clearly what Lu Yun had just said. Lu Yun glanced at them and waited for Xiao Ai's answer. 2 seconds later, Xiao Ai said happily, Master, according to calculations, if there is enough firepower to stop the corrosive shell worms, the survival rate of those rushing can be increased to 65. The inside of the insect cave is interconnected, so as long as we encounter the mecha troops, we will be safe. Lu Yun made up his mind. Sitting back and waiting for death is not his style. It just so happened that he didn't have much else on him, just a lot of ammunition. When I came here, I bought some more to guard against Lu Wan and the others. It came in handy at this moment. He took out 4 grenades and gave one to each person. Let's run inside. They were all smart people, and they immediately understood what Lu Yun said. Chapter 40, The Lame. Make a decision. Lu Yun did not hesitate. There is insect attractant on their bodies, and once the smoke dissipates, the moths will immediately notice them. The longer the delay, the more dangerous it is. Try to save your ammunition, and use a dagger if you can. Got a few affirmative responses. Lu Yun pulled the safety pin of the grenade and glanced at everyone, signaling them to get ready. Then he threw it at the corrosive insects that were tasting Wang Lei. Boom! Fire broke out. Rush! Lu Yun let out a low roar and rushed out towards the sweeping flames. Guan Xin stomped her feet, put her arms in front of her head, and rushed out. Next came Nan Liyue and Monroe. The corrosive shell worm was dizzy from the grenade. He didn't even notice the 4 people running past his face. At this time, a whistling sound came from behind. Nan Liyue turned his head and was immediately shocked. There was a faint light on the wings of the explosive moth, and it flapped its wings, creating a storm in the tunnel. The smoke was dispersed. The fierce wind even blew off a layer of the rock wall. The terrifying power made Nan Liyue's ears tremble constantly. The explosion moths are catching up, he exclaimed, speeding up. Without even looking at it, Lu Yun pulled out a smoke bomb and threw it backwards. The smoke exploded. The explosion of moths stopped. Several people took this opportunity to speed up and run forward, passing through one tunnel branch after another. Many strange-looking insects crawled out of the cave and headed towards Lu Yun and the others. Lu Yun and his companions did not dare to stop for even a moment and continued to move deeper along the previous route. Soon, Lu Yun and the others arrived at the previous corner. The whistling sound behind me is getting closer. Apparently, this time the smoke bomb didn't stop the exploding moths for long. The insect attractant on their bodies is like a beacon. No matter how you run, you can accurately guide the Zerg. How long do we have to run? Guan Xin looked at the small insects gathering around him and swung his dagger to chop them to death. But there were too many bugs, and she gave up after killing them for a while. Although these insects are not as powerful as corrosive beetles and explosive moths, there are a lot of them, and they can be scary when they gather together. Monroe whispered, Run until you encounter the mecha troops. We don't know which way the mecha troops are on. No need to know. Lu Yun interrupted everyone's conversation. He pointed at the insect crystal in front of him and said calmly, This thing will help us find Pilot Chi Yin. Insect crystal? Why do you say it can help us meet Pilot Chi Yin? All 3 were confused. The insect crystals have a radiation field. When they are close to each other, they will glow. Lu Yun fired 2 shots at the insect crystal, knocking off a piece of it, which he then picked up in his backpack and hung in front of him. The insect crystal without its roots is still as clear as crystal, but it no longer glows. Will insect crystals glow when they are close to each other? Guan Xin recalled, but could not remember whether Teacher Xiang had mentioned this information. Of course she couldn't remember it, because Lu Yun made up the news. Don't waste time. The explosion moths are catching up. Nan Liyue gave a reminder. Luyan picked a few more dream grasses and put them away. Let's go. Monroe and Nan Liyue looked at each other and hurried to follow. Since Lu Yun said it will glow, then it will. After all, Lu Yun is number one, so it's normal for him to know more than them. Only Guan Xan frowned and couldn't remember the information, no matter how hard she racked her brains. Lu Yun was at the front, and during the process, he kept his watch sticking to the insect crystal fragments. Although the glowing information is fake. However, when the insect crystals are close to each other, their radiation intensity will increase slightly. This is true. Xiao AI can monitor the changes in the radiation of the insect crystals and use this to identify the path leading to the core of the insect cave. Because the closer you are to the core, the more insect crystals there are. As long as they can get back to the main road, they will encounter the main force. The role of little love is indispensable in this. However, Lu Yun cannot reveal Xiao AI's existence. So I made up a story that insect crystals would glow when they were close to them. Now it seems that several people seem to believe it firmly. He could feel the occasional glances from the side. Obviously, he was observing whether the insect crystal was glowing. After running for a while, 6 forks in the road suddenly appeared ahead. Several people hurriedly stopped. Nan Liyue looked at the insect crystal in Lu Yun's arms and urged him. Lu Yun, try every fork in the road and see which one will make it glow. Lu Yun gave this guy a strange look. What are you looking at me for? Go and try it. At this time, Xiao AI finished the test and said, Master, go to the far right. Lu Yun immediately rushed to the far right without hesitation. Hey, you went the wrong way. The road on the right isn't lit. Nan Liyue quickly grabbed Lu Yun. Lu Yun almost couldn't control his expression. Have no choice. He directly asked Xiao AI to control the watch to turn on the flashlight. The light from the flashlight shone into the insect crystal, making it exceptionally gorgeous for a moment. Look, it's bright. Nan Liyue's face was filled with excitement. It's the one on the far right. I didn't expect your method, Lu Yun, to be so useful. Guan Xian widened her eyes and stared at Chongjing. Actually, there is really such a saying? Monroe nodded slightly, as if to commit this important information to memory. Lu Yun looked at his 3 companions who had been tricked by him and didn't know what expression to make. All he could do was to calmly say, Don't waste time, let's go. Guan Xian, Nan Liyue and Monroe are now full of energy. I even have time to clean up the bugs on the road. Don't do meaningless movements and waste your energy. Lu Yun couldn't help but remind him. Comma, Lu Yun. Go deeper all the way. The peculiar smell of insect nests became stronger, and the bugs they encountered gradually became stronger. The speed of progress is also getting slower and slower. The previous passion was no longer there, and everyone's face was filled with deep fatigue. Only Lu Yun is better because he is stronger. Sudden, Nan Liyue said with an unpleasant expression, I have run out of ammunition. Me too, Monroe said. I still have half a magazine. Guan Xian whispered. Lu Yun glanced at his backpack and found that all the throwing items were used up. At this moment, he only had a few antidote needles and 2 magazines of pistol ammunition left. This is the result of his trying his best to save money. He turned around and glanced at everyone. Everyone's faces looked unhappy. Obviously, he has reached the brink of exhaustion. The sound of rustling was approaching from the darkness, casting a cloud of gloom over everyone's hearts. Hold on a little longer. That was all Lu Yun could say. But just at this moment, Nan Liyue stood up suddenly. Did you hear any sound? No, it's just bugs crawling around. It's just bugs crawling around. No, it's not the sound of insects. It's the machine gun. Nan Liyue didn't care about the sticky and wet ground. He just lay down and put his ear to the ground to listen carefully. Approaching quickly, very close, Nan Liyue couldn't suppress his excitement. At this time, Lu Yun also heard the low roar coming from deep in the rock wall. Just at this moment, the rock wall 10 meters in front of them exploded with a boom, and 2 beams of strong light shot out from it, breaking through the long-accumulated darkness. The light fell on the 4 of them. A dull laugh followed. This little brother has a very round butt. Chapter 41, Nightfall. The light tears through the darkness. When it falls on the body, it is not dazzling, but instead brings a trance feeling of being reborn. Guan Xen burst into laughter through tears. Monroe wanted to wipe his glasses, but when he raised his hand, he realized he was still wearing a gas mask and couldn't help but smile. Nan Liyue sat down on the ground without caring about his image and cheered. You are finally here. Lu Yun's tense heartstrings suddenly relaxed. He let out a long sigh of relief. Support has arrived. Heavy footsteps echoed in the tunnel. Two raiders wielding melta chainsaws passed by the four. Following the raiders was a battle formation of 10 men. They were fully armed, holding fully automatic rifles, and advancing in a tactical formation towards the direction where Lu Yun and his team came from. The gun flames flickered, reaping the lives of the Zerg. Lu Yun remembered at this time and reminded, "There are explosive moths behind. Please pay attention." "Well, leave it to us." A raider waved his hand casually, shaking the muzzle of the gun in his hand, which was several dozen centimeters thick. At this time, someone came over and checked their identities. Not long, Xiang Xiao arrived. "Teacher Xiang." Lu Yun and the others greeted him. Xiang Xiao looked at the four people who were covered in blood but not seriously injured, and his solemn expression relaxed a little. "Half an hour after you lost contact, I realized something might be wrong with you. Fortunately, I didn't arrive too late." Listening to the sounds of fighting coming from behind. If they had arrived a little later, there is no telling what would have happened. "Let's talk about it outside if you have anything to say." Xiang Xiao exchanged a few words with the people around him, then left with Lu Yun and the others. The five people went straight out of the insect hole and came to the camp outside to rest. At this time, Lu Yun noticed that there were 4 large trucks parked outside. Many strange figures appeared in the camp. There was even a large 3D machine. The barracks are being printed at full speed at this moment. Xiang Xiao explained. Pilot Shi Yin discovered a high-quality energy vein deep in the wormhole. So many people came here, and they should be stationed here for a long time. But this has nothing to do with us. Let me check your bodies first. Xiang Xiao called a doctor and gave a simple examination to the few people. The physical condition of several people is still good, but their mental condition is not very good. Guan Xin in particular has become numb and sluggish. The doctor took her to the rescue vehicle for follow-up treatment. The others just need to take a break. "Lu Yun, come with me." Xiang Xiao waved his hand and took Lu Yun to an empty tent. Turning back, Xiang Xiao looked at Lu Yun seriously and asked, "Did you meet Wang Lei?" Lu Yun was a little surprised how Xiang Xiao knew this. But there was no concealment. Everything was told. Xiang Xiao's face turned cold. This bastard actually dared to murder his classmates. Unfortunately, there is no evidence now. You may even face slander from Lu Yun. Lu Yun hesitated for a moment and said, "What if I have evidence?" "Do you have evidence?" "Well, I usually have the habit of recording." Xiang Xiao laughed. "If there is evidence, then there is no need to worry. As long as you can prove that it was Wang Lei who started it first, you will be acting in self-defense and will not be punished." However, that's not all Lu Yun wants. He was silent for a while, then said, "Lu Yun is behind this matter. I want to know if I produce evidence that he is the mastermind behind this matter, how will the academy deal with Lu Yun? According to the teacher management regulations, he should be expelled and face a long prison sentence." Lu Yun was somewhat dissatisfied. Just expulsion and imprisonment? "So, what do you want?" Lu Yun was about to speak. Lu Yun rushed in with a gloomy old face. When he saw Lu Yun's face changed and he suddenly attacked. Xiang Xiao blocked Lu Yun's attack with his bare hands, knocked him back and shouted, "Lu Yun, what are you doing?" "What should I do?" "Of course, to avenge my dead students." Lu Yun's eyes were filled with murderous intent. "Strike again." Xiang Xiao snorted coldly and started fighting with him. However, Xiang Xiao was stronger than Lu Yun, and he defeated Lu Yun in just a few moves. "Teacher Xiang, are you going to protect a murderer? In that case, I will seek justice from the dean. I just don't believe that in such a huge Silver Star Academy, no one can make a decision for my poor student." After saying that, Lu Yun was about to leave angrily. Lu Yun stood behind Xiang Xiao, looking at Lu Yun's murderous look, and his thoughts became certain. He took a step forward and said calmly, "Why are you in such a hurry, Mr. Lu? Why don't we listen to a recording first? Follow closely." Wang Lei's voice came from the intelligent brain. "Ha, wait for death, you 4 bastards. I told you not to take me with you. Now you all stay here, to be buried with me. Hear this." Lu Yun's face changed. Lu Yun turned off the recording and raised his lips slightly. "Teacher Lu, I remember that the college has a rule that anyone who murders others, regardless of their identity, has unlimited rights to retaliate." Lu Yun emphasized the words regardless of identity a little more. Plus that meaningful look. Lu Yun's heart skipped a beat. He stared at Lu Yun deeply, and Lu Yun looked back at him without hesitation. Lu Yun wondered how much information Lu Yun had. Wang Lei is dead. Even the corpse was left with only a tiny bit of residue. What if Wang Lei said something he shouldn't have said before he died? At this time, Lu Yun suddenly said, "Teacher Xiang, I'm a little tired, so I'm going to rest first." "Go ahead. But one person died, and someone will come to you to investigate this matter later. Please cooperate as much as you can." "It should be." After saying, Lu Yun walked out of the tent and returned to the rest area. Nan Liyue was waiting at the door. When he saw Lu Yun coming, he immediately came up and asked, "I just saw that old guy Lu Yun. Did he ask about Wang Lei?" He patted his chest and said, "Don't worry. Wang Lei wants to harm you. He deserves to die. We will all testify for you." Lu Yun felt a little warm in his heart and smiled. "It's just a small matter. It's been resolved." "It's good that it's solved." Nan Liyue breathed a sigh of relief and didn't ask any more questions. However, just as he was about to enter the tent to rest, Lu Yun suddenly grabbed him. "I'm not feeling well. I want to take a good rest today. You should go somewhere else to spend the night." Nan Liyue was stunned. "Why? Is it possible that the friendship that we just established is going to be gone in the blink of an eye? You snore too loudly. It disturbs me." "Do I snore?" Nan Liyue pointed at himself, his face full of disbelief. "Oh, not only does he snore, he also has erotic dreams and talks dirty." However, Lu Yun did not say the last two things, for fear of hurting the child's fragile self-esteem. "Okay, just go somewhere else tonight." After saying that, Lu Yun pushed Nan Liyue away without saying a word, entered the tent, and zipped it up. Night falls. Everyone was busy all day and was very tired, so they all went to bed early. The camp became quiet. Lu Yun lay on the sleeping bag. Suddenly, a short figure appeared outside the tent silently. Then a puff of smoke came into the tent. Waited half a minute. The figure outside the tent carefully cut open the tent and tiptoed in. He glanced at the sleeping Lu Yun. Then, he reached for the intelligent computer that Lu Yun placed next to his head. But just when he held the intelligent computer in his hand and was about to leave, the computer screen suddenly lit up. Then, a high-voltage electric current burst out. The figure's hand trembled for a moment. Without waiting for him to react, Lu Yun, who was sleeping soundly, suddenly opened his eyes, turned over, and the narrow blade hidden in his palm pierced into his throat accurately and swiftly. Then swiped to the right. Chapter 42, Insect King Riot. Bright red blood gushed out from the wound. Lu Yun succeeded in his attack and immediately retreated. He sneered, "Teacher Lu, you are very anxious." The figure who sneaked in the middle of the night was none other than Lu Yun. Lu Yun was very uneasy about Lu Yun's expression during the day. The more he thought about it, the more worried he became that Wang Lei had said something he shouldn't have before he died, exposing him. So he chose to take risks to seize the evidence. No matter what happened, as long as Lu Yun had no evidence, there was still room for maneuver. But he didn't expect that this was a trap set up by Lu Yun. Lu Yun wanted to understand everything, but he no longer had the chance. He stared at Lu Yun unwillingly. The loss of blood made his body rapidly turn cold, and he gradually became silent. Lu Yun waited for a long time, and after making sure that the person would not move again, he walked over and took off the mask on the other person's face. It turned out to be Lu Yun, the old man. Lu Yun snorted and took back his intelligent computer. "Well done." The screen flashed. Of course, Xiao AI is super awesome. Of course, intelligent brain discharge is not a function that comes with it. Instead, it was caused by Xiao AI overloading the microenergy it carried in an instant. But in this way, this intelligent computer will be almost scrapped. But it's just a matter of more than 200 credits, which is a drop in the bucket for Lu Yun. After asking Xiao AI to back up all the information, Lu Yun walked out of the tent. The previous movement had already attracted the attention of people around. At this time, they all gathered outside, looking around curiously. After a while, the crowd parted and Xiang Xiao walked over. "What happened?" Lu Yun said. "Teacher Lu came over in the middle of the night and tried to assassinate me, but I killed him instead." Xiang Zhao's eyebrows jumped. He opened the tent and took a look inside. She glanced at the people around her and whispered, "Are you strong enough to kill him?" Lu Yun shrugged. "He put out smoke and thought I was knocked out, but I wasn't. So, he was killed by my sneak attack. Do you have any evidence?" "The smoke in the tent hasn't even cleared yet. I still have Wang Lei's earlier recording, which proves that Lu Yun wanted to kill me a long time ago." Lu Yun answered fluently. He had already figured out how to deal with these issues in his mind. There is so much strong evidence in my hands. He couldn't figure out how he lost? Xiang Xiao looked at Lu Yun deeply, nodded and said, "Okay, if anyone asks you later, answer like this. Now go and rest." Lu Yun found an empty tent and went in to rest. Xiang Xiao dispersed the onlookers and then called in professionals to extract the air in the tent as evidence. Wang Hui came over with 2 assistants and asked, "What happened?" "It's nothing, a personal grudge within the academy." "Okay, let me know if you need any help." Wang Hui smiled and left. No words were spoken that night. The next day, after breakfast, Xiang Xiao called the students together. Due to some reasons, this observation activity has come to an end. Students, please pack your things. A plane will come to pick us up later. Everyone couldn't help but look at Lu Yun. After overnight fermentation, many people have heard about the death of a teacher last night. Now that the observation activity has been terminated, this has undoubtedly been confirmed. For a moment, everyone was talking about it. Lu Yun didn't have any extra emotions about this. After packing up, we stayed in the camp, waiting for the plane to arrive. 2 hours later, the distinctive engine sound of a quadcopter transport plane came from the distance. Soon, the transport plane arrived overhead. But just as we were preparing to land, something strange happened. Suddenly, a blue beam of light shot out from the dark main tunnel and hit the transport plane in midair. The transport plane was cut in half by the beam of light and fell down. The Insect King is rioting. Everyone seek shelter. Wang Hui's roar came from the loudspeaker above his head. Follow closely. Everyone felt the ground beneath their feet shaking violently, like an earthquake. A few seconds later, with a sharp buzzing sound, the depression in the center of the huge pit suddenly pushed up. Then the rock shattered. The huge fuselage of Xian Huang soared into the sky. It fell hundreds of meters away. The forest was crushed into pieces. Xian Huang turned over and dug his palms deeply into the ground to stop himself from retreating. Everyone was stunned by this scene. Pilot Shi Yan's voice came from the Mecha, echoing above everyone's head. The Insect King is rioted. All non-combatants immediately retreat to the outer camp. The combatants immediately set up fortifications and woven a firepower network. The camp reacted quickly. Anti-aircraft machine guns were set up. The entire camp started running at high speed at this moment. Wang Hui appeared in front of everyone and said to Xiang Xiao, "Teacher Xiang, there is a supply convoy in the camp that has not left yet. Take your students and leave quickly. We'll buy you some time." What exactly happened? Didn't they say that the Insect King had been found and could be captured soon? Someone couldn't help but ask. No one answered his question. Xiang Xiao shouted, "Everyone, find a car nearby and evacuate immediately." No one dared to hesitate. Lu Yun immediately ran towards an off-road vehicle. When I got in the car, I found that Nan Liyue was already in the driver's seat. He got into the passenger seat, and Guan Xian and Monroe followed closely behind. There were other people, but when they saw that the bus was full, they quickly looked for other vehicles. "Hold on tight," Nan Liyue growled and stepped on the accelerator. However, the car did not start. "No way, there's no oil." Nan Liyue widened his eyes in horror. He stepped on the pedal a few more times, but the car didn't move. Monroe reminded, "You forgot to step on the clutch." "Clutch? What is clutch?" Nan Liyue's face was full of confusion. "Lu Yun." "Guan Xian?" "Monroe?" Bang! Lu Yun opened the car door. "I'll change one." "I'll change two." "Wait for me." Looking at the 3 people who got off the car in the blink of an eye, Nan Liyue blinked in confusion. However, soon Lu Yun and the other 2 came back. "You? The bugs are come and go." Guan Xian nervously grabbed the armrest of the chair and urged. Nan Liyue took a look through the rearview mirror and gasped. Then countless corrosive insects larger than houses emerged from the ground and knocked down houses like tanks wherever they passed. There are also many worms, with electric sparks flashing on their tentacles. Shoots lasers like a laser gun. The machine gun defense line didn't play much of a role at all. "Is this a bug?" Nan Liyue let out a strange cry and became confused. Seeing this, Lu Yun directly pulled Nan Liyue up, and the 2 of them changed seats. "Sit in the driving seat yourself." "Hold on tight." The words fell. Lu Yun directly shifted the gear to the lowest position. After startup, the car suddenly rushed out, roaring like a wild beast. Chapter 43, Booby Trap. Rocks and broken wood were thrown down like rain. Lu Yun kept controlling the steering wheel to change direction back and forth to avoid falling rocks. Nan Liyue and the other two were dizzy, and their foreheads were red from being hit. But he didn't dare say anything for fear of disturbing Lu Yun. Just at this moment, everyone just felt their vision darken. When they looked up, they saw a huge insect rushing towards them. Lu Yun turned sharply. The car did a tailspin on the spot, but still couldn't escape the range where the insect fell. Just when everyone was about to jump out of the car, a beam of fire instantly pierced through the insect. The bug disintegrated into dozens of pieces in midair. Lu Yun looked back and saw that Xian Huang had retracted the hand cannon. Apparently, he helped get rid of the bug that was threatening them. But suddenly, a huge tentacle suddenly shot up into the sky from the camp. The tentacles wrapped around Xuan Huang's feet like a whip. Pull it hard. Xian Huang staggered after being pulled. He turned around and swung his pulse punch at the thick tentacle, but it didn't have much effect. At this time, there was another earthquake. Then the red tiger machine rushed out from the ground, and two long blades popped out from its two front paws, directly cutting off the tentacles. Xian Huang escaped. Retreat immediately without hesitation. Red Tiger also retreated. At this time, Lu Yun noticed that behind the red tiger was a relatively slender mecha. The mecha was painted dark purple, with only the core part equipped with heavy armor. The rest of the place is very simple. Lu Yun thought of the booby trap that Wang Hui had mentioned before. That is the mecha that accidentally encountered a bug hole during the first mission and was left inside the bug hole. One of the tasks of Xuanwu College this time is to recover the booby mines. Now Red Tiger is dragging this mecha out, obviously preparing to abandon the camp and evacuate directly. As expected, the two mechas fought and retreated. All kinds of heavy firepower were directed at the camp as if they were free. Under the feet of the mecha, many vehicles carrying the fighters who had been left behind were evacuating quickly. Lu Yun retracted his gaze and stepped on the accelerator. No matter what it was that made the two Pioneer-class mechas choose to retreat, it was obvious that they encountered an irresistible crisis. Lu Yun was extremely grateful at this time. Fortunately, we were lucky yesterday and did not encounter this kind of crisis. Otherwise, he would definitely die in there. Just at this moment, a sharp buzzing sound came from behind. Guan Xin looked back and her face turned pale with fright. Monster! Lu Yun glanced through the rearview mirror and his heart also tightened. The camp was now enveloped in thick smoke. However, on the left and right sides of the camp, two huge insect wings broke through the smoke and spread out. You know, the camp is more than 200 meters away. However, the owner of the insect wing was standing across the camp with his wings exposed. The size of this monster is probably even more terrifying than Xian Huang. Scare. Suddenly, a sharp cry came from the smoke. The smoke and dust were instantly dispersed. The monster also revealed its full appearance. It was a monster shaped like a moth, nearly 50 meters long. The wingspan is 200 meters. The body is covered with a thick carapace, and the head has huge jaws and two tentacles. However, at this time one of the tentacles was cut off in half. But it only took a few seconds. The broken tentacles grew back. The insect king's 6 pairs of lantern-like compound eyes stared at the red tiger. Their tentacles collided with each other, and blue energy flowed on them. Then, shoot out instantly. Boom! Xian Huang stood behind Qi, who with a huge shield of light unfolded on his arms. Blocked the energy beam, but despite this, the huge body of Xian Huang was also constantly retreating. Seeing this, Red Tiger cut the rope that was holding the booby mine and then attacked the insect king from the side. The heavy footsteps fell on the ground, splashing countless mud. Bang! The blade chopped on the insect king's back, sparking a flash of fire, but it did not cut through. The insect king screamed, flapped its wings, and hit the ground. The ground was stirred up with waves of earth, forcing the red tiger to retreat. Then, the huge body of the insect king actually flew up. It looked down at Xian Huang and Qihu. Then he looked at the evacuating convoy. Human-like brutality appeared in those 6 pairs of compound eyes. Buzz! The insect king's tentacles collided, and streams of energy shot towards the evacuating convoy. Boom! Unfortunately, an off-road vehicle was hit and exploded into a ball of fire. Then, the insect king began to hum again. Countless insects swarmed out, sweeping the earth like a whirlwind. Any vehicle that was caught up would be reduced to nothing but iron filings within 3 seconds. Lu Yun has not let go of the accelerator since he stepped on it. But despite this, its speed is still not as fast as that of insects. The spherical crushing beetle they had seen before accelerated and rolled no slower than a vehicle. In fact, because of its size, it is more suitable for fast attacks in the wilderness and forest than vehicles. Just at this moment, there was a sudden burst of radio waves from the radio communicator in the car. Immediately afterwards, the voice of pilot Chi Yin came out. "I'm Chi Yin. Please, all those who have reached the resonance level or whose resonance time is within 25 seconds, come to me. I need your help." The communication was broadcast 3 times in total. Within 25 seconds? Nan Liyue was stunned for a moment and looked at Lu Yun. Among those present, only he and Lu Yun reached within 25 seconds. "Lu Yun, what do you want to do?" Nan Liyue asked. Looking at the broken beetle approaching from behind, Lu Yun became ruthless and turned the steering wheel sharply. "We can't outrun these bugs, so why don't we go to Pilot Chi Yin? Maybe there's still a glimmer of hope." There were no outsiders in the car. No one has any objections. Nan Liyue pondered. "Why does Pilot Chi Yin need us? How can we help?" Lu Yun looked at the insect king flying in the air and had a hint of guess in his mind. But it's not certain. Soon, they came near the Xian Huang machine. He noticed that 2 other cars were also arriving. One car was filled with students from Xuanwu College, and the other was filled with an older young man. They are wearing military uniforms and are fighters coming to support. Wang Hui is here too. When he saw the few people, he was immediately overjoyed. "You are here, go, and try to see if you can resonate with the trap mind." Booby trap. Lu Yun looked at the slender mecha. He guessed right. The only place where resonance can be used is Mecha. Among the people present, only the booby trap, Mecha, was vacant. But he didn't expect that the booby trap was actually an air combat type mecha. No wonder the body is so slender. All of you should give it a try. As long as you can resonate with the enemy and simply control the booby trap, pilot Lin Xiao, and I will buy you some time. Chi Yan's voice came from above. Yes. 2 students from Xuanwu College responded excitedly. The young man in military uniform also raised his brows and looked at the booby trap eagerly. Chapter 44. He flies. The battle between the Xian Huang, Mecha, and the Insect King is fierce. However, the Insect King was flying in the air and occupying an advantageous position, making it difficult for Xian Huang as a melee mecha to display its abilities. You can only use the artillery on your body to harass remotely. Prevent the Insect King from threatening the evacuating convoy. Red Tiger is responsible for clearing out the Zerg and covering the convoy's retreat. The raiders assisted. Lu Yun noticed that there were only 4 raiders left out of the original 6. The other 2 were most likely destroyed. The situation is critical. Wang Hui urged, "Who will go first?" 2 students from Xuanwu College were eager to try. At this time, the young man in military uniform recommended himself. "Booby Trap is a pioneer-class mecha. I have driven an exploration-class mecha before. Let me try it first." After saying that, without waiting for the students from Xuanwu College to speak, he walked straight forward and got into the cockpit of the Booby Trap. Half a minute later, Booby Trap staggered to his feet. Wang Hui's eyes lit up. "Great. Hurry up and activate the gravity thrower of the Booby Trap to restrain the Insect King." Booby Trap nodded, slowly turned around, and looked at the Insect King in the air. The 2 Xuanwu College students looked disappointed. Such a good opportunity to come into contact with the Pioneer-class mecha is gone. You know, Booby Trap is one of the top mechas in Xuanwu College, and countless students dream of becoming a Booby Trap pilot one day. Now there is a great opportunity in front of him, but it was taken away by the young man in military uniform. But waited a few seconds. But there was no reaction from the booby mine. "What are you standing there for? Hurry up and do it," Wang Hui urged loudly. The struggling voice of the young man in military uniform came from the mecha. "Teacher Wang, I can't bear it, puff." The booby mine that had just stood up suddenly fell to the ground again. The engine light on his chest flickered. The cockpit popped open automatically. The young man in military uniform crawled out with blood oozing from his mouth and nose, looking like an evil ghost. "The load of activating the gravity thrower is too strong. I can't handle it." Speaking of, the young man in military uniform started bleeding from his nose again. Wang Hui was shocked. He didn't expect such a sudden change would happen. At this time, a roar came from the front. Xian Huang was knocked down by the energy beam, and dozens of huge, broken beetles of 4 or 5 meters in size surrounded him. The situation is critical. Wang Hui didn't care about anything else and looked directly at the 2 people from Xuanwu College and said, The booby trap has two operating systems. You two can attack together. But at this moment, behind him came the mechanical sound of the hatch closing. Wang Hui looked back suddenly, only to see the closed cockpit door. Who went in? He took a look, and it seemed that no one was missing. No one is missing. He looked at Nan Liyue. Where's the person next to you? Did he go in? Nan Liyue grinned and nodded. Yeah. Madness. Even the soldiers can't bear it. How dare he go in alone? As he said that, he quickly shouted, "The boy inside, come out quickly, don't waste time." The students of Xuanwu College were filled with anger and started to accuse. You Silver Star people are so confused about the importance of things? What time is it now? You are still showing off. Can you afford to waste time and cause trouble? I heard that they killed a teacher last night. This kind of academy is actually one of the 3 major academies. I'm afraid that all the students who are taught here are lawbreakers. Guan Xian's face turned pale, and she said angrily, "Hey, keep your mouth shut. You are gossiping without knowing anything clearly. Be careful, or I will sue you for defamation. If Lu Yun can't do it, then even if you two come together, it won't work." How ridiculous. How could that kid be so important? Sneered the students of Xuanwu College. Of course he has a background. He can resonate in 0 seconds. What about you? Guan Xian asked loudly. The faces of the 2 students from Xuanwu College froze instantly. Wang Hui seemed to remember something and asked suddenly, "Is he the Lu Yun?" As early as a week ago, there was a rumor of 0-second resonance among the top leaders of the 3 major colleges. However, this news was too outrageous, and Silver Star Academy even came out to refute the rumor, saying it was fake, which resulted in not many people believing it. It turns out it wasn't a rumor. At the same time, booby mine inside the cabin. Lu Yun has already put on the neural resonance connection device. The body is fixed on a gimbal gyroscope. Xiao AI's voice echoed in my ears. The auxiliary operating system has been successfully implanted. Start the self-check. Total damage to the aircraft, 35. The left arm drive shaft is faulty. Engine energy remaining 28 can be used for high-intensity combat for 30 minutes. The weapon is in good condition. We can fight. Lu Yun took a deep breath, his eyes calm and composed. Then don't waste time. Panoramic window. Xian Huang has been pinned to the ground by the insect king and cannot move. Red Tiger was buried by countless insects. He lowered his head. I saw the faces below. Some of them were surprised or nervous. I also saw many figures being chased by Zerg on the distant land. Start the engine and start supplying energy. Neural signal connection successful. Current synchronization rate, 80. Unlock the threshold limit. Increase the synchronization rate to 95. Combat mode change to high mobility mode. Booby trap, activate. Buzz! The dark purple eyes suddenly lit up. Then, amidst the clicking sounds of mechanical transmission, the booby trap stood up little by little. The pilot is in good condition. All weapons restrictions have been removed. Rows of indicator lights lit up. Lu Yun lowered his head slightly and saw Wang Hui's wide eyes. He nodded to Wang Hui. Then he controlled the booby trap to bend its legs and bounce. The ground shook violently. The lightweight body of the booby trap shot out in an instant. The earth passed by rapidly beneath me. Immediately afterwards, Lu Yun had an idea. The armor on the back of the fuselage flipped up, revealing 4 auxiliary power engines. 4 streams of hot particles ejected, and the booby mine bounced on the spot and rose vertically. Second acceleration. Boom. A circle of turbid white clouds exploded in the air. The booby mine is like a sharp arrow, piercing through the air. The thunderous roar echoed throughout the entire mountain forest. Across the vast land, countless eyes are looking back. He looked at the figure standing in the sun in astonishment. Xian Huang was holding a light shield, struggling to deal with the attacks of the insect king. Seeing the booby trap rising into the air, even with Qi Yan's rich combat experience, he was unable to react for a moment. Which pilot is coming to support? Wang Hui held the communicator in his hand and remained silent for a few seconds before he said in a daze, "He's not a pilot, but a student at Silver Star Academy." Student, fully activate the booby trap? Qi Yan immediately thought that Wang Hui was joking, but he immediately realized that Wang Hui would not joke at this time. Moreover, he indeed had not received any news about the arrival of any pilots. He had heard 4 or 5 messages saying support was on the way. After a pause, he looked at the trap mine hanging in the sky with a fiery gaze and asked, "Which student is it?" Lu Yun. Chapter 45. Extermination. Damn it. Shouldn't we just ask him to activate the gravity thrower to help? Why did he fly? Is it true that people from Silver Star can also drive our Xuanwu mecha? I can't accept that. The students from Xuanwu College who had just been blaming Lu Yun now had dazed expressions on their faces. I looked at the booby mine in confusion as it soared into the sky and even created a sonic boom cloud. The young man in military uniform looked even more solemn and envious. He tried driving. As a result, he was injured by the overwhelming pressure. He even suspected that the booby trap was too badly damaged to be activated. As a result, now it can be started, can still fly. In the cockpit, Lu Yun's eyes turned slightly red. The unknown bloodline once again gave him the strength to fight against the pressure. But this time, he did not lose consciousness. On the contrary, he was unusually sober. It seems that after driving the Thunder God, his resistance has increased a little. Lu Yun, can you hear me? The voice of Pilot Chi Yin was heard from inside the cabin. Can. Okay. How are you doing? In good condition. Ah, that's great. Chi Yin breathed a sigh of relief and then said cheerfully, "It's a pleasant surprise that you can fully activate the booby mine. Now we may not need to wait for reinforcements to arrive before we can destroy this Insect King. I will work with Pilot Lien Xiao to attract the Insect King's attention, and you will launch the gravitational thrower. As long as we can restrain the Insect King, we will have a sure win." Lu Yun did not hesitate and agreed decisively. Now, time is life. Hang up the communication. The suppressed Xian Huang suddenly jumped up. He thrust the shield of light into the ground, then pulled out a huge cannon with his right hand. A cannon shot was fired at the Insect King. The Insect King's wings vibrated, and its huge body had extraordinary speed. With a slight twist, he dodged the attack. And at this time, the red tiger in the swarm of insects suddenly jumped up and fired 4 missiles from its shoulders. Then the blades on the 2 front legs shot out. There is also a chain connected to the back of the blade. As the red tiger leaped, it lashed at the Insect King in the air like a whip. The Insect King had just dodged the attack of Xian Huang, and the potential energy had not yet dissipated. Then they faced attacks from 6 directions. For a moment, I couldn't dodge. 2 missiles landed on its exoskeleton carapace, setting off a raging fireball. The 2 whip blades chopped on its wings, cutting a huge crack in the wings. The Insect King hissed. Extremely furious, it flapped its wings and was about to take off again. However, at this time, Lu Yun descended from the sky driving a booby trap. Without waiting for the Insect King to react, he smashed it hard on its back. The Insect King's body fell suddenly downward. Booby Trap immediately raised its right arm, flipped open the surface armor, and a black gun muzzle appeared from it. Aiming at the place that was hit by the missile before, 2 shots were fired. Thick smoke and flames suddenly spread from the Insect King's back. After hitting the target, the Booby Trap did not stop for a moment and rose into the air again. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared into the clouds, and his figure disappeared. The Insect King angrily waved his tentacles and whipped his back, but he could no longer find any trace of the booby mine. Above the clouds, the booby mine hovers quietly. Is the gravity thrower ready? Charging has completed 80%. Lu Yun nodded and launched another downward charge. Sonic boom clouds appeared in parallel. He was like a meteorite falling at supersonic speed, heading straight for the Insect King. But this time, the Insect King was already on guard. When it flaps its wings, it stirs up a strong wind. Its huge body was completely obscured by the flying sand and rocks. Lu Yun lost his target. Next second, a laser beam shot out from the smoke and appeared in front of him in an instant. Lu Yun's pupils shrank, and he controlled the booby mine to change direction suddenly. The booby mine moved 10 meters out of thin air, as if it were teleporting. The instantaneous load made Lu Yun's brain seem to be thrown out. Lu Yun, be careful. Pilot Chi Yan's reminder sounded in the cabin. When Lu Yun looked up, he saw a dozen broken beetles flying towards him. If he were bitten, his speed advantage would immediately vanish. Moreover, in order to achieve a faster speed, the booby trap itself is not equipped with heavy defensive armor and cannot withstand several bites from these crushing beetles. Electromagnetic pulse cannon. Booby trap holds both hands horizontally in front of the body, and the armor on the palms is unlocked, revealing the complex structure underneath. At the same time, all the power engines of the booby trap stopped, and the body of the aircraft seemed to be suspended in the air as if frozen. All the energy is poured into the palms. Oh! The roar instantly resounded throughout the heaven and earth. More than a dozen crushed beetles were directly crushed into bloody mist. The left arm of the booby trap, which was already faulty, was blown into pieces. The body of the booby trap was like a kite with a broken string and was thrown out by the terrifying recoil. Inside the cabin, Lu Yun's forehead was covered with cold sweat and his left arm had lost feeling. The tearing pain made his forehead throb. The ugly face of the insect king appeared on the monitor. 6 compound eyes were looking at him from afar, and there seemed to be pride in their eyes. Gravity thrower fully charged. At this time, Xiao AI's voice sounded. Lu Yun twitched the corner of his mouth and stared straight at the insect king below. Cover me. Leave a message in the communication channel. Then, the engine on the back of the booby trap started again. The figure fell at several times the speed of sound. The particle flow left a bright and eye-catching long streak in the air. What is he going to do? Qi Yin and Lian Xiao were both curious. However, there was no time to ask, and the two of them immediately poured out the little firepower they had left. A dense network of fire was interwoven in front of the Insect King. The Insect King screamed incessantly after being beaten. It was at this time, the booby trap has arrived. Faced with the Insect King's thick shell, the booby trap did not dodge or evade, but instantly crashed into the Insect King with an extremely brutal and violent attitude. Oh my God! A mecha dropped from the sky. There was a cry of surprise among the retreating crowd. But just when it was about to make contact, the booby mine moved horizontally and came behind the Insect King. First there was a shotgun blast, followed by a twist and a swing. A compass-shaped gravity thrower was thrown out by the huge torque. Like a cannonball, it passed through the tail that was damaged by the shotgun and penetrated into the body. In an instant, the Insect King screamed in pain. When countless insects on the earth heard the sound, they immediately stopped and turned back. Lu Yun immediately said, "The gravity thrower has been successfully placed. Focus fire and attack." The Insect King's roar became louder and louder. Xian Wang and Qihu pounced out immediately. The Insect King flapped his wings anxiously, but could only move a very short distance, unable to fly like before. The micro-singularity, created by the gravity thrower, holds it firmly in place. Then, it was a one-sided fight between 2 melee mechas. Lu Yun fired a few shots from time to time to help them clear out the monsters. Less than 10 minutes, the originally arrogant Insect King was beaten to death. Its entire tail has been twisted into a paste by the singularity. It hasn't died yet purely because its vitality is so strong. But at this point, it no longer has the power to resist. It's only a matter of time before it ends. Lu Yun relaxed and set off a booby trap. As a result, before I even stepped out of the cockpit, I felt dizzy and almost fainted. When I touched my nose, it was covered in blood. Chapter 46, Qi Yan's Olive Branch. Lu Yun wiped his hands on his pants nonchalantly and jumped off the booby trap. With the death of the Insect King, the Zur controlled by him lost their backbone and scattered. The threat is gone. The evacuating convoy returned. There was an endless stream of amazed discussions. That's amazing. What kind of mecha was that? It can actually fly, and it flies so fast, at least 3 times the speed of sound. It's so cool. Keep a low profile. That's just our Xuanwu Academy's 3rd Pioneer Class mecha, the Booby Trap. It's normal that you country bumpkins haven't heard of it. See how powerful our pilots from Xuanwu Academy are? They can even treat the Insect King like a ball. Everyone get out of the way. Don't stop me from taking a photo with the pilot. The convoy arrived at the camp in a hurry. Lu Yun sat on the toe of the booby mine and stared at the students from Xuanwu College who rushed over. Dude, have you seen where the booby trap pilot went? Booby mine pilot? Lu Yun opened his mouth slightly, then pointed in a random direction and sent these people away. He went to the bathroom. His head is buzzing now, and he doesn't want to listen to these people yelling in his ears. The group of freshmen immediately rushed out again. Not long after, Nan Liyue drove up to them slowly. Xiang Xiao was sitting in the passenger seat. Xiang Xiao looked at Lu Yun with complicated eyes, helplessly. You have great talent, but you can't squander it like this. With your current strength, forcibly driving a pioneer-class mecha will seriously damage your physical foundation. If you damage your talent, it will be too late for you to regret it. Lu Yun knew that Xiang Xiao was concerned about him, so he smiled and did not refute. He did rely on the power of his bloodline. However, such a good opportunity to control a pioneer-class mecha is rare. He didn't want to let go. Moreover, the situation was urgent, and he didn't have much time to think. Xiang Xiao also knew that it was a forced situation, so he didn't mention it anymore after saying it, but just reminded, let the doctor check you carefully later, don't leave any hidden dangers. Lu Yin responded, feeling a little warm in his heart. This is the third person who truly cares about him. It's almost noon. Pilots Qi Yin and Lian Xiao drove the Xian Huang and Qi Hu out of the insect hole. Behind the red tiger was a huge rope net. A big roundworm was curled up inside. A pair of dark eyes, filled with human fear, looked around. Lu Yin looked at the brain worm curiously. As expected of a brain worm known as the think tank of the Zerg, the brilliance in its eyes is no less than that of a human. At this time, Lu Yun's eyes suddenly met the brain worm. The brain worm was stunned for a moment, then suddenly struggled. His eyeballs were about to shrink back into his body. Visible fear. Behave yourself. Xian Huang punched the brain worm directly on the head, and the brain worm finally calmed down. But Lu Yin discovered that the brain worm's eyes were tightly closed. It was originally crawling slowly, but now it stopped completely and allowed the red tiger to drag it. Lu Yin felt something strange, but he didn't take it to heart. The camp doctor has returned. He came to the medical center and was given a full physical examination by the doctor. After the inspection, I had lunch. Qi Yin found Lu Yin. I have already reported your contribution to the academy during this battle. Someone will go to Silver Star to reward you. This result was expected. Lu Yin smiled and said thank you. We are the ones who should say thank you. Qi Yin laughed and patted Lu Yin on the shoulder, saying with emotion, there are always talented people in every generation. With a younger generation like you here, there is no need to worry about the prosperity of Karen Star. At this time, Qi Yin changed the subject and asked mysteriously, Lu Yin, are you interested in transferring to my Xuanwu college? I'll make the decision. If you agree, I can make you a reserve pilot of the booby trap machine. When you graduate, as long as your physical fitness meets the requirements, you can immediately become the official pilot of this mecha. You have also experienced the powerful combat power of the booby trap. Isn't it great? Isn't it exciting? Qi Yin raised his eyebrows. Lu Yin hasn't spoken yet. Then I heard a light cough at the door. Teacher Qi. What are you talking about? Xiang Xiao walked in slowly, staring at Qi Yin. When did Teacher Xiang come? He didn't say anything. You guys chat. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. Qi Yin walked out of the door in a few steps. Just after turning the corner, he suddenly turned back, revealing his head, and gave Lu Yin a knowing look. Lu Yin touched his nose and pretended not to see it. What did the doctor say? Xiang Xiao asked. It's nothing serious. Just take a rest for 2 days and eat more meat to replenish your body. That's good. After chatting for a while, Xiang Xiao turned around and left without disturbing Lu Yun's rest. 2 hours later, the special plane of Silver Star Academy arrived. Take everyone back to the academy. Along the way, a dozen people from Silver Star Academy kept looking at Lu Yun. Finally, someone couldn't help asking, Lu Yun, Nan Liu has said that you were the one driving the booby trap. Is that true? Lu Yun sat back in his seat, closed his eyes and rested, and hummed lightly. Really? Wow, it's really you. What the hell? It's a bunker. Lu Yun, Brother Yun, can you please tell me what it feels like to drive a Pioneer-class mecha? Isn't it awesome? Need I ask? It must be awesome. If I could drive it, I would die with no regrets. I heard that it is one of the 3 pioneering mechas of Xuanwu Academy. It is extremely valuable. Even their own students only have a very rare chance to touch it, let alone drive it. Wow, I'm so envious. Lu Yin needs to rest. You guys please be quiet. Guan Xian couldn't help but say as she looked at so many people chattering. It's just driving a Pioneer-class mecha. What's so great about that? As for everyone coming over to ask, no future. Snort. Not long after returning to the college, Cheng Zhun came to the door in a hurry. His face was solemn, and he got straight to the point. I heard that you killed a teacher? Well, kill Lu Wen. That old guy, although he is annoying, he is still a 4th-class teacher in the academy. The academy will investigate this matter strictly. Is there any way to deal with it? Well, there is evidence. He was the one who harmed me first. Cheng Zhun breathed a sigh of relief and patted Lu Yun on the shoulder. That's good. You almost scared me to death. I have packed my things and am ready to run away with you. It's okay now. Take a good rest these 2 days. I have something good for you. After saying, Cheng Zhun left in a hurry again, leaving Lu Yun confused. Got something good for me? I don't know what it is. Chapter 47. Jun Qingshan's Letter. Battle Method, Holy Hall. The next day, after a night's rest, Lu Yun looked much better. After having breakfast, I went to the logistics department and spent 500 credits to buy Xiao AI a top-notch nest. The child's excited emoticons were all messed up. Then, he spent another 30 credits to buy some supplies for cultivation. Xiang Xiao specially allowed him to rest these days. He planned to practice hard to see if he could improve his strength. According to past experience, his strength would achieve a breakthrough every time after driving an overloaded mecha. He wants to give it a try this time too. Time goes by day. This day, the college's senior conference room. The circular conference room was packed. A group of college executives, led by Luo Xingwen, sat behind the long table. Xiang Xiao stood in the middle with a projector behind him. Facing the scrutinizing eyes, Xiang Xiao was calm and composed and spoke freely. Regarding the incident in which the third-class student Lu Yun killed the fifth-class student Wang Lei, the following is the whole process of the incident. As he continued to talk, Xiang Xiao played the recording file he had taken from Lu Yun. After technical testing, the recording is authentic and valid, with a probability of only 4% that it is fake. After saying, everyone was talking about it, Cheng Zhen sat in the corner of the conference room. As the teacher who introduced Lu Yun to Silver Star Academy, he is also qualified to attend classes here. Cheng Zhen clenched his fists nervously, silently waiting for the decision of Luo Xingwen and the two people on his left and right. Although the evidence is complete, the real decision-making power still lies in the hands of these three people. Fortunately, the accident did not happen. After Luo Xingwen whispered a few words with the two people on his left and right, he made the final decision. Lu Yun was acting in self-defense in this matter, and he did nothing wrong. Call! Cheng Zhen let out a long sigh and looked happy. But immediately, he pinched his eyebrows again with a headache. The Wang Lei incident is over, but there is still Lu Wen. This kid can really cause trouble. Cheng Zhen cursed in his heart. Then he listened with a worried look to Xiang Zhao's explanation of the incident. There is another figure among the teachers. As nervous as Cheng Zhen, Su Wei, the teacher who lost the bet to Cheng Zhen and had to wash Cheng Zhen and Lu Yun's underwear for a month. Now, Su Wei had cold sweat on his forehead and was shaking as he sat in the audience. Seeing this, the teacher next to him couldn't help but ask, Teacher Su, are you feeling unwell? Why don't you go to bed early? I'm fine. Su Wei smiled stiffly and pinched his knees with his hands, trying to stop the trembling. Horrified, a huge fear enveloped his heart. Because he knew very well that he was also involved in Lu Wen's conspiracy to harm Lu Yun. In fact, he was the one who came up with the plan. His original intention was just to use Lu Wen to teach Lu Yun a lesson. But the development of things was beyond his expectations. Wang Lei is dead. Lu Wen also died. They all died at the hands of a student named Lu Yun. At this moment, Su Wei regretted extremely why he had provoked that little devil. Now, what if the other party produces evidence to prove that he was also involved in this matter? According to the style of the academy, he will never be let off easily. He might even be targeted by Lu Yun. In his horror, the audition ended before I knew it. Teacher Su, it's over. Why don't you leave? The teacher next to him looked at Su Wei strangely. It's over? Su Wei raised his head suddenly. Only then did I realize that the dean and others had indeed left. There were only a few people left in the meeting room. What's the result? Has the verdict been announced? Su Wei suddenly grabbed the hand of his tutor and asked nervously. What's the verdict? Lu Yun is the victim in this incident. Lu Wen's death is not a pity. The teacher said with disgust on his face. It's really embarrassing for our teacher. He harmed the freshman, and the key is that he failed and was killed. It's so stupid. With a low curse, the teacher left with an unhappy look on his face. Su Wei fell back into his seat. The trial is over. It didn't involve him. This is a blessing in disguise. But immediately, he thought of Lu Yun and the tragic deaths of Wang Lei and Lu Wen. He shivered violently again. No, I have to explain this matter clearly. Su Wei muttered to himself and ran away quickly. The other side, Cheng Zhen, whose worries were completely gone, walked leisurely to find Lu Yun. Boy, open the door. I have something good to bring you. Cheng Zhen put his left hand behind his back and banged heavily on the door. He couldn't help but want to see Lu Yun's surprised and excited face. Let this kid blame him for stealing food every day. This time I have to let this kid know that he can eat, but it will never be in vain. Open the door. Hurry up. Why are you so slow at such a young age? The door opened as Cheng Zhen muttered. Why are you so slow in opening the door? Are you doing something bad in the house? Cheng Zhen looked around the room secretly with a displeased look. After finding nothing unusual, his eyes fell on Lu Yun. It doesn't matter if you don't look at it, but when you do, you will be shocked. As soon as I touched the seat, it felt like there were nails under my butt, and I bounced up suddenly. He grabbed Lu Yun's arm, his face full of shock. You kid, have you made another breakthrough? Lu Yun smiled slightly. It should be, but the strength has not been measured yet. Hurry up, go and try it. Cheng Jin didn't say anything and dragged Lu Yun to the training room. Lu Yun also wanted to try out the results of his practice over the past few days. After the machine is adjusted, swing your fist and hit the bullseye. Bang! The machine beeps. The values flashed rapidly. After a few seconds, it froze at 912. Definitely level 13 power. Cheng Jin opened his mouth in surprise, and for a long time, he didn't know what to say. It was Lu Yun who spoke up again, asking, Uncle Cheng, didn't you say you had something for me? Oh yeah, I almost forgot. Cheng Jun slapped his head and quickly let go of his left hand. It's a plate. This is something that Elder Jun sent. Take a look at what it is. From the old man? Lu Yun's face lit up with joy, and he immediately took the disc and inserted it directly into the intelligent computer. The content was then transmitted to the projector in the room via Xiao AI. Hey kid, long time no see. The old man's standard disgusted face appeared on the big screen. He was looking at the camera nonchalantly, adjusting the camera with one hand. Lu Yun grinned and watched quietly. How are you doing recently? Have you been practicing seriously? Don't let it take so long before you break through to level 11. That would be too embarrassing for me. I'm telling you, I prepared a great gift for you this time. You have to learn it well and don't waste it. At this moment, a cursing female voice was heard from outside the screen. Stop talking so much nonsense. Hurry up. The memory capacity is limited. Keep nagging. It's really long-winded. And that was prepared by you. I collected it with great effort. Lu Yun noticed a flash of embarrassment across the old man's face. After clearing his throat, Jun Qingshan said seriously, Boy, what I'm going to teach you is a set of combat methods and a set of physical skills. After you learn them, you'll be able to roam the Jialan Star region. The name of this battle method is Holy Temple. Chapter 48, An Incomprehensible Mysterious Ritual. The Holy Hall is the way of monks and warriors. The first is to give blessings, and the second is to follow the precepts. Jun Qingshan's serious and low voice came out from the screen. It is not just a simple tactical method, but also a philosophy to strengthen the heart. Whether it's applied to yourself or driving a mecha, the same effect can be achieved. But you need to comprehend these by yourself. Today I will only teach you the disciplines of the Holy Temple. I'll only demonstrate it once. Please watch carefully. In the picture, Jun Qingshan held a short stick in one hand, and a training dummy appeared in front of him. As the sticks flew, several cracks appeared on the metal training dummy. However, Jun Qingshan's movements were a bit too fast. Lu Yun's forehead darkened. What the hell is this for him? All I saw was an afterimage. Next, it's the body movements. The name of this body movement is Crossing the Sky Step. For figures holding rifles appeared in the picture. They scattered around Jun Qingshan and shot at him. Jun Qingshan's figure was like a swimming dragon, moving left and right in the barrage of bullets. He was not hit by any bullet at all. Apart from anything else, the performance alone is explosive. When the magazine was empty, Jun Qingshan's demonstration ended. The old man's beard was a little unkempt, and after he exhaled a long breath, he panted and said, Okay, basically these two things. Time is limited, so I can't give you a more detailed and in-depth explanation. However, the file has a built-in simulation program, so you can experience and learn in the virtual cabin. That's all for now. Study hard, and don't let me down. After saying, the picture stopped abruptly. Master Jun is as decisive as ever. Cheng Jin chuckled, revealing a look of nostalgia. When Master Jun taught us before, he always said that talking 1,000 times is not as good as practicing it once. After all these years, nothing has changed. The stuff has been delivered, so I'll leave first. Having said that, Cheng Jin turned and left. Uncle Cheng, wait a minute. Lu Yun hurriedly called out. Where can I get this virtual cabin? Virtual battle arena. Have you never been there yet? Not yet. Then you can go and have a look. Cheng Jin mentioned this virtual battle hall again. Lu Yun also became interested. I had thought about going to see it when I had time, but I forgot about it after so many times. It's a good time to rest now, so why not do it today? After taking off the disc, Lu Yun followed Cheng Jin out the door. On the way, Lu Yun learned the purpose of this virtual battle hall from Cheng Jin. It is a place specifically used to connect virtual network communities, namely Battle.net. The BattleNet is a virtual network that spans the entire Federation. Each star zone has its own exclusive community on Battle.net, where every user can make friends from other planets or learn various knowledge. It allows people to appreciate the charm of alien planets without leaving home. If you are willing to pay a hefty price, you can even go to other star regions and appreciate the unique scenery of other star regions. But this is just added value. The main reason why it is called Battle.net is the combat function that comes with it. Battle.net contains hundreds of thousands of mecha models that have appeared since the development of the Federation. And the performance data is no different from the real armor. Allow users to experience the thrill of driving mechas and fighting in a virtual network. In addition, there are special ranking competitions in Battle.net, where players can freely form teams or play alone to compete with other teams and compete for rankings. Those who rank high will even have their names known to everyone in the Federation. After listening to Chung Jun's description, Lu Yun became more interested. Soon he arrived at the back of the academy. I saw the flat building that stretched as far as the eye could see. The virtual battle hall has a battlefield area of nearly 500,000 square meters and contains 17,000 virtual battle pods. The battle hall is divided into two areas. One is the teaching area that requires a teacher qualification application, and the other is an open entertainment area. Although I already had an idea of the virtual battle hall through Xiao AI's introduction, but standing in front of it in person, I can still feel the majestic force coming towards me. The 30-meter-high outer wall looks like a giant wall with a metal coating on the surface. It glows silvery white in the sunlight. It is said that when viewed from a distance at sunset, the wall will sparkle with silver stars, as if the sky is full of stars. Many young couples would face this wall and make romantic vows at that time. But according to the information Xiao AI accidentally obtained, there is a hidden dot matrix light and shadow projector in the wall. Once it is activated, a magnificent galaxy-like scene will be formed on the wall. Therefore, it has nothing to do with whether it is late or not. It all depends on when the staff starts. TSK, the romance is shattered. I wonder what those young lovers would think when they knew the truth. Master, based on what I've read online, couples basically don't care about the truth of this matter. The so-called vows are more to add some interest to the subsequent reproductive behavior. Speaking of reproductive behavior, Xiao AI has seen a lot of strange actions recently, and some even tied people up. Master, is it so difficult for humans to reproduce? Or is this some kind of mysterious ritual that is incomprehensible? Puff! Lu Yun nearly choked to death on his own saliva. He tapped his smart computer, glanced nervously at the passers-by around him, and said in a voice that only he could hear, Xiao AI, stop showing me those bad websites. Master, Xiao AI is learning about biology. Anyway, you are not allowed to look at it. All right. Looking at that pitiful expression, Lu Yun wondered if he was being too serious. After all, Xiao AI is just an intelligent life form and may not have the ability to distinguish the quality of information. I should teach her well. Think of this. Lu Yun said in a gentle voice. Those messages usually contain very difficult viruses that can hurt Xiao AI without her knowing. Master doesn't want to see Xiao AI get hurt. Do you understand? I see. Master, don't worry. Xiao AI will definitely be more vigilant in the future. Well, I believe in Xiao AI. It's so easy to coax. Lu Yun touched the intelligent brain and laughed. Enter the virtual battle arena. Lu Yun only then realized that he needed to spend credits. 1 hour, 2 credits. It's not expensive for him, but it's not very friendly to freshmen. No wonder Xiao didn't tell them about the virtual battle hall. Obviously, we don't want freshmen to come here in the early stages. Be able to spend more time on cultivation. After Lu Yun paid 2 credits, he received an exclusive ID card. Only with an ID card can you activate the virtual cabin, and you can recharge credits into it, and the virtual cabin will automatically deduct fees. It is convenient for users who stay in the virtual cabin for a long time. Come on, let me see what's so special about this alien version of the internet. Chapter 49 Battle.net Community. Holding his ID card, Lu Yun came to the leisure area. In the vast metal hall, a large number of silver-white virtual cabins are neatly arranged. In terms of appearance alone, it is exactly the same as what Lu Yun saw at the old man's place. Lu Yun was very suspicious that the virtual cabin that the old man had used before was moved from here. Master, you have a good eye. They are the same product. But your teacher's is an independent server. All data is stored locally and cannot be connected to the internet. And here it is cloud storage, which allows users to communicate online. Lu Yun nodded and came to an empty virtual cabin. As he lay down, he noticed a green button next to the helmet. The green button is the start switch. Press it after you put it on and then lie down. Xiao AI said. Lu Yun put on his helmet, found a comfortable position to lie down, then fumbled for the switch and started it. Darkness enveloped the vision, but before long a beam of light appeared and spread rapidly. This is followed by the familiar character creation page. Dear players, welcome to the Federation Virtual Battle Network. Please enter your user code to log in. If you are using this app for the first time, please register an account. Master, Xiao AI has saved the data you registered with. Do you need to load it directly? Okay. Lu Yun nodded. Follow closely. The light curtain in front of him melted rapidly, and his own body was also twisting and changing. Soon, the data loading was completed, and he had completed the registration. Can't wake up 123. In addition, there is a 16-digit user code. Then he officially logged into the Federal Battle Network. The endless space city. Various types of flying vehicles and hovercraft shuttled back and forth between the buildings. There are no blue sky and white clouds in the sky, but piles of steel buildings. This is Jialan City, a space city full of futuristic style. At the same time, it is also the primary landing point in the Jialan Star area. All new users who log into battle.net in the Jialan Star Zone will come to this primary login point. When Lu Yun stepped onto the almost real ground, he was deeply shocked by the scene before him. The scenes that could only be seen in science fiction concept movies in the past now appear before our eyes. This is a fantasy city with a more science fiction feel than the Star Ring City. And the most important thing is that there are a lot of people. Compared to the old man's empty and deserted square, the area in front of us is so lively. People wearing all kinds of distinctive costumes, and even aliens with special appearances come and go between the streets and buildings. There are even clothing stores, restaurants, weapon stores, and other shops along the streets. If it weren't for that slight delay, there would be no difference from reality. Xiao AI, how should we play here? Lu Yun looked around like a curious baby, touching here and looking there. This battle.net doesn't even have a guide for beginners. Bad review. Just as Lu Yun was poking and clicking, trying to find some control panel, a chuckle came from the side. Hey newbie, what are you doing? Lu Yun turned his head and saw a girl in a red dress standing on the side of the road, covering her mouth and looking at him with amusement. The girl is very beautiful, wearing a red dress that is as red as fire and full of sunshine. However, this is a virtual network, so no matter how beautiful the woman is, we don't know whether she is a human or an animal behind the network. Lu Yun said, I want to know how to play this battle network. How do we play? The girl was stunned for a moment, then asked, Didn't you make a tutorial for beginners? That's not right. Every newcomer goes through a tutorial. Why don't you have one? The girl leaned forward, put her pretty face in front of Lu Yun, and looked at him suspiciously. A warm fragrance penetrates into the nose. Smells so good. I didn't expect that even the fragrance could be simulated. Lu Yun avoided the other person's forward-leaning face and glanced at him casually, and suddenly noticed a hint of white in his peripheral vision. That is a valley deep enough to move anyone. Lu Yun had never seen such a ferocious creature. Immediately took a few steps back to avoid danger. At this moment, there was a sudden movement on his shoulder. Then a palm-sized puppet appeared and sat on his shoulder. The puppet held his face and said, Master, I'm sorry. It was Xiao AI who made a mistake. After loading the data, the system mistakenly judged that you were not a new user, so it skipped the tutorial. Xiao AI will take you to do the tutorial now. After saying, Lu Yun's figure disappeared instantly. The girl in the red dress was left standing there, looking around. Hey, where are the people? Could he have been teleported away? Would a newcomer have something like that? Wait, could it be that he is a pervert who deliberately wore a novice uniform and came to the novice area to bully the noobs? Hey! The girl trembled all over and quickly opened the communication panel to inform her friends of the news. Let them be on their guard. Number 112 Novice Base in Jialan City. Lu Yun suddenly appeared here. There was no one around, and in front of him was a humanoid robot. The robot looked at Lu Yun. The antenna on its head flashed, and then a line of subtitles appeared above his head. Sleepy 123, welcome to the 112 Novice Base. Next, I will take you through the tutorial on how to play the Virtual Battle Network. The tutorial is divided into two parts. 1. Operation Tutorial. 2. Combat Tutorial. The combat tutorial is divided into normal combat and mecha combat. Please select a tutorial to begin. If you don't make a choice, the sequence will automatically start in 3 seconds. 3. However, Lu Yun's attention was not on him at this time, but on the puppet on his shoulder. The doll is a little girl. Although she is only the size of a palm, she is extremely delicate, and her facial features and even her hair are very lifelike. You are Xiao Ai. Lu Yun rubbed the doll's head oddly. Owner, this is the body Xiao AI created for herself. How is it? Is it cute? Xiao AI hugged Lu Yun's fingers and rubbed her head against his fingertips. No wonder he disappeared for a while just now. It turns out he wanted to clean up his body. Wouldn't it be weird for you to do this? Lu Yun doesn't want anyone to notice Xiao AI. Otherwise, it might cause unnecessary trouble. Don't worry, Master. Animatronics are a very popular commodity on battle.net. It won't attract anyone's attention. Lu Yun felt relieved. Start the tutorial. The operation tutorial was very simple, and Lu Yun mastered it in less than a minute, including operations such as calling up the panel and adding friends. The real main thing is the combat tutorial. Lu Yun's eyes went dark. A dark square unfolded before my eyes. Chapter 50, The Call Across the Stars. At the same moment, the darkness unfolds. An uninhabited planetary belt dozens of light years away from Karen. The desolate and deep darkness filled the vision. Everywhere I looked, there was dead silence. There was no light from any other stars or anything else. Darkness and deathly silence filled every place. Cold, gloomy. At some point, 2 candle flames were as small as beans, flickering in the darkness and expanding and shining at an extremely fast speed. Under the shining light, part of the ancient machine that had been on this asteroid for who knows how many years was revealed. The machine opened its hand, revealing an object that looked like red agate. The red agate was beating vigorously, and the dull sound was transmitted through the hand. Plop, plop. This is actually a heart that is still full of life. The figure raised his head and looked into the endless distance with a deep gaze. A hoarse mechanical sound resounded in a mysterious frequency band unknown to anyone. My lord! In the dark world, 13 virtual figures formed by light and shadow appeared around Lu Yun. Next, we will start the combat teaching. You will learn and become familiar with all the settings of the battle.net community about combat in this level. Let's start now. The electronic sound stopped abruptly. 13 beams of light approached Lu Yun rapidly. One of them was extremely fast. He arrived in front of Lu Yun almost instantly, turned over, and punched Lu Yun on the head. Lu Yun was able to resist, but found that he couldn't move at the moment. He could only let the light and shadow shatter his punch. Wow! Colorful light dust condenses. An electronic voice appeared beside my ear. In the battle.net space, you will not have to fear death. Every time you die, you can recondense your body within 2 seconds. If you are too sensitive to pain, you can also adjust the pain simulation effect. Battle.net supports pain simulation from 0 to 80 degrees. Note, the resurrection function cannot be used in the following scenarios: ladder tournament, mecha ladder tournament, and battle rooms with special rules. Lu Yun curled his lips. It turned out that letting himself die once was just to teach this. It's quite detailed, but there is no need. Xiao AI, skip some of the teaching processes that I already know and go directly to the battle process. Clear. Xiao AI always faithfully carries out Lu Yun's orders. An unknown error occurred in the tutorial, correcting the error. The following steps have been skipped. Beep, beep. The battle begins. Suddenly, the 12 originally blue rays of light turned red and rushed towards Lu Yun together. Lu Yun Kong threw a punch, feeling a slight delay in his fist and kick. Although it was a little uncomfortable, it was not too much. Without any hesitation, he rushed out towards the 12 teaching lights and shadows. The Holy Temple fighting method and sky-crossing step body movement taught by the old man flashed through his mind. Imitate and use it. The effect is really amazing. Immediate results. As soon as he used the sky-crossing step, he was beaten even worse. Originally, he could dodge at least 7 or 8 out of 10 attacks. As a result, after using the sky-crossing step, it seemed like he couldn't walk and could only barely dodge an attack. Bang! Lu Yun exploded into a ball of light dust again. Lu Yun found the feeling he had when he was being trained by the old man. Xiao AI, Adjust the pain simulation to 90. Master, that will hurt. You learn lessons only through pain. Xiao AI pouted and unhappily raised Lu Yun's pain simulation to 90. The system immediately issued an error message, but it was immediately suppressed again. This puzzled the back-end maintenance staff of Battle.net. Is the system out of order today? Why does it keep ringing for a while? Hiss! Lu Yun staggered back a few steps after being hit by a punch, gasping for breath and rubbing his chest. The simulation is so realistic, it really hurts. Come again. There is no thought of giving up. Lu Yun threw out his fist again. I don't know how much time passed. Lu Yun twisted his body and dodged the two fists coming from the front and back like flying through flowers. He crouched down and punched the light and shadow in front of him to pieces. Then he kicked back, shattering the light and shadow behind him. Congratulations, you have successfully passed the tutorial level. Total time, 2. Your teaching evaluation is. Have a great time. Teaching space disappears. Lu Yun looked at his results and laughed. I didn't take it to heart. Although it took him 2.5 hours to complete the tutorial level, his progress was huge. The sanctuary tactics and sky-crossing steps have already been mastered. But for now, it's just an empty shell. If you want to truly understand it, you need to learn it again by referring to the teaching model. Only after you have mastered the two can you truly reach the pinnacle of mastery. Lu Yun walked out of the novice tutorial place. I happened to meet a newcomer who had also completed the novice tutorial. When the other party saw Lu Yun, he immediately smiled friendly. It must be a fate that we were born in the same novice camp and completed the novice tutorial at the same time. Worth knowing. However, when he saw the results displayed next to the door, the smile on his face immediately disappeared and he moved away. It took 2 hours to clear the level. Isn't this a fool? Would a normal person take that long to complete a tutorial? The man looked at Lu Yun strangely. Then he turned and walked away, and when he was far away, he just ran. He disappeared in the blink of an eye. Lu Yun touched his nose, speechless. It just takes a little longer, isn't it? Lu Yun didn't take this little episode seriously and opened the Battle.net interface. After clicking around, he found the fully simulated training hall. If you want the old man's teaching model to work perfectly, it will be best to use it in a fully simulated training hall. As long as it is set up properly, it can almost recreate a Jun Qingshan. The simulation performance is extremely powerful. The only drawback is that the more stringent the simulation conditions, the more points it costs. But being poor is the user's shortcoming, not other people's shortcomings. It is said that someone was curious and simulated the collapse of a neutron star. As a result, 100,000 points were spent in 1 second. 2 seconds later, the whole room exploded. Therefore, from then on, all the simulation training halls in the entire Federation had an additional rule. Simulation of planetary collapse was prohibited, and violators would be permanently blacklisted. For a while, this became an enduring joke on Battle.net. Think of money. Lu Yun took a look at the cost of setting up the simulation according to his requirements. When I saw the number clearly, I was shocked. For 1,000 points? That's still an hour. Why don't you go and rob? Silence. Lu Yun suddenly turned his head and looked at the little doll sitting on his shoulder. Xiao AI, you should be able to add a few more zeros to my bank account. Xiao AI feels that her master seems to be bullying Lao Shi, and there is solid evidence. Chapter 51, Holy Temple Ring Blade. As it turns out, Xiao AI can't do it. An intelligent life form can't even do such a simple thing. This made Lu Yun very confused. Helplessly, Lu Yun thought of another person. What did you say? You want to trade credits with me? Somewhere in the college. Guan Exen picked her ears, suspecting that there was something wrong with them, and looked at Lu Yun in disbelief. I rejected him before, but now I want him back. I thought I would be given some hard times. Unexpectedly, Guan Xin agreed very readily. Sure. How much do you want? This made the speech Lu Yun had prepared previously useless. He said gratefully, not much. I need 40,000 points. According to the current market price, 40,000 points are worth 200 credits. It is tentatively planned to take 10 hours to learn what the old man left in the model. If it's not enough, we'll talk about it later. The transaction went very smoothly. The two of them listed several low-value items through the consignment system of the college's logistics department and successfully exchanged them. Next time you have something good like this, remember to look for me. Guan Xin looked at the 200 new credits added to the smart brain with excitement. Lu Yun also looked at the extra points in his account excitedly. Both of them were very satisfied with the deal. If necessary, I will. Lu Yun agreed readily. Have money. Lu Yun immediately returned to the virtual battle hall and logged into the battle network. Then I entered the training hall, paid the 5-hour fee in advance, and started loading the teaching model sent by the old man. A few minutes later, Jun Qingshan's figure appeared in the room. Very detailed, just like the real person. Those eyes were expressionless and empty, like a robot. Lu Yun started the program. Soon, Jun Qingshan's body became translucent, and tiny rays of light moved within his body. This situation is exactly the same as when Lu Yun asked Xiao AI to help him practice the breathing method. By visualizing the meridian map, the originally obscure and difficult-to-understand combat methods become easier to practice. Lu Yun immediately memorized the route. Wait until all runs have been completed. Jun Qingshan turned his gaze and stared at Lu Yun. Lu Yun knew that the battle phase had begun. Next, this model will teach combat tactics in the form of combat. Lu Yun got ready immediately. After a while, the man and the model started fighting. At the same time, a detailed explanation of the Holy Temple was also played simultaneously, instilling this tactic into Lu Yun from all aspects. In this way, Lu Yun's progress was almost terrifying. 2 hours later, he is already able to fight normally and not be at a disadvantage. 3 hours later, he was already able to use the sanctuary tactics to launch counterattacks from time to time. Through this application, Lu Yun's understanding of the Holy Temple has become more profound. This is an extremely sophisticated tactic. At the same time, it is also a teaching method on how to exert force in dozens of different ways. Lu Yun felt that his combat thinking was broadened all.
Punches himself. Xin Yu remained calm. A feint to the east and attack in the west, eh? Li Chong was stunned at first, and then he and Xiao Dao looked.
The techniques contained in this tactic are different from any tactic or technique he has ever come across. If I had to describe it in one word, Lu Yun could only say, dimensionality reduction attack. The 5th hour. Lu Yun blocked a direct attack from the model, and then in an instant, he changed his right fist into a palm and hung it at his waist. The muscles under the clothes suddenly swelled and then tightened. A tremendous force formed between the muscles and rushed to the fingertips. Puff! Lu Yun's palm shot out like lightning, like a scalpel, and penetrated directly into the model's body. The power of Gundam 912 suddenly exploded at the fingertips, with a terrifying power that was no weaker than a small grenade, blowing the entire waist of the model into pieces. Temple Ring Blade. Look at the terrifying power. Lu Yun was very surprised. Success. After 5 hours, he finally mastered this powerful fighting skill from the Holy Temple. But this is just the beginning. Lu Yun adjusted his state and then began to call the second simulation program. This section is to teach him the crossing the sky step. Just as Lu Yun was immersed in the training hall and enjoying the pleasure of rapidly improving his strength. Luo Xingwen's office. We also had an unexpected guest. Jing Hong, the current president of Xuanwu College. They are also the only 2 command-level pilots on the planet Karen. Extremely powerful. Dean Jing, how come you want to come and visit my little place when you have time? Sit down by yourself. I won't entertain you. I am Busi. Luo Xingwen sat in his seat, took a look at the approaching figure, pointed casually, and didn't ask any more questions. Jing Hong is now over 70 years old, but there is no sign of aging on his body. He walked over with big strides, and his every step was full of momentum. They're all old acquaintances. Jing Hong was not polite at all. He took Luo Xingwen's tea and took a big gulp. Hulu hulu pft. He rinsed his mouth and then slowly took a sip. Jing Hong smacked his lips and said with a smile, I came here today for 2 things. First, reward the young genius who helped my Xuanwu Academy kill the Insect King. Second, take him back to Xuanwu. Luo Xingwen threw the pen in his hand aside. Chapter 52, Generous Rewards. Mr. Jing, are you crazy or am I crazy? How could such shameless words come out of your mouth? Luo Xingwen was so angry that he laughed. With his hands on the table, he looked down at Jing Hong from top to bottom in a staring posture. Although Jing Hong has a high status and strong strength. But Luo Xingwen was not afraid of him at all. If you deserve to be scolded, then scold. It doesn't depend on how strong Luo Xingwen is. It's purely the friendship between the 2 of them over the years. Jing Hong had expected this, and a deep sigh suddenly appeared on his face. My Xuanwu Academy is miserable. Shut up. Luo Xingwen suddenly raised his hand to stop. Every time you come to my place and talk about this, you have to take something away from me. Just shut up, old man. Jinghong looked at Luo Xingwen sadly, with disappointment in his eyes almost overflowing. You are not unaware of the situation at my Xuanwu Academy. This time there was such a big accident. Xuanwu Academy suffered heavy casualties, and even a high-level pilot died. It's a time of transition right now. Can you bear to see a booby trap sitting there without anyone able to operate it? Luo Xingwen laughed and made a promise. Then you can give the booby trap to Yin Xing, don't worry. I promise to find a suitable pilot for it. Jinghong's mouth twitched. He threw his sleeves in anger. I can't explain it to you. An old stubborn man, huh? Go and call that boy over. We'll have to rely on our own abilities. I don't believe that a great Xuanwu can't come up with conditions to impress that boy. Jinghong looked like he would not give up until he achieved his goal. Luo Xingwen snorted coldly, but he was not afraid. Call Chengzhen directly and ask him to bring Lu Yun over. Chengzhen was very confused when he received the call. However, Lu Yun was still found and woken up from the virtual cabin. The dean is looking for me? Lu Yun's eyes lit up. I guess maybe Xuanwu's reward has arrived. When I arrived at the office, I saw a rather dignified old man sitting on the side with a big horse and a golden sword. Her eyes had never left him since he entered the door, as if she wanted to extend a hook and hook him away. Jinghong indeed thought so in his heart. Lu Yun, let me introduce you to this. I'm Jinghong, the president of Xuanwu College. Lu Yun, if you don't mind, you can call me Grandpa Jing. Jinghong interrupted Luo Xingwen and laughed. Luo Xingwen looked at Jinghong as if he had seen a ghost. Isn't this too shameless? Just bring relatives along? Chengzhen was also shocked by the other party's identity. He knew this person's status on Karen Star. He immediately touched Lu Yun's hand gently. Lu Yun understood what he meant and reacted immediately, calling out respectfully, "Hello, Grandpa Jing." "Oh, okay, huh?" Jinghong was so happy. The first step of the strategy plan was successful. Then, he looked at Lu Yun with a friendly face and took out a metal box from his pocket. Open it and there is a chip inside. Here, this is a reward for your performance in the last operation. It contains a first-level breathing method. After practicing it, you can increase your speed. After putting it into Lu Yun's hand, Jinghong took out another palm-sized, irregular crystal. This is a 500-pound insect crystal core, which contains extremely high-purity energy that can be used by the Mecha, which is comparable to a small reactor. If you don't use it yourself, it will be worth a lot if you sell it. The insect crystal is wrapped in a layer of transparent air film, emitting a faint blue light. But that's not all. Jinghong took out a small cooler box from his bag. Open the box. 2 fiery red fruits the size of ping-pong balls were revealed inside. The fruit is as crystal clear as jade, with dewdrops on the surface, making people want to take a bite. These 2 are fire element fruits that can increase the activity of qi and blood. After taking them, practicing breathing techniques will have excellent effects. Lu Yun looked at the insect crystal core and couldn't help but recall the scene in the insect cave. It was because Wang Lei was greedy for this thing that they were chased by the exploding moths all the way. I didn't expect that it would be so easy to get one now. Chengzhen, who was standing aside, was already stunned by the shock. Every time Jinghong took out something, his pupils dilated. When he saw the fire element fruit, his breathing became short and his mouth became dry. Luo Xingwen was also dumbfounded. Looking at Lu Yun, who was at a loss as to what to do with the 3 things in his arms, he couldn't help but feel jealous. You guys captured an entire insect nest this time. The insect crystal core should weigh at least several dozen kilograms, right? You're so stingy that you only gave me 500 grams. How can you be so embarrassed? You know the importance of insect crystal cores, right? Even if there are so many, after dividing them up, not many can reach my Xuanwu Academy. To get these is the result of my hard work. Jinghong glanced at Luo Xingwen and explained patiently. It seemed as if he was afraid that Lu Yun would think he was stingy. Luo Xingwen stopped talking and turned his face away in displeasure. In fact, he naturally understood the reason behind this. The reason I say this is simply because I'm unhappy. He is obviously my student. What do you mean by giving him such a generous reward? In front of him, isn't this a slap in the face of him as the dean? Lu Yun couldn't hold any more things in his hands, so he could only clasp his hands together and hold these things in his arms. Thank you, Grandpa Jing. Hi, you deserve it. The atmosphere is tense. Jinghong was ready to strike while the iron was hot and said, Lu Yun, you have also driven the booby trap. How was it? Lu Yun thought about it and said seriously, very strong. Soon, he experienced that kind of exhilarating feeling for the first time. Although it is a bit stressful to drive, it is really fun. especially the scene where you watch layers of sonic boom clouds explode under your feet and give the mecha a skirt. It made his heart beat faster. Then do you want to own Booby Trap and make it your exclusive mecha? Jinghong patiently and kindly persuaded him. He said, let me tell you, in the entire Karen planet, only this Booby Trap has the ability to engage in aerial combat. Not only on Karen Star, even if we look at the entire Gallon Star region, there are only a handful of mechas that have air combat capabilities. How is it, are you excited? Luyan admitted that he was moved. The exclusive pilot of Booby Trap. From now on, no one except him could touch the Booby Trap. But at this moment, Cheng Jun suddenly smiled and said, Mr. Jing, this is inappropriate. The Booby Trap is a federal military possession. Possessing it is equivalent to joining the federal military. What's wrong with that? Jinghong was puzzled. How many people dream of joining, but don't have the chance to do so? Now, as long as Luyan nods, he can not only join the military, but also get the pioneering class Mecha Booby Trap. You know, pilots have an extremely high status in the military. Only the commander-in-chief of a place can mobilize them. But to his surprise, Lu Yun actually refused. And it was a very straightforward rejection. I'm sorry, Grandpa Jing. I'm sorry for letting you down. Chapter 53, Su Wei admits his mistake. Jinghong is not a stupid person. As soon as Lu Yun heard the word military, he immediately changed his tone and refused. There must be something hidden, he immediately said angrily. Did someone in the Federal Army offend you? Tell me, I will remove him from his post now. He slammed the table in anger, and his cold aura swept through the entire office. Now those soldiers are becoming more and more unruly, causing trouble for me whenever they have the chance. Lu Yun, who did you offend? Jinghong was really angry. Such an excellent seedling. A natural-born pilot. Just because of some trivial things, I passed him by. This feeling is no less than a duck in the mouth flying away. How can he not be angry? Lu Yun shook his head and explained, no one has offended me. And you? Jinghong wanted to ask more questions. Luo Xingwen interrupted at the right time. Okay, Dean Jing, he has his own unspeakable secrets. What's the point of you asking so many questions? Cheng Zhen, you and Lu Yun go back first. Cheng Zhen nodded, apologized to Jinghong, and left with Lu Yun. Wait for the two to leave. Jinghong stared at Luo Xingwen with a gloomy expression. You knew this would happen, didn't you? Luo Xingwen pressed his hand and motioned him to sit down first. So, what if it is? And what if it isn't? Anyway, Lu Yun won't go to your place, so just give up on this idea. If you don't tell me, I will find out myself. Luo Xingwen waved his hand indifferently. Whatever you want. If there's nothing else, you can go back. As a great dean, it's nothing for you to always go to other people's colleges. A hint of contempt. Luo Xingwen picked up the pen and continued to review the documents. Jinghong sat there, puffing his beard and glaring, feeling uncomfortable anyway. Finally, he left with a lot of anger. Luo Xingwen dropped his pen, and his expression became tired. He pinched his eyebrows, took out a pill, put it in his mouth, and closed his eyes to rest. Lu Yun, let me tell you, this insect crystal core is a good thing. You must keep it and don't sell it. It will be very useful when you have your own mecha in the future. This is a precious resource that only a few top people can use. On the way, Cheng Zhen said seriously. Lu Yun nodded and asked, what is the origin of this fire element fruit? This is an exclusive resource of Xuanwu College. It is extremely precious. Only 10 pieces are available each year and are given to the 10 best students each year. After using it, it can triple the activity of cells. It is especially suitable for use when you are about to break through. The effect is doubled. It greatly increases the success rate of the breakthrough. If it is put on the black market, its value will only be higher than that of the insect crystal core. However, Xuanwu College has extremely strict control over this type of resources. Every time they are issued, we have to personally watch the students consume them. If an outsider does not make outstanding contributions to Xuanwu College, there is no way he can get it. Cheng Zhen looked at the two juicy red fire element fruits with fiery eyes. At this time, Lu Yun suddenly took out one and put it into Cheng Zhen's hand. You are? Cheng was shocked for a moment and quickly put it back. Lu Yun stopped him immediately. Uncle Cheng, you must have been on the verge of a breakthrough for a long time. This should help you break through. No, this is too valuable. Keep it for yourself. It's enough to help you break through 2 levels. It's easy for me to break through without this. Lu Yun said casually. Cheng Zhen's face froze. Why does this sound so irritating? Is this kid here with me? It must be. Lu Yun didn't notice that the atmosphere was subtly changing. I still want to persuade. Cheng Zhen snatched the fruit and said, in that case, I won't be polite. After parting with Cheng Zhen, Lu Yun took his things and prepared to put them back in the dormitory. However, as soon as I arrived at the dormitory door, I found a familiar figure standing at the door, wandering around. Master, it's Su Wei. Hearing the name, Lu Yun immediately remembered it. Isn't this the teacher who had to wash his underwear for a month? But immediately, Lu Yun's face darkened. He still remembers it clearly. It was this person who secretly discussed with Lu when how to deal with him. He still has the recording of the two's discussion. It was not handed over. The purpose of keeping it is to control the opponent at the critical moment. Now he came to me on his own initiative. Lu Yun was unsure of the other person's thoughts, so he walked over with a cold face. Teacher Su, are you waiting for me? Lu Yun. Su Wei shuddered and turned his head. Only then did Lu Yun realize that Su Wei's face was very pale and there was cold sweat on his forehead. With this kind of mental quality, why are you still secretly hurting others? Lu Yun, you are finally back. Su Wei grabbed Lu Yun, looked around to make sure no one was around, and said nervously, I came to you. Yes, I want to apologize to you. Apologize? Has Teacher Su ever offended me in any way? Su Wei hesitated for a long time. Just as Lu Yun's patience was gone and he was about to go into the house, he gritted his teeth and said quickly, I have discussed with Teacher Lu on how to deal with you, but I didn't expect that he would actually dare to do it. I just spoke too quickly. After saying this, Su Wei's expression visibly relaxed and his tone became much smoother. I know I have violated the school's rules. As long as you don't report me, you can do whatever you want of me. Lu Yun didn't expect that Su Wei would actually tell him everything. He ignored the shock that the successive deaths of Lu Wen and Wang Lei had on Su Wei. This is the first time in recent years that a teacher has been killed by a student. Lu Yun's ruthlessness and decisiveness frightened Su Wei. This forced him to take the initiative to admit his mistake. Lu Yun looked at Su Wei, who was worried, and suddenly said, Teacher Su, you should go back first. Then this matter. Of course, this matter will not be resolved like this. Seeing the disappointment on Su Wei's face, Lu Yun said calmly, but since you are so sincere in admitting your mistakes, I, Lu Yun, am not a cruel and heartless person. I'll have something for you to do, but not now. Just go back and wait. Su Wei twisted his hands, but Lu Yun had already entered the room. He couldn't ask any more questions. I had to leave first. Su Wei's unsolicited visit was purely accidental. Suddenly, Lu Yun had no good way to deal with it. It's better to let the other party go back. Who knows, maybe it will have an unexpected effect in the future. After putting down his things, Lu Yun came to the virtual training hall again. But I found a large group of people gathered at the door. It was very lively. The new season of qualifying has begun. Time has passed so quickly. We didn't have much time last season and only made it to silver. This season we must reach platinum and let the platinum guys feel the fear of being dominated. I can get another skin for free without any needle stick. Are there any big guys who want to team up to rank up? I'm a really good support guy. Lu Yun looked in the direction of the sound and saw a burly young man shaking his pectoral muscles. The corner of his eye twitched, and he quickly looked away. Look at the announcement on the big screen. In 2333, the 789th season of the Pan-Federation Battle Network Ladder Ranked Tournament begins. Strong men and pilots who are eager to see the scenery from higher altitudes. Please bring your exclusive vehicles and participate. Chapter 54 Freshman Challenge. Pan-Federation Ladder Ranked Competition. Looking at this easy-to-understand name, Lu Yun became quite interested. According to the description in the announcement, by participating in this league, one can compete against strong and talented people from all over the Federation. Compete for the title of the strongest pilot step by step. But unfortunately, he doesn't have the time to participate in this league now. Maybe I can go and have fun if I have the chance in the future. This event is held once a year. Contestants advance gradually from various regions until the final federal finals. The mode is the same as the league in the parallel world. There is a new season every year. There is no need to rush for this moment. Lu Yun logged into the battle network and entered the training hall to continue practicing sky crossing step. At the same time, the challenges of the first month for freshmen are about to begin. Under the leadership of Xiang Xiao, the students in the special class are undergoing their final devilish training. Whether they can continue to stay in the special class depends entirely on themselves. Soon, 3 days passed. Luyan did not go to battle.net again today. The first fighting skill of the Holy Temple and Sky Crossing Step have all been mastered. You can do whatever you want. His strength increased dramatically. Come to the classroom. The teacher who teaches interstellar geography is teaching the class. Luyan took a seat quietly without disturbing the teacher. The teacher glanced at him and continued teaching. Obviously, he also knew Lu Yun's situation. I know he has been recuperating these days. However, the classmates were a little noisy because of Lu Yun's arrival. After the teacher scolded them a few times, they finally quieted down. Lu Yun, where have you been these past few days? Don't tell me you're really recuperating. With your abnormal body, you must have recovered long ago. Nam Liyue quietly poked Lu Yun's back and leaned forward to ask. Lu Yun was curious about how this guy ended up sitting behind him. It was clearly someone else before. I asked the teacher to change my seat. Nam Liyue chuckled and glanced at the person next to him. Lu Yun turned his head and saw the girl next to him and understood. I silently gave him a thumbs up. If he remembered correctly, it wasn't this person last time. People are like rabbits that don't eat grass near their burrows. This guy is just a nobody. I've been on battle.net for a while these days, and it feels good. Did you go to the virtual training gym to play? Nan Liyue asked excitedly. Well, what's wrong? What's your battle.net number? I'll add you as a friend. Lu Yun gave his nickname. Okay, I've added you. Once you pass, we can play ranked games together. Lu Yun approved his friend request through the intelligent brain. I'm telling you, I'm the Golden God. I roam the Gallon Star region. Follow me, and I promise you won't suffer any loss. Nan Liyue said proudly. Nan Liyue, since you like to talk so much, stand up and answer the question. Suddenly, a roar came from the front. Nan Liyue's ears trembled, and he stood up awkwardly. Looking at the question on the blackboard, he coughed lightly and said seriously, Teacher, I don't know the answer to this question. Stunned, Lu Yun turned sideways and gave a helpless look. Nan Liyue wanted to cry, but had no tears. The course is coming to an end. Xiang Xiao walked in and took over the last moment. Glancing at Nan Liyue, who had been standing for a whole class, Xiang Xiao remained indifferent and said loudly, Dear students, tomorrow is the freshman challenge. Those students who didn't make it to the special class have been training hard for a month, just waiting for tomorrow. I have already told you all the consequences of losing. The lifeless class became noisy. Teacher Xiang, they have been training hard for a month, and we haven't been idle either. That's right. Who's afraid of them? Let them come. There are no mediocre people who can join the special class. Everyone has confidence. However, Xiang Xiao was very serious. Don't be too happy too soon. Although your strength may be higher than theirs, it is a one-on-one situation. The number of students in the regular class is several times more than yours. You will be facing a round-robin battle of 3 or even 4 or 5 students. If you lose one round, you lose everything. No. The class was in an uproar. Everyone was stunned. I never expected this to be the rule. Teacher, if we play in a round-robin format, that would be too unfair to us. Xiang Xiao looked at the student and asked solemnly, What makes you think the academy will be fair? You join a special class and enjoy more resources, stronger teachers, and more practical opportunities than others. Is this fair to them? If you want fairness, then don't stay in the special class. Everyone was speechless. Seeing that he had intimidated these students, Xiang Zhao's tone relaxed. But don't worry too much. There will be a 10-minute break between each round of battle. You can use medicine to recover. The academy does not restrict this. Everyone then breathed a sigh of relief. If the battles were to continue, I'm afraid no one could fight 4 people in a row. After all, it has only been a month since I entered the academy. There is simply not much time to turn talent into strength. Their abilities may be only 10% to 20% higher than those of students in ordinary classes. Watching the discussion begin, Xiang Zhao's eyes fell on Lu Yun, and he said in a deep voice, This time, Lu Yun, you have to be more careful. I got the news that the Wang family has funded and instigated at least 10 people to challenge you together. Among them, there is a freshman who was forcibly raised to level 13 by drugs. The noisy class suddenly became quiet. Everyone gasped and looked at Lu Yun in disbelief. At least 10 people challenge. And there is also a level 13. Compared with Lu Yun, they suddenly felt that what they had encountered was nothing. Damn, are you kidding me? Can you play it like this? Nan Liyue couldn't help but shout. Isn't this deliberately targeting Lu Yun? Can the academy allow this? Xiang Xiao nodded affirmatively. Of course we can do this. After all, they are all freshmen. Everyone felt it was ridiculous and looked at Lu Yun with some pity. It's so miserable. I just came back from recuperation and received such cruel news. Lu Yun frowned and asked, "Is it the Wang family where Wang Lei is?" That's right. Wang Lei is the youngest son of the Wang family. Although his talent is mediocre, he is still a member of the Wang family. They know they can't do anything to the academy, so they use these rules to target you. The college can't help, so you'll have to rely on yourself. Receive a reminder from Xiang Xiao. After class, Lu Yun went directly to the logistics department and bought more than a dozen bottles of recovery potions. He did not become arrogant and think that he was invincible just because he was level 13. The other party also has a level 13 existence. Although it was brought up by drugs, it is still level 13 after all. Don't take it lightly. When eating in the cafeteria, Cheng Zhun found him, looked at the medicines he bought, and said in a deep voice, "Did Xiang Xiao explain it to you clearly?" Just take it seriously, don't underestimate the enemy. Although the Wang family is not aristocratic, they are wealthy and run a business. I'm afraid this confrontation won't be that simple. You can wear this nano-soft armor next to your body. It can save your life at the critical moment. Cheng Zhun took out a silver-white metal necklace. Lu Yun didn't hesitate and put it on after taking it. Press the gemstone of the necklace. Suddenly, the gem disintegrated into a tiny dust particle, which continued to expand against his skin. After a few seconds, it became a suit of armor that fit his body perfectly. This nano-soft armor also has the ability of mimicry. As Lu Yun adjusts it, it directly turns into the color of the skin. Just from the outside, no one could tell that he was wearing a soft armor. Good baby. Chapter 55, 12 figures. The next day, there were colorful flags flying in the college. The college's largest central gymnasium was bustling with activity. One after another figures walked into the gymnasium. There are students and there are teachers. There are also people from outside the school. There are too many people this year, 7 or 8 times more than in the past. An old student volunteer stood at the entrance of the gymnasium, looking at the crowded crowd, and was amazed. They were all attracted by Lu Yun. Everyone wants to see what kind of genius will resonate with him in 0 seconds. The student union president said with a smile, "Lu Yun, the newcomer ranked 36th on the Tianjiao list? Didn't they say that his 0 seconds was due to a machine malfunction?" And that was the news released by the academy themselves. Don't you know what our dean is like? He must be worried that someone will come to snatch our talents, so he deliberately deceives people like this. The student council president had an "I know all about it" look on his face. You know what? The people from Xuanwu and Qingding College are really stupid enough to post a letter, haha. If a student hadn't been exposed during the previous mission, they would probably still be in the dark. The student council president laughed. But then he noticed that the expression on his friend's face was not right. He forced an ugly smile on his face. There should be no one behind me, right? The student opposite lowered his head silently, looking at his nose and his heart, pretending not to hear anything. The president slowly turned around and saw a very majestic old man behind him, staring at him with a gloomy face. The president was shocked at the face he had seen countless times in the news. Dean Jing, I'm not saying you're stupid. Snort! Jing Hong snorted coldly, flicked his sleeves, and entered the gymnasium. He wouldn't get angry with a child. It was just that what I said just now happened to touch his sore spot. Damn those federal soldiers. Obviously, this genius has a chance to work under him. Don't let him find out who bullied Lu Yun. Otherwise, he will be punished. See off President Jingda. The student union president breathed a sigh of relief. But soon, the dean of Qingding College also came. Not only did he come, he also brought 20 or 30 students with him. Looking at their curious baby-like expressions, they are obviously the new students of Qingding. He hurried to meet him. This time he learned his lesson and never spoke nonsense. He led the guests to their seats in a humbly and polite manner. Then, he is a wealthy and noble person on Karen Star. Suddenly, the student union president was startled when he saw an old man wearing a cowboy hat and casual clothes in the crowd. That's the one, that's right, that familiar face. There is also the slogan printed on the walls of the 3 major colleges. Karen Star may be bad, but it cannot be because of our generation. Li Zheng, the 18th star lord of Karen Star. Oh my god, why is this great god here too? The student council president was stunned for a moment, and his mouth felt dry. He grabbed his trouser legs with his hands and resisted the urge to go up and ask for an autograph. Fortunately, Luo Xingwen appeared at the right time, came to the old man in a low-key manner, and entered the gymnasium with him. The student council president then breathed a sigh of relief. For a moment, I felt envious of Lu Yun, a man I had only heard of but never seen. We can actually get that big guy to come and watch the game. When Lu Yun and his class arrived at the battle seat, he was also shocked by the lively scene in the gymnasium. He didn't expect there would be so many people, at least tens of thousands. Several holographic screens floated in the air, projecting images in real time. He saw a 32-second ultra-high-definition close-up of his face on it. The audience pointed at the screen and talked loudly. Lu Yun! Cheng Zhen's voice came from the corner next to him, and he pointed to his neck. Li Novet. Cheng Zhen breathed a sigh of relief, gave a thumbs up, and sat back. Across the ring, there were more than 80 figures present, all looking at the big screen in the sky, looking at Lu Yun. It's really impressive. Some people envy the opening. Immediately, a cold voice came from the side. It will be a dead dog soon. Everyone looked at the person who spoke and remained silent. The man was handsome, but unfortunately he was blind in one eye. A biological crystal is embedded in the left eye socket. Although it can replace the function of the eyes, it is ultimately not as smart as a real eye. You can tell at a glance that it's a dead object. He stared at Lu Yun, who was stealing the show, with a cold and indifferent expression. After a brief opening statement comes the rules introduction. Each person has only one chance to challenge, to avoid repeated challenges. And if the challenge special class student is defeated, the subsequent challenger will automatically be judged as the loser and lose the opportunity to challenge. Lu Yun thought about it carefully and found this rule very interesting. He made the students in ordinary classes challenge the strong ones invisibly. It disperses the pressure on those who are weaker. Because if you are unlucky, you might challenge a newbie and be defeated in the first round. Then the other challengers who came after him would lose directly and also lose the opportunity to challenge. It's a huge loss. Therefore, this will be a great test of the choices and judgments of students in ordinary classes. Then you are not allowed to injure anyone or intentionally cause disability. After explaining clearly, the battle begins immediately. The first freshman came on stage carrying a spear. His challenge target is Guan Xian. Guan Xian stepped onto the stage swiftly, holding a rapier in his hand. The two of them started fighting without any further ado. Guan Xian quickly gained the upper hand. As a girl who dares to eat chili peppers raw in order to get high scores and enter the special class, Guan Xian's fighting style can be described as extremely fiery, the complete opposite of her usual self. The sound of metal colliding continued on the ring. Not long, Guan Xian flicked his sword and knocked the opponent's spear out of his hand, placing it across his neck. Guan Xinxing stepped down. Guan Xian immediately took out a bottle of recovery medicine and restored his strength. This challenge is extremely unfair to the students in the special class. But as Xiang Xiao said, they usually enjoy higher treatment, so it is reasonable for them to be targeted. 10 minutes later, the second student came on stage and still challenged Guan Xian. After 10 or so moves, Guan Xian won. The other party looked annoyed. Guan Xian immediately took drugs to recover. But the next person to challenge is not her. Guan Xian was slightly stunned, her face looking very conflicted. On the one hand, I was happy that I had retained my position. On the other hand, it also shows that these freshmen in ordinary classes think that she can only withstand 2 rounds. This was undoubtedly a disrespect to her. But no matter what, keeping your identity is always a good thing. She sat back in her seat and watched the others fight. One figure after another went up and down. Soon it was Nan Liyue's turn. This guy is extremely miserable, being targeted by 6 people in a row. After 6 rounds of rotation, it took 50 minutes just to rest. When he heard that no one challenged him, he just fell under the seat. This kind of battle is too exhausting for your mental energy. As time goes by, one after another, figures came down with joy. They retained their position. At this point, everyone in the class, except Lu Yun, who had not yet gone on stage, had finished their challenges. And no one was defeated. All members are relegated. But everyone knows that the fun has just begun. At the same time, across the ring, 12 figures stood up at the same time and looked at Lu Yun across the arena. Chapter 56 next. Oh my god, there are actually 12 people challenging Lu Yun together. Is this the attraction of being the number 1 this year? It's really scary. Even if you're number 1, fighting 12 rounds in a row is too scary. Who can last? Even if there are recovery potions that can restore physical strength, the mental exhaustion cannot be restored by potions. Who knows? The last few people may really be able to defeat Lu Yun. That's right. That Nan Liyue was so tired that he fell off the chair after only 6 rounds. And now, there are 12 of them. In the audience. When the 12 figures stood out in unison, the whole audience was in an uproar. Everyone stared in astonishment, and they put themselves in Lu Yun's position. But they found that it was impossible for them to fight 12 games in a row. You know, after 12 battles, it takes nearly 2 hours just to rest. How long will the battle take? A corner of the stands. The old man wearing a cowboy hat narrowed his eyes and asked calmly, 12 people challenging one person at the same time. Is this also within the rules? Luo Xingwen, who was sitting beside him, quietly nodded. Under normal circumstances, there wouldn't be so many people. But Lu Yun's situation is somewhat special. Someone is behind the scenes fanning the flames and trying to deal with him. Don't you care? The old man looked at Luo Xingwen sideways. A sword is sharpened by the force of a grindstone. You are willing to do so. With a laugh, the old man said no more. Another stand. A middle-aged couple sat quietly in the corner. The woman looked at the 12 men, a hint of sadness and pleasure flashing in her eyes. With these people here, I don't believe this kid named Lu can be safe. As long as I can remove one of his hands, it will be worth it. The man next to the woman had a sinister look on his face. He patted the woman's hand and whispered, Don't worry, this Lu Yun will definitely die. Even if I can avoid these people's attacks, I still have a backup plan. The woman smiled with satisfaction, as if she had achieved great revenge. When the time comes, I will cut off the tip of this kid's heart and roast it as a sacrifice to my son. Don't worry, Lair will rest in peace. Master, the keyword Lu Yun has been triggered 1861 times in the whole game. 2 hostile remarks were selected from the characters, Wang Rinkai and Su Xiaowan. Facial information comparison. Wang Rinkai, president of Wang Heavy Industry Group and father of Wang Lei. Su Xiaowan, chairman of Rinxiao Investment Foundation and mother of Wang Lei. Do you need me to read you the content of the conversation? Lu Yun's eyes flickered and his lips moved slightly. No, keep monitoring. Receive. Amidst the roar of cheers, Lu Yun stepped onto the stage in 2 or 3 steps and looked at the 13 freshmen with different expressions below the stage. He still had some impression of a few of them, all of which had shown him unique performance during the class placement assessment. Who's going first? Lu Yun's expression was as calm as water, and he was not moved at all by the number of the other party. Awesome. So domineering. This is the style of being number 1. So tough. Let's not talk about his strength for now. Just this aura alone makes him worthy of being number 1. The young audience couldn't help but wave their flags and cheer. The students in the special class looked a little worried, because they knew that among the 12 people, there was one who was level 13. This kind of strength is already far superior to that of the students in their special class. Lu Yun, is it possible? I'll do it. A sturdy figure jumped up and took 2 steps to stand 2 meters in front of Lu Yun. He is taller than Lu Yun, nearly 1.9 meters. The skin is bronze-colored, with raised lumps of flesh. It looks very substantial. My name is... I'm not interested in knowing. Lu Yun interrupted calmly. Lu Yun didn't have any good feelings towards these guys who did things for money. The young man's face turned angry. This was undoubtedly a great humiliation for him. The referee looked at the 2 of them and then announced the start. Drink! The burly young man roared immediately, and a pair of metal knuckles appeared on his hands. He swung his arms, making a sound of breaking wind, and hammered towards Lu Yun's head. Lu Yun misstepped his feet and performed the Dukong step, dodging the opponent's straight punch and coming to his side. Then, side kick. Bang! The powerful kick landed directly on the young man's waist. The young man's face turned red as liver due to the injury on his kidney, and he staggered backwards. But before he could stand firm, Lu Yun appeared in front of him like a ghost. The young man's eyes kept shaking, but he couldn't catch the erratic figure at all. The young man looked panicked. Suddenly, Lu Yun stopped half a meter in front of him, and before he could react, he punched him hard on the chin. Crack! Several broken teeth flew out. The sturdy body, 1.9 meters tall, rose 10 centimeters upwards. Then he slammed out of the ring. Fainted. Next to his head, several broken teeth were scattered on the ground. Nearly a ton of punch force landed on the young man's body, and with his unawakened physique, he simply couldn't withstand it. If Lu Yun hadn't held back some of his strength at the last moment, this punch would have directly blown his head off. I'm lucky that I only broke a few teeth. The whole place suddenly fell silent. They all stared at Lu Yun as if they had seen a ghost. That guy must be at least 200 kilograms, but he was raised 10 centimeters by a punch? With this kind of strength, this Lu Yun must be a monster. Lu Yun is definitely an awakener, and he might already be at level 11, and he is very likely to break through to level 12. It was so violent that my teeth were broken. The stands where Ivy College is located. When the freshmen saw that punch, their originally playful expressions immediately became serious. A young man with distinct alien features beside the dean said, "He may already have the strength of level 12. If he waits until the 3 college freshman competition, he may be able to break through another level. That's unlikely. Grade 13 is already comparable to some third-year students." Someone nearby questioned. The alien youth glanced at him and said calmly, "Never underestimate your opponent. He must have his reasons for attracting so much attention." Well said. The dean next to him praised him. Seeing that the dean said so, the others didn't say anything more. The dean looked at the top freshman of Chinking College next to him and asked, "If you were to face him, what are your chances of winning?" The young man hesitated for a few seconds and finally shook his head. "I'm afraid it's only 50%. But if I can watch more of his games and get to know him better, I should be able to increase my chances of winning to 60%. The dean nodded approvingly. "Then take a closer look." Yes. In the field, the first round of fighting ended in an extremely light manner. The whole process took no more than 30 seconds. But this is just the beginning. Victory is a given. After all, Lu Yun is the top freshman of this year. Everyone was just shocked by his violence and the strength he displayed. After a 10-minute break, the second round of challenges will begin. The referee said and prepared to leave the stage. Lu Yun returned to the field and said, "No need, just go to the next one." Chapter 57, Lu Yun's Mouth. Bang! The second challenger had just stepped onto the stage and stood firm, but within 10 seconds, Lu Yun pressed his head and threw him out of the ring. He fell to the ground like a dead dog and fell into a coma. The audience was speechless and didn't know what to say. "Continue?" The referee looked at Lu Yun. The referee grinned and raised his hand. "Next." The remaining few people looked hesitant. Lu Yun was obviously angry. The 2 people in front were beaten unconscious. When the doctor took him away, blood was all over the floor. Although they can get money, they also have to consider whether the money is worth it. The next challenger will come on stage. Otherwise, it will be considered as automatic surrender. The referee teacher urged, "Hey, hurry up. What are you standing there for? Isn't this just a waste of my ticket money?" "Brother, it seems you don't need a ticket to come here." "No tickets? Then why did someone tell me to enter for 500 yuan? People around looked at him with sympathy on their faces. The people in the audience couldn't help but push the third challenger. But suddenly, the man bowed sharply and said loudly, "I'm sorry, classmate Lu Yun. I shouldn't have been obsessed with money. I admit defeat." After saying, the man lowered his head and ran away. The remaining challengers looked at each other in bewilderment. "I'll do it." "Bah, you're such a coward. You deserve not to be admitted to the special class." The fourth person spat a mouthful of thick phlegm and walked onto the stage with a fierce look on his face. He was wearing a metal plate armor, and when he came to Lu Yun, he arrogantly pounded the armor. "Lu Yun, if you have the guts, hammer here." The referee looked at the 2 of them and announced the start. Lu Yun suddenly raised his head, with a sharp light flashing from his eyes, causing the fourth challenger's face to change, and he subconsciously took a step back. Lu Yun stepped forward and punched the young man in the plate armor. "TSK, I told you to smash it, and you did it, idiot. I am training my physique." The challenger grinned, bent his waist, and took a deep breath into his abdomen. There is a faint, invisible, and heavy aura flowing through his body. This is the effect of a breathing method that focuses on physical fitness. For people with good physique, the strongest thing is tolerance. In other words, be able to withstand a beating. Bang! The fourth challenger had just gotten into horse stance when Lu Yun's fist landed on him. The metal plate armor instantly sank inward. The young man who had just looked disdainful suddenly changed his expression. His eye sockets bulged, and he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Lu Yun moved sideways to avoid the spurting blood. "Close your fist and push gently." The challenger fell down stiffly. 2 young medical students ran up skillfully, grabbed the man, threw him directly onto the stretcher, and left in a hurry. Then 2 more medical students came forward with a new stretcher. They looked at the challengers with anticipation. 7 of the remaining 8 challengers fell to chill. I felt like I was being used as a guinea pig by these medical students. This time, the referee didn't ask. Go directly to the next one. The fifth person came on stage. It's a girl. She has a slim waist, a perky hip, and a slender neck. Fair skin, beautiful face, and long legs. Sorry, classmate Lu Yun, I didn't want to come, but I need money. The girl smiled apologetically. Lu Yun looked on indifferently. Start. The girl's smile instantly disappeared, and she took the initiative to attack. Halfway through, the girl suddenly pulled out a short whip from her waist and struck through the air. Lu Yun dodged sideways, then grabbed the whip and pulled it hard. The terrifying force interrupted all the girl's plans, and she stumbled towards him. When the girl came closer, Lu Yun raised his right leg and struck out horizontally. Oof. The girl just felt like she was hit by a speeding car. With a groan of pain, his body flew backwards like a shrimp and fell on the stage. He knelt on the ground, holding his stomach and groaning in pain. Two medical students rushed forward, put the girl on a stretcher, and carried her away. Lu Yun glanced at the whip still in his hand, and a faint fragrance wafted into his nose. He flicked the whip into the trash can. Next, the referee shouted, I give up. The sixth person looked at Lu Yun in fear. He was so cruel even to girls. If he went up to them, wouldn't he be beaten to death? Admit defeat immediately. Then, the seventh person admitted defeat. The eighth person gave up. The ninth person, fuck you, brother, please don't give in. We are here to see you get beaten, not to see you give in. There was a roar from the stands. At worst, if you become disabled, I'll pay for your medical expenses. The ninth challenger's face turned pale, and he cursed. Fuck you, if you want to fight, do it yourself. After saying that, he ran away quickly. The 10th person sighed softly and walked forward calmly. With just this little courage, you still want to become a strong man? Lu Yun narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at him. The 10th man paused and immediately retracted his foot that had just touched the ring and moved to the right. It is often said that a man who knows the current affairs is a hero, and the ancients were not deceiving me. Watching the figure getting farther and farther away, there was a roar of booing from the audience. I thought he was an expert, but he just talks nonsense. But he is right. A man who knows the times is a hero. The more time passes, the angrier Lu Yun gets, and the harder these people will be beaten. After today, Lu Yun will become famous. Amidst the cheers, Wang Rinkai and his wife had extremely grim faces, looking coldly at those who voluntarily admitted defeat. This bunch of rubbish, they don't even dare to face such a small difficulty. I was really blind to find these idiots. Wang Rinkai looked at those who admitted defeat with gritted teeth. Originally, I thought I could use 11 people to consume Lu Yun's energy, and then the last person would decide the outcome. As a result, now, only the 10th person has passed, and 6 have already given up. He could only place his hope on the last person. Next one, the referee shouted. The 11th person did not admit defeat, but was stopped by the one-eyed young man behind him just as he was about to go on stage. Give up and don't waste my time. The 11th person looked unhappy, and he could take the initiative to admit defeat. But what does it mean to be forced to admit defeat? However, looking at that gloomy face, he felt a surge of fear in his heart and raised his hand to admit defeat. So far, 12 challengers, 7 surrendered. There is only one left. The challenger who was specially reminded by teacher Xiang and used drugs to forcibly upgrade to level 13. Looking at the one-eyed young man walking onto the stage, Lu Yun turned around and walked off the stage lightly. I need to rest for 10 minutes. Next what? Oh well, then take a 10-minute break. The one-eyed young man's face twitched, and a lot of his accumulated momentum was lost. He couldn't help but speak, wanting to provoke Lu Yun to come up directly. Lu Yun, who defeated 11 people in a row without taking a break. Is he afraid? If you're scared, you might as well just admit defeat. It'll save you and me time and effort. Otherwise, it will be embarrassing if you lose, and you will lose face as the first place winner. Lu Yun ignored him and sat quietly to rest. But someone stood up for him, behind him. Nan Liu put one hand on his waist and said proudly, Are you talking about you, you stinky dog? Just because I give you some face, you really think you're a big shot, right? You're a drug-addicted idiot. You've wasted your entire life for a little money. You deserve to be blinded in one eye. Why are you glaring at me? Are you trying to play cyberpunk with us by installing an electronic eye? Believe it or not, I will deduct the battery from you and turn you into a one-eyed dog. Chapter 58 Excuse. The one-eyed young man's face was as gloomy as water, and he stared at Nan Liyue intently, as if he wanted to shoot out a laser to pierce Nan Liyue to death. But then, the one-eyed young man smiled coldly again. Look at Nan Liyue, then look at Lu Yun. I almost fell for your trick, but it's not that easy to mess with my mind. Rather, you should be a noble from Z Star. Is this your noble demeanor? He's swearing like a fool. It's disgusting. Nan Liyue's eyes darkened. He didn't expect to meet an opponent on this small planet of Karen. She immediately showed Z's pianist style. Lu Yun stretched out his hand and pressed down Nan Liyu. Then he calmly went on stage. Oh, are you willing to come up? The one-eyed young man raised his head with disdain, looking down at Lu Yun from top to bottom with his eyes raised. You can ask that little noble to try harder. Maybe he can really disturb my mind and create some opportunities for you. Lu Yun glanced at him calmly, then walked slowly to his seat and stood still. There's no need to resort to crooked means to deal with you. That's right, this young master is simply annoyed with you, a silly dog. Nan Liyue grinned with his big teeth bared. Humph! The one-eyed young man's face was as cold as ice, and he said viciously, You are quite arrogant, worthy of being the first in this session. I hope you can still be so stubborn when I beat you to death later. See the two of them standing still. The referee raised his hand and announced the start. The whole place suddenly fell silent, staring closely at the two people on the ring. Cheng Zhun clenched his fists with deep worry in his eyes. Level 13 opponents are not scary. Lu Yun is also level 13. But I'm afraid that the other party has bad intentions and is preparing some sinister means. What if Lu Yun gets caught by mistake? Thinking of this, Cheng Zhun became more worried. I, a teacher, am not panicking, so why are you panicking? Xiang Xiao came to the side and found it funny to see Cheng Zhun with a nervous face. Cheng Zhun glanced at her and said nothing. On the ring, a place where countless eyes are focused, the two did not move. They faced each other at a distance of 5 meters. Sudden, Lu Yun asked, Is it worth it to use potions to forcibly improve my strength, only to have my talents destroyed and never be able to make any further progress in my life? Information collected through Xiao AI. He had some understanding of the person in front of him, Lu Qingyuan. The results were also good during the class placement assessment. Just 1 second, and you can enter the special class. But later he injured one of his eyes in an accident and became depressed ever since. After all, losing an eye meant that his career as a pilot was almost over. But if you work hard, there is still hope. It just requires several times more effort than ordinary people. But the other party gave up. Lu Qingyuan was not angry even though he was scolded by Nan Liyue. But his expression suddenly changed because of Lu Yun's words. He shouted sternly, What do you know? Crack. The ground under Lu Qingyuan's feet was cracked, and his figure suddenly came in front of Lu Yun like a gust of wind. You don't understand anything. There was a hint of disgust in the eyes of the only person. Lu Yun crossed his arms in front of him to block the opponent's punch. But the violent offensive had just begun. Lu Qingyuan's eyes were bloodshot, and his electronic eyes were flashing with a faint red light. The two fists danced out, leaving afterimages, throwing out hundreds of punches in a few seconds. Agility breathing technique. Lu Yun understood what was going on and blocked the opponent's punch again. He then took a step back and stretched his right arm to its limit. Then break it with force. The muscles in his arms trembled and then twisted together like steel bars. The tremendous force originates from the feet and reaches the fists. Retreat! The air at the tip of the fist was suddenly squeezed and then exploded. Bang! Lu Qingyuan frowned, raised one arm, and moved sideways to block. A huge force came. The whole body shook violently and then retreated irresistibly. After retreating dozens of steps, Lu Qingyuan stomped his feet and finally released the force. Lu Qingyuan's expression was moved, and a hint of disbelief flashed across his eyes. You are also level 13? Wow! The audience was in an uproar, looking at the thin figure in shock. Lu Yun is also level 13? Is he also taking drugs? What the hell? What did this guy eat to grow up? And how can he cultivate so fast? It's scary. If he goes to the freshman competition, who will be his opponent? Look at how relaxed he is. Obviously, he didn't try his best, but he already has the strength of level 13. This means that he has broken through to level 13 for some time and has mastered that power. Everyone looked at the calm-faced young man on the big screen, and their hearts were filled with turmoil. Dean Qingting looked at the head freshman of his own academy. There was a clear, questioning look in his eyes. The alien youth hesitated for 2 seconds, then smiled bitterly and shook his head. Although I don't want to admit it, I'm afraid I'm no match for him. This kind of talent is too terrifying. It's not human. He was so proud to see that even his own chief was willing to admit defeat. The other Qingting students were even more shocked. They know clearly where their chief comes from and what kind of talents he has. This was something their dean had gone through great pains to find, just to make him famous in the freshman competition. But now, we have encountered an even more terrifying opponent. Not just them. In other stands, many geniuses who thought they were extremely talented all looked gloomy at this moment. What bad luck! Someone sighed. It tells the inner thoughts of all the geniuses. Lu Qingyuan did not rush to take action. He looked at the surrounding stands, listened to the heated discussions, and smiled sarcastically. Have you heard the praises people give you? Are you feeling very proud now? You are the best of your generation. You have a dazzling aura, and cultivation resources are within your reach. Lu Qingyuan lowered his head and looked at his hands. But I need external forces to gain strength. You know what? The condition they offered me was that if I cut off one of your hands, they would give me this eye forever with a lifetime warranty. Lu Qingyuan pointed to his left eye. There, a biological crystal emitted a hazy red glow. If I can remove both of your limbs, give me 500,000 points. And if I can destroy you, they promised to customize an exploration-class mecha for me to pilot. Lu Qingyuan walked forward step by step, and as he walked, he talked about the conditions that Wang offered him. A look of longing and ambition appeared on his face. That's an exploration-class mecha. Faced with such temptation, he had no reason to refuse. Lu Yin exhaled and said regretfully, "After hearing what you said before, I thought it would be some lofty reason. It turns out that it's just an excuse for a lazy person who doesn't want to work hard. I overestimated you." After saying, there was no trace of compassion on Lu Yun's face, only coldness. His words seemed to hurt Lu Qingyuan. Lu Qingyuan attacked like a mad beast. Chapter 59, Are You Really Cyberpunk? Bang, bang, bang. Fierce collision sounds continued to be heard from the stage. Under the full-force collision between the two men, a layer of the ring was scraped off, and dust flew everywhere, and cracks appeared everywhere. Even some ordinary people need a special slow-motion camera to see the movements of the two people clearly. Too strong. This strength is far beyond the freshmen, even better than the sophomores, right? The new students are getting more and more terrible nowadays. Something is wrong. Didn't Lu Qingyuan get his strength from taking drugs? Logically speaking, people like him are very superficial. How could he fight against Lu Yun for so long? Not only that, did you notice that Lu Qingyuan doesn't look tired at all? Everyone looked at the two people fighting fiercely in the field and gradually discovered something unusual. Not just the audience. Lu Yun had the same feeling at this moment. Lu Qingyuan was like a tireless machine. After such a high-intensity collision, he didn't even take a breath. There are only two possibilities in this situation. First, his strength far exceeds Lu Yun's. Second, he has a ghost. The first possibility does not exist. If he is much stronger than Lu Yun, he can just destroy Lu Yun directly. Why would he waste so much time? So, there is only the second possibility. Lu Yun stepped back suddenly and separated from the other party. He felt that he could no longer fight in this way. Otherwise, his strength would quickly run out. Are you starting to back off now? Number one of his generation. Nothing more than this. Lu Qingyuan smiled defiantly and chased after him. Lu Yun's eyes flickered and he stopped fighting. He used a void step and moved left and right on the stage. Lu Qingyuan threw punch after punch. Every time he felt like he was going to hit Lu Yun, he would always just brush past him with the corner of his clothes at the last moment. Can't touch it at all. Damn it. As the number one silver star, is all you can do now? Running away? Lu Qingyuan cursed, trying to provoke Lu Yun with words to fight him. However, Lu Yun was calm and was not easily provoked. Finally, Xiao AI, who had been observing Lu Qingyuan through the camera, seemed to have discovered something wrong. Master, this guy doesn't seem to need to breathe. Lu Yun looked at Lu Qingyuan's mouth and nose, and saw air coming out, indicating that he was breathing. Xiao AI immediately explained. Master, Xiao AI is talking about his skin. After a long battle, the pores on a person's skin will open and the heat in the body will evaporate. But this person doesn't have that phenomenon. There's something wrong with his body. Xiao AI came to the conclusion. Lu Yun's mind moved slightly and he stopped. Lu Qingyuan thought that his provocation had worked, and he immediately rushed overexcitedly. He clasped his palms into a fist and smashed towards Lu Yun like a hammer. His speed was extremely fast, leaving behind many afterimages. Lu Yun used the void step to dodge the close-range attack. Then he extended his middle finger and punched Lu Qingyuan's arm. The muscles in Lu Qingyuan's arms vibrated like ripples. But right away, this vibration violates the stopping vibration of mechanical transmission. That moment, Lu Yun seemed to hear a series of fine and tiny sounds like the combination of metal. Suddenly, Lu Yun understood. You didn't enhance yourself by taking drugs. You actually transformed your body. The sound of metal combination was actually the sound of nanomaterials surging, because the nano armor given to him by Chengzhen also made this subtle sound when it was deployed. It's just that Lu Yun's armor is unfolded on the surface of his body. But Lu Qingyuan is buried under the skin. Lu Qingyuan's eyes flashed and he sneered. You actually found out. In that case, I won't play with you anymore. Lu Qingyuan punched hard. This time, the skin behind his elbow joints suddenly cracked, and 4 flames as thick as his little fingers spurted out. Increased the speed of his punch several times. Almost instantly, it arrived in front of Lu Yun's chest and smashed down. Bang! Lu Yun's muscles were shaking, and ripples appeared on his nano armor to dissipate the force. But he was still pushed back several meters. Fuck! This guy actually transformed himself into a cyberpunk? Nan Liyue, who was discussing matters with his girlfriend, suddenly stood up and looked at Lu Qingyuan's arm in astonishment. Not just him. Half the audience stood up at this moment. No one expected such a sudden change to happen. How can I fight if I transform myself into a cyborg? As long as he has enough energy, he can keep fighting without getting tired. Lu Yun will definitely lose. Isn't this cheating? There was a lot of discussion. Luo Xingwen stood up and looked at the field with shining eyes. He was thinking about whether to end the game. However, at this moment, the old man next to him pressed his hand. Luo Xingwen understood immediately, and a hint of hesitation flashed across his eyes. But after struggling for a few moments, he sat back down. If you want me to help him, you have to let me see his value and potential, Li Zheng said softly. There was a hint of deep interest in his eyes beneath the brim of the hat. Seeing this, Luo Xingwen immediately asked, Mr. Li, do you agree? Let's wait until this kid wins first. This is cheating. Stop the game immediately. Chengzhen has already rushed to the edge of the ring. If he hadn't been concerned about the academy rules, he would have rushed onto the stage and brought Lu Yun down. What the hell is this? Can humans fight machines? The light consumption could kill Lu Yun. The referee was also ready to stop the game. But at this moment, he suddenly received a message and the game continued. The referee looked at Chengzhen in embarrassment and could only withdraw his hand. Chengzhen understood that the top leaders were trying to prevent the game from being suspended. He immediately took out his cell phone to contact the dean. However, the dean's message arrived first. This is what Mr. Li meant. Li Lao. Li. Chengzhen was shocked and held the phone tightly. There is only one person in the entire Karen Star who can be respected as Mr. Li by the dean. Star Lord Li Zheng. But why? Why did that adult get involved? Just when he was about to disobey the old man's order, the dean sent another message. This is good for Lu Yun. Trust him. Chengzhen gritted his teeth and stared at the figure on the stage. He decided that as long as Lu Yun was in any danger, he would rush forward immediately. As for that adult's order, I can no longer care about it. Luo Xingwen couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when he saw that Chengzhen did not interrupt the game. Then, he looked at Lu Yun expectantly. Boy, don't let down the people who care about you. It looks like someone wants you to die on this stage. Lu Qingyuan was ready to kill Lu Yun before the referee called a timeout. It turns out that the game continues. He couldn't help but look quite amused. Lu Yun brushed off the dust on his chest, his lips slightly raised. You misunderstood. They just felt that finally there was an opponent of sufficient weight to satisfy my needs. Of course I can't bear to interrupt. The smile widened. There was a strong interest in Lu Yun's eyes. His heart was beating vigorously, supplying endless power to his entire body. Bang! As bricks and stones shattered, Lu Yun's figure shot out like lightning. This was the first time he took the initiative to attack when facing Lu Qingyuan. Just in time, Lu Qingyuan laughed wildly. In a hot jet, the two of them collided with a loud bang. Chapter 60 Xiao AI. Electrocute him. Smoke and dust suddenly rose, and bricks and stones flew everywhere. In the thick smoke, two black shadows crossed and collided at a terrifying speed. The audience stood up one by one and leaned forward. I wish I could dig out my eyeballs and stuff them into the ring to see this fight clearly. Boom. The thick smoke suddenly broke. A figure shot out backwards, leaving a mark dozens of meters long on the ground. It's Lu Qingyuan. Everyone gasped. Nan Liyue, Guan Xin, and others couldn't help but come closer to the arena, fearing that they had seen it wrong. Ha! Lu Yan actually has the upper hand. Nan Liyue grabbed his braid, his face frantic. The figure that flew out was none other than Lu Qingyuan. Lu Qingyuan's clothes were torn, and his naked upper body was covered with bloodstains. The creature's left eye kept flashing a dull light. Suddenly, Lu Qingyuan half knelt on the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. Hiss! Lu Yan actually fought off this cyborg. This is really abnormal. Lu Qingyuan is definitely strong enough to fight against a level 14 enemy. Even so, he is still no match for Lu Yun. Don't be too happy too soon. There are countless nanorobots in Lu Qingyuan's body. These minor injuries are nothing to him. As long as they don't hurt his core, they won't affect him at all. As expected, that's when the audience finished. The blood that Lu Qingyuan had just spit out suddenly turned silver gray, and then crawled towards Lu Qingyuan as if it had consciousness, and finally drilled into his body through the wound on his body. And all the injuries on his body healed in the blink of an eye. What a scary guy. No wonder he's so confident. But it's ridiculous for you, a flesh and blood person, to fight against a body full of nanorobots like mine. I can kill you by exhausting you. Lu Qingyuan roared, crushed the bricks and stones, and jets of water spurted out from under his feet as he rushed into the smoke and dust. Amidst the loud noises, there were Lu Qingyuan's screams of pain. The next second, Lu Qingyuan shot out again at an even faster speed and fell to the ground. Asshole! Who the hell are you? Lu Qingyuan's eyes were bloodshot, and 2 streaks of blood flowed down the corners of his eyes. Guan Xin covered her mouth in horror. This image is really too terrifying. What exactly happened in the smoke? Everyone was confused. Next second, an arrogant figure with steam rising from it flew out and slammed heavily in front of Lu Qingyuan. Facing that ferocious face, he punched out. At this moment, Lu Yun's face was calm, and in the depths of his eyes, a deep red spread like ink. Oh! Lu Qingyuan raised his hand to block, but his arm was broken directly. Ah! Lu Qingyuan's eyes widened. Suddenly, Lu Yun grabbed Lu Qingyuan's finger and bent it upwards. The sound of bones breaking was heard. Lu Qingyuan was so furious that he ignored his broken bones and slammed his knee into Lu Yun with flames shooting out from the soles of his feet. Lu Yun crossed his arms to block the knee strike. Then he changed his tactics instantly and grabbed Lu Qingyuan's throat with his 5 fingers like hooks. Such a close distance. Unless Lu Qingyuan also has a jet installed on his head. Otherwise, it would be impossible to escape. But at this moment, Lu Yun suddenly withdrew his hand and leaned back. A laser beam shot out, grazing his eyebrow. Lu Qingyuan cried out in pain, covered his left eye, and quickly stepped back. Fuck, you even installed a laser launcher in your eyes to attack me. Why don't you burn me to death? Nan Liyue started cursing. A group of students in the special class also cursed angrily. It's so cheap, he actually installed lasers in his eyes. If you don't pay attention, you will be shot in the head. Lu Qingyuan's face was twitching, and there was a burn mark on the left half of his face starting from the corner of his eye. This hidden move comes at a heavy price, but it also allowed him to dodge Lu Yun's fatal attack. Otherwise, if he was caught like that, he had no doubt that his throat would be crushed in an instant. I want you to die. The physical pain made Lu Qingyuan no longer in the mood to joke. He rushed over with a roar. However, the laser caused his left eye to temporarily lose the ability to see. Lu Qingyuan looked like a madman, and he didn't know where the nanorobots on his body had gone. But he ignored it and attacked Lu Yun angrily. Click! Lu Qingyuan's left leg was broken by the kick, bent inward, and his shin bone was fractured. Then Lu Yun put his fists together and punched out quickly. Temple of Clouds. This is a move that I once practiced on battle.net for several hours but couldn't quite get the feel for. At this moment, in Lu Yun's inexplicable state, he used it naturally. The dancing arms tore out thousands of white mists like floating clouds. Dreamy and crazy. Puff, puff, puff. Streams of blood mist shot out from behind Lu Qingyuan. Lu Qingyuan's body shook violently and blood spurted out like crazy. Stop hitting me! Lu Qingyuan suddenly gained strength and roared. He raised his hands in pain. I surrender. Lu Yun was just about to give him relief. But when he heard the word surrender, he couldn't help but frown. The warm light returned to the cold eyes. He let out a long breath and let go of Lu Qingyuan, whose upper body had been rotten like a piece of rag. This is not a fight to the death. He was just in the mood for it and immersed in it. According to the rules of the academy, you are not allowed to take action after surrendering. Dean Luo treated him sincerely and well, and he didn't want to break the rules set by the old man. He let go of Lu Qingyuan and let him kneel on the ground. The whole place was silent at this moment. You can even hear Jing's breathing. Everyone was staring at the field, having not yet recovered from the fierce fist-to-flesh collision that had just taken place. But now, it's over, and the result is also fantastic. The winner is Lu Yun. Unrivaled bravery and powerful victory. Lu Yun is invincible. Nan Liyue howled loudly, eyes fanatical. One figure after another stood up and looked at it. But just at this moment, Nan Liyue suddenly noticed that Lu Qingyuan behind Lu Yun was staring at Lu Yun viciously. Careful, he reminded subconsciously. At this time, Lu Qingyuan's roar resounded throughout the venue. Lu Yun, I want you to die. Snap. Lu Qingyuan suddenly supported himself on the ground with his hands, and the left half of his face split to the left, revealing a red bullet. Nan Liyue suddenly opened his eyes wide, and his pupils trembled. Fuck, mi homicide. The moment Lu Qingyuan made any unusual movements, Xiao AI had already captured his action and alerted Lu Yun. My thoughts race. Lu Yun suddenly took off the smart computer on his hand and threw it towards Lu Qingyuan. Xiao AI shock him. The screen of the intelligent computer lit up, and then the built-in micro-energy core was instantly overloaded. A string of blinding electric currents emanated from the intelligent brain. Then it hit the micro-missile. Lu Qingyuan stared blankly at the flying intelligent computer with his intact eye, and his eyeball moved along the trajectory of the intelligent computer. Only one last thought flashed through my mind. What the hell is this horse? Then, the induced current burned through the launch device, and the micromissile exploded on the spot before it was launched. Boom! Orange-red flames shot up into the sky. A mushroom cloud more than 10 meters thick rose in the center of the arena and almost overturned the roof of the venue. A visible heat wave swept across the entire venue, shocking countless people. Lu Yun only had time to hold his head before a gust of air hit him and knocked him flying in an instant. In the dark, he only felt a figure hugging him. It's okay. It won't be too bad. A thought flashed through Lu Yun's mind, and then he fainted. It's a mess. The venue was in complete chaos. No one expected that at the last moment, Lu Qingyuan's dead hand turned out to be a micro-warhead. Fortunately, in order to install the micro-warhead in the brain, the equivalent used was not large. Otherwise, the entire venue might be blown away. However, despite this, the situation at the scene was still not much better, and the fighting area of more than 100 square meters was completely destroyed. The arena in the center had disappeared, leaving only a 20-meter wide pit in its place. The pungent smoke of gunpowder filled every corner of the venue. And in that chaos, two figures smiling on their faces quietly hid in the crowd and left. Chapter 61, let him perform. 2 full days passed. Lu Yun woke up and sat up. You're awake. How do you feel? Lu Yun looked at Guan Xin, who was chewing fruit next to him, and wondered, why are you here? What are you talking about? Can't I be here? It's your honor to have this future #1 pilot take care of you. Guan Xin wrinkled her nose and glanced at Lu Yun with dissatisfaction. Lu Yun rolled his eyes and prepared to get out of bed. Except for some muscle soreness, he is in surprisingly good condition now. Don't move. The doctor said you need to be observed for 2 more days. Just lie down and be at ease. Guan Xin hurriedly stopped him. I've seen it. Lu Yun waved his hand. At this time, Nan Liyue's voice came from outside. Guan Xin, I'm here to take over. You go back and rest. Nan Liyue appeared at the door, looked at Lu Yun, who had woken up, and immediately ran over in surprise. Oh my God, you woke up so soon? He pinched Lu Yun's arm, his eyes sparkling. Amazing. I was blown away by a micromissile at such a close distance, but I woke up after only lying in bed for 2 days. Lu Yun remembered that someone caught him at that time, and couldn't help asking, where's the person who caught me at that time? Oh, the one who caught you was teacher Qingzhen. He's fine. He took a short rest that day, and then continued to teach the class. Lu Yun breathed a sigh of relief. As long as you're okay. He got out of bed and stretched his arms and legs. The joints made crisp sounds. The doctor said you can't get out of bed yet. Why don't you lie down for a while? Nan Liu said. Need not. It's not over yet. Lu Yun could never forget what Lu Qingyuan said at that time. 500,000 to buy his 2 limbs, and a custom mecha to make him a cripple. She's trying to buy his life so blatantly. Do you really think that Lu Yun has no temper? Ignoring Nan Liyue and Guan Xion's obstruction, Lu Yun walked straight out of the infirmary. Xiao AI, the Wang family. After saying a few words, he realized that the intelligent computer had been destroyed in the explosion. He turned around and went to the logistics department and bought a new intelligent computer. Turn on the computer and connect to the internet. After a while, the screen lights up. Master, long time no see, welcome back. Lu Yun gently touched the intelligent brain and smiled. It's only been 2 days. 2 days is a long time for Xiao AI. Xiao AI misses her master every second. Hee. At this time, Xiao AI suddenly said, Master, Uncle Chen called. Catch. Lu Yun, I heard from Nan Liyue that you woke up. How is your health? Are you sure you have fully recovered and then come out casually? Don't worry, Uncle Cheng. Don't you understand my physical fitness? Cheng Zhun curled his lips, but did not refute. When Lu Yun had just become an awakener, he dared to drive the Thunder God. Afterwards, he just lay down for a day, and then he was full of life, and his strength even improved. Although the micro-missile was dangerous, Lu Yun was not at the center of the explosion and was just shaken by the shockwave, so it was indeed not a big problem. Okay, then take care of yourself. If you feel uncomfortable, go see a doctor immediately. Don't worry, I won't ruin my body. Lu Yun responded patiently, without any impatience. Yes, go to the dean's office now. The dean told you to go find him as soon as you wake up. Lu Yun nodded. I'll go right away. When Lu Yun came to the office, Luo Xingwen was looking at the screen. When he saw Lu Yun, he asked about Lu Yun's situation, then waved and said, Come. Lu Yun came to the desk and looked at the screen. It was discovered that it was surveillance footage from the missile explosion that day. In the picture, after the explosion, 2 figures immediately blended into the chaotic crowd and left stealthily. Lu Yun reacted. These 2 people are Wang Lei's parents? Luo Xingwen was a little surprised. Do you know that they were the ones who ordered this? You can guess. Luo Xingwen nodded, but didn't say much about it. Instead, he said, after the explosion, the 2 men took advantage of the chaos to leave the scene. We were all busy rescuing people and cleaning up the mess at the time, so we didn't pay attention to these 2 people. When we went to investigate again, all the evidence had been destroyed, and they only brought out some small fry to defend themselves. Lu Yun frowned and said, So, there's nothing we can do to them? Luo Xingwen smiled faintly. Of course not. Without evidence, we just can't deal with them openly. If we really want to make them pay the price, it will be easy. But I want to give you this choice as an apology to you. After all, Lu Qingyuan had violated the rules that day, but I did not stop the fight for some reason, which led to a series of events afterwards. So I have an unshirkable responsibility in this matter. Lu Yun raised his brows slightly. Can I know the reasons? You just need to know that it is good for you. It won't be nice to say it out loud now. Luo Xingwen laughed. Like the Methria Buddha from a parallel world, he looks very friendly. But based on what he just said, if anyone really regarded this big guy as a kind and honest person, he would definitely be helping others count their money even after his death. Lu Yun nodded and stopped asking questions. Instead, he asked, So what is the choice for me? We will help you deal with the Wang family and all the groups under their name. The advantage is that you don't have to worry about anything and just wait and see the results. The disadvantage is that it will take a long time, estimated to take a month. Lu Yun asked, What about the second option? You can do it yourself, whether to kill, chop, or do something else. It's up to you. The disadvantage is that you may be in danger. As for the advantages, I don't need to explain them, right? Looking at the smiling Luo Xingwen, it is hard to imagine that such bloody words would come out of the mouth of this powerful head of a hospital. I choose the second one. Lu Yun did not hesitate. He can't wait that long. The Wang family cared so much about him. He should repay them many times over. Lu Yun left. After he left, Luo Xingwen called Li Zheng and said, Mr. Li, Lu Yun chooses the second one. Ah, you have guts. Li Zheng chuckled, then said, Then let him perform. I will notify everyone to keep silent. Keep him safe. Li Zheng instructa. Don't worry. Xiao AI, retrieve all the Wang family information. Also, they spread the news online that I was injured in the bomb and became a disabled person. Ah, Master Why? Xiao AI didn't understand. To lure the snake out of its hole. If the Wang family stays at home like an iron barrel, it will be too troublesome for him to find a way out. But as long as he releases his manpower, he can cut off the opponent's minions one by one. Lu Yun had a cold expression and had a rough plan in mind. Chapter 62 Ghost. Lu Yun returned to the dormitory. Wang's heavy industry group has been engaged in the research and development of mechas and equipment for many years. Several mechas that were popular on Karen Star were produced by them. Therefore, Wang Rinkai, as the person in charge of Wang Heavy Industry Group, must have a strong armed force under his command. Not to mention anything else, there will definitely be a lot of mechas. Xiao AI's survey results also prove this point. There are at least 10 industrial-grade mecha patrols deployed in the Wang family manor, and a terrifying number of no less than 30 in the armory. There are even 2 exploration-class mechas. Such an armed force, even a combat squad of 100 people, cannot attack without heavy firepower, such as rocket launchers. And once the military is alerted, then there will be no way out. Because the military of Karen Star has always had a deep cooperative relationship with Wang's heavy industry. If Wang Rinkai asked the military for assistance, the military would definitely not sit idly by. Therefore, Lu Yun must enter the Wang family and eliminate the other party before Wang Rinkai desperately seeks help. 2 days later, Lu Yun left the academy in light attire. The news was put in front of Wang Rinkai as soon as possible. Wang Rinkai was extremely excited and immediately arranged for men to kill Lu Yun in the downtown area. Su Xiaowan looked worried. I have a bad feeling. Do you think this guy's information was leaked on purpose? They want to lure us in so they can get evidence. Wang Rinkai patted his wife's shoulder and said seriously, Don't worry, I've considered everything you said. I still feel that we should leave Karen Star first and avoid the limelight. Su Xiaowan couldn't help but say, Okay, you're too tired, go back and rest first. Leave this matter to me. I believe I can handle it. Wang Rinkai saw Su Xiaowan off. After returning to the office, he slammed his fist on the table with a gloomy face. He also wanted to leave Karen Star and avoid the limelight. He had even arranged a private flight 2 days in advance. As a result, the airport suddenly informed him that the airport was under maintenance and he could not leave the airport in the short term. Wang Rinkai realized at that moment that he could not escape. An invisible giant hand had already enveloped him. However, Wang Rinkai couldn't understand why the big hand hadn't fallen yet. But when he saw the news that Lu Yun was disabled, he understood. This is a game. This is a game between Silver Star Academy and the military. He and Lu Yun were just pawns of the big shots on both sides. Lu Yun is the prodigy of Silver Star Academy. If I target him like that, it will inevitably cause the wrath of the dean of Silver Star Academy. However, his Wang Heavy Industry is also an important client of the Karen Star military, so the military will naturally protect him. This is not just Wang Rinsai's random guess. But he had long known that the relationship between Silver Star Academy and the Karen Star military had always been in a state of discord. There has been friction between the two parties for many years. It is not surprising that such a secret competition occurs. Therefore, it doesn't matter whether Lu Yun was abolished or not. The important thing is he must kill Lu Yun. Only in this way can he survive this high-level game. At this moment, Lu Yun had no idea of the many thoughts that the person in charge of Wang Heavy Industry had. He glanced at the intelligent computer and then wandered aimlessly around Star Ring City. Wherever it goes, all cameras are taken over by Xiao AI. Monitor everything within a kilometer radius. With Xiao AI around, Lu Yun can go all out and do great things. Master, someone is following you. You're pretty quick. Lu Yun hummed, then turned into a shopping supermarket on the side of the road. The person behind him followed immediately. After coming in, his eyes kept searching, but Lu Yun could not be found for a long time. Just when he thought he had lost him, he finally saw Lu Yun behind a shelf. He immediately breathed a sigh of relief and secretly observed Lu Yun from across 3 or 4 shelves, just like an ordinary customer. At this time, Lu Yun put down his things and walked towards him. The stalker immediately withdrew his gaze and looked carefully at the product in front of him. Everything he did was no different from that of an ordinary customer. But he didn't know that an invisible ghost had already watched all his movements. Lu Yun casually walked past the stalker. Then, he attacked in an instant. The dagger hidden in the palm of his hand pierced directly into the stalker's skull through the chin, cut off all chances of survival in 1 second. Lu Yun covered his mouth with his left hand, held the dagger with his right hand, and slowly put him on a seat beside him. Relax, relax, he whispered in her ear. Yes, that's it. He picked up a towel and stuffed it into his mouth, then lowered his head. No one left. He smiled as he passed the clerk at the door. The young clerk was attracted by Lu Yun's handsome smile and didn't notice that the surveillance camera next to her flashed at that moment. All the surveillance footage since Lu Yun entered the supermarket was deleted in an instant. Master, there are 4 vehicles coming out of Wang's manor and heading towards you. Current location. Lu Yun touched the intelligent computer, turned around, and walked towards an intersection. In front of the pedestrian walkway, 2 red lights were across the road, blocking the surging traffic. A luxurious hover car was stuck in traffic. A sturdy man leaned out of the window, looked at the long stream of traffic ahead, and immediately slammed the steering wheel in anger. Damn, why is there a traffic jam at this time? Then he picked up the communicator and said, there's a traffic jam here. You don't have a license plate limit, so let's go through the sky first. Receive. Just at this moment, the rear door opened. The man subconsciously looked at the rearview mirror and saw a young man coming in and sitting in the back seat. That face is very familiar, exactly the same as the 3-dimensional image projected on his windshield. This was exactly the purpose of his trip. The man's face suddenly changed, and he instantly reached for the gun at his waist. However, a safety belt was directly wrapped around his neck, and then Lu Yun hammered at his temple. Crack! A crisp sound of bones breaking was heard, and the man's eyes suddenly bleed. He was deader than dead. Boss, we have arrived at the expected location. Lu Yun listened to the voice on the communicator and raised his hand to pick it up. He didn't move his mouth, but the communicator made a sound on its own. Wait where you are. The target is approaching you. I'll be there soon. The voice, both in tone and intonation, was exactly the same as that of the dead man. Yes, hear that affirmative answer. A faint smile appeared on Lu Yun's lips. There was the ghost of Xiao AI in the information world. Any electronic device is a helper for him. This is the door of this car. The same goes for communicators. He ripped off the communicator and pulled out the man's pistol. Then he got out of the car and left. The red line suddenly turned green. Traffic is flowing smoothly. However, the car did not move. The large number of vehicles stuck in traffic behind were honking their horns frantically. But there is no response. Lu Yun turned the corner and joined the long crowd. Walk leisurely towards the location reported previously. Chapter 63, what are you listening to? Rose, do you think the president is crazy? He actually sent out all 5 of us to deal with such an ordinary person. If you ask me, I alone can handle that guy. In the guest room on the top floor of the hotel building, a short-haired man said nonchalantly, but since he died at the hands of 5 of us awakened ones, that kid can brag about it when he goes down. He put down the observation mirror and turned over to sit against the wall. Next to the yellow-haired man, there was a woman wearing a tight leather jacket. The woman was lying on a blanket, holding an electromagnetic sniper rifle in her arms, aiming at the street below. Hearing Huang Mao's words, the woman called Rose said calmly, he is a top student of Silver Star College. Even if he is useless now, he may have some special means. Don't take it lightly. So, what if I'm a top student? I'm a level 13 awakener. Dealing with him is like dealing with a chicken. The yellow-haired man snorted complacently. He took out a mirror and started to trim his yellow hair in front of it. Rose took a quick glance and turned on her headset. Taidun, where have you been? I'm already at the intersection. A rough voice came from the communicator. Rose looked through the scope and saw a man as strong as an iron tower sitting in front of the coffee shop at the corner of the intersection. Strange, according to Xiaoyo's route of action. The guy should be here now. Why haven't we seen him show up yet? Another voice appeared in the communication channel. I feel like something is wrong. Contact Xiaolu again to confirm. Rose said, just at this moment. Boom, boom, boom. There was a knock on the door. Who? Huang Mao immediately became alert and pulled out his pistol. Room service. Where's the room service at this hour? No need. Huang Mao refused cautiously. Oh, cool. Then there were footsteps. The person at the door seemed to be walking away. Rose glanced at the yellow-haired man and gave him a wink. The yellow-haired man nodded, raised his gun, and tiptoed to the door. He turned on the monitor on the door and looked outside through the monitor. There was no one outside the door. Huang Mao breathed a sigh of relief. It really seems to be room service. He took back the gun and returned to his lazy state. No one. Rose nodded. However, at this time, the door opened quietly. There was a young figure standing at the door that was empty in the surveillance video. like a ghost. Huang Mao turned around subconsciously when he heard the door open. His mind hasn't quite come to its senses yet. Where did the sound of the door opening come from? Next second, bah! The confused face exploded, and a hole as big as a bowl went through the head. Lu Yun looked at the gun in his hand and raised his eyebrows. I didn't expect that the pistol I got from the man stuck in traffic would be so powerful. Lu Yun looked at the woman lying by the window. At this time, the other party heard the sound and was about to turn over. Lu Yun swung his hand and fired another shot. Bang! A bloody hole exploded in Rose's chest. At this time, the voice of a teammate sounded in the communication channel. Xiaolu has not been contacted. I feel that something may be wrong. Rose groaned in pain, wanting to tell her teammates about the attack before she died. However, her communicator started ringing on its own. Her voice appeared on the communication channel. The boss has received news that Xiaolu has encountered an accident. The target location has been changed. Everyone, gather here and reassign tasks. The woman widened her eyes in horror and looked at Lu Yun in shock. However, the more terrifying situation is yet to come. She saw the young man take out a communicator, and without even opening his mouth, their leader's voice rang out over the communication channel. Yes, everyone come over here. Who are you? Rose was so frightened that she even forgot about the injuries on her body. What kind of enemy is this? Lu Yun glanced at her, took a few steps closer, and fired another shot. Rose died with fear and confusion in her heart. Lu Yun glanced down. The burly man named Teton had left the coffee shop and was heading towards the building. The last member of the 5-member group is also coming here. No one doubted that this was not an order from their leader at all. Lu Yun closed the door, picked up the quilt, and wrapped the 2 bodies. Prevent the smell of blood from escaping. Then, holding the sniper rifle with the rose, he waited quietly for the remaining 2 people to arrive. Once these little tales are dealt with, we can start dealing with the Wong couple. Since you have to spend money to buy his life, I wonder if they have enough money to buy their own lives? Lu Yun was very interested in this. Soon, there was a rhythmic knock on the door. Lu Yun took a look at the surveillance footage transmitted by the intelligent computer and saw that the man named Taidun arrived first. Lu Yun fiddled with the sniper rifle for a few seconds, then placed it on the table in the compartment, with the muzzle pointing at the wall. The electronic door is automatically unlocked under Xiaoai's control. Taidun pushed the door open and walked in. Close the door. Just at this moment, Lu Yun pulled the trigger. The wall shattered directly, and countless brick and stone fragments and bullets shot directly into Teton's body. Before Teton could react, his body, as strong as an iron tower, was torn into pieces by flying debris and bullets, and blood and flesh splattered all over the ground. Lu Yun didn't expect this sniper rifle to be so powerful. A hole with a diameter of 0.5 meter was punched in the wall. Teton's upper body is no longer complete. I originally wanted to cover up the smell of blood, but now there is no way to cover it up at all. The entire porch is covered with iron. Sighed. Lu Yun simply took a piece of cloth and spread it on the ground. It's better to cover up as much as possible. Then he closed the door, went to the guest room opposite, opened the door and entered. There was no one in the room. He stood at the door and waited quietly. Not long. A thin figure came to the door. Just as I was about to knock on the door, I suddenly smelled a faint smell of blood. The thin man immediately became alert, sticking to the door, quietly listening to the movements inside. At the same time, the door to the room behind him opened. Lu Yun held the gun against his forehead and asked, "What are you listening to?" The thin man's body stiffened, but he didn't dare to move at all. You are? Haven't you been looking for me?" The thin man swallowed his saliva and said carefully, "Brother, don't be impulsive. Let's talk nicely. I'm just a scout, and I don't know anything." Lu Yun laughed, took the other person's gun, then pushed open the door and pushed the other person in. Close the door. The thin man thought Lu Yun had questions for him. Keep thinking about how to delay time. But immediately, he heard a slight sound. That's the sound of pulling the trigger. Next second, the great head broke like an overripe watermelon. Lu Yun had no questions to ask at all. Pushing him into the house was just to avoid disturbing others. I have to say that as a top-level guest room, the sound insulation is absolutely amazing. So far, no one outside has noticed what is happening in the room. It saved him a lot of trouble. After wrapping the man's body, Lu Yun turned around, locked the door, and left quietly. Chapter 64. How did he get in? Shortly after Lu Yun left the room, 3 figures walked into the room. There was 1 man and 2 women. The man had 1 strand of hair dyed white and had a frivolous smile on his face. Two women, one tall and one short. The tall one was tall and well-proportioned, but she was as cold as ice. Her eyes seemed to contain ice that had not melted for thousands of years. In her hand, she was holding a tang sword. There will be dense and complex patterns on the scabbard, which looks extremely extraordinary. The other woman was the exact opposite. She is petite, only about 1.5 meters tall, with two ponytails and a bright smile on her slightly chubby face. At this time, the white-haired young man finished checking the 4 bodies in the room and couldn't help but sigh. 4 people, a level 14 Strength Awakener, a level 13 Agility Awakener, and 2 level 12 Physique and Intelligence Awakeners. With such power, it would be too easy to kill that kid, but in the end, he was killed by him. I don't understand how he does it. The short girl nodded, looking thoughtful. All 4 of them died of gunshot wounds. This guy was also very cautious and didn't fight head-on. This kind of person is the hardest to deal with, very difficult to deal with. The white-haired man chuckled. It has nothing to do with us. It's the Wong family who should be suffering. I don't know how this kid will get into the Wong family. Right now, it's like an iron tower there. We have to spend a lot of effort to get in. The icy woman listened to the conversation between her 2 companions. Walked to the window. Looked downstairs. She wanted to know how Lu Yun bypassed the other party's strict surveillance and went directly to their room to kill these people. However, at this time, suddenly, she saw a figure standing downstairs, looking at her from a distance of more than 30 floors. He is indeed not a simple person. He has already discovered us, the woman said calmly. The white-haired man was stunned for a moment. What? The short girl was the first to react. She ran to the window, tiptoed, and stuck her head out of the window. Sure enough, I saw that person. Wow, that's amazing. They actually discovered us. The short girl exclaimed, then waved her hand. Hey, hello. The white-haired man also came over and was very surprised. Looking at the girl who greeted him, he said, Don't shout. He can't hear you from such a long distance. The cold-faced woman looked at him for a few seconds, then looked away. Let's calculate the price first. I'm going to report it. In fact, Lu Yun could really hear it. Looking at the faces of several people in the surveillance video, he ordered Xiao AI to conduct a facial search. As a result, no such person was found. Master, the information of these 3 people should have been encrypted. If you want to find out their identities, you need to enter the official core database of Karen Star. No, Lu Yun refused. Since they are not enemies, there is no need to worry about them. Lu Yun turned off the surveillance camera in the room. He guessed that these 3 people might be from the college. He walked all the way to the station and boarded a suspended train. Not long. The captain's communicator in Lu Yun's hand suddenly rang. What's going on? Xiao AI replied directly. The target has not appeared yet. There was no sound from the other side. Lu Yun put away the communicator and waited quietly. After a while, the train arrives. Lu Yun got out of the car and stood in front of a towering building. There are several huge neon letters on the building. Wong's Heavy Industries Group. Lu Yun came to Wong's company. 2 intelligent robots with guns are guarding the door. Upon seeing Lu Yun, a robot immediately came up and said, Sir, please show your ID. Do you have an appointment? Lu Yun glanced at the robot. He took out a card and handed it to the robot, his hand accidentally touching the other party. Xiao I successfully invaded instantly. The card was, of course, fake. But after being processed by Xiao AI's filter, it becomes a real pass in the eyes of the robot. Welcome back from vacation, Mr. Yinlu, Senior Equipment Researcher. Please come in. A faint smile appeared on Lu Yun's lips. To be honest, Lu Yun was a little worried when he learned that Wong Group's security system used a closed-circuit intranet. But now, Xiao AI has successfully entered the Wong Group's intranet through the robot. Then he won't have anything to worry about next. The special glass door that is strong enough to withstand the bombardment of exploration-class mechas is opened. Lu Yun walked in calmly amidst everyone's scrutiny. Wang Rinkai, who was in charge of the Wang family manor, never dreamed that Lu Yun had already entered his company at this moment. Green lights all the way. Lu Yun came to their logistics equipment department and successfully met the head of the department. I am here to call for a batch of equipment on the orders of the president. Lu Yun looked into the eyes of the department head and said in a neither humble nor arrogant manner, The command should have been transmitted to your optical brain. You can check it, Lu Yun said calmly. The person in charge was surprised at Lu Yun's young face. However, in this position, he only obeys orders and not people. Sure enough, he saw a transfer order signed by the president. This kind of internal transfer order can only come in through a special network. Even the top hackers on Karen's star cannot invade without alerting them. Hackers certainly can't. But if it is an intelligent life that successfully enters the group's intranet, it will be easy. Even little love is not fake. Instead, it is enough to find the previous transfer order and modify the time and command. The person in charge had no qualms at all. He quickly arranged the equipment required for the order and mobilized an armored vehicle to transport it to the royal estate. Luyan got on the car smoothly and went to Wang's house together. The milk tea shop opposite the group. 3 figures, each holding a cup of pearl milk tea, stared at the Wang group in a daze. He actually went in. How did you get in? The petite girl bit a pearl into pieces, her big eyes full of surprise. Something's wrong. There's something wrong with this kid. The white-haired man covered his face with his hands, staring through his fingers, blankly staring at the gate of Wang group. Could it be that the group's security system has malfunctioned? The petite girl asked curiously. The white-haired man blinked, suddenly stood up and walked towards Wang group. Hey Lu Ming, where are you going? I'll go over and give it a try. The white-haired man crossed the road and came to the gate of Wang group. 2 robots stepped forward to stop him. Then the white-haired man was seen dancing and gesticulating towards the robot while saying something unknown. One robot suddenly held him down, and another robot pointed a gun at his head. The short girl opened her mouth exaggeratedly, then looked at the cold woman next to her. Sister Qing Yunwei? Luo Qingyun sipped his milk tea with an expressionless face. He picked up the Tang sword on the table with his other hand and turned away. At the same time, he said, "Let's go and ignore this embarrassing guy." Chapter 65, Whirlwind Eagle. On the way to Wang's manor, Lu Yun was sitting in the back compartment of the armored vehicle. In front of him was a mecha that had industrial-grade capabilities for both close combat and mobility, a Whirlwind Eagle mecha. This mecha is the flagship product of Wang Group, known for its extremely high cost-effectiveness, cool appearance, and superior melee ability. It is liked by many young people and is referred to as Tornado Hawk. The Tornado Hawk is 8 meters long, with a slender body and no bulky heavy armor. The mecha's exterior is mainly painted in blue and white, and some key core positions are covered with silver willow leaf-shaped armor plates. However, the most eye-catching thing about this mecha is the 12-13-meter long metal feather blades stacked on its back. There are 6 feather blades on each side, stacked together, and when unfolded they look like eagle wings. This is also the origin of its name. These feather blades can form a shield to protect themselves and resist long-range firepower at critical moments. It can also be taken off and used as a melee blade. If combined with the Harrier engine on the mecha, which is driven by electromagnetic force, it can control 12 feather blades at the same time to attack the enemy at medium distance. This design is also the most talked-about aspect of this mecha. Lu Yun looked at the information Xiao AI had obtained about the mecha in front of him, and had a basic understanding of its performance in his mind. The Wang family manor is heavily guarded. He won't be stupid enough to rush in directly. Taking his eyes off the Whirlwind Eagle, Lu Yun asked, "What is the current situation of the Wang family?" After entering the Wang group's intranet through the security robot, Xiao AI has been able to obtain information within the Wang family. Waited for a while. Xiao AI replied, "Master, Wang Rinkai did not listen to the message I sent and sent out 2 more teams of 10 people. He's very cautious." Lu Yun nodded and smiled. It's better to be cautious. The other party just happened to agree with him and sent out the manpower in his family. In this way, the interior of Wang's manor will be empty. No matter how hard Wang Rinkai tried, he would never have thought that Lu Yun would have an intelligent life to help him. At this moment, he was leisurely sitting in his car, heading to his home. It took several hours. The armored vehicle arrived outside the Wang family manor. A security guard wearing an exoskeleton came up with 2 robots. The driver of the armored vehicle knew him and asked curiously, "Lao Luo, why are you here today?" "I haven't received any notification of delivery." Lao Luo said, "It's a secret mission. I just received a sudden notification to deliver a batch of equipment." "That shouldn't be the case. A secret mission should also be notified." Lu Yun listened to the voices outside and said calmly, "Maybe it's too late. Go and have a look again." The guard stood on tiptoe and looked into the observation window of the carriage. Who is in there? Unfortunately, the car was too high and he couldn't see it at all. The escort personnel. At this point, Lao Luo lowered his voice and said, "I tell you, he is very young. He must be a relative of the president. Go check if there is any notification. Don't offend him." The guard nodded. The Wang family is the king in this area, and no one wants to offend them. The guard didn't want to cause any more trouble, so he went back to the guard room to check the notice. Anyway, as long as he is notified, he will let them go. Just turned on the optical computer. An email popped up. The guard took a look and was relieved. It was indeed a notice to transfer equipment. Now there was no problem. He immediately opened the door and let him in. The car slowly drove into the manor and headed for the equipment warehouse. Lu Yun opened the mecha cockpit and sat in. Parking in front of the equipment warehouse. A team of 2-meter-tall soldiers wearing full power armor and armed with live ammunition stopped the armored vehicle. Carry out the final incoming inspection. Open the door. Lao Luo did as he was told immediately. As a driver, he can't afford to offend these people who are responsible for the security of the manor. But at this moment, a soldier shouted. The guard reported that there were 2 people. Why are there only you? Ah, that's impossible. Lao Luo was surprised and turned to look at the carriage through the observation window. It turns out there really isn't one. Several soldiers were already on alert, with their guns loaded. Just at this moment, a dozen or so flat, gyroscope-like gadgets on the walls of the carriage suddenly lit up. Then it broke away from the wall of the carriage and flew out in a spin. A soldier standing in front of the carriage door had not yet reacted when a gyroscope stopped in front of him. The gyroscope made a humming sound. Then, beams of thermal ion rays shot out from the gyroscope. The soldier had no time to react to what was happening before the visor of his power armor was turned into a hornet's nest by the rays. The people on the side were startled and shouted, "Enemy attack! Be alert!" These people have very high combat qualities. Within a second of the accident, he immediately opened an ion shield to block in front of him, then retreat in a defensive formation. But just at this moment, the armored vehicle weighing more than 10 tons suddenly shook. The 2 sides of the carriage suddenly bulged up, and then 2 long blades flashing with cold light suddenly pierced through the wall of the carriage from the left and right and slashed towards the people standing on the side. One warrior was cut in half by the long blade. The power armor on his body didn't work at all and was easily cut open. Then the long blade moved horizontally. The thick carriage was like tofu under the 2 feather blades and was cut in half with a sharp sound. Everything happened very quickly. From the first person being killed by the ion beam to the carriage being cut open, everything happened within 3 seconds. The 4 warriors were unable to dodge, and the moving feather blade just passed through their necks, cutting off their heads. "Withdraw!" The captain roared with all his might. He no longer had time to think about why this happened. He only knew that if he didn't leave, he and all his men would have to stay here. But it's still too late. The dozen or so gyroscope-like thermionic launchers that flew out first were scattered in the air, shooting in all directions. The scarlet rays intertwined into a web of death in the air above the open space. 5 seconds later, there was no living person left. Oh, that's not right. There's one more. Bang! Lao Luo in the cab shuddered with fear, looked at the roof of the carriage not far ahead in horror and confusion, and swallowed. Lu Yun wore the synchronization device and stood up in the whirlwind eagle style. Bend your knees and jump lightly. With a sound of shaft transmission, the Tornado Hawk jumped several meters and crashed into the grass. Large amounts of mud were splashed. The commotion here has attracted a lot of attention. Several combat teams just came over, and after seeing the Tornado Hawk, they immediately retreated in fear. However, as soon as they appeared, they were marked by Xiao AI and then transmitted to the Tornado Hawk control terminal. Lu Yun raised his hand, and a virtual light screen was projected. Then he tapped a few times to lock these people. Dozens of thermionic launchers suddenly flew out of the carriage and chased after the combat teams. After a while, a scream was heard in the distance. The smell of blood spread with the wind, filling the open space. For a moment, no one dared to approach, as if it were a death zone. Chapter 66, Arc Light Slash. In the study, Wang Rinkai was looking at the map, thinking about how to kill Lu Yun without fail. Although there was news on the forum that Lu Yun had become a disabled person, there are even some photos as evidence. But for some reason, Wang Rinkai still felt uneasy, which made him very depressed. Therefore, I locked myself in the room after breakfast and thought about countermeasures. No one cares except the people from the security department, so that you can keep abreast of Lu Yun's latest developments at any time. But until now, he has sent out several teams in succession, but no news has been received. Lu Yun seemed to have disappeared out of thin air. "Dad, please eat something first." Wang Rincai's eldest son Wang Jun was waiting outside with a lunchbox. Wang Rincai was indeed hungry. After thinking about it, he no longer insisted and opened the door to let Wang Jun in. "Did you eat? You haven't eaten. How dare your son eat alone?" Wang Jun said respectfully. "Shit." Wang Rincai reprimanded and said casually, "Sit down and eat together. Your brother is dead. Now you are the only heir of the Wang family. If you starve to death, who will I take over such a big group?" "Dad, you taught me a lesson." Wang Jun resolutely bowed his head and admitted his mistake. However, just as the father and son were preparing to have a happy lunch, there was a sudden commotion outside. Wang Jun looked unhappy, put down his chopsticks and said, "Dad, you eat first. I'll go out and take a look." Wang Rincai nodded, but Wang Jinsai just walked to the door. Their steward came quickly. "Butler Liu, what's the hurry?" Wang Jun stopped the other party. "Master, something big has happened." Butler Liu was very serious and shocked. "Someone's calling." "What?" Wang Jun opened his eyes wide in astonishment, and his first reaction was that today was April Fool's Day. However, I immediately realized that Butler Liu would not make such a joke. He immediately returned to the study with Butler Liu. "Dad, something happened." "Master, there are hundreds of fully armed enemies approaching you. They are carrying rocket launchers and missiles. I'm afraid they will pose a certain threat to you. Also, 400 Killer 2s have been detected heading towards you." In the cockpit, Xiao AI's voice sounded in an orderly manner. Several images appeared on the virtual screen in front of me. They are all from surveillance cameras in various locations in the manor. Hundreds of armed troops surrounded them from all directions, and 400 Killer 2s were heading towards his target area. If he wants to go to where Wang Rincai is, he will definitely encounter these 4 mechas. The Hunter Type 2 is a lower-end product of the Hunter Type 1, and is only of industrial-grade standard. All data are much worse than the Hunter Type 1 that Lu Yun had seen from the old man. However, even so, it is not comparable to the industrial-grade mechas on the market. Hunting series, only the military can sell it. Also, it is expensive. The fact that the Wang family casually took out 4 machines is enough to prove that the rumors are true. The Wang family does have a deep connection with the military. Lu Yun swung the blade, turned on the engine power, and rushed out at full speed. The ground rumbled as it shook, leaving large footprints on the lawn. Not long, 4 Hunter, 2 mechas appeared in the panoramic window. The 5-meter-high fuselage is shorter than that of the Tornado Hawk but thicker. It was like a group of black-armored rhinos charging in a fan shape. "Meet the enemy in 10 seconds. Xiao AI said. As intelligent life, this is when she can display her greatest abilities. She can enter the mecha entity, replace the original auxiliary system, and give Lu Yun the most caring help. She can notice many minor details that Lu Yun might overlook and remind him in time. With her help, Lu Yun's combat effectiveness can be at least doubled." Lu Yun stared closely at the 402s that were rushing towards him without slowing down at all. The posture seemed as if they were going to have a head-on confrontation with them. Is this guy crazy? Is he planning to collide with us? This country bumpkin probably doesn't even know that the Hunter 2 is known for its defense. Brothers, let's teach this country bumpkin some lessons. If he knew, he wouldn't have barged into the Wang family alone. That's right, he seems to be a fool. Let me teach him a lesson. Unbridled laughter rang out over the communication channels of the 402s. Then, the 402s simultaneously raised their right arms, and the heavy armor attached to the right arms were peeled off, revealing the reciprocating power ram installed on the arms. 3 10-ton collisions per second are enough to smash a thin dog like the Tornado Hawk into pieces the moment of contact. Boom, boom, boom. With heavy footsteps, the Tornado Hawk suddenly came into contact with the Hunter 2. But before the Hunter 2 could launch its ram, the Tornado Hawk bent its body and suddenly leaped up. As a mobile mecha, the ability to jump high is an advantage that cannot be ignored. But just at this moment, the 202s on the ground suddenly arched their backs. The sneer echoed in the air through the external loudspeaker. "Idiot, I knew you would jump up." After saying, there was only a loud bang. A grappling hook suddenly shot out from the back of the 202s. Hook lock wrapped around the Tornado Eagle's feet. "Come down!" The Hunter 2 pilot growled and pulled downward. The Whirlwind Hawk, who had just jumped up, was immediately pulled down. In the cockpit, Lu Yun's mouth curled slightly. Xiao AI had already introduced to him the various equipment carried by the Hunter 2. He naturally would not forget the hook mounted on his back. He jumped up deliberately to attract the other party. As soon as it touched the ground, 202s immediately attacked with their fists raised. Tied up with ropes, Lu Yun couldn't retreat at all from this punch. However, Lu Yun, who created the current situation, never thought of retreating. What he wants is an absolute counterattack. The power rams mounted on the arms of the 202s have been retracted and are charging. Bang! The charged ram popped out instantly. At the same time, Lu Yun suddenly controlled the whirlwind eagle style to fall backwards. The two hammers grazed the chest armor of the Tornado Hawk. A burst of sparks flashed. Several pieces of armor were shattered. But Lu Yun's starting gesture has been completed. Zog's turning blade style. This extremely difficult action, which has a strong practical effect, was replicated again in Wang's manner. The Tornado Hawk fell on its back, with the engine on its back spraying, and it spun around in the air. The feather blades on its arms tore deep grooves in the ground, and then pierced into the waist and leg joints of the 202s in front of it from bottom to top. This is the only low defense area for the Hunter, 2 Mecha. Another place is the back of the neck. The feather blade pierced through the soft metal, penetrated into the cockpit at an angle, and came out from the back. 2 drops of bright red dripped from the tip of the feather blade. The encounter lasted only a few seconds, and 2 people were killed or injured. The pilots of the remaining 202s were furious and surrounded them from both sides like crazy. Lu Yun drew out his feather blade, cut the ropes on his feet, and quickly retreated. "Damn it, stay here!" A roar came from behind. "As you wish." The Tornado Eagle, that had run 100 meters, really stopped. However, the 2 pilots didn't wait to be happy. He suddenly lowered his body in the whirlwind eagle style and put the 11 feather blades behind him, leaving only one in his hand, placed at his waist. Falcon engine starts at full power. Deep purple electric light leaped out from the gaps in the mecha and wrapped around the feather blade. This move is the whirlwind eagle-style combat skill, arc light/defense. A pilot was stunned for a moment, and his expression changed instantly. He just finished speaking. A crisp explosion sounded from under the feet of the spin-wind eagle, cracking the ground, and a wave of air exploded from behind the spin-wind eagle. In the center of the air wave, a whirlwind eagle shot out like lightning. A channel like lightning appeared between the Tornado Hawk and a Hunter 2. Arc light/. Lightning flashed across the Hunter 2. The Hunter 2, which had no time to defend itself, was cut in half at the waist. Then, with the crackling sound of electric sparks, it exploded into a ball of sparks. Lu Yun swung the feather blade and looked at the last mecha. Chapter 67, Sword and Weapon. Whether it is teacher Xiang Xiao or the old man, when teaching mech-related courses, everyone told Lu Yun a trick. Use your strengths to attack the enemy's weaknesses. Mechas are not as flexible as humans, and they can't even make a breakthrough when they are about to die. If you want to upgrade your mecha, you must replace it with more powerful components and engines, and equip it with more powerful weapons and equipment. Otherwise, when mechas of the same level fight each other, the test will always be the pilot's operating ability. The mecha can create as many miracles as the pilot's ingenuity. As long as you can use this technique perfectly, you can quickly find an opportunity and kill the enemy with one blow. That's what Lu Yun is like. Either jump up or retreat. It's all just to attract the enemy's attention and make them expose their weaknesses in a hurry. Otherwise, it would be extremely difficult for him to kill the Hunter Type 2, which was known for its defense, in a short period of time. Lu Yun swung the feather blade and confronted the last Hunter 2 at a distance of 100 meters. In the cockpit, the last Hunter 2 pilot was sweating profusely at this moment, and his pupils were shrunk to the size of pinholes due to fear. He didn't understand why 3 teammates died in succession in such a short period of time. Looking at the Tornado Hawk that looks like the god of death, it is obviously their own product. He seemed not to recognize me. He had never seen anyone who could use the whirlwind eagle style to such an extent. So flexible and so fast as lightning. Under such great fear, the pilot made the most wrong decision. Escape. He looked at the soldiers with missiles surrounding him and turned and ran. He hoped that the weapons in the hands of these soldiers would be able to cover his retreat. However, he still underestimated the speed of Whirlwind Hawk and Lu Yun's determination to kill him. The feather blades behind him stood up and shot out under the drive of electromagnetic force. The defenseless Hunter 2 was pierced through the back of the neck in an instant. The feather blade released a powerful electric current, directly electrocuting the pilot into charcoal. Before death, the pilot uttered a word in fear. Cover. Laugh. The whirlwind eagle style attacked in an instant. Like a mad dragon dancing, 100-meter-long column of smoke was raised behind it. The soldiers carrying the missile launchers suddenly lost their target. He searched frantically in the communication channel. Xiao AI quickly exerted her strength. A burst of harsh electromagnetic waves invaded their communication channel. Everyone was startled instantly and quickly took off their headsets. Just at this moment, a shadow suddenly fell from the sky. He leaped into the air in a whirlwind eagle style and swung with one arm. 12 feather blades shot out in an instant, like the god of death's scythe, madly reaping lives on the ground. Run away! Retreat! Retreat! Everyone retreat! The headset does not work. These warriors can only rely on shouting. Just at this moment, Xiao AI's voice sounded. Master, there's a missile approaching from the right. Lu Yun's body sank, and he landed lightly in a whirlwind eagle style. The feather blade in his hand rotated and suddenly chopped. Bang! A raging wave of fire swept out. The missile was chopped off in midair. Taking advantage of the impact of the missile explosion, Lu Yun suddenly turned around and moved towards Wang Rinkai. His target was Wang Rincai's family. I have no intention of fighting with these people. Master, Su Xiaowan has been spotted. She is heading towards where Wang Rinkai is. Wang Rincai's eldest son, Wang Jun, is also in the house. The family of three, is reunited, which saves me a lot of effort. Lu Yun let out a light breath and ran at full speed. When you encounter a house, open it up. When you encounter a wall, chop it down. In just half a minute, the entire residential area was reduced to ruins. It's only because the Wang's manor is so big, otherwise it wouldn't be enough for him to run around. Countless cries were heard from everywhere. Master, we have intercepted the distress signal sent by the enemy to the military. At the same time, Wang Rinkai has sent several people to ask for help from the military. Lu Yun understood. Wang Rinkai is not stupid. Seeing how Lu Yun sneaked into the manor so easily via the Wang group's car, they naturally understood that their communications were likely to be monitored or hijacked. Therefore, people were sent directly to ask for help. But Lu Yun didn't care. The military headquarters of Karen Star is not close to here. Even if the hovercraft travels at full speed, it will still take 30 minutes to make the journey. Therefore, the more likely possibility is that the other party contacted the military after leaving Xiao AI's surveillance range. According to calculations, you have 10 minutes left, Master. In 5 minutes, the other party will be able to leave the surveillance area and contact the military. It only took 5 minutes for the military to send a combat helicopter to arrive. Lu Yun nodded. 5 minutes is enough. He has now arrived at Wang Rincai's study. 5 minutes is enough for him to cut Wang Rincai's family of three into meat paste. Boom! He swung his sword, and the roof of the European dome-style tower was directly blown off, revealing the study below. Lu Yun looked down at the four people shivering in the study. They are Wang Rinkai and his wife, their eldest son Wang Jin, and the housekeeper Lu. Four people appeared on the light screen and were locked by 4 crosshairs. The shoulder-mounted gun had its firing cover opened, and only a small howitzer was needed. These 4 bodies of flesh and blood will turn into air. Even a level 20 awakener cannot withstand the face-to-face bombardment of a howitzer. There were sounds of fighting coming from behind. As many as 20 tanks equipped with anti-armor guns were approaching rapidly. There are 4 or 5 mechas behind them, waiting eagerly. But no one dared to take action. Perhaps they could kill Lu Yun and Tornado Hawk, but at such a close distance, their CEO and his family would not be able to survive. The Wang family's reaction speed was actually very fast. It has been no more than 10 minutes since Lu Yun entered Wang's manor. They mobilized such a huge defensive force to stop Lu Yun. They are already well-trained and obey orders. What a pity. Lu Yun had anticipated the current situation, so he deliberately chose the Tornado Hawk, which was known for its speed, and eliminated the 4 attacking Hunter 2s in a short period of time. Then go straight to Wang Rincai's hiding place. The subsequent troops will be afraid to act rashly. Wang Rinkai also judged the current situation. I feel much more at ease. He sat in his seat, looking up at the whirlwind hawk-like head in the sky. The cockpit is just behind those eyes. Who are you? Wang Jin couldn't help but ask. Boss Wang and his family are really forgetful. Have they forgotten me so quickly? The Tornado Hawk forehead armor opened, revealing Lu Yun's upper body. Lu Yun looked at Wang Rincai's family quietly. Su Xiaowan immediately recognized Lu Yun and said in shock, "It's you." Wang Rinkai seemed to have expected this. He took a deep breath and said calmly, "It's you." Lu Yun, you have already caused a big disturbance in my Wang family and killed countless people. Can the grudge between you and me be put behind us now? You have also seen the current situation. If you kill me, there is no way you can escape. Why don't we stop fighting now? I promise you, as long as you stop, my Wang family will never embarrass you from now on. We can even form an alliance with you and provide you with a lot of resources to support you. Chapter 68, The Second Heartbeat. Xiao AI. Calculate all the artillery firing angles and design an evacuation route with the least damage. Luyan said in a low voice. Clear. Xiao AI immediately got busy. Luyan was not in a hurry anymore. Looking at Wang Rinkai, who seemed to be confident of winning, he couldn't help but ask, Boss Wang, I wonder if you thought about this day when you paid for my life? You killed my son. Can I avenge him? Su Xiaowan said sharply. He stared at Lu Yun with a twisted face full of resentment. As she spoke, she covered her face and cried again. Poor Layer, what did he do wrong to deserve such cruel treatment from you? Even the Academy is on your side. Lu Yun sneered. Wang Lei wants to kill me, so of course I have to resist. Can you imagine that I am still standing here and waiting for your son to kill me? My son is kind-hearted by nature. How could he want to kill you? It's clearly your one-sided statement. Framing Layer, looking at the unreasonable Su Xiaowan, Lu Yun wisely stopped arguing. Because it's hard to explain. It was a mistake from the beginning to deal with such a woman. Master, the route calculation is complete. Here is the action plan, which can reduce the damage suffered by 40. That's enough. Lu Yun nodded secretly. He broke into Wang's house alone and was already content to leave with only such a small price. Master Wang, you can start thinking about what to say to your son next time. Lu Yun said coldly. The visor was recovered. A great fear instantly filled the study. Wang Rintsai's face shuddered, and he suddenly took out a metal box and yelled, You can't do that. Otherwise, you will die too. Lu Yun sneered and ignored him. However, at this moment, Xiao AI suddenly said, Master, radiation leakage has been detected, and the contents of the box are preliminarily determined to contain uranium-235. Isn't that a nuclear bomb? Lu Yun's eyes twitched, and he stopped immediately. Even he, who had never had in-depth exposure to physics, knew the terrifying power of a nuclear bomb. Master, don't worry. This thing is not very big, and its equivalent should be less than 20. Preliminary estimates show that the maximum explosion range is only 4 square kilometers. The radiation range is 8 square kilometers. The chance of the master dying after facing the explosion is only 95%, not certain death. Lu Yun was silent for a moment, then said faintly, Xiao AI, your way of comforting me is very good. Don't say it next time. The mortality rate is difficult to deal with. Wang Rinkai breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Lu Yun stop. It was something that was originally placed in the house for use in destroying the manor when necessary, but it unexpectedly became a means to save his life at this moment. Now, all we have to do is wait for the military to come to our rescue. He felt relaxed. I was just about to have another heart-to-heart talk with Lu Yun to buy time. Instead, he saw a cold shadow approaching and instantly struck the nuclear bomb in front of him. Wang Rinkai? Seconds later, raging flames rose from the sphere, engulfing the entire house. Lu Yun turned and ran. All of the Tornado Hawk's engine energy is input into the power jets. It rushed towards the distance in a manner that was almost half flying. Xiao AI's voice was still beside my ear. Nuclear bombs, causing them to detonate prematurely so that they would not cause atomic fission inside, and the danger would be greatly reduced. Boom, boom, boom. A series of artillery shells passed close to his face. Seeing Lu Yun taking action, the chariot stationed in the distance immediately opened fire. It was almost a floor-to-ceiling bombing. The Whirlwind Eagle was caught in a dilemma, like a floating duckweed, leaping back and forth to avoid the raging artillery fire. It's just that the artillery fire was too intense. Even if you avoid a head-on collision, you cannot avoid the shock wave caused by the explosion. Lu Yun felt pain all over his body, but he didn't dare to stay. The Tornado Hawk is not very secretive. Although he can resist radiation exposure to a certain extent, it does not mean that he can be in radiation for a long time. He must leave the radiation range as soon as possible. Otherwise, even if you escape, your life will be in danger. Seconds of full speed running. Lu Yun stomped his feet hard, leaped up like a whirlwind eagle, and flipped out. We have left the maximum radiation distance. The red warning signal turned green. It's safe. But at this moment, Lu Yun felt a warmth on the tip of his nose, and when he touched it, his hands were covered in blood. Master, the radiation in your body has exceeded the threshold, and you need immediate treatment. Xiao AI's urgent voice echoed in the cockpit. We have contacted the Silver Star Academy's emergency rescue department for you. They have found the nearest water source. You need to take a shower as soon as possible to clean off the radioactive dust on your body. Lu Yun wiped the blood from his nose. The worst situation still happened. The Tornado Hawk failed to leave the splash range of the radioactive dust in time, and those extremely fine dust particles entered the cockpit. The cockpit has been contaminated by radiation and cannot be stayed in. The route to the nearest water source has been marked on the intelligent computer. Lu Yun hurried over quickly. Just then, 3 figures appeared in front. These were the 3 people who had followed him and cleaned up the scene for him. Don't come near me. I'm radioactive. Lu Yun shouted loudly and turned a corner to bypass the 3 people. Radiation? Luo Qingyan looked at the short girl next to him. Xiao Nua. The girl understood immediately and raised her hand to point at Lu Yun. Then her fingers cracked and a probe emerged from them. A few seconds later, Xiao Nua was surprised and said, "It is indeed infected with radiation, and the radiation level has exceeded 3,500. Stay away." Lu Yun took a look at the girl's modified arm and ran towards the water source without saying a word. Soon he came to a small pond and jumped in. Xiao Nua and the other 2 also came not far away. Looking at Lu Yun in the pool, Xiao Nua sighed. He is too cruel. You knew there was a nuclear bomb, but you still dared to attack. Lu Ming sighed. If he can survive this, there will be another ruthless person appearing on Karen Star in the future. I would rather destroy a nuclear bomb than seek revenge. This is so fucking awesome. And at this time, Lu Yun, who was in the lake, had a strange feeling. There was a light warmth flowing through my body. My heart was pounding. The mysterious power that had helped him many times before once again emerged from deep within his body. This time, Lu Yun calmed down and felt it carefully. Inexplicable. He actually heard 2 heartbeats. A normal person's heartbeat should be a thump. However, after the thump of his heartbeat, there was an extremely tiny bang sound. Lu Yun almost thought he was hallucinating. But immediately, Xiao AI's doubtful voice sounded. Master, your body seems a little strange. Your body cells are undergoing rapid turnover. Your infection symptoms are decreasing. Xiao AI was extremely surprised. Not only him, but Xiao Nua in the distance also had a look of shock on his face, blinking continuously as if he had seen a ghost. What's wrong, Xiao Nua? Luo Qingyan noticed Xiao Nua's abnormality and asked. Xiao Nua swallowed and pointed at Lu Yun floating on the water. Is this guy really a human? Chapter 69. Handsome man coming out of bath. Xiao Nua, awesome. After listening to Xiao Nua's explanation, Lu Ming silently gave a thumbs up. One word. There was engine noise in the distance. Xiao Nua nodded his temple slightly and said, The Wang family is chasing us. Lu Ming stretched his arms and legs, grinning and saying, I've been watching this kid show off all the way, and I've been itching to do it. Luo Qingyun raised her snow-white neck slightly. Her face was calm, and her 3,000 black hair danced in the wind. Please hold it for him for a while. Luo Qingyun said this calmly, and strolled away holding the Tang sword. Lu Ming took out a pair of glasses and put them on, then gave Xiao Nua a thumbs up. Xiao Nua, I'll leave my back to you. Don't worry. Xiao Nua also took out the same glasses and put them on, responding with a bright smile. Lu Ming laughed loudly, leaned forward, and shot out like lightning, leaving a cracked footprint in its place. Lu Ming's figure passed Luo Qingyun, and at the end of the road, 10 motorcycles carrying fully armed soldiers came speeding. Before they got close, a burst of gunfire was heard. Lu Ming's figure was elusive and invisible. He dodged the bullets and approached quickly. Remember my name, the future second pilot of Karen Star, Lu Ming. Whispering sound. Lu Ming smiled wildly, and his big white teeth sparkled in the sun. He soared into the air and waved his hands to send out countless black rays. Bang, bang, bang. The black light fell into the motorcycle team, and flames exploded instantly. In the blink of an eye, all 10 motorcyclists were destroyed. Lu Ming stepped on a motorcycle that was blown up and used the force to jump out again. Suddenly rushed into the crowd behind. For a while, the sound of gunfire continued. Xiao Nua held his left hand horizontally in front of his body, with a light screen unfolded on his forearm. and his right hand pressed on the virtual keyboard like a flower. Hearing Lu Ming's voice, Xiao Nuo paused and asked in confusion, "Didn't you say you were the #1 pilot before? How come you're the #2 this time?" "Because there's a guy who's even more perverted than me." Lu Ming's voice came out from the glasses. Xiao Nuo glanced at Lu Yun lying on the surface of the pond and nodded in agreement. "You are quite right. Focus on the enemy." Luo Qingyun's cold voice sounded. Xiao Nuo immediately shouted, "Yes." Just at this moment, Xiao Nuo reminded, "Lu Ming, there's a guy in front of you on the right who is locked onto you with a rocket launcher." "I'll do it," Luo Qingyun said lightly. The words fell. She suddenly arrived in front of the bazooka launcher at a speed faster than Lu Ming. The beautiful face made the other party stunned for a moment. Next second, a cold light flashed before his eyes. Luo Qingyun passed by quietly. The man then remembered his mission and pulled the trigger. But I found that I couldn't exert any strength. The next second, the rocket launcher on the shoulder was cut in half. It fell to the ground with a crisp sound. Also falling down was the head full of doubts. Xiao Nuo marked the target carrying heavy firepower. Luo Qingyun sheathed his knife and said lightly. Xiao Nuo immediately agreed. Lu Yun noticed the fight happening on the street. After seeing the three men help him stop the enemy, he calmed down again and felt the changes in his body. He had long been curious about his unique physique, but after several checks, nothing unusual was found. It was as if the power hidden deep within his body would only reappear when he was in danger. But this time, something unexpected happened. After being exposed to radiation, that power actually reappeared. Even he is still healing his body. From the time he was infected with radiation to now, within 10 minutes, the number of irradiated cells in his body has been replaced to 60, and it is expected that a few more times will be enough to completely eliminate the nuclear radiation in his body. He had never heard of such a situation. Even Xiao AI couldn't find any similar situations on the internet. And what does that second heartbeat hidden beneath the heartbeat come from? Is it good or bad? And what effect does it have on your body? Lu Yun was extremely curious about everything. And now, the opportunity to get closer to the answers to these puzzles is right in front of him. At this moment, Lu Yun extremely wished to possess the inner vision ability of immortal cultivators. Unfortunately, his eyes are not able to see inside the body. You can only experience it by feeling. Cell turnover is rapid. Nearly 10 minutes later, Lu Yun felt his body lighten, as if he had been reborn. He looked at his body and saw a thick layer of dead skin on the surface of his skin. These are dead cells that are excreted from the body. Lu Yun simply took off his clothes and took a nice bath. Xiao Nuo, who was observing Lu Yun's condition from a distance, suddenly widened her eyes and her face turned red in a second. A burst of hot air came out from the top of my head. She quickly covered her eyes, but after a while she quietly opened a gap between her fingers and looked at Lu Yun stealthily. What a muscular body, Slurp. Dio no murmured. Sudden, Lu Ming's roar rang out from his glasses. Xiao Nuo, what are you doing? Tell us something quickly. Oh, sorry, I was distracted. Xiao Nuo put down his hands in panic and started operating the smart computer again. 2 seconds passed. Xiao Nuo's right eye rolled and turned towards Lu Yun again. Unique skill of doing two things at once. Slurp. She quietly raised her hand, placed it next to her ear, and pretended to hook her hair. The little finger pointed towards Lu Yun, and a slight click sound came from the fingertip. Hey, a picture of a handsome man emerging from the bath. Another one snap. Click, click, click. Lu Yun wiped the water off his face. Suddenly I felt like I was being watched. He followed his feeling and saw Xiao Nuo quickly retract his hand and concentrate on controlling the intelligent computer. He put on his wet clothes and left the pond. The soaked clothes stuck to his body, outlining his muscles. For some unknown reason, Lu Yun suddenly heard a slight click sound. I guess that girl is operating some machine. Lu Yun suppressed his doubts and came to Xiao Nuo. Do you need my help? Lu Yun asked. No matter who sent these three people, they were always on his side. Now he was even defending him from the attacking enemies, so Lu Yun would naturally not remain indifferent. No need, it's okay. Lu Ming and Sister Qingyun can handle it. Lu Yun looked at the little girl in front of him strangely. Why does it feel like the other person is a little shy? Also, why is your face so red? Burnt? Lu Yun asked worriedly. Are you okay? No, it's okay. Xiao Nuo stuttered and didn't dare to look Lu Yun in the eye. The strong smell of hormones caused the chip in her body to overheat. At this time, A quadcopter flew over in the distance. Master, the people from Silver Star Academy have arrived. After a while, the quadcopter stopped in an open space nearby, and a team of college doctors in chemical protective suits ran over. Lu Yun, how are you? Lu Yun saw Cheng Jun inside. He smiled and nodded. Uncle Cheng, don't worry, I'm fine. Then, he looked at the stretcher that was about to be put down and said, Teachers, please put the stretcher away first. I won't be using it for the time being. Also, since you guys are here, come and do an experiment with me. Chapter 70 changes. Experiment. The doctors at Silver Star College were all confused by Lu Yun. Cheng Jun stepped forward and said, Let's do the experiment again when we get back. Go check your body first. Radiation infection is not a trivial matter. Even though you don't feel anything now, maybe all the cells in your body have been damaged. Come back with me quickly. Lu Yun knew that explanation was useless to Uncle Cheng, so he asked the doctor to give him a simple radiation test. The doctor looked at the instrument with a puzzled look on his face. Although there is still some radiation remaining, it is not enough to affect the body. What is going on? Are you really all right? Cheng Jun stared and stretched his head to get closer to the doctor. However, he could not understand the symbols on the instrument. Check carefully and don't miss anything, Cheng Jun reminded seriously. The doctor smiled and said, Teacher Cheng, don't worry, I am absolutely not wrong. Student Lu Yun is indeed fine now. Lu Yun said, Uncle Cheng, did you hear that? I'm really fine. Okay, follow me. I'm going to do an experiment. Speaking of, Lu Yun ran towards the Wang family manor. What experiment? Of course, it was another round of radiation infection that triggered abnormal movements in the body. This time, he would take advantage of the unusual movement to have a doctor check it out. He didn't believe that he couldn't find anything abnormal. That's the direction of Wang's manor. Where is this kid going? He's not wearing a chemical protective suit. Cheng Jun slapped his thigh and hurriedly chased after him. Several teachers looked at each other and were also interested in the experiment that Lu Yun mentioned, so they followed with the stretcher. Lu Yun just said that he wouldn't need it for now, which means he might need it later. You can't go wrong with it. Xiang Xiao is here too. She stood at the back, glanced at Lu Yun and the doctors who were leaving, waved her hand, and rushed towards the Wang family's private soldiers with machetes in hand, along with 6 other teachers. Lu Yun soon arrived at the border of Wang's manor. One more step forward, and you will enter the radiation range. Cheng Jun and the others followed and looked at Lu Yun in confusion. Lu Yun, what exactly are you going to do? Looking for answers. Lu Yun took a deep breath and stepped into the radiation zone under the horrified gazes of everyone. Fuck you little brat. Are you crazy? Come out now. Cheng Jun was frightened and hurriedly went to pull Lu Yun. However, Lu Yun dodged and said loudly, Uncle Cheng, don't worry, I know what to do. Don't come in. I'll be out soon. Speaking of, Lu Yun ran hundreds of meters inside. Cheng Jun was extremely anxious. However, he trusted Lu Yun very much. This guy never does anything that is bad for himself. So, he temporarily suppressed his worries and made preparations for rescue at any time. In the radiation zone, Lu Yun sat cross-legged and let the radiation hit him. He enjoys enduring the radiation that is extremely terrifying to others. He closed his eyes, feeling and listening quietly. It was very quiet. Only in the distance could the sound of low-level gunfire be heard. But it doesn't affect him. Lu Yun took a deep breath and blew air into his eardrums. The surrounding noise decreased again. Then he heard the sound of blood flowing. Heavy and powerful, like a rushing river. The Yangtze River never stops. This is the source of all his strength. Plop! He heard his own heartbeat. Plop! 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 Bang! Lu Yun suddenly opened his eyes, and the second heartbeat appeared again. At the same time, Xiao AI said, Master, the cell replacement in your body has started again. It really works. Lu Yun was overjoyed. He immediately ran another 100 meters inside. He didn't turn back until he felt that the radiation had fully penetrated his entire body. Then he quickly lay down on the stretcher and looked at the stunned doctor anxiously. Teacher, please check all my physical conditions immediately. The doctor opened his mouth and said slowly, There are not enough instruments. More are left on the plane. Without saying a word, Lu Yun turned over and ran back to the plane. After a while, the doctors came back. Cheng Jun was confused. Lu Yun, what are you going to do? Lu Yun lay on the stretcher and said excitedly, Uncle Cheng, I seem to have found a way to unlock the secrets of my body. Secret? Cheng Jun was shocked. He He did not forget that when he took Lu Yun from Jun Qingshan said that Lu Yun had a big secret. That's why Lu Yun was left behind on purpose to be allowed to grow freely. Later, Lu Yun really gave him a huge surprise. The resonant speed of seconds, this unimaginable time, once again verified Jun Qingshan's words. Lu Yun has a big secret. Now, he didn't care about much and said seriously, "If you need any help, just tell me. For now, just give me a comprehensive checkup as quickly as possible. As comprehensive as possible." As he spoke, Lu Yun waved to the doctors. Signal them to hurry up. The doctors also understood and immediately installed various instruments on Lu Yun. Start by giving him a thorough examination. The quadcopter took off and carried Lu Yun back to the college. He was transferred to a special ward with more complete equipment. After several hours of extremely detailed testing and inspection, the test results were piled up in a thick stack. The results were shocking. The radiation on Lu Yun's body was cleared again during the examination. All irradiated cells have been replaced. Such a scene shocked all the doctors. The look he gave Lu Yun was very strange. They believed that Lu Yun was definitely not a human being. However, his appearance and brain structure are exactly the same as those of humans. This is just weird. Lu Yun was even more dissatisfied with this report. What kind of conclusion is that he is not human? What he wants is to unlock the secrets within his body. However, the second heartbeat that Lu Yun mentioned was determined by doctors to be an illusion caused by Lu Yun's trance. Only Lu Yun knew that it was definitely not his illusion. But the doctors all said so, and there was nothing he could do. This matter soon reached the ears of Dean Luo Xingwen. Then a ban came down. No one was allowed to discuss Lu Yun's special situation. Everyone understood that this was the dean's protection for Lu Yun. However, not many people regarded Lu Yun's situation as something shocking. Because the universe is so huge, big enough to accommodate all the differences. Out of the hospital, Lu Yun was a little depressed. I didn't expect that after so much effort, I still haven't solved the secret of his physique. Okay, kid, don't be anxious. There will be plenty of time in the future, and all the questions will be solved one day. Cheng Zhen comforted him. Lu Yun returned to the dormitory and prepared to practice. He gained a lot from the raid on Wang's house this time, and he needed to take some time to summarize. Find out your shortcomings so that you can make rapid progress. He took out the breathing method book that the president of Xuanwu College had given him and asked Xiao AI to search through it and archive it. Then compare it with the Zimu breathing method to find out the omissions and fill in the gaps. Get a better breathing technique. After reading it through, Lu Yun entered a state of cultivation. But 3 seconds later, Lu Yun suddenly opened his eyes and stared at his body in shock. He clenched his fists violently, and the sound of his muscles and bones cracking rang out. The heavy and powerful heartbeat echoed in the chest. The blood in the body rushed through like a dam bursting. Xiao AI, test your heart rate and blood oxygen. Soon, Lu Yun received a string of data. He was shocked to find that all the data had doubled at this moment. He immediately looked in the mirror. I saw myself in the mirror, with a blush deep in my eyes, as rich as blood. Chapter 71, Burning Blood. This characteristic that only appears when encountering danger actually appeared when he was practicing breathing techniques. Lu Yun's heart moved, and he immediately stopped practicing the breathing method. The crimson in his eyes gradually faded away, and his restless body gradually calmed down. Lu Yun used his breathing technique, and soon, the blush reappeared and his blood boiled again. Lu Yun stopped again. After repeating this several times, it was finally confirmed that the breathing method could indeed trigger this hidden characteristic. Based on the characteristic of blood boiling when it is turned on, Lu Yun named it Burning Blood. Got this ability? This made Lu Yun feel a little comforted. At least the radiation exposure was not in vain, and it did have some effect. He practiced his breathing technique, and this time he didn't stop. Keep the breathing method going. His blood began to boil, and his heartbeat gradually became stronger. Lu Yun maintained this state and came to the training room. Turn on the testing equipment, take a deep breath, and punch out with all your strength. Bang! The testing instrument shook violently, and a huge air wave exploded on the plane. With the sound of beep, the numbers jumped wildly. 3 seconds later, freeze frame. 1952. Lu Yun looked at the terrifying number and was shocked beyond words. The federal standard for awakener level values stipulates that those who reach 2000 are level 17 awakeners. The strength benchmark for a level 16 awakener is 1,650. Therefore, at this time, Lu Yun is equivalent to a level 16 peak awakener, and he is only one step away from entering the level 17. No one would believe this leap if I told them, because it's too outrageous. Lu Yun stopped the breathing method, waited for his body to recover, and then tested it again. Bah, 952. The standard for a level 1 awakener. Lu Yun seemed to understand and looked at his hands passionately. After activating the burning blood feature, he actually increased his strength by 1,000. As far as Lu Yun knows, there is currently no breathing method or combat skill that can achieve such a terrifying effect. Moreover, Lu Yun always felt that this might not be the limit of what the burning blood characteristic could improve. After all, he once controlled the king-level mecha Ben Lei Shen for half a minute. That's a top-level mecha that even Jun Qingshan finds difficult to handle. Perhaps because it is triggered by the breathing method, the increase is not high. Lu Yun thought to himself. Just at this moment, Lu Yun suddenly felt a black screen in front of his eyes, and his body felt light and fluttery, and he almost fainted. He quickly sat on the ground, and after resting for 3 or 4 minutes, the dizziness gradually subsided. It's caused by awakening the burning blood attribute. Lu Yun was very familiar with this feeling. Xiao AI, calculate how long I've been using blood burning. Xiao AI quickly gave the answer. 10 minutes. 10 minutes. That's 20 times longer than when I was driving the Thunder God. Although the amplification effect is much weaker, it's still acceptable. Lu Yun was extremely excited. With this ability, whether you are driving a mecha or fighting the enemy in the physical body, you will have a huge advantage. He immediately devoted himself to the in-depth development of this ability. Want to discover more benefits? At the same time, Karen Star Military Department. The office of the Commander-in-Chief of the Karen Star Army. Behind a large silver desk, a burly alien man with a broad back and 4 ears sat in his seat, glaring at a man in front of him. He was an elegant middle-aged man in a suit, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, and his hair and clothes were meticulously groomed. The middle-aged man sipped his tea leisurely. He paid no attention to the Legion commander's angry look. At this time, the secretary of the Legion commander pushed the door open and whispered something in the Legion commander's ear. After hearing the news from his secretary, Legion Commander Jean, she slammed his fist on the table in front of him. These bastards, do they still take our federal army seriously? A deep fist mark was left on the long metal table. Jean, she kicked the desk open, walked a few steps to the elegant middle-aged man, smashed the exquisite tea set with a wave of his hand, then grabbed the middle-aged man by the collar and lifted him up. Lu, do you really think I have a good temper? Just because I promise you that the army won't move doesn't mean your people can kill all my men. The golden rhino stared at Lu Onbong, and the hot air from its nose hit Lu Onbong's face. Lu Onbong had a smile on his face. He was not angry at all even when he was grabbed by the neck. He said in a gentle voice, Captain Jean, when did the Wang family become your subordinates? Besides, this is just your one-sided statement. I haven't received any news about the Wang family. Jean, she was getting angry, but he couldn't show it, because the person standing behind the other person is someone he cannot afford to offend at the moment. He threw Lu Onbong back onto the sofa and pointed outside the door. Get out of here! Lu Onbong calmly straightened his ruffled collar, smoothed out the wrinkles, and then bowed slightly. Thank you, Captain Jean, for your hospitality. Lu Onbong walked away. The anger on Jean, she's face quickly disappeared. He sat back in his seat and looked at the secretary calmly. Tell me everything that happened in detail. Jean, she supported his head with his hands, tapped his fingers lightly on the armrest, and listened quietly to the secretary's report on the ins and outs of the Wang family incident. Suddenly, he paused and looked at the secretary. You said that the student named Lu Yun deliberately returned to the radiation area? The secretary nodded. Yes. Although all surveillance cameras along the way were destroyed, we found a passerby who happened to pass by and saw the student run into the radiation zone. Jean, she closed his eyes and sorted out the matter. A long time. He suddenly said, go and carefully check the background of this student named Lu Yun. Don't miss any information. Remember, you have to check it yourself and keep it secret. The secretary took the order and left. A country villa on Karen Star. Star-Lord Li Zheng was wearing loose training clothes and doing boxing in the yard. Lu Onbong knocked on the door and entered. Looking at the old man practicing boxing, he said gently, Old man, you have been recuperating for so many years. This time you suddenly came out to suppress the Legion. The action is a bit big. I'm afraid the golden rhino will notice Lu Yun's presence. Li Zheng smiled when he heard this and continued to move. Then let him die. I've been raising it for so many years, and it still hasn't gotten tamed. There's no point in keeping it any longer. Lu Onbong raised the corner of his mouth and said respectfully, I understand. Lu Onbong turned and left. At the door, he happened to meet Luo Qingyun, Xiao Nuo, and Lu Ming. Uncle Lu. Second uncle. Lu Onbong looked at the three people with a gentle light in his eyes. I heard that you killed all the Wang family? Lu Ming raised his eyebrows. How is that possible? What are you thinking, second uncle? We are not that kind of cruel people. Lu Onbong glanced at him and then looked at Luo Qingyun inquiringly. Lu Ming pouted in dissatisfaction. Luo Qingyun shook his head. We only killed those Wang family private soldiers who attacked us and did not harm anyone else. Lu Onbong nodded and said, the old man is practicing boxing. Please don't disturb him. After saying that, he slowly walked away. Lu Ming rolled his eyes and shouted, Teacher, we have completed our mission and are back. Chapter 72, someone is in your family. Lu Yun, it's the weekend today. Let's go out and play? At the dormitory entrance, Nan Liyue leaned on the low door and shouted at the top of his voice. After a while, Lu Yun walked out and opened the door to let Nan Liyue in. Only then did he realize that Guan Xin was squatting in the corner next to him. Why are you looking at me? Nan Liyue had to drag me here, but it wasn't me who wanted to come. Guan Xin shook her head, leaving Lu Yun with the back of her head. Nan Liyue said with a grin, that Monroe guy said he was going to Qingting College to see his brother, so he didn't come, so I asked Guan Xin to come here. After all, we have lived and died together. If you put this in a novel or a movie, we would be natural teammates. You can't stay in the room all day to practice. Teacher Xiang said that we should pay attention to the combination of work and rest. I've already made all the arrangements. Are you going? Although it is a question, but Nan Liyue had already hooked Lu Yun's shoulders and was pulling him out. Lu Yun thought about it and did not refuse. He has indeed been staying at home a bit these past 2 days, so it would be nice to go out and get some fresh air. He had nothing to pack, so he just put his hands in his pockets and left. Nan Liyue, on the other hand, was carrying a bunch of large and small bags, which looked quite heavy. Guan Xin asked curiously, Nan Liyue, what are you carrying? Nan Liyue sighed, patted the package, and said, do you think I am willing? These are all specialties from Karen Star. I need to send them back to Z Star for my family. You don't know, I have a sister who likes to collect these messy things. The key is that she is unwilling to do things herself. She always troubles me, her younger brother, for everything. Nan Liyue sighed deeply, as if he had been tortured. It's not bad to have a sister who can protect you. Guan Xin Smai. Nan Liyue wailed immediately. Please forgive me. She is the one who beat me the hardest. You control me every day, and don't let me have a girlfriend. You say, isn't life all about falling in love? If I can't even fall in love, then what's the point of having these 4 kidneys? As he spoke, Nan Liyue patted his waist heavily with an angry look on his face. Guan Xin subconsciously glanced at Lu Yun, then retracted her gaze and said with a smile, after all, she is a girl. Which girl doesn't want a sweet love? Bah! Nan Liyue spat heavily and cursed. She is more ferocious than the starry sky dragon devourer. There will be no love in my life. Lu Yun shook his head and laughed. Is there a woman more brutal than Devourat? He was somewhat curious. Arriving at the intercity train station, the 3 of them first went to the Sent Everywhere Interstellar Delivery Company to send the package out. Then Nan Liyue, like the host, took Lu Yun and Guan Xin for a stroll. You're not even to mention. Although this guy's hometown is Z Star, he knows all the tourist spots in Xinhuan City very well and is very familiar with them. Noon. 3 people came out of a restaurant. Nan Liyue patted his stomach comfortably and let out a long burp. Invited. Come to my house this afternoon? My family has a portable virtual helmet brought from Z Star. It is much more advanced than those virtual cabins in the academy. Lu Yun and Guan Xin readily agreed. The 3 of them boarded the train. At this moment, the radio in the car suddenly sounded. A news interruption. Karen Star Army Commander Jean, she was found dead at home this morning. All the property in the house was missing. It was initially determined to be a robbery and murder. Star-Lord Li Zheng was furious and issued a reward of 1 million points. Any citizen who finds a suspicious person should contact the following number immediately. If the clue is true and valid, a reward of 1 million points will be given. The following is a portrait of the suspect. Picture. Also, please be especially careful. The suspect is extremely cruel and mentally ill. If any citizen finds any clues, please do not alert him. Otherwise, it may attract his attention and bring danger. When the news came out, many passengers were shocked. They started discussing in low voices. Guan Xian covered her mouth in surprise. Oh my God! A big shot like the commander of the Karen Star Army was assassinated. Who has such great ability to assassinate the commander of the army, who is the second most important person on the entire planet? And I heard that there was an explosion at Wang's house a few days ago, causing heavy casualties. Guan Xian looked worried. Xinhuan City has been peaceful for so many years, but such explosive news suddenly appeared in the past 2 days. I am afraid that something bad will happen. Lu Yun glanced at Guan Xian, then pretended not to hear. Nan Liyue looked at the news with a strange expression. The commander of the Karen Star Army is only worth a bounty of 1 million. It feels so low. Lu Yun also felt that there was something wrong with the reward amount, but it had nothing to do with him, and he didn't want to pay attention to it. The train arrived at the station soon, and the three got off. After walking for a while, a purple bamboo forest appeared in front of me. There was a stream running through the forest, and the sound of ringing bracelets could be heard. Nan Liyue said proudly, "How is it? The environment is nice, right? I spent a lot of money to transport this broken star bamboo from ZE Star, and I also asked everyone to arrange this scenery." Lu Yun nodded and couldn't help but praise. "It's really good." Rich guy. Guan Xian also sighed. It is indeed aristocratic to spend some money on such useless things. Nan Liyue led the way, taking Lu Yun and Guan Xian through the bamboo forest and arriving in front of a huge villa. Two beautiful maids in maid outfits immediately came forward and said, "Welcome back, young master. Would you like to eat first, take a bath first, or?" The girl lowered her brows, a hint of shyness appearing on her face. Lu Yun looked up silently. The blue sky is so blue. Guan Xian stared at Nan Liyue in amazement. Nan Liyue, you are quite good at enjoying yourself. Guan Xian didn't know what to say anymore. Nan Liyue coughed, and his face turned a little red. "It's not what you think. Don't get me wrong," he explained awkwardly, then waved his hand and said to the maids, "Today is a day off for all of you. Go and have a rest. Don't come out unless I tell you to." "Yes." The maid bowed and left quickly. Nan Liyue waited at the door for a while, and when he heard no movement in the house, he pushed the door open again. "It was a little incident, don't mind it." Nan Liyue smiled and stepped aside to let Guan Xian and Lu Yun enter. Just at this moment, Lu Yun paused and looked at the invisible surveillance camera hidden in the corner of the villa. "What's wrong?" Nan Liyue asked curiously. He looked around the corner and saw nothing. Lu Yun lowered his voice and whispered, "Nan Liyue, there is an outsider breaking into your house. Don't make it public. He doesn't know that we already know of his existence. Fuck, he actually came to my house to steal things. Let me show you how I'm going to deal with him." Nan Liyue said as he was about to roll up his sleeves and go and beat him up. Lu Yun quickly stopped him. "You are no match for him. How is it possible? He is just a petty thief. He is the wanted criminal." Nan Liyue stumbled and stepped back. "Then I'll call the police first." Chapter 73, Take Action. "Wait a moment, I'll call the police first." Nan Liyue retreated to a corner and called the police. What happened? Seeing that Lu Yun and Nan Liyue were still not entering the house, Guan Xian came out and asked. "The murderer who assassinated the Legion commander is upstairs," Lu Yun said. "No way." Guan Xian covered her mouth in surprise, not daring to make a sound. Lu Yun nodded. The news was told to him by Xiao AI, so it must be correct. After Nan Liyue finished the call, he came over and said, "We've called the police. The guards told us not to alert the murderer. They will be here in 7 minutes." 7 minutes is not too long. The other party probably hasn't noticed that Lu Yun and the others have discovered him. So next, just pretend you don't know and delay time. The three of them entered a room, talking and laughing. As soon as he entered the room, Nan Liyue immediately closed the door, leaned against it, and exhaled softly. Why would this murderer come to my house when there are other places he can go? Nan Liyue was very puzzled. "Have you offended anyone recently?" "Guan Xin Zeminde. Impossible. I'm a good young man." Nan Liyue was puzzled and looked at Lu Yun. "Lu Yun, what do you think is the reason? After all, he is number one, so he must have unique insights." Lu Yun thought for a moment and asked, "If you were the murderer who killed the Legion commander, What would you most want to do now? Of course, he ran away and hid himself. Guan Xin blurted out. Nan Liyue's eyes suddenly lit up, and he suddenly realized, I know, this guy wants to steal my aircraft. Facing the strange looks from Lu Yun and Guan Xin, Nan Liyue explained, I have a single-person aircraft in my backyard. I fly between Karen Star and Z Star by myself. That's not right. How did he know that I have a flying machine? Nan Liyue became confused again. That means this person knows you. Guan Xin said, this guy won't kill people to silence them, will he? Nan Liyue felt a chill. Open the door a crack and prepare to see what's outside. Just at this moment, Lu Yun's brows furrowed in a frown, which was a warning of crisis. He suddenly stood up, grabbed Nan Liyue's shoulders and pulled him back, then bent down with his head pressed down, and held Guan Xin down with his other hand. Boom! There was a hole in the wooden door. A hand reached out to grab, but didn't catch anyone. Seeing this, Lu Yun raised his leg high and kicked out. Throw! The wooden door cracked. A muffled groan was heard from outside, and the hand quickly retracted. But immediately, a black muzzle of a gun blocked the crack. Lu Yun grabbed Nan Liyue and Guan Xin and threw them aside. Ban! 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 Lu Yun was grazed by the bullet but was not injured. He had never taken off the nano armor that Cheng Zhan had given him, and it blocked several bullets for him. However, although he was not injured, the strong kinetic energy also caused Lu Yun's blood to surge. Nan Liyue finally reacted. Damn it, he started fighting before we even started fighting. Lu Yun, are you okay? Guan Xin looked at Lu Yun's clothes nervously. There were 4 or 5 bullet holes in his clothes. I've seen it. At this time, a sinister voice came from outside the door. Nan Liyue, I know you are in there. Hand over the private key of your spaceship, and I will spare your lives. As expected, they were targeting Nan Liyue's aircraft. Star-Lord Li Zheng has issued a wanted order, and all flights leaving Star Karen must have been blocked. The only option left for the other party is to take private spacecraft. Nan Liyue glanced at Lu Yun and Guan Xin, swallowed his saliva, and said, I can give it to you, but can you tell me how you know I have a flying machine? Boy, you are too young to play these with me. Do you want to delay time? The sinister voice sounded again, saying in a cold voice, I know you have called the police. I will count to 3 and hand over the secret key. Otherwise you will all die. 3. No, I'll give it to you right away. Nan Liyue immediately took out a bunch of keys. Lu Yun stopped him and gave him a look. Nan Liyue immediately understood and made a gesture. I'll give you the key right now. You hold it tight. It's very fragile. Don't drop it. Nan Liyue took the secret key and handed it out through the door. Boy, I warn you not to be sneaky, or you will die. The killer outside gave a warning and then grabbed for the keys. Just as the other party touched the key, Nan Liyue suddenly grabbed the other party's hand and yelled, Lu Yun, do it. Lu Yun? The person outside the door was obviously stunned. Lu Yun, who was waiting on the side, immediately started practicing breathing techniques and activated the blood-burning state. Although activating the breathing method during battle would distract him a little, it was nothing compared to the increased combat effectiveness. The person outside was the murderer who had successfully assassinated the Legion commander. Lu Yun did not dare to be careless and used his strongest means at the first moment. A moment. Lu Yun's aura became extremely cold. His eyes were as cold as ice, and there was a bloodshot glow in his eyes. Boom! He smashed the wooden door with one punch and grabbed the hand directly. Now, the murderer outside the door also reacted and started shooting. However, Lu Yun pulled hard, causing him to stagger. Then he turned and rushed out of the room without even looking and kicked out. He was holding the opponent's hand, and the opponent had no way to avoid this kick. The suspect was kicked so hard that he was thrown backwards like a cannonball. It stopped only after it knocked over the sofa. Lu Yun didn't give the other party a chance to breathe. He ran up to the other party in a few steps, facing the surprised face, and punched him. Bah! The suspect's head hit the ground hard, and the exquisite floor tiles were covered with spiderweb-like cracks. However, to Lu Yun's surprise, after being punched, the other party was not angry at all, but his face was full of excitement. It's you, Lu Yun? I didn't expect it to be so easy. Haha. He laughed a few times and started fighting with Lu Yun. The sound of collisions continued, and the whole living room was in chaos. The floor tiles were broken into pieces. In the room, Nan Liyue and Guan Xin stared in amazement at Lu Yun, who was fighting fiercely. When did Lu Yun's strength become so abnormal? Although Lu Yun is at a disadvantage now, The one on the opposite side is the ruthless man who assassinated the commander of the Karen Star Army. If Lu Yun can fight with him, doesn't that mean he can also fight with the Legion commander? Thinking of this, Nan Liue felt a pang of pain in his teeth. Guan Xian said anxiously, "Don't just stand there and watch. Do you have any weapons at home? Let's go and help him." Nan Liue reacted and nodded. "Yes, upstairs, follow me." The two ran upstairs. Lu Yun was fighting fiercely with the suspect. The other party was obviously shocked by Lu Yun's strength. After fighting for a few moves and realizing that he couldn't defeat Lu Yun in a short time, he immediately prepared to escape. However, at this time, Lu Yun was unhappy. After punching him so many times, you're just going to leave now? There's no such good thing. Chapter 74, Suicide Out of Fear of Crime. Stay here. Lu Yun shouted loudly, moved closer, and intercepted the suspect who was trying to escape. "Lu Yun, you forced me to do this." Seeing that he couldn't escape, the suspect turned back suddenly. He looked like he was going to fight to the death. But at this time, Lu Yun immediately retreated and did not confront the opponent head-on. The more the other party does this, the more anxious they are. The more anxious the other party is, the less anxious he is. "Hey, just playing." Lu Yun teased the other person. At this moment, a roar suddenly came from the stairs. "Lu Yun, get out of the way." Lu Yun looked back and was shocked. Nan Liue and Guan Xian each held a laser gun that was thicker than Lu Yun's thigh. Boom! Two laser beams grazed each other's butts and shot onto the ground, creating a deep pit with a diameter of 2 meters. Lu Yun's eyelids twitched. "Nan Liue, do you still have such a terrifying weapon hidden at home? When you go out, you always have to prepare some weapons for self-defense." Nan Liue laughed. Then his face turned cold and he stared at the suspect. "Stop!" However, the other party glanced at Nan Liue and Guan Xian with disdain. The figure suddenly became erratic and rushed towards Nan Liue and the other person. He actually wanted to snatch the weapons from the two men. The living room of this villa is not very big. Nan Liue and Guan Xian stood at the stairs, only about 20 meters away from each other. Almost in the blink of an eye, the other party rushed in front of the two of them. Nan Liue fired subconsciously. However, the opponent dodged it easily. "Fuck, you can even dodge lasers?" Nan Liue screamed, and he and Guan Xian quickly retreated. Lu Yun approached again and stopped the other party. The suspect's face turned blue with anger. He was sandwiched between Lu Yun, Nan Liue, and Guan Xian, and was pulled back and forth. Just at this moment, suddenly, there was a roar of a rotorcraft outside. The suspect's face changed. He looked at Lu Yun and the others hatefully, then turned over and rushed towards the window. It turned out that although the other party was pulled back and forth by Lu Yun and the others, he had inadvertently approached the window. The distance is so close that it can be covered with just one stride. Lu Yun had no time to intercept. But at this moment, a shocking scene appeared. The suspect, who had just turned over halfway, suddenly fell back and hit the ground heavily. Then an elegant middle-aged man in a suit jumped in from the window. It was Lu Onbong. Lu Onbong straightened his wrinkled clothes and nodded slightly to Lu Yun. "Thank you for your hard work. Leave the rest to us." While talking, a 4-rotor armed fighter jet was parked in the open space outside the door. 5 heavily armed soldiers walked in with guns. Quickly surround the suspect. After being kicked back, the suspect fell to the ground and became unconscious. 2 soldiers came forward, handcuffed him, gagged him, and blindfolded him. He was then taken away. Lu Onbong prepared to leave. Nan Liue suddenly asked, "Wait, my house was destroyed like this because of that suspect. You will compensate me, right?" Lu Onbong stopped and turned to look at Nan Liue. "Well, you see, we are also trying to prevent him from escaping. If such a big villain escapes, who knows how many people will be harmed, don't you think?" Nan Liue spread his hands, looking extremely innocent. Lu Onbong thought about it and nodded. "You are right. Send a statement to the municipal department, and someone will come to compensate you." After saying that, Lu Onbong prepared to leave. Lu Yun hesitated for a moment and called out to the other party, "Wait a moment." Lu Onbong stopped again and looked at Lu Yun. "That bounty? 1 million points. Ahem. Actually, I'm not after that bounty. The main thing is..." Lu Yun's eyes wandered as he thought about the reason. Lu Onbong looked Lu Yun up and down, nodded, and said, "Don't worry, the bounty will be yours." Then he turned and left. The pace obviously quickened a lot. The gyroplane took off and left with the suspect. The heavy atmosphere in the room suddenly dissipated. Nan Liu threw away the laser gun in his hand and let out a long breath. Damn it, I'm so nervous. Based on my many years of experience, the middle-aged man wearing glasses is definitely of high status. Guan Xian looked at Lu Yun and asked in confusion. The suspect seems to know Lu Yun. Lu Yun, what impression do you have? Lu Yun shook his head. I've never seen him. I don't know why he was so excited to see me. Nan Liu rubbed his chin, his eyes drifting upwards. Could it be that he is a pervert, seeing that you are handsome so? But that's not right. I'm handsome too. Why is he so mean to me? Guan Xian made a vomiting gesture and said with disgust. I say, Nan Liu, is that the only thing on your mind? The corner of Lu Yun's eyes twitched. He really wanted to beat this guy to death. However, after being interrupted like this, his doubts were somewhat dispelled. Maybe I'll be able to figure it out when I have the chance in the future. Just at this moment, more than a dozen women in maid outfits with different temperaments, some royal, some lowly, some pure, and some charming, rushed out from the room on the second floor. They rushed over with crying voices, surrounded Nan Liu, and squeezed Guan Xian away. Master, are you okay? I was scared to death just now. I thought I would never see you again, Master. The sounds of sweet voices filled the entire villa. Lu Yun. Guan Xin. I suddenly feel that maybe I shouldn't come to this guy's house today. Lu Yun said quietly. Guan Xian nodded in agreement. I think so too. How about we go? The two looked at each other and looked at Nan Liu, who was surrounded in the middle and wanted to leave. Fortunately, Nan Liu was not the kind of person who would forget his loyalty for the sake of beauty. He comforted the crying maids a little and then let them go back to their rooms. Then he took the two of them to his home to experience the high-end virtual helmet he brought from Z-Star. You know what? Lu Yun is really addicted to it. Many restricted items that are not available for purchase in the virtual combat halls of many academies can be found in Nan Liu. There is so much variety, it's dizzying. Until evening, Lu Yun and Guan Xinsai left Nan Liu's house and arrived at the station. Although Nan Liu said that there were enough rooms at home for Lu Yun and Guan Xian to live in. But given Nan Liu's character, that night would definitely be a night of continuous gunfire. He has no interest in eavesdropping on other people's affairs. The train started slowly. At this time, a news broadcast suddenly broke out on TV. The suspect who assassinated Jean, she has been captured and committed suicide during the escort. Very brief. If you don't pay attention, it may be overlooked. Lu Yun was a little surprised, that was all. An enemy who wanted to take his life did not deserve his sympathy. Even if the other party seems to have some connection with him. Lu Yun put away his distracting thoughts, leaned back in his seat, and recalled the battle with the murderer. This was his first time starting a blood-burning battle. There are many flaws in the process, and they can all be improved. As he was thinking, Lu Yun fell into a deep sleep. He had been practicing behind closed doors for the past few days, and now after experiencing such a battle, he was already physically and mentally exhausted. Guan Xian rested her hands on the table, quietly admiring the scenery passing by outside the window. Or perhaps, he was admiring the reflection in the window. Chapter 75, New League arrives. Old man, the person has been dealt with, but he should have found something. In the small courtyard, Lu Wanbong reported softly to the old man who was basking in the sun. Li Jing nodded, not surprised. After all, he is a confidant trained by Jin Shi and holds an important position. It is not surprising that he can find some clues. The key is how much he can analyze from it. Lu Wanbong said, I'm afraid he will report this information. Li Jing thought for a while after hearing this and nodded. You are right, there is a risk in this regard. It seems that I need to have a good chat with Dean Luo. Return to college. Lu Yun first went to the logistics department to exchange for training materials worth 1,000 credits in one go. Under the envious gazes of the students, he dragged a small cart full of cultivation resources back to the dormitory. The enemies are dealt with, and there is no need to go on missions. Lu Yun's pace of life suddenly slowed down. I attend classes every day, and when I don't have classes, I stay in the dormitory to practice. Rarely goes out. During this period, a rumor came from somewhere that the person who rushed into the Wang family manor and killed the head of the Wang family was Lu Yun from the special class. The news that the head of the Wang family was murdered caused quite a stir in Xinghuan City. Countless people are guessing who the murderer is. This sudden news made many students stay away from Lu Yun. Every time they saw him, they would avoid him with fear on their faces. Lu Yun didn't want to go out even more. Wouldn't it be nice to practice at home and feel your strength improving? More than half a month later, the second month's challenge begins. Lu Yun had just arrived at the club when Xiang Xiao came up to him and said, "Go back and have a rest. No one is challenging you this time." "There is such a good thing?" Lu Yun was surprised. "Don't you see what you have done?" Xiang Xiao glared at Lu Yun unhappily and urged him, "If you have nothing else to do, go back quickly. You are affecting the performance of others here." Lu Yun looked over and saw that many freshmen were quietly moving away from him. When he looked over, he quickly turned his eyes away, as if he was some kind of monster. 3 days later, Lu Yun sat cross-legged in the training room, holding a bright red fruit in his hand. It was the fire yuan fruit that the president of Xuanwu College had sent to him earlier. Holding it in his hand, Lu Yun realized that the fruit was actually a little warm. It has been kept in the icebox for so long. It is indeed extraordinary. Lu Yun's eyes lit up slightly. Now that he has reached the limit of a level 13 awakener, it is a good time to use this fruit. Without hesitation, Lu Yun picked up the fruit, gently bit off the skin, and the sweet flesh mixed with juice entered his mouth. The fruit is not big. Lu Yun finished it in 2 or 3 bites. Soon, a warm current rose in the lower abdomen. Lu Yun immediately calmed down and started practicing his breathing technique. A familiar boiling feeling appeared in the body. This time, with the power of the fire element fruit, the feeling was more violent than ever before. Sweat with a hint of light pink flowed out of the pores. Not long, Lu Yun suddenly opened his eyes and threw a punch out of thin air. Bang! The energy is emptied. The turbulent airflow rolled up the curtain 3 meters away. This is the power of a level 14 awakener. It is much stronger than level 13. Lu Yun licked the corner of his mouth with satisfaction. To be honest, the fire element fruit's ability to assist in breakthroughs didn't bring him much help. Without the fire element fruit, it would not be difficult for him to break through. However, the power of the fire element fruit allowed him to overcome the adaptation period after the breakthrough. All the strength of the whole body is integrated at the moment of breakthrough. With a slight movement, all the muscles and bones make crisp sounds, as if there is endless strength. The next day, Lu Yun came to the classroom to take a Mecha practical class. Xiang Xiao walked in with her long legs. Today she was wearing loose casual clothes. Xiang Xiao would never wear this kind of casual clothes unless he had practical classes. Lu Yun immediately understood that something must have happened. Xiang Xiao came to the podium, glanced at everyone, and said, "In 1 week, the joint freshman competition of the 3 major colleges will begin. This joint competition of the 3 academies is a little different from the previous ones. There will be big figures from the Gallon Star coming to watch the competition and select outstanding pilot talents. If anyone performs well, they will have the opportunity to be selected by the big shots of Gallon Star and taken to Gallon Star for intensive training." Hearing this, everyone in the class became excited. As the capital of the Gallon Star region, Gallon Star is extremely prosperous. Compared to it, Karen is just a country place. Not only that, the first prize for this mecha competition has also been increased to a first-class breathing method and an exploration class exclusive custom mecha. When Lu Yun heard this, his heart was shocked, and his eyes immediately became hot. There is only one first-level breathing method in the entire Silver Star Academy, and one has to pay a high amount of credits to obtain it. It even requires a student level, and if the level is not high enough, you will not be able to purchase it. However, Lu Yun soon calmed down. He remembered that he had promised Dean Luo Xingwen that he would give up participating in the 3 college freshman competition. I wonder if I can ask Dean Luo for some more resources? After all, what he gave up was a first-level breathing method. Lu Yun started to think secretly in his mind. Afterwards, Xiang Xiao explained the competition system and rules of this contest, and the morning passed quickly. Lu Yun left the classroom to have lunch, and Nan Liyue quickly followed him. "Lu Yun, let's team up and participate in this competition. If you and I, the first and second place, join forces, we will definitely kill people." Nan Liyue's eyes were burning. That's a first-level breathing method. No one can remain calm in the face of advanced breathing techniques. If so, it only means that he doesn't know the value of the advanced breathing method. Even the lowest level is still crazily sought after by countless pilots. "I'm afraid not." Lu Yun shook his head and said, "I have already promised the dean that I will not participate in this freshman competition." Nan Liyue was stunned. He also fantasized about defeating everyone with Lu Yun, dominating the league, and getting the advanced breathing method and the customized mecha. And now we tell him that Lu Yun won't participate. Then what's the point of him hitting a hammer? He received a lot of news that this year the other two major colleges have found some incredible guys to support the scene. Lu Yun shrugged. So, you can only kill them by yourself. After bidding farewell to the disheartened Nan Liyue, Lu Yun went to the cafeteria to eat. Chengzhen has been very busy these days and rarely appears in the college. I don't know what he is busy with, but it's okay not to come. This way, no one will snatch his meat, and he can enjoy the delicious food by himself. This feeling is so great. Chapter 76, Where Are the Others? As the competition is approaching, the virtual battle hall and the logistics department became lively. All the freshmen preparing to participate in the competition are seizing the time to make final improvements. I want to make a splash in the competition. In the blink of an eye, a week passed. The joint freshman league of the three major colleges has begun. Lu Yun also met Chengzhen again in the college. Take Chengzhen's car and head to the Xinhuan Hall in the center of Xinhuan City. The first phase of the freshman league for the three major colleges will be held at the Xinhuan Hall. A huge star ring towering into the clouds floats in the air. White clouds surround the waist of the star ring, stretching as far as the eye can see, like an ocean. Some people say that if you stand on the top of the star ring, you can touch the starry sky. I don't know whether it is true or not. The convoys from the three major colleges arrived one after another and stopped at the port under the guidance of the broadcast. One after another, youthful figures walked out and lined up to enter the hall. Come on, let's go in too. Chengzhen and Lu Yun entered the guild hall. This time, Lu Yun came as a spectator. Although he did not participate in the competition, he also wanted to see the top talents from the other two colleges. Follow the number plate and find your seat. Lu Yun glanced at the audience and noticed a bulging area. That area is at the top, overlooking the entire hall, with an excellent view. At this time, several figures were sitting there, and the surrounding seats were empty. Among them, Lu Yun saw the figures of their dean Luo Xingwen and Xuanwu College Dean Jinghong. There was another person next to the two of them, who should be the dean of Qingding College. However, what caught Lu Yun's attention was that even the deans of the three major colleges were only sitting in the third row at this time. In the first row, there were three people sitting. One of them was an old man who looked a little old, but had a gentle smile on his face. The other two, a man and a woman, were much younger. The woman was dressed in gorgeous clothes, with her hair tied up and some metallic decorations on her face. He looked very noble and was chuckling and saying something at the moment. The man had a stern face and was serious. He was also very alert. His eyes were always scanning around, as if he was looking for something. Noticed Lu Yun's gaze. Chengzhen introduced and remembered. That old man is the star master of our Karen Star, Lord Li Zheng. Lu Yun was immediately filled with awe. This old man is a legendary figure. He is a native of Karen Star. He was born in humble circumstances and had a tragic life, but he struggled unyieldingly and became the master of Karen Star step by step, and developed the originally ignored Karen Star into one of the 12 main stars in the Galen Star region. His words, Karen Planet may be bad, but it cannot be because of our generation, are still engraved on the walls of the three major colleges, attracting the admiration of countless people. That woman is called Moser. She is the head of the development department of Galen Star and has considerable power. And that man is called Babu Farley, and he is the deputy commander of the Galen Star. Lu Yun's eyes fixed as he looked at the man from afar. The deputy commander of Jialan Star came here in person. Could it be that he is here for? Lu Yun didn't say anything else. But Chengzhen also understood. Chengzhen shook his head. I don't know. But it's probably not. If it was because of Elder June, it wouldn't just be him, the deputy legion commander, who would come, but the entire Galen Star fleet. Lu Yun took a deep breath. Once again, I felt the importance that the Federal Legion attached to Old Man June. Okay, these things have nothing to do with you. Elder June will take care of everything. What you need to do now is to grow with peace of mind and improve yourself as soon as possible. Chengzhen patted Lu Yun on the shoulder and said with a smile, let's watch the game. 3 huge halos were projected into the venue, defining 3 areas, numbered 1, 2, and 3. The rules began to be announced on the radio. Students from the 3 major colleges were mixed and separated and divided into 3 areas according to draw lots for a melee. Those who go out of the circle, fall to the ground, or intentionally cause injury to others will be deemed the loser, until the remaining 30 people advance to the next round. The battle broke out in an instant. The contestants from various colleges united together as soon as possible to eliminate those from other colleges first, then distributed internally. The battle became intense from the very beginning. No weapons are allowed in the knockout rounds, and the fist-to-flesh collisions stimulate the hormones of everyone in the audience. There was a huge cheer from the packed auditorium. There were people from the three major colleges, as well as spectators who came simply to watch the game. Luyan quickly found Nan Liyue, Guan Xin, and Monroe in the crowd. As partners who had been through life and death together, Luyan was quite concerned about the three of them. Nan Liyue and Guan Xin were coincidentally assigned to the same group. Together with the other 5 freshmen from Silver Star Academy, they occupied an area close to the center. Nan Liyue, the strongest one, will be the attack point, and the rest will assist in defense. They quickly eliminated 3 or 4 contestants. On the other hand, Monroe's situation was not good. There are very few students from Silver Star Academy in his area. Moreover, the top few students from Xuanwu College are also among them. When they unite at this moment, they have an unstoppable momentum. Monroe was almost driven out of the aperture range several times and faced elimination. You can focus on the alien youth in Area 3. At this time, Cheng-Jin said from the side. Luyan looked in the direction Cheng-Jin pointed. A handsome young man with obvious alien features on his forehead was surrounded by a dozen freshmen from Ivy League College. Cheng-Jin said, "He is the Chief Hill of Qingting Academy, with a strength of level 13 awakening and a resonance test of 6 seconds. If it weren't for you, he should be the undisputed number 1 of this session." Luyan became more thoughtful and looked at the other person quietly. At this time, he seemed to notice Lu Yun's gaze and looked up suddenly. When he saw Lu Yun, there was an obvious look of surprise on his face. It's like asking again, "Why are you sitting there?" Lu Yun said, "He seems to know me." "Haha, there shouldn't be many people in the 3 major colleges who don't know you," Cheng-Jin said with a smile. Lu Yun touched his nose. "Am I so famous?" "It's not that he's famous, but he's notorious for being a bad guy." In the stands, Ms. Moser from the Development Department of Gallon Star glanced at Hill and smiled softly. "Star Masterly, I guess that must be Hill, the genius that Qingting Academy discovered from Taining Star, right?" Li Zheng smiled and nodded. "Ms. Moser has good eyesight. It is indeed him. If nothing unexpected happens, the first-place winner of this freshman competition should be this Hill. His strength and talent are the strongest among all the freshmen this year." Moser nodded slightly and paid more attention to Hill. But at this time, the deputy army commander of Jelon, Star next to him, suddenly asked in confusion, "Star-Lord Lee, that's not right. I heard that there is an even more talented freshman in Silver Star Academy. It is said that during the resonance test, he resonated with 10 mechas in just 0 seconds. Where are the others?" Chapter 77, The Past. Where are the others? Deputy Corps Commander Babu Farley glanced at Li Zheng and asked. Moser opened his eyes wide in surprise. "Star-Lord Lee, is what Commander Farley said true? How could someone have such talent?" Li Zheng smiled faintly and said, "This is a rumor that came from Silver Star College. The Dean of Silver Star College has personally refuted the rumor, and it is false. There is no smoke without fire. He must be extraordinary to have spread such a rumor," Farley said calmly. Obviously, he didn't take Li Zheng's words seriously. "Captain Farley is right. Star-Lord Lee, stop hiding it and bring this genius out for us to see." Moser agreed with a smile. Li Zheng smiled bitterly. "If that's the case, then if you two are not satisfied after seeing it later, please don't blame me. Don't worry, Star Master Lee. We just want to meet some young juniors. If we find that he does have real talent, it won't be considered a waste of the Federation's talent," Moser said with a smile. Li Zheng nodded, turned around, and said to Luo Xingwen behind him, "Dean Luo, is that student here?" Luo Xingwen and Li Zheng exchanged a glance and nodded. "I'm here. I'll let him up right away." Then he sent a message to Lu Yun. Lu Yun, who was watching the battle, heard Xiao Ai's reminder and looked up in surprise. He saw Luo Xingwen and the dean looking at him on the top stands. "Uncle Cheng, Dean Luo wants me to go upstairs." Lu Yun said something to Cheng-Zhen, then stood up and walked forward. He didn't notice that when he said that, Cheng-Zhen's expression suddenly changed. The whole person seemed to be tense. Lu Yun quickly arrived at the top stand. Several gazes were focused on him, one of which was even scrutinizing. Lu Yun took a quick look, stopped beside Luo Xingwen, and asked, "Dean, you're looking for me?" "I'm looking for you," Farley spoke up front. Lu Yun looked at the Deputy Legion Commander from Gallon Star. That scrutinizing gaze also came from him. I heard that during your entrance exam, you set a record of resonating with 10 mechas in 0 seconds. Farley asked calmly. This is a rumor. Luyan lowered his head and denied it flatly. This Fa Lei is from the Galenstar Legion and is the enemy of old man Jun Luyan. Does not want to be too involved with him. I just want to muddy the waters of this matter. Farley glanced at Lu Yun again. Whether it's a rumor or not, you'll know if you try it. It just so happens that I brought a genius with me this time. After this elimination match, you can compete with each other. It just so happens that he also wants to compete with the #1 genius on Karen Star. Farley left no room for refusal, just like a notice. After saying that, he waved his hand and let Lu Yun go down. Li Zheng said, "Please sit next to your dean first." Lu Yun nodded and walked over to sit next to Luo Xingwen. He looked at the 3 figures in front of him and asked softly, "Dean, what does this mean?" Luo Xingwen shook his head and said nothing. Lu Yun looked down and found that Cheng Zhen was looking at him, so he sent a message to him, telling him not to worry. There was noisy cheering in the venue, but this stand fell into an eerie silence. Jing Hong, the dean of Xuanwu College, suddenly said, "Mr. Luo, I have some questions. Can you help me solve them?" Luo Xingwen turned his head and looked at him. "What's the problem?" Jing Hong pursed his lips, stood up, and left the stands. Luo Xingwen followed. Lu Yun looked at the mysterious Jing Hong and fell into deep thought. "Rear," Jing Hong whispered. "After I came back from your visit that day, I went to investigate Lu Yun to see who had offended him and made him so hostile to my Federation Legion. But do you know what I discovered?" Luo Xingwen said impatiently. "If you have to fart, just fart. If you keep playing dumb with me, I'll go back." Jing Hong didn't care and said solemnly, "I didn't find anything." Luo Xingwen's eyes twitched. He glared at Jing Hong, then turned and left. Jing Hong quickly stopped him. "If you have something to say, just say it nicely. Don't play such boring jokes on me like a child," Luo Xingwen said with disdain. Jing Hong looked at Luo Xingwen's back and said to himself, "But it's because we haven't found anything that there's a problem. This shows that someone higher up is protecting his information, so much so that even I, the dean, don't have the authority to do so. Why is it necessary to protect the information of a genius? So, in order to satisfy my curiosity, I want to check out another person, Cheng Zhen, who led Lu Yun to Silver Star College. I actually found something when I checked." Gradually, Luo Xingwen paused. Jing Hong's eyes were deep, and he whispered, "Cheng Yuchen, 15 years ago, he was an inspector of the 1st Exploration Corps of the Federation and a confidant of the Corps Commander Jun Qingshan. Ho Jun Qingshan suddenly rebelled, and there was no news of him overnight. Inspector Cheng Yuchen was dismissed from his post and investigated, and his power was abolished. After being imprisoned for 5 years, he was rehabilitated and released, but it was said that he became a beggar on the streets. Soon no one paid attention to him, and no one heard about him again. And a year later, a special teacher suddenly came to your Silver Star Academy. Although he had no real ability, he passed many tests and became a level 5 teacher at Silver Star Academy." Jing Hong paused for a moment, sighed softly, and asked faintly, "Old Luo, you and I have been friends for so many years. Do you want me to continue?" Luo Xingwen remained silent. Jing Hong continued, 2 months ago, the battle in the suburbs. Teacher Cheng Zhen went to that place that day and brought back a comatose young man." Luo Xingwen shook his head. "I don't know what you were talking about." After saying that, he walked away. Jing Hong clenched his fists and growled, "You were playing with fire and getting burned. Dean Luo, what happened?" Lu Yun saw that Dean Luo Xingwen looked unhappy, with a hint of fatigue in his expression. Luo Xingwen grinned. "It's okay. By the way, I left something at the academy and forgot to pick it up. Can you go get it for me?" Lu Yun was about to agree. Then I heard Farley in front of me say calmly, "Dean Luo, why are you in such a hurry? The elimination match will be over soon. Wait until this little student finishes this match before going." "Captain Farley, I'm not feeling well, and I want him to go back and get me some medicine. He'll be back soon." Luo Xingwen smiled apologetically. "Let's talk after the fight." Farley threw down 4 words. Lu Yun's eyes darkened slightly. He recalled the battle in the suburban courtyard 2 months ago. The general commander of the Gallant Star was also so arrogant and unreasonable. Annoying. Lu Yun stood up and strode away, ready to go back to get medicine for Dean Luo. Farley looked at him coldly. "Boy, don't you understand what I'm saying?" Chapter 78, Unlimited Mecha Battle. "Captain Farley, don't be angry. Calm down. Luo Xingwen smiled bitterly, pulled Lu Yun, and pressed him into his seat. It's just a minor problem. Since the commander wants to wait a while, then wait a while. Lu Yun's face darkened slightly. He had already seen the hostility of this Farley army commander towards him. It is obvious that the other party has bad intentions this time. An hour passed. The elimination round in the field ended and 30 qualifiers emerged. There was a loud cheer and celebration from the audience. The host is congratulating the 30 candidates who have advanced. Suddenly, he received a message and looked stunned. He glanced at the top of the stands, then coughed lightly and said, "Dear audience and contestants, there are some unexpected events in this competition. At the request of Mr. Farley, the commander of the Gallon Star Army, a mecha exhibition match will be held soon. The two teams competing are Chung Yin, a pilot from the Reserve Corps of Gallon Star, and Lu Yun, a freshman from Silver Star Academy. The exhibition match will begin in 5 minutes. Please stay tuned." The host finished speaking. The whole audience was in an uproar. There's also an exhibition match? It's worth coming this time. There are extra shows to watch. Let a freshman fight against the reserve army from Gallon Star. This freshman named Lu Yun is in trouble. Whatever, isn't it good for us to watch one more show? That's right, and he's a reserve pilot from Gallon Planet. I heard that those who can enter there are all geniuses among geniuses. The audience talked excitedly. The name of Gallon Star is more attractive than any slogan. Not to mention, he is a reserve genius from Gallon Star. In the crowd, Guan Xian stood beside Nan Liyue and asked nervously, "Nan Liyue, what does this Gallon Star Reserve mean?" Nan Liyue's face was solemn. Those who can enter there are all ruthless people. They were trained as the core pilots of Gallon Star. Each of them is a monster that crawled out of a pile of dead bodies. Guan Xian's face turned pale. Isn't Lu Yun very dangerous? It's okay. With Lu Yun's strength, it shouldn't be much different. Just be careful, and we will definitely be able to handle it. Nan Liyue said something that he didn't quite believe. 5 minutes passed quickly. A huge circle rose in the field, enclosing an area. But at this moment, Farley's voice sounded from above. Remove this range. There will be no restrictions on the rules for this exhibition match. Only in this way can the two players fully demonstrate their strengths. Chung Yin, don't embarrass me. In the corner of the stands, a young man in a short-sleeved shirt stood up and saluted respectfully upwards. "Yes, Commander." Lu Yun looked at the young man. His hair was gray, and his face was lined with fine silver-gray lines. Her eyes were bright, and she was looking at him from afar. "Just admit defeat after you go up there," Luo Xingwen said softly when Lu Yun stood up. Lu Yun glanced at Dean Luo. Although he didn't understand why, he thought he would not harm him. Lu Yun nodded in response and walked down the stands. At this moment, the floor in the center of the venue split apart, and two identical black mechas rose up. "It's the Black Warrior," someone in the stands exclaimed. "This isn't the mecha from our Karen planet. I've only seen it on battle.net. Indeed, it is not. The Black Warrior is the flagship series of the exploration class mecha of the Gallon Star Future Group. It is small in size, but has extremely high defense and offensive capabilities. At the same time, due to its small size, its sensitivity is also excellent." Those who knew what was going on quickly recognized the models of the two mechas. "That's not fair." Nan Liyue stood up suddenly and shouted, "The Black Warrior is your Gallon Star's mecha. Lu Yun has never driven one before. It will take a lot of time just to get familiar with the operation. What's the point of this kind of competition? It's a sure loss. The guy from Gallon Star must be very familiar with the world. Asking Lu Yun, who has never driven a Black Warrior, to fight him is simply bullying." Guan Xian echoed loudly. Soon, the students of Silver Star College all expressed their doubts. The contestant is Lu Yun, who is from the same college as them. Using the Black Warrior as the competition mecha, isn't that pure bullying? However, faced with a chorus of questioning voices, Farley stood up and said loudly, "This student Lu Yun from Silver Star Academy is a top genius that has never appeared in the entire Gallon Star region. He passed the Silver Star Academy's resonance test with extremely terrifying results. So, it's not difficult for him to adapt to the mecha that is strange to outsiders. This is also the highlight of this exhibition match. Let's see how this great genius performs when facing an unfamiliar mecha." A false smile appeared on Farley's face. "By the way, you are not allowed to admit defeat in this competition. To end the competition, one side's mecha must be completely scrapped and the pilot cannot move." After Farley sat down, he added another sentence. Lu Yun felt a little depressed. It is now obvious that this Deputy Commander Farley is coming for him. Opposite, Chung Yin has entered the cockpit of the Black Warrior and is now lighting up the engine and conducting a self-inspection. Lu Yun looked at the remaining Black Warrior. The height of the machine is only 12 meters, which is considered short even among industrial-grade mechas, let alone exploration-grade ones. Composite reactive armor and nanoceramic armor are hung on the chest. He doesn't carry too many external equipments, just a knife and a shield. Lu Yun boarded the mecha and entered the cockpit. The resonance control system of this Black Warrior mecha has been dismantled, and it can only fight by mechanical operation. Lu Yun sat in the driver's seat and fastened his seatbelt. The mecha control system has been taken over, and the common operation modules have been overwritten. The monitoring screens lit up one after another, and a smiling face appeared on the screen. Mech self-check procedure activated. Energy reserve 100. Machine integrity 100. Mounted weapons. Alloy sword. Alloy shield. Self-test complete. Master, the Lewin family is ready. Xiao AI will never allow anyone to bully the master. An angry face appeared on the screen. Lu Yun raised the corner of his mouth slightly and pushed the control lever. Okay, then let's beat him together. Beat him. Buzz. The cockpit shook slightly. The Black Warrior mech stood up from its half-squatting position and strode out. Soon, it entered full-speed charge mode. The shield is in front and the sword is behind. Every step you take is like thunder that hits the ground, vibrating your eardrums. Looking at Lu Yun, who took the lead in the charge, there was a cry of astonishment from the audience. Nan Liyue was originally worried, but his eyes widened after seeing this scene. My Chow, this is such a skilled run. When did Lu Yun learn the Black Warrior? In the stands, Farley also looked surprised, but he quickly calmed down. So, what if it opens? When it comes to mecha warfare, it's not enough to just know how to drive. Amidst everyone's surprised gazes, the two Black Warriors suddenly collided with each other. Bang! Chapter 79, Playing with Humiliation. With a sharp collision sound, the two Black Warriors collided with each other fiercely, like wild beasts. Even though Lu Yun's body was tightly bound to the seat by a seatbelt, he still felt the strong vibration transmitted from the mecha's arm. The power feedback of this mecha was beyond his expectations. Even with his current strength of level 14, he still felt a little bit struggling to push it. There will inevitably be a sense of sluggishness during operation. As expected, Chung Yin also understood Lu Yun's question. After blocking Lu Yun's sword, he immediately charged forward with his shield. Lu Yun staggered back after being knocked back. It took a lot of effort to stop the Black Warrior's retreat. Raise shields left front. Xiao AI's voice suddenly echoed in the cabin. Lu Yun's muscles reacted faster than his consciousness. He pushed the joystick hard with his left hand and punched the control keys with his right fist. However, the strong force feedback made his operation still a step slower. Maybe there is only a delay of a few tenths of a second. However, the time difference between the start of his operation and the synchronization of the body's reaction is magnified several times. Nearly 3 seconds. In a battle between mechas of the same level, a difference of 3 seconds can almost determine the victory. Boom. Lu Yun's shield was finally raised at the last moment. However, Lu Yun was still a step too slow and failed to completely block the force of the knife, causing his shield to be tilted. The blade left a scratch on the shield and slashed the Black Warrior's shoulder, leaving a cut half a finger deep. After a successful attack, Chung Yin was not in a hurry at all. He did not continue to pursue, but retreated instead. He even turned around, exposing his empty back to Lu Yun with a swagger. This guy is too arrogant. I can't bear to watch it anymore. I want to hit him. It must be the autumn season. It makes me feel so refreshed, damn. There was a burst of curses from the audience. The students of Silver Star College cursed and swore at Chung Yan's pretentious behavior. It's over. I thought Lu Yun was familiar with the Black Warrior, but it turns out he just ran with brute force. This is terrible. When Nan Liyue saw Lu Yun's slow reaction, his joy disappeared immediately. Guan Xian was puzzled. She didn't know the characteristics of the Black Warrior, so she asked curiously, "What do you mean? Is there something special about the Dark Warrior?" "That's so special," Nan Liyue shouted exaggeratedly and explained to Guan Xian angrily. "The power feedback of the Black Warrior is 3 times that of the same level of mecha and 9 times that of the industrial-grade mecha we usually use for teaching. In other words, if Lu Yun wants to make the Black Warrior move, he will need to use 9 times the strength he uses in class training to push the joystick and press the control button. This is just to make the mecha move. If you want to use it proficiently, you have to use 10 times the strength to control it. Great force can make miracles happen, or you have to rely on long-term training to get familiar with its strong control feel. But now, Lu Yun does not have these two methods. Guan sin understo. But soon, she remembered something and looked strange. I think you may have underestimated Lu Yun. Have you forgotten what happened to your house that day? At that time, Lu Yun fought for a while with the murderer who assassinated the Legion commander. Nan Liyue was stunned for a moment and quickly recalled what happened that day. He remembered that Lu Yun seemed to have kicked the murderer away. That was the strong man who assassinated the Legion commander. The fact that Lu Yun was able to fight against him showed that his strength was definitely not low. At least, it should be more than enough to drive the Darth Vader. There is no possibility of such hysteresis occurring. Then Nan Liyue blinked and didn't react for a moment. Guan Xin said faintly, I feel like he did it on purpose. You mean pretend to be a pig and eat the tiger? Don't say it so harshly. Guan Xin rolled her eyes at Nan Liyue and corrected him. This is called showing weakness to the enemy. The next step is to lure the enemy deeper into our territory. An expectant smile appeared on Guan Xion's round, fair face as she looked towards the field. In the cockpit of the Black Warrior. Master, if you want to perfectly control this Black Warrior, you need to have finger strength 13 times that of your normal training and a driving force 11 times that of your normal training. Otherwise, all operations will incur some delay. Lu Yun nodded slightly, his face calm. There was no emotional fluctuation at all because of Cheng Yan's provocative behavior. Fortunately, the opponent did not continue to attack, giving him time to fully understand this Black Warrior. The control keys of the Dark Knight are just like the mechanical keyboard in a parallel world. Because the switches are different, each keyboard requires a different amount of pressure. Some have a low gram weight and can produce feedback with a light touch. Some have a high gram weight and require a little force to produce feedback. If you only use it occasionally, the difference in grams will hardly make a difference. But if you are someone who deals with keyboards for a long time, your fingers will get tired and even get tendinitis after using a high-gram keyboard for a long time. The same goes for Darth Vader. To make it move, it's simple. However, if you want it to fight flexibly, it will put a huge strain on the pilot's physical fitness. Therefore, what Lu Yun needs is a quick victory. The longer he waits, the worse the situation will be for him. What Nan Liyue said at the beginning was very right. With Lu Yun's current strength of level 14, he cannot immediately and skillfully control the Black Warrior. But if he turns on blood burning, the power surges by 1,000, which is enough for him to deal with the Black Warrior as easily as dealing with a child. But Lu Yun was not in a hurry. S power is only an improvement on himself, and it cannot improve the performance of the Dark Warrior as well. The two Black Warriors are still on the same level. So, what he needs is an opportunity, a chance to kill the enemy with one blow. Dong dong. This time, Cheng Yan took the initiative and controlled the Black Warrior to charge forward. He stomped down with such force that it seemed as if he was going to crack the floor, with sword and shield held across his body. His power was astonishing. Meet the enemy head-on, collision countdown 4 seconds. Lu Yun's eyes narrowed slightly as he pressed the difficult control keys, manipulating the Black Warrior to squat and take a defensive stance. There's no time to react, so you just block it roughly? Cheng Yan looked at Lu Yun, who was in a defensive posture, and sneered. Smart choice. Unfortunately, I am not you. Cheng Yan's fingers danced, pressing the 136 control keys in order. The Black Warrior mech suddenly showed flexible movement, swaying left and right. At the same time, the speed did not decrease at all. Unordered step. In the blink of an eye, Cheng Yan approached Lu Yun, but at the moment of collision, he suddenly turned around and came to Lu Yun's side. The alloy knife swung out, leaving another scar on the Black Warrior driven by Lu Yun. Then, before Lu Yun could resist, he floated away and turned behind Lu Yun. Another knife. That's all. Cheng Yan drove the Black Knight, sometimes far away, sometimes near. The heavy Black Warrior mecha in his hands was like a nimble assassin, stabbing Lu Yun from time to time. But Lu Yun is always a step behind. Soon, more than a dozen knife marks were left on his body. Although these scars are not very harmful, they are extremely insulting. Chapter 80. Where did the arrogance just now go? This guy from Jalon Star is so disgusting. How can he play tricks on people like this? This is not an exhibition match at all. It's clearly a one-sided bullying. Isn't this Lu Yun known as the best freshman? He should show some level of performance. He is going to make Karen Star lose face. That's the Dark Warrior. It's already difficult to control it for the first time. If you can do it, then go ahead. Do I need to know how to cool a refrigerator when I evaluate it? Heh, if Hill from our academy goes on the field, he will definitely beat that guy from Gallant Star. There was a lot of cursing in the stands, and the students from the 3 major colleges were divided into 2 factions. The group that supports Lu Yun, led by the Silver Star Academy, accused the people of Galan of immoral insults. There is also a group of accusers, mainly from the other 2 major colleges, who think that Lu Yun has brought shame to the 3 major colleges on Karen Star. Farley sat in the top seat, his tense face relaxed, and he was obviously in a good mood. Farley glanced at the Star Lord Li Zheng, who was sitting next to him, and said calmly, "Star Lord Li, is this the number 1 genius of your Karen Star?" It's a bit disappointing. When Luo Xingwen, who was standing behind him, heard this, he rolled his eyes. In his mind, he cursed the other person's ancestors for 18 generations. Li Zheng responded with a smile. Compared with the genius of Jialan Star, of course, I am inferior. I think this exhibition match can end here, right? No, now that the rules have been set, how can they be easily changed? Farley's face darkened, and he took on the aura of a deputy legion commander. Li Zheng said no more. Star Master Li is concerned about Lu Yun. Farley asked casually and said, "Don't worry, maybe he still has some tricks up his sleeve that he hasn't used yet." It seemed to verify what Farley said. As soon as he finished speaking, something strange happened on the scene. Lu Yun, who had been being beaten, suddenly let go of his shield, bent his hand to the left, and actually caught the alloy knife in his hand. The movements were extremely fast compared to the sluggish appearance before. It was like a different pilot. Chung Yin has rich combat experience. He realized something was wrong in an instant, and instead of retreating, he moved forward and came within half a meter of Lu Yun. At this distance, even if the weapon is caught, it will not be enough to use it. Boy, I didn't realize you could hide your abilities. Unfortunately, in the face of absolute strength, the little you have hidden is not worth mentioning. Chung Yin smiled coldly and twisted the handle of the knife with his right hand. The alloy knife slowly rotated, and the metal in the hands of the Black Warrior driven by Lu Yun made a crushing sound under the heavy weight. At the same time, Chung Yin held up a shield in front of him and rushed towards Lu Yun fiercely. How terrifying would it be if a Black Warrior weighing nearly 10 tons collided with him at full force? Nobody knows. But just looking at such a 12-meter-long, black and thick giant rushing towards you, the psychological sense of oppression is enough to shake people's hearts. However, just when everyone thought that Lu Yun would be completely killed by this collision, the black mecha that was pressed under him and half squatting on the ground suddenly threw away the alloy knife and clenched his fist. The body is twisted at an exaggerated angle. In the surprised gaze of everyone, a punch was thrown. Oh my God, what is this guy going to do? He has lost his sword and shield. What else can he use to fight? I think he was beaten to a state of madness and lost his mind. He's not going to touch the shield with his fist, is he? The material of the shield is much harder than his fist. He is courting death by doing this. Boom! With a sharp explosion, Lu Yun's fist slammed into the shield, carrying 10 tons of pressure. As the audience said, the mecha's fist is no match for the hardness of the shield. To do so is to destroy one's own brothers and sisters. However, they did not understand Lu Yun's thoughts. In the cockpit, Lu Yun's body shook violently, and the strong reaction force made his internal organs tremble. But with every breath he took, all of it was restored. There was a bloodshot look under his eyes. The opportunity he had been waiting for came. Burning blood started quietly. The button that was originally a little difficult to press was now as easy as soft mud and was easily pressed by him. His fingers moved leisurely across the 136 console keys. Chung Yin looked at his right arm, which was completely twisted, and he half squatted in the same place without moving. Have you given up struggling? Chung Yan's eyes were full of excitement. He pushed away Lu Yun's twisted right arm, strode closer to Lu Yun, and prepared to smash Lu Yun's cockpit. But the next second, the seemingly still Black Warrior suddenly lowered his body in a bull wrestling posture and rushed towards Chung Yan's lower body. The twisted right arm was directly stuck in the left leg joint of the opponent's mecha. The originally heavy fist was not enough to fit into such a narrow gap. But now, the right arm of Lu Yun's mecha has been broken and is sharp and jagged. It can be stuck in just right. With the sharp sound of cracking, The broken right arm of Lu Yun's mecha was directly entangled with the leg joint of Cheng Yan's mecha. What is he going to do? That's crazy. This will expose his weak back. There was a sound of astonishment in the audience. Next, Lu Yun controlled the mecha to turn at a small angle and inserted his right leg directly between the two legs of Cheng Yan's mecha. Now it looks like Cheng Yan's mecha is riding entirely on Lu Yun's body. However, Cheng Yan did not show any joy at all, because he had already guessed Lu Yun's purpose. In the cockpit, Lu Yun's eyes turned red, and he pushed the push rod hard and hit the limiter, making a violent collision. Signal lights all over the mecha flashed, and all engine energy flowed into the power of the lower limbs. The Overlord lifts the cauldron. Lu Yun's Black Warrior stood up suddenly, hugged the legs of Cheng Yan's mecha tightly, and lifted it up together. The guess came true. Cheng Yan's face changed drastically. Damn it! How can he perform such a complicated move in such a short time? It seems like a simple action, but it is made up of countless small movements. Just like a movie film, each frame is combined together to form a complete video. Cheng Yan knew that Lu Yun was hiding his abilities, but I didn't expect that Lu Yun was so good at hiding it. It's like there's a sea of stars hidden inside. The difference between before and after is like two different people. No time to react. Cheng Yan immediately released his right hand that was holding the sword, grabbed the shield with both hands, and smashed it hard at the shoulder and elbow joint of Lu Yun's mecha. He had to forcibly intercept his attack before Lu Yun threw him down. However, too late. Lu Yun had been waiting for this opportunity to get close for a long time, and was even willing to sacrifice one of his own hands to entangle him. How could he escape at this time? Lu Yun's fingers brushed across the console, leaving a residual image. The Black Warrior carrying the Cheng Yan mecha spun around in an extremely brutal manner, then lay back. Boom! The mecha that Cheng Yan was carrying on his shoulders fell first and hit the ground heavily. A dent was made in the metal floor. What does it feel like to be hit by a 10-ton mecha? The whole venue could feel the strong vibration. Countless armor fragments flew out like bullets. In the cockpit, the horrific recoil caused Cheng Yan to spit out blood instantly, his face twisted in pain. He felt as if his internal organs were about to be shattered. Ding, ding, ding. A rapid alarm sounded in the cockpit. On the surveillance screen, a large black footprint was approaching rapidly. Under Cheng Yan's horrified gaze, he stepped down. Snap! Front armor damaged by 80 points, the system announced. Bang! Another sound. The left leg is disconnected. After a while, Lu Yun stepped on all the limbs of Cheng Yan's Black Warrior, then smashed his chest armor, pulled out his engine, and crushed it. Without the engine, this mecha has become a piece of scrap metal. Lu Yun stepped on the Cheng Yan mecha, and electric sparks flashed from the limbs of the mecha under his feet from time to time. The nerves twitched as if by reflex. The arrogance just now is gone. Chapter 81 now. Should it be over? The venue fell into silence for a moment. Although it is said that the key to deciding the outcome of a battle is only a moment. But when this moment really comes, the impact on everyone's hearts is so strong. Some people just lowered their heads to take a look at the information on the intelligent computer, and when they looked up again, the situation was reversed. If the optical projection on the top hadn't been repeatedly playing the ending moment, many people would probably not be able to figure out what happened in these few short seconds. It's simply shocking, Nan Liu muttered to himself, and involuntarily raised his intelligent computer, took a picture of Lu Yun stepping on the Cheng Yan mecha, and uploaded it to the battle.net. Laugh! The rear hatch of the mecha opened, gushing out a stream of hot air. The Black Warrior squatted down and entered standby mode. Lu Yun jumped out of the cockpit and stood in the center of the venue. Welcomed the roar like a tsunami. The new life of Karen Starr confronted head-on and defeated the reserve genius pilot from Gallon Star. Such a record was achieved in the first time of driving the Black Warrior. Countless journalists seemed to have seen how tomorrow's news headlines would explode. The arrogant Zhao Lanxing, at this moment, is still overshadowed by the figure of the young man in the scene. In the stands, Ms. Moser from the development department of Gallon Star smiled like a flower, her eyes sparkling, as if she had discovered a treasure. Compared with this, the deputy commander of the army, Farley, standing nearby, had an extremely gloomy expression on his face. He remained silent, staring at Lu Yun in the field with hawk-like eyes. Li Zheng glanced at him, smiling. Captain Farley, don't worry about classmate Cheng Yan. Maybe he still has some tricks up his sleeve that he hasn't used yet. Just like what Farley had said to him before, He returned it exactly as it was. Li Zheng felt so relieved. Humph! Farley snorted coldly and said in a deep voice, "It's too early for Star Master Li to be happy." I said, "This match will not end until one side's pilot is unable to move." Li Zheng frowned. "Captain Farley, the mecha battle has already been decided. Why do we have to fight to the death?" "This is a tradition of my Jialan Star Legion." "Star Lord Li, are you going to question the decision of my Jialan Star Legion?" Li Zheng sighed softly. "Idare not." Snort. This inexplicable farce finally came to an end. Lu Yun prepared to leave. But at this moment, suddenly, there was a sharp sound of wind from behind. As soon as he turned around, he saw Cheng Yin rushing towards him with a ferocious face and blood at the corner of his mouth. "The battle isn't over yet. Who allowed you to leave?" Cheng Yin kicked Lu Yun on the head with a whip kick. The wind whistled. Lu Yun's eyes narrowed, and he stepped back instantly, putting some distance between himself and the other party. There was an uproar in the stands. No one expected that after the mecha was defeated, the pilot of this gallant star would actually want to engage in hand-to-hand combat again. Isn't this just a way of not being able to afford to lose? Are the people on Gallant Star so despicable? What do you know? Jialan Star advocates martial arts, and this boy is a genius in the reserve of Jialan Star. He cannot accept his own failure, so he naturally wants to fight for victory. That's right. And didn't you hear what the gentleman said before? This match ends when one of the pilots is unable to move. There was a lot of discussion in the stands. Nan Liyue curled his lips, picked up the intelligent computer, and prepared to record Lu Yun's heroic fighting scene and put it online. Previously, Lu Yun's photo of performing the difficult Zog's turn and back blade style became very popular after he posted it on the forum. It has sparked quite a wave of imitation in the mecha warfare circle. Without his knowledge, Lu Yun also became a well-known pilot. At this moment, many people are paying attention to Lu Yun, expecting him to show off new and difficult skills. Nan Liyue feels that the responsibility is heavy and will never let go of any opportunity. "You look so impressive just now. Why are you hiding?" Cheng Yin wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, gasped, and stared at Lu Yun ferociously. At this moment, his calm and relaxed demeanor disappeared completely. Became like a wounded beast, cruel and vicious. Lu Yun glanced at him and turned to look at the stands behind. Li Zheng said calmly, "Student Lu Yun, Commander Farley believes that the battle is not over yet and should end when one side falls. Just play for a while longer." As he said this, he gave Lu Yun a subtle look. Lu Yun understood what he meant, twisted his feet lightly, stood 10 meters away, and looked quietly at Cheng Yin opposite him. "Damn it!" Cheng Yin laughed grimly and rushed out like the wind. In just 2 breaths, he approached Lu Yun. Then he braked suddenly with a crazy look on his face, sank his right fist to his waist, twisted his body, and struck out horizontally with a swift posture. This is a top-level combat skill, the mountain questioning fist. Nan Liyue moved away the intelligent computer that was blocking his vision and looked at the scene in surprise. Although this guy's character is not very good, he is indeed talented. He can be so determined to practice this kind of fighting skills. Guan Xin asked curiously, "Is this kind of punch very powerful?" Nan Liyue nodded. "It's pretty good among the level combat skills. This fighting technique is designed to sharpen the fist into a piece of iron, which can give you a great advantage in a barehanded fight." Nan Liyue praised him, but immediately shrugged. However, he met a freak like Lu Yun, so he is in trouble. Lu Yun had fought with that murderer before. His melee combat strength is absolutely monstrous at this age. That murderer has become a standard for Nan Liyu. Looking at the approaching Cheng Yin, Lu Yun's eyes were calm, and he advanced instead of retreating. Sky step. His figure quietly approached Cheng Yin within half a meter, like a ghost. Then he reached out and caught his fist at a speed twice as fast as Cheng Yin. Slap it hard. Cheng Yin's face twitched, and he felt as if the back of his hand was hit by an iron rod, causing excruciating pain. He was suddenly shocked. The first step in his practice of the Wenshan fist was to train his fist to be as hard as steel. He is the only one who hurts others. When have you ever been hurt by someone hitting you? But it was too late to figure this out. Lu Yun had already approached his side, and his right fist suddenly turned into a palm knife, hanging half an inch in front of Cheng Yan's abdomen. Lu Yun met those bloodshot eyes and saw a hint of fear in them. Temple ring blade. The muscles in his arms tensed instantly, and his sleeves fluttered violently as if breathing, and then contracted back again. Stick it on his arm. The fingertips were like knives, piercing into Cheng Yan's chest and abdomen. The powerful force surged,